19-year-old Maple Battalia was born near Mumbai, India, before moving to Surrey, British Columbia, with her family shortly after. Friends described her as warm, intelligent, ambitious, and determined, a straight-A student with dreams of becoming a doctor. She was also highly creative and starting to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. In addition to studying health and science, she frequently took on modeling and acting jobs. She landed a role in the 2010 film Diary of a Wimpy Kid and filmed an episode of The Secret Circle, which aired on the CW. Already signed to a modeling agency, Maple was thrilled to learn she was a finalist in the Central City Model Search. The head of her agency described her as incredibly intelligent, articulate, focused, and one of the most likable people you could meet. She had earned a spot at Simon Fraser University, where she lived at home with her family and commuted to campus. She planned to attend medical school after completing her studies, but she also confided in friends that she was enjoying her acting career so much that she didn't want to rule it out as a long-term path. For someone so young, she was incredibly busy but handled the challenges and opportunities well. Maple had been in an on and off 4-year relationship with 20-year-old Gajinda Dhaliwal, known as Gary, but their relationship ended in 2011 when she discovered he had cheated on her. Heartbroken by the betrayal, she focused on her work and studies to keep herself busy. On the evening of September 27, 2011, Maple left her family home and headed to the campus library with a friend. They had a late-night study session planned and met up with a few more people there as well. As the hours ticked by into the next morning, they all decided to call it today. Maple hugged her friends goodbye and headed to her car, which was on the 3rd floor of the parking lot. Just minutes after 1 a.m., a resident across the street suddenly heard 7 loud bangs in quick succession. He ran to his window to see a white Dodge Charger screeching away. More people came running out onto the street, calling 911 as they did. Maple was lying on the ground near her car, surrounded by blood. She had been shot 5 times, 3 of which hit her in the stomach, and her head was covered in stab wounds and cut marks. A large bloody kitchen knife was lying nearby. She was still alive, but only just. Authorities, who had received dozens of calls about the gunshots already, were on scene within minutes. They worked on Maple long enough to make sure she was stable, and she was finally rushed to the local hospital. But her injuries were proved too severe, and she died just a few hours later. It was such a frenzied attack, made even more shocking as it happened in such an open, public, and despite the time of day, still fairly busy place. It was obvious from the cameras around the campus that many students were doing exactly the same thing as Maple that night. But despite how many people were around, there wasn't a single witness on the 3rd floor of the parking complex. Fear swept through the university campus, and the following day, 50 officers were working on the case. Investigators were keeping their cards close to their chest, although they didn't have as many as they would have liked. They said they didn't know if the attack was random or targeted. Maple's wallet had been found next to her and nothing had been taken, which seemed to rule a robbery out. They also said it seemed unlikely that the shooting was linked to gang violence, but they couldn't say anything with absolute certainty. They tried to reassure the students that they were still safe on campus, with one detective saying, "Other than the fact this homicide appears to have occurred adjacent to the Simon Fraser campus, we don't feel that the student body and leadership of the Simon Fraser University campus needs to be unduly alarmed." With his eyes filled with tears, the university spokesperson said they were making counseling available for anyone who felt they needed it, and for as long as they did so. Vigils were held and the community grieved together. Maple's family said they could only think of one person that would have any reason to harm her: her ex-boyfriend, 20-year-old Gary. But to go as far as to kill her, it was a lot for them to contemplate. Being on and off since high school, the young couple had had their fair share of issues. But after their relationship came to its final end in the fall of 2011, Gary's behavior took an especially dark turn. Her family told police that a scary pattern of stalking and harassment had started. Between mid-August late September of 2011, Gary made more than 2,000 calls to Maple and texted her even more than that. On one night, when she was out at a club with a friend, he sent a total of 300 text messages. He started following her and having his friends follow her, keeping tabs on where she was, and who she was with. He spat on one of Maple's friends outside a club and punched another one of her friends after he found out he and Maple were having coffee. After Maple tried to intervene, he pushed her to the floor. She called the police. He was arrested and ordered not to have any contact with her and was charged with assault. The friend he had punched was one of the friends that had been with Maple in the library that night. But with no witnesses and currently no evidence to suggest he was on campus that night, police had little to go on. But they did have one crucial piece of evidence. The resident that looked out of his window had got a perfect description of what they believed was the getaway car. He saw it speeding away at around 1:04 a.m., and he could tell them what street he saw it onto. Although the number plate could not be made out, they were able to work backwards using the cameras. And fortunately, the university was well covered with almost 100 cameras, and they were pretty good quality too. They started releasing parts of the footage and asking those on the tapes to come forward with anything they had, no matter how small. Looking at the rest of the videos, detectives could easily spot Maple in the library with her friends, smiling and laughing as she worked. But it didn't seem that anyone was watching or following her, and Maple appeared comfortable with where she was and who she was with. Just before 1 a.m., Maple and her 3 friends left the library together. Although there was no audio, everything still looked fine, and Maple seemed content walking with them. Staff at the university were able to identify everyone she was with that night, and they all voluntarily gave statements. Officers were happy to rule them all out as being involved. It seemed they had all parted ways, just minutes before she was shot. The camera on the 3rd floor parking lot was on a timer and set to pan around the whole area every couple of minutes. And, frustratingly, just as Maple entered the floor, the camera cut away from the entrance and they could see nothing. But they could see the same white car had entered the parking lot just after 8 p.m. It circled around for ages before parking up. And as it finally did, Maple and her friend entered the frame. It was obvious that whoever was in the car was aware that Maple would be there that evening and was tracking her every move. This was not someone who happened to be there at the same time and took the opportunity. This was a carefully and meticulously planned murder. It was now 2012, and officers were still diligently working on Maple's case. They just didn't have enough to make any arrests. For months, the team took on the painstaking task of cross-referencing everyone that owned or had rented the same make and model of car in the area, interviewing and slowly ruling people out. Finally, in late 2012, they made a connection. The name Gershamar Beatty was linked to one of the cars. He was a close friend of Gary's and a fellow student at the university. He had rented a white Dodge Charger on September 25, 2011, and returned it shortly after 28th. When he picked the car up, he was with none other than Gary. 21-year-old Gershamar had also put the vehicle through a car wash within the hours after Maple was shot. Police managed to track down the car, and despite the cleaning, they found a shell casing under the hood that matched the shells found at the scene. On December 1, 2012, over a year since Maple was killed, authorities announced that they had made not 1, but 2 arrests. Maple's ex-boyfriend Gary was charged with first-degree murder, and his friend Gershamar was arrested and charged with second-degree murder and being an accessory after the fact. Gershamar had followed Maple's car for days before the murder, helped Gary flee the scene, put the vehicle through the car wash, and gave him an alibi for months. The gun used in the murder was never found. Gary was furious that Maple was moving on without him, socializing and having many a success come her way. Her life did not include him anymore, and for someone who was already jealous, insecure, and possessive, he felt if he couldn't have her, then no one could. Her family said he felt he could impose the relationship on her and take away the choice for her to want to leave, ultimately taking her life in the process. Both men appeared in court, still remaining quiet, and both pleading not guilty. They were to be tried together, and 4 long years would pass, as the trial got pushed back and delayed time and time again. And before the trial was set to start in 2016, the now 26-year-old Gary would change his plea. He pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 21 years. The judge could choose a period between 10 to 25 years, and the prosecutor said it's probably the highest sentence given to someone convicted of killing one person as opposed to many people. 27-year-old Jursamer Beatty was later found not guilty of second-degree murder, but he was found guilty of being an accessory after the fact. He was sentenced to 22 months in prison, but 6 months before his sentence's scheduled end, he was released early. Maple's sister said, "That 18-month sentence was a slap in my family's face. He had the audacity to stay quiet. Even when the sentencing happened, he smirked at our family. He smirked at the people there in a way to imply that, I got away with this." It took 5 years to get any form of justice for Maple and her family, and the devastating aftermath caused by her death is still felt in the Surrey area today. A documentary about Maple was released in 2017, which went on to win several awards at major festivals. The director, Jocelyn Cor, wanted the film to serve as a memorial to her, but also as a way of shedding light on domestic violence. The Maple Battalia Memorial Scholarship for the Arts was set up and provides one annual entrance to a South Asian Canadian female student, beginning their journey in the world of art and design. 19-year-old Maple was already achieving so much, and with her determination and drive, there is no doubt she would have gone on to do many more amazing things in whatever career path she chose. One of Maple's friends reiterated this and described her death as like stomping on a flower before it bloomed. Her dad called her his most precious jewel and said his life feels completely useless now. "We're left with nothing," he said. "We lost our angel, and she's not going to come back." He said even though Maple was the baby of the family, she was always the glue that held everyone together. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. On the afternoon of March 14, 1968, 3 boys were playing in a muddy farm field near the intersection of Newland Street and Yorktown Avenue in Huntington Beach, California, when they made a chilling discovery. They found the body of a young woman who had been brutally beaten and had her throat slashed. An autopsy would later reveal that she had also been sexually assaulted. Police searched the area and found a cigarette butt and tire tracks near the body. However, because it had rained the previous night, it was hard to determine the exact type of tire that left the tracks. The location of the tracks suggested that the woman's body may have been dumped from the passenger side of a vehicle. Police had few leads in the case and struggled to identify the woman's killer, as well as the woman herself. She had no identification on her, and no missing persons report matching her description was filed in the following days. The woman appeared to be white or Hispanic, about 5 feet 1 inch tall, and between 20 and 30 years old. No drugs or alcohol were found in her system. She was wearing a floral shirt, purple pants, a black jacket, and a ring with a blue stone. Her black shoes were one of the best leads investigators had, as that brand of shoe was only sold in New York at the time. Authorities theorized that their Jane Doe may have been someone from the East Coast who hitchhiked to California. She had potentially then been killed by someone she accepted a ride from. Despite following up on several leads, police could still not identify their victim, which in turn limited their avenues of investigation into her murder, as they could not investigate any of her known acquaintances or identify any motives to want to harm her. Decades passed with the woman remaining unidentified and her killer remaining unpunished. One of the boys who had found her grew up, joined the Huntington Beach Police Department, and retired, with the woman remaining unidentified that entire time. Eventually, the case became Orange County's oldest unsolved Jane Doe case. Authorities did not give up on identifying the woman and her killer, however, and as technology improved over the ensuing decades, they used it to generate new leads. Her fingerprints were entered into state and federal databases, and in 2011, her partial DNA profile was developed from blood on her blouse and entered into the combined DNA index system. In 2016, images of her body, as well as pictures of her ring and shoes, were released to the public in a renewed effort to locate someone who could identify her. In 2001, her clothes and rape kit had been processed and a male DNA sample was identified. There was no match to it in any criminal database, however. The cigarette butt found near the body was examined in hopes of finding DNA in 2010. A male DNA profile, consistent with the one identified in 2001 from the rape kit and clothes, was developed from it, but authorities still could not identify the man whose DNA it was. In 2010, homicide detective Pat Ellis began working on the case with his partner, Mark Riley. He remained working on the case until his retirement in January 2020. Jane Doe's body had been exhumed in 2019, but testing was unable to provide a full DNA sample. She was buried in an unmarked grave in Newport Beach rather than in a potter's grave in hopes that technology would one day advance even more and it would be easier to exhume her again for further testing. One of the last things Detective Ellis did before retiring was order new testing of Jane Doe's clothes. This retesting did finally result in a complete DNA profile of Jane Doe. Now that they had a complete DNA profile, investigators turned to genetic genealogy as a potential means of finally identifying Jane Doe. In July of 2020, 52 years after the murder, authorities announced that by using genetic genealogy, they had identified both their Jane Doe and her presumed killer. Jane Doe was Anita Louise Pau, who had been 26 at the time of her death. One of 7 children, she had moved to California from Maine in 1967 because of a fascination with the film industry. She remained in contact with her family through letters, which had abruptly stopped coming after February of 1968. Her family was concerned about the sudden lack of communication from Anita, but one of her final letters stated that she would be coming back to Maine that May. When May came and went without her returning home, they truly began to worry. Her parents and siblings did not have the means to travel to California, but they remained in contact with authorities in the state trying to find Anita. By 1980, Anita's niece, Lori Bray, had also become involved in the search. She maintained regular contact with police in Whittier, where Anita had been renting a room and had posted her final letter, and the Social Security Administration in hopes of finding her. Anita's parents, as well as 3 of her siblings, passed away before she was, but her surviving 2 sisters and brother were relieved to finally know what became of Anita. The man whose DNA was found at the scene was also identified as Johnny Crisco. Crisco could not be arrested for the crime because he passed away in 2015. He died of throat cancer at the age of 71 in Washington state. Crisco's criminal history began when he was just 17. He had then joined the Army and become a paratrooper. He was discharged from the Army after 3 years when he failed a psychological examination. During the exam, he was diagnosed with positive aggressive reaction or having a pattern of being quick to anger, easy to feel unjustly treated, chronically resentful, immature, and impulsive, according to investigators. Crisco was arrested in 1971, but his record was subsequently purged. He married 3 times and had 2 children. Both of his children and one of his ex-wives have passed away. Following his death, his body went unclaimed. Authorities are still unsure of how Crisco and Anita came into contact or if they were in any way previously connected before the day of the murder. They are asking anyone who may be able to provide such information to call the Huntington Beach Police tip line. Anita's body was returned to her family in Maine. They held a private service for her, with some of the investigators from California in attendance. Anita was buried in Waterville, Maine. While they will never see Anita's killer brought to justice, the remaining members of her family are relieved to have finally found answers and been given the opportunity to lay Anita to rest. It is a big weight lifted off. She is not missing anymore, said Anita's niece, Lori. She is close to us now. We have a sense of peace that comes with that. Michelle Missy Jones was born on May 13, 1962. She attended Park West Continuation School, where she helped found a yearbook club. After graduation, she found a job working as a police dispatcher in Claremont, California. She loved to dance and go roller skating and was meticulous about keeping her hair and nails done. She was popular and regularly invited to parties. 18-year-old Missy was getting ready for a July 4th party, the last time her family saw her. She did not come home from the party, which was out of character for her. So her parents began calling all of her friends looking for her on the morning of July 5, 1980. That same morning, police received a phone call reporting that a woman's body had been found in a grapefruit grove near the intersection of Live Oak and Santa Ana Avenues in Fontana, California. Her head was partially covered in dirt, and she was naked. It was later determined that she had been sexually assaulted. By that afternoon, the woman had been identified as Missy Jones, and her family was notified. Several pieces of evidence were collected at the scene, and police followed up on several leads. Unfortunately, the case went cold. Missy's sister Melissa walked past the cemetery where Missy was buried every day of her senior year of high school on her way to school. She would wonder about the things Missy would have been doing with her life had she not been killed, and try to figure out who could have taken Missy from their family and why they would want to do something so terrible to someone so loving and kind. Both of Missy's parents passed away, never knowing who killed their daughter. In 2020, samples taken by police were processed for DNA. A profile from a single male individual was developed, but there was no match to it in the combined DNA index system. Authorities then began re-interviewing members of Missy's family. They identified a potential suspect, a former boyfriend of one of Missy's sisters. The man was now 66 years old and living in Las Vegas. Police surveilled the man and surreptitiously collected an item he discarded to test it for DNA. It was a match to the DNA found at the crime scene. On September 8, 2020, 40 years after Missy's murder, Leonard Nash was arrested for the crime in Nevada to be extradited back to California. On Saturday, September 19, 2020, Missy's family held a service at her graveside to honor her memory and celebrate the solving of her case. They released 40 balloons, one for each year they had been without her. In addition, the family also used the service to remember other families who are still waiting for the answers they have finally found. "We're also doing this for everyone else who's had to go through what we've been through," said Missy's sister Melissa. "There are so many people out there whose loved ones were killed or have gone missing, and they still have no idea what happened." 17-year-old Mary London was a student at Sacramento High School. She was developmentally disabled and therefore still in the 10th grade. At the beginning of 1981, she was living in a foster home. She never came home on January 14, 1981. The following morning, January 15th, Mary's body was found along a rural stretch of San Juan Road in North Sacramento. She was wearing only white socks and one shoe. She had been sexually assaulted and then stabbed multiple times. Dozens of interviews were conducted and numerous leads followed, but Mary's killer remained unidentified. In 2016, Mary's case was reopened. Authorities made a public appeal to try to identify someone known only as Daryl, who was not considered a suspect in the case. He was instead a friend of Mary's, and police thought it was important for them to speak with him. DNA evidence was also available in the case, and while the technology needed to utilize it to solve the crime did not exist in 1981, it did in 2020. On April 22, 2020, Sacramento Police Chief Daniel Hahn and County District Attorney Anne-Marie Schubert announced that genetic genealogy had been used to identify Mary London's murderer, a man named Vernon Parker. Parker had not previously been a suspect in the case, and he had not even come up during the course of the initial investigation. Unfortunately, Parker, who had been approximately the same age as Mary, could not be prosecuted for the crime because he was deceased. He had been murdered in downtown Sacramento just over a year after Mary's murder. "You can't escape justice," Chief Hahn pointed out. "You can't outrun the horrific things you have done to another human being in our community." One of the original detectives on the case was David Schwartz, a father of 8 originally from Wisconsin. He never forgot about Mary's case, which was finally solved around the time he was personally satisfied that the case was closed and very happy for Mary's family to finally have answers. He made sure he was there to meet Mary's half-sister, Esther Schneider, and her daughter when the announcement of the identification of Mary's killer was made. He would have liked to have given her a hug on the occasion but had to maintain a safe social distance. In 1981, Esther had only learned of her sister's death after seeing it on the news. In 2020, she was informed that the case was solved in person. She was grateful to everyone who worked on Mary's case over the years and believes her sister can now finally be at peace. On August 16, 1963, an elderly couple stopped to pick some flowers along Rockwood Street in Mount Pleasant, a suburb of Perth, Western Australia, when they discovered a rifle hidden amongst some nearby bushes. They notified the police, who collected the weapon and performed ballistics tests on it. These tests showed that the rifle was the weapon used in the murder of Shirley MacLeod, an 18-year-old student who had been killed by a single shot to her head while she was babysitting at a house on Wobble Road in Dalkeith. The discovery of the rifle was the best lead police had in the case, and they decided to use it to lay a trap for Shirley's killer. Hoping he would come back to retrieve the murder weapon, they replaced it with a different but similar rifle, which had been modified so that it could not be used. They tied the rifle to the bushes using fishing line and set up surveillance. Police spent over 2 weeks watching the bushes from a nearby camouflage tent. On September 1st, just after 1 a.m., a car pulled up near the bushes. The driver exited the vehicle, walked up to the bushes, and reached for the butt of the rifle. The 2 police officers watching from nearby ran out from their hiding spot and wrestled the man to the ground. The man was Eric Edgar Cook, a 32-year-old father of 7 who was known to police because of several arrests for thefts and burglaries. He initially told the officers who apprehended him that he had come to collect the rifle, but not because he had left it there. He claimed he had seen the weapon in the bushes the previous Thursday and had come back for it. He had been observed driving up near the bushes the previous Thursday without getting out of his car, but was still brought into custody. While in custody, Cook would ultimately confess to 8 murders and 14 attempted murders. He also admitted to breaking into over 250 homes in Perth. His crimes varied in mode and method, and all of his crimes were not previously connected due to these differences. His first admitted act of serious violence was in September of 1958 when he ran down a woman riding a bicycle with a stolen car. When asked why he had done this, Cook replied, "I just wanted to hurt someone and she was it for the night." While his crimes would remain varied, stealing cars and running down individuals of opportunity would remain one of his preferred acts of violence. Cook said that he committed his first murder in January of 1959 when he stabbed Penina Bergman to death with a diving knife in her South Perth home. She left behind an 8-year-old son who had been spending the night with Penina's former landlords, who remained close friends with her and watched her son on nights when she would go out for the evening. Cook also confessed to one of Australia's most shocking crimes of 1963, a seemingly random spree of shootings around the western suburbs of Perth in the early morning hours of January 27th, just as the country finished celebrating Australia Day. 5 people were shot, 3 of whom did not survive. The then unidentified perpetrator of these various crimes was referred to as the Nightcaller and the Nedlands Monster in various media reports. Cook was able to provide extremely detailed accounts of his crimes, even remembering the exact denominations of the coins and bills he stole from some of the hundreds of homes he robbed, and new information about several of the crimes he claimed responsibility for that the police had not released to the public. While Cook's confessions seemingly solved numerous unsolved cases, they also created a major problem, because 2 of the crimes he confessed to were already considered solved and 2 other men were serving time for committing them. In December of 1959, 22-year-old Gillian Brewer, an heiress to the Robertson family fortune, was killed in a brutal attack with both a tomahawk and a pair of dressmaking scissors in her apartment in Cotslow. 2 years later, a profoundly deaf and mute man named Daryl Beamish, who had been just 18 years old at the time of the murder, was found guilty of the crime and sentenced to death. Police claimed to have obtained 4 confessions to the murder from Daryl. 2 he gave using sign language through an interpreter, 1 was in a written statement, and another was found written in the exercise yard at the facility where he was being held. Daryl claimed that the confessions had been coerced and were the result of intimidation and assault by police. John Button had spent the day of his 19th birthday with his girlfriend, 17-year-old Rosemary Anderson, in February of 1963. They returned to his parents' home that evening and ate fish and chips while watching television with John's brother Jim. Out of the corner of his eye, John saw a hand reach over to take some of his fish and, assuming that it was his brother, said to leave it alone. It had not been Jim but Rosemary, who was annoyed that John was so quick to anger and chastise her over a piece of fish. She walked out of the house to return home, with John following behind her. He drove alongside her as she walked down the street, apologizing and asking her to get in the car and come back to the house with him. She refused and continued walking home. John eventually pulled over and smoked a cigarette, hoping that if he gave Rosemary a few minutes, she would calm down. He began driving down the route Rosemary would take home again, but when Rosemary came back into his view, she was no longer walking. John found her lying unconscious on the side of the road, surrounded by blood. John put Rosemary in the car and drove her to the nearby home of her family doctor, who ran a medical practice adjacent to his home. The doctor called for an ambulance and accompanied Rosemary to the hospital while John waited for the police. When police arrived, John explained to them what had happened. They questioned John about a dent on the front of his car, which he told them was the result of a small accident 3 weeks earlier. He had run into the back of a Ford Prefect, and an accident report on the incident was on file. He then went with the police to show them where he had found Rosemary. He asked the police to take him to the hospital to see Rosemary, but they took him to the police station to question him instead. It not until he was in the interrogation room that John, who had been focused solely on Rosemary and her condition, realized that the police believed that he had hit Rosemary with his car. The police told him that they knew he had hit Rosemary and asked him to tell them what had really happened. John continued to tell them what had happened that night, and the police grew frustrated. According to John, they punched him in the stomach several times. 5 hours into the interrogation, they informed John that Rosemary had passed away. Intimidated by violence, distraught over Rosemary's death, and wanting the interrogation to be over so he could mourn the loss of his girlfriend, John eventually told the police that he would say whatever they wanted him to say. They gave him a statement claiming responsibility for striking Rosemary with his car, and he signed it. John was charged with willful murder and remanded to the death row wing at Fremantle Prison. During the 3 months he spent there before his trial, he was only allowed to see his parents and his lawyers. When he told his lawyer about the coerced confession, he was told that he would be hanged if he made such allegations against the police in court. John's trial lasted a week, with the confession and the dent on his car serving as major aspects of the prosecution's case. The jury deliberated for just 2 hours. When they announced their verdict, the foreman initially announced that they found John not guilty of both willful murder and the lesser charge of manslaughter, but then realized that he had misspoken and announced that the jury had found John guilty of manslaughter. Being found guilty of manslaughter rather than willful murder spared John from the death penalty, but earned him a sentence of 10 years hard labor. He was assigned to the prison carpentry crew, where Daryl Beamish was also working. A fellow inmate told John that Daryl was also innocent of the crime he was incarcerated for, and John eventually learned enough sign language to be able to communicate with Daryl and tried to determine if he really was in the same situation he now found himself in. He eventually learned that Daryl's confessions had also been obtained through intimidation and was convinced of his innocence. John was approximately 6 months into his sentence when he heard the news of Cook's confessions, including the ones to the crimes he and Daryl were currently incarcerated for. He told Daryl that he thought their ordeal would be over within a few days. It was not. John's lawyer filed an appeal, but the judge refused to allow Cook's confession to be used as evidence, arguing that Cook must have been lying. Daryl Beamish would also appeal his sentence several times in light of this new evidence. Cook gave evidence at one of these appeal hearings in 1964, but the judge called the account of the murder utterly worthless and dismissed confession because Cook was a palpable and unscrupulous liar. Despite confessing to so many crimes, Eric Edgar Cook was only tried for one, as a single conviction for willful murder could get him the death penalty. He was charged with killing John Sturkey, an 18-year-old Queen Scout who was preparing to move east to accept a scholarship from the Department of Agriculture to study veterinary science. He had been shot once in the head while he slept on the veranda of a student boarding house on Vincent Street in Nedlands during the Australia Day spree. Cook was convicted and sentenced to death on November 27, 1963. Cook continued maintaining that he had killed both Rosemary Anderson and Gillian Brewer right up until his death. 15 minutes prior to his execution, he took the Bible out of the hands of the minister waiting with him and swore on it that he had killed both women. Cook was hanged at Fremantle Prison on October 26, 1964, becoming the last man to be hanged in Western Australia. Daryl Beamish's death sentence was reduced to life in prison, and he was ultimately released from custody in 1977, having served 15 years. John Button was released on parole after serving 5.5 years of his 10-year sentence. He moved into a small apartment with his parents who had to sell their house and spend all of their savings to pay for their son's legal fees. While John was no longer incarcerated, his conviction still hung over him, affecting him in terms of his mental health and in very concrete, practical ways. John's time in prison limited his ability to work. In addition, John's mother was eventually diagnosed with cancer, and she and John's father moved to England for treatment. Because of his criminal record, John was unable to visit them there. He applied for an exemption when his mother's health declined so that he could see her one final time, but she passed away before the exemption was approved. In 1992, journalist Estelle Blackburn learned of John Button and Daryl Beamish's cases. She spent the next several years investigating and published a book on the case in 1998 called Broken Lives. The success of the book led to increased media attention on and public interest in the cases. Lawyers, other journalists, and forensic experts took interest in and became involved with the cases, and new evidence was uncovered. All of these combined efforts eventually resulted in John and Daryl being able to file new appeals. John Button's appeal went to court in 2002. The court would not allow Eric Edgar Cook's confession to the murder as evidence, but it did allow his widow, Sally, to testify to the numerous confessions to Rosemary's murder Cook had made to her and permit John's lawyers to use a 1964 affidavit given by Cook describing how he had hit Rosemary to compare the details Cook provided with the findings of new accident reconstructions, which were videotaped and shown in court. The new reconstructions were performed by expert Rusty Haight, who found that the impact damage caused by hitting a pedestrian was not present on the Simca John had been driving at the time. 3 vintage Simcas were used in the reconstructions, striking a biomedical human form dummy at varying speeds. None of them showed the damage present on the front of John's Simca that he had attributed to his earlier accident, and all of them had damage to their hoods that was not present on John's Simca. Haight also found that even if Rosemary had been struck with a Simca, she would not have been killed or even sustained serious injury. She also would not have ended up so far off the road where new witness testimony confirmed she had landed after being hit. Haight also performed a reconstruction of the events as described in Cook's affidavit. Cook claimed that he stole a 1962 Holden that night. He saw Rosemary down the road, waited for traffic to clear, and turned the car to line up with her. He struck her at a speed somewhere between 35–40 miles per hour, sending her body over the car's hood and roof. One major reason the appeal judges believed Cook's account to be a fabrication in 1964 was the lack of damage to a metal sun visor that had been present on the Holden. They held that a body could not have been thrown over the vehicle, as Cook described, without hitting the visor, and that Cook's account therefore must have been a lie. He told in an attempt to delay his execution. When Haight reconstructed the events as described in Cook's affidavit, the sun visor did play a role in his findings, but not in the way the judges had assumed it would have almost 40 years earlier. The dummy flew over the car as Cook had described. It did hit the visor, which caused it to fly further out to the side than it had during the reconstructions with the Simcas, causing it to land at a distance more consistent with where Rosemary's body had been found. The sun visor was slightly distorted, but it sprung easily back into place without so much as its paint cracking, leaving no sign of the impact. Detailed photographs of John Button's Simca were available, but there was no way to examine the car Cook claimed he used to kill Rosemary or any of the damage left on it. According to Cook's affidavit, after running Rosemary down, he drove the stolen to Kings Park and crashed it into a tree in an effort to disguise the damage Rosemary's body had left on the vehicle. The car's owner was able to verify this fact, testifying that his Holden had been found crashed into a tree in Kings Park that morning. There were no photographs of the crashed car available, only a report from a panel shop that repaired it. However, based on the results of his reconstructions, he was able to testify that John Button's Simca could not have been used in Rosemary's murder, and that the could have occurred just as Eric Edgar Cook had described. Further important testimony at the appeal came from Trevor Condren, the police crash examiner who had inspected John's car after Rosemary's murder. He testified that he had been able to tell that the was not the one used in the crime, but had been prevented from testifying to that in court. He further testified that there had been no blood, tissue, or fabric fibers found on the Simca. In 2002, the appeals court accepted Cook as Rosemary Anderson's killer, and John Button's manslaughter conviction was overturned. Western Australia's Court of Criminal Appeal began hearing Daryl Beamish's sixth appeal in October of 2004 on what would have been Gillian Brewer's 67th birthday. His lawyers were allowed to argue this new appeal based on 4 other attacks on women in their homes in the late 1950s, early 1960s. These attacks were later attributed to Cook in the state. Daryl's lawyers argued that if the jury at the original trial had been made aware of these other attacks committed by someone else, and the similarities they showed to Gillian Bruner's murder, they would have delivered a different verdict. Documents corroborating Cook's confession to Gillian's murder were also submitted to the court, and 3 of the 4 women testified about their attacks. In April of 2005, Daryl's conviction was overturned. While previous appeals judges had dismissed Cook's confessions to Gillian's murder as lies, the judges in this appeal accepted his final admission of guilt, writing, "It seems to us that Cook had no good reason for lying in the course of making the gallows confession in their judgment." After the decision was announced, Daryl thanked his family, legal team, and friends. He also highlighted the bravery of Cook's family, in particular his widow Sally and his oldest son Tony, in their efforts to help him. Tony was present in court when the decision was announced and said afterwards that the gap between the law and justice has finally been closed. John Button was also in the courtroom that day to see his friend finally receive justice, as he had 3 years earlier. Daryl Beamish initially resisted efforts by his legal team to get him to ask the government for compensation for his wrongful imprisonment. Ultimately, however, he decided that extra financial security was important for the care of his wife, Barbara, whose health was failing. She was also beginning to lose her eyesight, which made it difficult for the couple to communicate as Daryl lied on sign language. In June of 2011, the Western Australian government awarded him an ex gratia payment of $425,000. John Button also received an ex gratia payment of $460,000 in June of 2003. He now works with the Innocence Project, training law students to work on wrongful conviction cases, and he and his wife Helen have moved to New South Wales to be closer to their grandchildren. Kevin Green graduated from high school in 1976 and entered the Marine Corps, eventually earning a merit promotion to corporal. He was stationed at Tustin Marine Air Corps Helicopter Air Station in California. He married his high school sweetheart, but the marriage did not last long. The couple was preparing for divorce in 1978 when Kevin met a young woman named Diana Diallo at a bar. Kevin and Diana married 6 months later in March of 1979. The day Kevin's divorce was finalized, and while Diana was 3 months pregnant, on September 30th, 1979, Diana was still pregnant, 2 weeks past her due date. Around 1 o'clock that morning, Kevin left their apartment in Tustin, California to go to the Jack in the Box restaurant across the street to get a hamburger. The restaurant was full, so he decided to go to another location 3 miles away. When Kevin returned to his apartment 40 minutes later, he noticed an unfamiliar African-American man near a dark-colored van in the parking lot. When he walked up to his apartment, Kevin found his kitchen door open. When he went inside, he found his wife in bed surrounded by so much blood and with such extensive injuries to her head that he initially believed that she had been shot. He called for help and Diana was rushed to the hospital. When Diana arrived at the hospital, an obstetrician was able to detect fetal heart tones. They did not attempt to deliver the baby because of Diana's critical condition. Doctors determined that she had not been shot but had suffered blunt force trauma to her head. She had numerous skull fractures, which resulted in severe swelling in her brain. The next day, fetal heart tones could no longer be found and Diana underwent an emergency C-section. The baby, a girl who was to have been named Chantal Marie, was stillborn. Diana stabilized after 3 days and remained in a coma for a month. While she survived the extensive injuries from her brutal attack, she was left with serious ongoing complications from the brain damage they caused. She was suffering from amnesia and aphasia, meaning she lost her memories and could not understand speech or verbally communicate. She lost hearing in one ear and her sense of smell. Kevin and Diana moved in with her parents so that they could help with her extensive rehabilitation and so that Diana would not have to return to the apartment where she was attacked. Diana was sitting in the waiting room of a dentist's office when she saw a picture of a baby in a magazine. She pointed to the picture and then to her stomach. Her mother took this to mean that she was asking if she had once had a baby and nodded. Diana then pointed to her wedding ring and then to her forehead, which her mother took to mean that Kevin had been the one who had attacked her. Based on this interpretation, police took Kevin into custody. He was released 5 days later as Kevin denied being the culprit, and his mother-in-law's assessment gestures was not enough to bring the case to trial. Kevin was arrested again 4 months later after Diana did eventually say that she recovered the memory of her attack and that it had been her husband who had assaulted her so savagely. She had a memory her husband growing angry when she refused to have sex with him and then beating her with his key ring and raping her. This memory did make sense in the context of Kevin and Diana's volatile and sometimes violent relationship. Kevin drank heavily and had hit Diana before, and the couple argued frequently. Kevin had complained to his friends that Diana no longer wanted to have sex in the later months of her pregnancy because she was so uncomfortable carrying the weight of their unborn child. These facts supported Diana's testimony when she was the key prosecution witness at Kevin's 1980 trial. By that time, Diana had worked hard enough during her rehabilitation to be able to speak again, although she still had a speech impediment and had difficulty spelling her own last name in court. Because of her head trauma and initial amnesia, the prosecution brought in a psychiatrist to testify that Diana's testimony was reliable. Kevin's defense team requested to bring in their own independent psychiatrist to evaluate Diana, but the request was denied. There were circumstances that supported Kevin's claims of innocence. When police arrived at the scene, Diana's blood on her pillow had still been bright red, indicating that it was still fresh and that Kevin had not delayed in calling for help. Neighbors confirmed that Kevin's car was gone during the time the attack must have occurred based on that evidence, and employees at the Jack in the Box confirmed that he had been there. Police also noted that the food Kevin had brought back with him from the restaurant was still warm when they arrived. The jury was convinced by Diana's testimony, however, and found Kevin guilty of second-degree murder for his unborn daughter's death and attempted murder and assault with a deadly weapon for the attack on Diana on October 2, 1980. On November 7th, he was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. Kevin and Diana divorced after his conviction. Bitter over being imprisoned for a crime he did not commit, Kevin spent the first several years of his sentence starting fights and dealing drugs within the prison. Eventually, he realized that he would only survive his ordeal if he turned his life around. He eventually got a degree in computers and a job as an office clerk within the prison and began volunteering for various initiatives at his facility. After several years, he became eligible for parole, but was denied it on at least 4 occasions because he maintained his innocence, which the parole board took as an indication that he had not been rehabilitated because he was not taking responsibility for his actions. He targeted women who lived on ground floor apartments near the highway, and he targeted women who lived on ground floor apartments near the highway and would rape and beat them over the head. The possibility that Diana's rape and attack had been committed by the bedroom basher had originally been considered because of the similarities to the other cases, but that possibility was dismissed when she eventually identified her husband as her assailant. The victims attributed to the bedroom basher are 21-year-old Kimberly Gay Rollins, 31-year-old Marilyn K. Carlton, and 17-year-old Deborah Lynn Sr., all of Costa Mesa, and 24-year-old Deborah Kennedy of Tustin. In early 1996, investigators began looking into the possibility of using the emerging field of DNA comparison to finally solve the series of murders. They petitioned the Orange County Sheriff's Office to run biological evidence from their cases through a new state database of DNA collected from criminals. This effort would eventually match DNA from 6 different crime scenes to one man, Gerald Parker. Gerald Parker had been a Marine stationed at the El Toro Marine Corps Air Station at the time of the bedroom basher murders in 1979. His DNA tied him to the 4 bedroom basher victims as well as to the rape of a 24-year-old optometrist in Costa Mesa, but the 3-year statute of limitations for rape had long since passed. His DNA was also a match to one of the samples taken from inside of Diana Green during her rape exam. Parker was in prison for a parole violation tied to his 1980 conviction for the kidnapping and rape of a 13-year-old girl, but when he was finally tied to all of these other crimes, he was just weeks away from being released. When investigators went to speak with him in Avonal State Prison, he initially denied any involvement. However, he eventually confessed to all the crimes his DNA tied him to, as well as to the 1978 murder of 17-year-old Sandra K. Fry in Anaheim. He would stalk his victims and enter their apartments when he knew they were alone. he would hit them over the head and then rape them. In Diana's case, he had used a 2x4 to inflict her extensive injuries. Parker is African American, and at the time of Diana's attack, he was driving a dark-colored van, meaning he could have been the man Kevin Green saw in the parking lot of his apartment complex the night Diana was attacked. Based on Parker's confession and the DNA evidence, investigators and prosecutors worked quickly to get Kevin Green released from prison. A hearing was held on June 20, 1996, at which Kevin was declared factually innocent. His conviction was overturned, and he left the courtroom a free man. The following day, murder charges were filed against Gerald Parker. He went to trial in October of 1998, accused of 6 counts of murder. Charge number 4 of his indictment was for the death of Chantal Marie Green. He was found guilty, and on January 22, 1999, he was sentenced to death. In October of 1999, Kevin Green was awarded $620,000 by the state of California for his 16 years of wrongful imprisonment. Kevin Green did not fault his ex-wife for testifying that he had been the one who raped and bludgeoned her. There were a lot of people after that who helped her regain her memory in a way that fit their needs, he told reporters after leaving the first day of Parker's trial. He believes her testimony was made in good faith and that she believes she told the truth, even though her memory may have been the result of outside influence, while her brain injury left her highly suggestible and without her memory. Without her memory. Diana, who went back to using her maiden name of Diello after her divorce from Kevin, accepts that Gerald Parker raped and struck her, but does still stand by her testimony and believes that she was raped and bludgeoned by her husband first and then attacked in a similar way by Parker. By her husband first and then attacked in a similar way by Parker. She has argued in court papers that Gerald Parker's guilt does not prove Kevin Green's innocence. Diana had filed a multimillion-dollar wrongful death lawsuit against Kevin right after he was convicted over the death of their daughter. She won the judgment by default because Kevin was incarcerated. Kevin filed a countersuit after his release to have the original judgment dismissed, but Diana was allowed to refile. The case was settled out of court with the terms of the settlement not released to the public in December of 1999. The ongoing legal case did not change Kevin's view of his ex-wife, and he still did not that she was at fault. She was as much of a victim of the system as I was, he said after the case was settled. Kevin went on to become active in the legal community, speaking with the media and presenting on panels about wrongful convictions and other issues facing the criminal justice system. Hull, located in East Yorkshire, England, is home to the University of Hull, which caters to approximately 14,000 students. Among them was 21-year-old Libby Squire, known as Libby. In her second year, Libby had flourished at university. She excelled academically, enjoyed the social opportunities university life offered, and had built a strong circle of friends. Those who knew her described her as incredibly fun, talented, witty, and someone who always made an effort to include everyone. She was a devoted older sister to her brother and 2 sisters and had a close relationship with her parents, Lisa and Russell. Libby had always been highly intelligent and worked hard to achieve good grades, though her family said she often set impossibly high standards for herself. Her mental health began to deteriorate as she struggled with an eating disorder, self-harm, and declining academic performance. Despite these challenges, she continued to push forward, earning her A-levels and feeling immense pride when she was accepted into university to study philosophy. Lisa expressed concern about her daughter being so far from home, fearing it might negatively affect her mental health again. However, Libby was determined it was the right decision and was eager for a fresh start. She took a gap year, traveling to Paris, and by the time she returned, she was more than ready to embrace the next stage of her life. She was in a strong relationship with her boyfriend of 3 years, Connor, with him saying she was the most interesting person he'd ever met, caring and empathetic. "I know it's easy to say at my age, but I knew she was the person for me," he recalled. Libby was always busy and had lots of plans already made for when she graduated. She wanted to go traveling with her housemates and hopefully move into journalism. University had brought out another side in her, and Connor said she was more confident and happy than ever. On January 31, 2019 at 8:30 p.m., Libby left her students' accommodation on Wellesley Avenue, and she and some friends walked to another student house. Most students nearby were going out, and the plan was that Libby and her group of friends would have some drinks, play some games, catch up, and then head out to a popular nearby club called the Welly. At around 10 p.m., she sent Connor a text message to say goodnight as she was leaving her phone at home. And at 11:20, the group arrived at the nightclub, picked up by CCTV as they walked in. Libby was refused entry. She was clearly intoxicated and struggling to walk or stand, and the security team turned her away, saying she'd already had too much to drink. They regrouped, and 10 minutes later her friends put her into a taxi, gave the driver some money, and told him to take her back home. They watched as the taxi drove off and carried on with their night. Just before 3 a.m., the group, who were now starting to arrive home and wind down, sent a text message to a housemate of Libby's that had stayed at home to see how she was. To their alarm, they said Libby hadn't come home, and they hadn't seen or heard from her. They assumed that she was still out at the club. Everybody started calling around other people's homes, wondering if she'd gone there. Not one person had seen her, and as her phone was still at home, they couldn't get hold of her that way either. They also found her house keys in the garden too. Not only was Libby very intoxicated, it was bitterly cold outside and snow was covering parts of the road. They knew this wasn't safe if she was still out there, and they called the police right away. The police were definitely concerned, and the investigation moved quickly. Was it possible that she was struggling with her mental health again, and this had caused her to run away? They wondered. Her friends and family said they had to consider every possibility, but this one was highly unlikely. She had been in the best of spirits, loved her housemates, and had just received great marks and feedback from her Christmas assignments. Within just a few hours, the media was running with the story, and Libby was at the forefront of everybody's minds. The police were able to track down the taxi driver. He said he had dropped her at Wellesley Avenue, and when he glanced back, he saw her walking towards her front door. For whatever reason, Libby hadn't gone inside. Fortunately, the streets were covered by CCTV, and knowing the time she was placed in the taxi, it wasn't hard to find her and track where she had walked after getting out of the cab. Cameras show Libby walking on the roads nearby at 11:37 p.m. At 11:40 p.m., two passersby stopped to try and help her when they found her lying in the snow. They said Libby was crying and agitated, but didn't want any help and was snappy and incoherent. They felt there was nothing they could do. A group of students then saw her outside their house and invited her in to check that she was okay, but she carried on walking, seemingly aimlessly. And authorities said given how cold it was that early morning, she could well have been suffering from the early side effects of hypothermia. It wasn't looking good. However, police said they were still treating it as a missing persons inquiry, although reporters said behind the scenes, the detectives were actually looking at it as an abduction. Libby's parents began making appeals. "Libby, my darling pie, we just want to know that you're safe. Please get in touch with us any way you can. The whole family is missing you, especially me and your dad, sisters, and your brother. I miss you so much. It's breaking my heart not knowing where you are. Please come forward with any information you may have. No matter how small or irrelevant it may be, we just want Libby home." The search parties were huge, and Libby's name was all over social media and the news. The university started collaborating with the police to arrange times and places to go out searching. Police asked residents to check their gardens, sheds, and outbuildings to see if she may have taken shelter there. Door-to-door inquiries were being carried out, and bins and drains were being searched. Clothing that matched what she was wearing that night started circulating, and they asked people spotted on the CCTV around the same time and area to please come forward. It was now national news and the biggest investigation in homicide police's history. Her phone was looked at, but there was no evidence on this either to indicate that she had met up with anybody. Absolutely nothing was turning up, and it really was down to the cameras to carry on piecing the jigsaw together. Finally, police would receive their first big tip. A resident that lived near Oaks Road playing fields said he heard a woman screaming at around 1:15 midnight, and the noise was heard coming from around the wooded area. It was so loud, it woke him up, and he knew the time was exact because he had checked his phone. He looked out of his window to see a man hurrying towards a car. Using this time frame, police went back and searched through the cameras again and started working in reverse order. If what the neighbor heard was indeed Libby, it meant there was around a 30 to 40-minute window between when she was first seen walking around the streets to that specific point in time. It had definitely narrowed a lot down. Finally, they saw something on the footage. They noticed a silver Vauxhall Astra had been circulating the area for hours before Libby was last seen. It was just driving round and round for seemingly no reason. Just before midnight, this very car was seen pulling in at the end of the road, close to where Libby was walking. A person stepped out and crossed the road quickly to follow her. Libby appeared to be stood still near the bus stop, but she was actually walking back in the direction of her house. The person then crossed back over and started walking along the other side of the road. It appeared that whoever it was had crossed the road to see who, if anyone, Libby was with and gauge what the situation was. They stopped for a minute before crossing back over the road and talking to Libby. 5 minutes then passed when the pair were walking together, but in the opposite direction Libby had been heading in. Libby was on the pavement and the driver was sat in the car. Authorities saw a few more headlights come and go, and believed whoever the driver was waiting for the coast to be clear before continuing on. At 12 o'clock and 8 seconds a.m., Libby got inside whoever's vehicle it was, and the car drove off. Her watch was later found in that exact area. Something had caused it to come off, and police theorized that there was likely a point where either the driver physically tried to coax her in or grabbed her arm to pull her in. It was such a vital piece of footage, one that if the car had been parked even a foot further away, would probably have been useless. They now had a description of the car and, going off of what the residents had said, a time frame and a potential location for where the car had ended up with Libby. Sure enough, the car was tracked as it pulled into Oak Road's playing fields. 10 minutes then passed, and this was around the time the resident heard the screams. The car lights then came on and the car exited the fields and headed back out onto the streets. 2 women then also came forward with a separate complaint, but one that would ultimately be a huge lead as well. They reported that at around 3 a.m., a man had stepped out in front of them on the street and started masturbating. They were horrified, but he didn't seem bothered at all, relishing in just how uncomfortable they were. Using this time, location, and description, they found the man in question. Everything matched up and it was the same man in the same car. They now had a clear image of their person of interest. Following his movements in the hours before and days afterwards, they got a hit on the car's number plate. On February 6th, the police announced that they had made an arrest in connection with Libby's disappearance. The person they had arrested would turn out to be 24-year-old Powell Reloix, a married father of 2 who worked as a butcher. Cavell had moved to the UK from Poland as a teenager and went to a catering college near Hull. And as well as being arrested on suspicion of the abduction of Libby, he was also arrested for sexual offenses. They finally had their person of interest in custody. Neighbors said all they saw was a hard-working man, someone who enjoyed the gym, baking, and long walks with his young family. He was always friendly, polite, and smiley. There was nothing untoward at all. But little did anyone know, Pavel would soon rack up a string of crimes, and police had actually just caught a very dangerous individual. Pavel lived very close to where Libby was last seen and the fields from where the screams had come from. After taking his prints in a DNA sample, it turned out he was linked to several other crimes going back almost 2 years. For a long time, Pavel had been breaking into people's homes, peering through windows, watching couples have sex, and following women on the streets, often exposing himself to them. Sometimes he would break into houses, steal underwear, and leave used condoms around. One woman woke up one night to find Powell staring at her through the glass of her bedroom door. She texted her housemates who chased him out and tried to get a photo, but it just wasn't clear enough. Another time he did this, it was actually on the same street that Libby lived on. Although fingerprints were often lifted and DNA was taken from the houses, Pavel had no criminal record, and a match to him was never made. But now there was, and a lot of matches to say the least. According to sources, it was fairly obvious that Powell was a sexual deviant from an early age, and by his own admission, he was unable to control his urges and had an addiction to hardcore and violent pornography. He would often tell his wife he was going for an evening run, but instead he would prowl the streets looking for open windows to look in or climb through, or women walking alone so he could follow them and expose himself. It had now been 7 days since Libby had gone missing, and the police were conducting a thorough review of their person of interest's house and vehicle. Whilst his house turned up nothing, inside his vehicle was a different story. There was dirty underwear, sex toys, used condoms, photographs of women clearly taken without their permission, and various items that he had stolen from houses. When he was asked about Libby, he denied having ever seen her in his life. But when the CCTV was put to him, he changed his story, saying he had picked her up that night to help her, calling himself a good Samaritan, and offered to take her home. He said he drove her to Oak Fields and then drove off. He then went back to his house where he had a bath and watched pornography on his phone. It wasn't quite an admission, but it was enough to at least place him at the scene. And given what the residents had said about the screams, they knew there was far more to this story. Detectives said they felt this was probably no longer a missing persons case and that Libby had been met with harm. They had enough to formally charge Pavel with 13 sexual offenses from various points in time, but they were told there still wasn't enough to link him directly to Libby. 7 weeks after Libby had gone missing, the case would take a huge shift. A fisherman in the Humber estuary found a badly decomposing body floating in the water. Around the neck was a little necklace with the letter L on it. Testing confirmed that Libby had been raped before being killed. Her body was so severely decomposed that it was not possible to determine a cause of death, and it was unconfirmed whether she was already dead when she went into the water or not. The pathologist said she could have died from asphyxiation or drowning, but could not be certain. But police felt confident that her body had been pushed into the river hole behind the fields, and she had floated out into the River Humber. Everyone was devastated, and Lisa was even more upset when she found out where her daughter's body had been found. Libby had a huge fear of water and wasn't a strong swimmer. Wondering whether she was alive or not when she went into the river only added to the heartbreak, Lisa said. As word started to spread that this was now a murder inquiry, Lisa posted to Facebook and said, "I cannot thank you enough, my darling pie, for making me a mummy, for choosing me to be your mummy. I kept you safe for as long as I could. And I am so sorry I could not keep you safe on that night. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." It was now August 2019, 7 long months since Libby had first gone missing. Powell was now due in court to face the other charges which he was pleading not guilty to. However, he changed his plea last minute and entered a plea of guilty to 9 counts in total, 4 counts of voyeurism, 2 counts of outraging public decency, and 3 counts of burglary between 20,172,019. He was sentenced to 8.5 years, but this was reduced to just under 6 after a successful appeal. Authorities were thankful he was now locked up, and they continued their investigations into him without fear of him fleeing the country. All they could do was continue to build their case against Powell, looking through quite literally thousands of hours of footage to further solidify his movements on the night that Libby had got into his car. More footage showed him driving back out to the same location at about 2:30 in the morning, just 2 hours after he was initially there with her. He stayed for a few minutes before heading back into town, which is when he exposed himself to the women on the street. This was the final piece they needed. Powell would have no reason to go back there unless he was concealing things and covering up evidence. More tests also came back after months of waiting. These showed that Powell's DNA was on and inside Libby's body. Powell then changed his story. He said that Libby had essentially thrown herself at him and the pair had had consensual sex in the fields before he left her there. But it was clear that this was not the truth, and detectives now had enough to again put forward their case, hoping to be allowed to file charges for rape and murder. While they waited, in October 2019, almost 300 people gathered for Libby's funeral. Just 2 weeks after this, the police made the announcement that they had been hoping to make for so long, and one the public had been waiting for. After consulting with prosecutors, Powell Reloix was charged with the rape and murder of Libby Squire. As he was read the charges in the police car via a translator, he started to laugh, appearing completely unfazed. His own mother said, "I know in my heart that Pavel did not do anything to this girl. He is a good boy who respects women." She added, however, that her heart was breaking for the Squire family, and said that if it turned out her son had done something, he should be punished to the fullest extent. Pavel pleaded not guilty, maintaining his story of it being a casual, consensual hookup. And the trial, after many delays due to the pandemic, finally began in January of 2021. The prosecution put forward a damning case. Pavel was a highly dangerous predator whose crimes had escalated to such a degree that he was willing to do anything to fulfill his sexual perversions. He saw women as objects and got a thrill out of frightening them. From the second he saw Libby that night, alone, cold, upset, and vulnerable, she was his target, and he knew instantly what he was going to do the second she got into his car. They said if it wasn't Libby, it would have been someone else, sober or intoxicated. On that day or another, he was intent on raping and most likely killing someone, and it just so happened to be Libby on that fateful night. But the defense were focused on the less than 10-minute window he would have had to commit the crime. If his car pulled into the fields at 12:11 and the screams were heard at 12:14, and then he was back out and driving by 12:20, it left a less than 10-minute window for all of this to happen in. But the prosecution said it was absolutely possible, given the fact that Libby was probably unable to fight back, unsteady on her feet, and Pavel was incredibly fit and determined in that moment to do what he ultimately did. Prosecutors also said they didn't have to prove that he had done absolutely in that small window either. The DNA evidence and the CCTV spoke for itself. Given the fact he returned to the scene 2 hours later anyway, this was the time he could have easily cleaned up the evidence and moved Libby's body. Prosecutors said that it was clear he was always looking for more, to push things further, and when breaking into homes and watching women was no longer fulfilling, it would only be a matter of time before he took it further still to satisfy his urges. And the reason he was getting more brazen with his crimes was because he could. He was getting away with it time and time again. After a difficult trial lasting 2 weeks, the jury began to deliberate. He was found guilty by an 11-1 majority. He was later jailed for life with a minimum term of 27 years. Upon sentencing him, the judge said that Libby did not stand a chance that night and said that Pavel may never be released. And if he is, he will be monitored for the rest of his days. He called the whole case unimaginatively harrowing. If he is successful in his parole applications, he will be in his early 50s. After his conviction, his wife separated from him and moved back to Poland. She maintains to this day that their relationship was nothing but good, and she was horrified when everything came out, as it was not the man she knew. Lisa remains committed to campaigning to change the laws around non-contact sex offenses, asking for harsher sentences. Police joined forces with the Squire family with a campaign that urged people to report what is considered low-level sex offenses. Lisa even had a meeting with the then Prime Minister Boris Johnson, where she argued that whole life tariffs should be automatic for anyone convicted of murder. She said that Boris Johnson told her, "There aren't the prison spaces." Lisa responded, "Well then build more prisons, it's as simple as that. Anyone who goes out and takes a life should be given a whole life tariff." End of. In 27 years, Libby doesn't come back. I don't get my daughter back. My children don't get to have their sister back. We have a whole life sentence to live. In 2022, Lisa said she wanted to meet with Pavel in prison to talk about what had happened that night. Pavel agreed. "A lot of people don't understand this. I don't hate him. I'm not angry with him. I just want information from him. I don't wish to forgive him. I don't wish to understand why he did what he did. For me, it's very much about finding out how she was in those last 20 minutes of her life. It's actually quite a brave thing for him to do. To agree to see me in the first place is a big thing, and I am grateful. Nothing he can tell me can be worse than what goes on in my imagination," Lisa said. But in February 2023, Powell retracted the agreement, saying he felt that he had been portrayed as a bad person in the media because of the Squire family, and as a result, he no longer wanted to talk to Lisa. For Lisa, who quite frankly had shown nothing but grace towards him, it was a huge blow, and clearly his way of keeping some element of control until the end. Libby's family have continued to show an unwavering level of decorum and strength, channeling all their energy and efforts into hopefully making changes to the laws and keep Libby's memory alive. Lisa said, "Every morning in that lull between sleep and waking up, I still think life is normal. Then I wake up and remember Libby is gone. Sometimes the grief takes me by surprise, looking at pictures of Libby that I've looked at 1,000,000 times in tears thinking, why has someone taken this lovely human being? Lisa Marie Ziegert was born in March 1968 and spent the majority of her life in Agawam, Massachusetts. She was one of 4 children in a tight-knit family. Lisa had a deep passion for music and played several instruments, including the flute and saxophone, in the Agawam High School band. She was also a drum major in the band for 2 years. Throughout her high school years, she was actively involved in various extracurricular activities, including being a member of the National Honor Society and the American Field Service, as well as contributing to both the school newspaper and the literary magazine. After graduating from Agawam High in 1986, she attended Westfield State College, where she graduated cum laude with a degree in elementary education in 1990. Lisa's dream was to become a teacher, and her love for children led her to work at a summer camp for several years and teach Sunday school at her parish. She was beloved by children, who appreciated her ability to embrace the silly, joyful side of life, even as an adult. Although Lisa did not secure a teaching position immediately after college, she was hired as a teacher's aide at Agawam Middle School, where she primarily worked with students in the special education program. Music remained a significant part of her life. If a favorite song played on the radio while she was driving, she would often pull into a parking lot, crank up the volume, and step out of the car to dance. Lisa also enjoyed drawing and frequently gave her artwork as gifts to friends and family. As a young adult, Lisa remained close to her family and had a tight-knit group of friends, many of whom were also close to the Sievert family. Lisa's boyfriend, Blair, co-owned a house with one of the friends he had in common with Lisa, and they had several other members of their friend group as roommates, including Lisa's sister, Lynn. In addition to working at the middle school during the day, 24-year-old Lisa also worked in the evenings as a clerk at Brittany's card and gift shop where she had been employed since 1989. When one of Lisa's co-workers, named Sophia, arrived at the card shop on the morning of April 16, 1992, she was surprised to see Lisa's car still in the parking lot, as Lisa should have been at her job at the middle school at that time. When she went to the front door, she found it unlocked. The lights were still on and the music was still playing when she went inside. Lisa would normally turn both of them off before leaving for the night and never forgot to lock up at the end of her shift. Sophia did not immediately panic, thinking perhaps Lisa had forgotten something at the store the night before and had returned on a break between classes, maybe turning on all of the lights and the music to help her open the store while she was there. Sophia called out Lisa's name but got no answer. She walked up down the aisles looking for Lisa but did not find her. She did find Lisa's purse behind the counter near the cash register. At this point, Sophia knew that something was wrong, and her fears only increased when she found a back room in disarray. She ran out of the store and to another business across the street to call the police. Lisa had not reported to work at Agawam Middle School on 16th, which was unusual enough that the school called her mother, inquiring about her. Lisa's mother, Dee, did not immediately panic, assuming there was an innocent explanation for Lisa not going to work, like her oversleeping, which was unusual but not impossible. Word of the scene at the card store and Lisa's disappearance got around the small community quickly, however, reaching Lisa's sister, Lynn, shortly after Sophia called the police. Lynn went to her mother's job to tell her that Lisa was missing, and at that point Dee realized that something truly was wrong. At the card store, police found a dent in the door that looked like a heel mark and boxes in the back that were crushed, as though someone had been on top of them. There was also a small amount of blood splatter on several boxes. It appeared that Lisa had somehow been lured to the back of the store, where there had been a struggle. Police theorized that she had been taken out of the back entrance on the side of the building and into an alley. 2 doors and a card rack were removed by police as evidence. No money was found to be missing from the cash register. Lisa's shift on 15th had started at 4 p.m. and she was supposed to close the store at 9. She was the only employee at the store for her shift. A police officer had noticed that the lights at the car shop had still been on at 3 a.m. and put it in his notes but could not follow up on it because he then was called to transport a prisoner. Lisa had spoken with the owner of the carpet store next door for about 15 minutes before he left to go home at 7:35 after closing his store. They commiserated over the parking problems at the shopping caused by people using its lot when going to the nearby bowling alley instead of the stores in the center. Before he left, he told Lisa he wouldn't be challenging any of the drivers because, in his words, there are a lot of crazy people out there. Authorities were eventually able to narrow down the time of Lisa's disappearance to a short window of time. The last transaction on the cash register occurred at 8:20 p.m. Another customer arrived at the store at 9:0:5 but found it empty. She thought she heard a noise from the back of the store but left without investigating it. This meant Lisa vanished sometime between ringing out the purchase at 8:20 and when the customer arrived just after 9 on April 15. Scent tracking dogs were brought in and nearby drains and sewers were searched. Officers searched the surrounding area on foot, and helicopters were used to search the area from above. Both the state police and the FBI were brought into the investigation. The Westfield River was not far from the shop, so its banks were also searched. Numerous people who knew Lisa, both in Massachusetts and in Connecticut, were interviewed. For most of the day on 16th, the case was treated as a missing persons case, but on 17th, Agawam Police Lieutenant Robert Campbell told the press that the chances of Lisa simply walking away from the store were slim, and the following morning he formally announced that the case was considered a kidnapping as their investigation had ruled out other possibilities. April 19th was Easter Sunday in 1992. With Lisa still missing, all 12 churches in Agawam passed out white ribbons for their congregants to wear as a sign of hope that Lisa would soon be found and of support for her family at their services that morning. Later that day, around 2 p.m., a man was walking his dog just a few miles away from the card shop, looking into a wooded area off of Route 75. He saw what appeared to be a partially clothed woman's body and called the police. Based off of the clothing with the body and a charm bracelet on her wrist, the woman was identified as Lisa Ziegert. Lisa's autopsy would show that she had been raped, and in addition to numerous defensive injuries, she had suffered 8 knife wounds. The fatal wound had been to her neck. Lisa's disappearance had been followed by 3 days of snow and sleet, so when investigators responded to the scene, they were up to their ankles in mud. They followed in each other's tracks so as to preserve evidence, such as the tire tracks that were visible in the area. After visiting the crime scene, Agawam Police Detective Wayne Nacy sped over to the Ziegert house, fearing that if he slowed down at all, he would lose his nerve and leave the difficult task of informing Lisa's family of her death to someone else. He tried to think of the least offensive word he could use for dead. He did not have to make such a determination, however, as when he arrived at the Ziegert family home, Lisa's mother, Dee, knew by the fact that he had come to her home that Lisa had been found and asked him if she was dead, leaving him only the task of confirming it. Dee would say, nearly 3 decades later, that she still admired him for the bravery he showed by coming to tell her in person. Lisa's funeral mass was said at Sacred Heart Church, where Lisa had been a Sunday school teacher. More than 900 people were in attendance. In early May, Joseph O'Neill, the owner of Brittany's card and gift shop, made the decision to permanently close the store. He had been considering doing so for some time, but the dismay he felt knowing Lisa had been taken from the store and the grief he felt over his employee's death finalized his decision. The store closed for the final time on May 30th. Lisa's murder was devastating not only to her family and friends, but to her community as well. Agawam previously had a very small town feel to it, and its residents felt safe there. That all changed after Lisa was abducted and killed. Some parents refused to let their daughters go to work for a time, and large numbers of women signed up for self-defense classes. Within 2 days of the discovery of Lisa's body, more than 300 women had filed for permits to carry firearms or mace. Local businesses began escorting employees to their cars when they left at night and eliminating single clerk shifts. Police also began offering to perform check-ins at businesses that were open late to ensure the safety of the people working there. All 8 members of the Detective Bureau at the Agawam Police Department were put on the case, and 8 other investigators from other agencies joined them. The FBI provided resources for the investigation, and the Connecticut State Police were brought in because of the proximity of the site where Lisa's body was found to the state border. Lisa's case was being worked on nearly constantly, with investigators working shifts of 18 hours or longer, spanning every day of the week for several months. Community organizations and local businesses donated a total of $5,000 for a reward for information that led to the arrest of Lisa's killer. A single-source male DNA sample had been identified from the crime scene. While DNA science was still a relatively new tool in law enforcement, it played an important role in the investigation. While no one in the Sievert family or Lisa's circle of friends ever suspected Lisa's boyfriend, Blair, of being the perpetrator, he was investigated thoroughly by police because of his relationship with Lisa. He had an alibi for the time of the murder, and his DNA was not a match to that found at the crime scene. Numerous other friends and associates of Lisa's were investigated and had their DNA tested as well. No DNA match was found, and no other clues tying any of them to the crime could be identified. Investigators were flooded with tips. They investigated and rolled out owners of trucks similar to a suspicious vehicle seen in the area the night of Lisa's death, a man who threw out some carpet and a t-shirt at a local car wash, and a man who had allegedly gone to the snack bar at Lisa's Women's Only Health Club so that he could stare at women while they exercised. A large number of calls were from people who were certain that they knew who killed Lisa based on a baseless rumor and subsequent conspiracy theory. One of Lisa's male friends, who was the other owner of the home Lisa's boyfriend Blair co-owned, worked at his father's restaurant near the card shop. Word spread around town that he and Blair were in a relationship and that Lisa had walked in on them, thus giving him a motive to kill her. While that would have been a potential motive had the story been true, it was a total fabrication with no evidence to support it. The friend was the son of a retired police detective, which led to allegations that Lisa's case remained unsolved because police were covering up the involvement of the son of one of their own. Since this friend was connected both to the police and to Lisa, he may have been an early topic of speculation, which subsequently gave rise to the false love triangle rumors. This friend's DNA was not a match to the sample from the scene, and he had a restaurant full of customers and co-workers who could attest to his presence at the restaurant on the night of April 15th. Most importantly, during the window of time when Lisa was abducted. It was the policy of the police to not publicly exclude suspects prior to the solving of a case, however, so while they had evidence supporting his innocence, they could not announce any of it. People who believed the rumors would continue to call in claiming he was guilty every time there was a renewed appeal for information in the case for decades, which did nothing to help the investigation. Despite ongoing investigative efforts, police eventually ran out of leads. It's like you hope the hand of God is going to come down and tap you on the shoulder, Detective Massey told the Union News on the first anniversary of Lisa's murder. But it turns out to be just rehashing old leads and trying to come up with new angles. Investigators were therefore when the national television program, Unsolved Mysteries, featured Lisa's case in October of 1993. Detective Massey went to California so that he could be at the show's phone bank when the segment first aired and receive any tips as soon as they came in. Within an hour of the broadcast, more than 100 tips related to the case were called in from throughout the Northeast. One of these tips was from the customer who had entered the card shop just after 9 p.m. on the day of the crime, which allowed to identify such a narrow window of time during which Lisa was abducted. A few other tips worth following up on were received as well, but the case remained unsolved. While Lisa's time teaching children in Agawam was cut short, her family made sure she still made a major impact on education in the area. In 1995, Lisa's parents donated $1,100 to Agawam High School's science department for the purchase of equipment that would allow them to hold classes on genetics, a subject that remained close to their hearts as they still hoped it would help solve their daughter's case. They also established the Lisa M. Ziegert Memorial Fund, which distributed over $1,000 in scholarships within the first decade that followed Lisa's murder. On the 10th anniversary of her death, the fund donated $10,000 to the children's section at the Agawam Public Library. Lisa continued to remain an important part of her family's lives in the years following her murder. When she got married, Lisa's sister Lynn and her new husband brought the bouquet Lisa should have carried as the maid of honor at their wedding to her gravesite. The anniversary of Lisa's death was regularly marked by a candlelight vigil. Dee Ziegert never turned down an interview request, and even as years dragged on without answers, she remained committed to using the media to keep her daughter's memory alive and continue her family's mission to get justice for Lisa. The strongest piece of evidence police had in the case was the DNA found at the scene. However, they could never find a match to it in any criminal database despite regularly checking for one. They therefore began looking at alternative means by which to use the DNA to generate leads. In September of 2016, Hampton District Attorney Anthony Galliuni released 2 images developed following more than a year's worth of work by Parabon Nanolabs. Parabon used the DNA from the crime scene to predict certain physical characteristics of the man it belonged to and generated sketches showing what he may look like at 2 different ages. More than 170 tips were called in after the sketches were released. It would be almost exactly 1 more year before the contributor of that DNA was identified. On September 18, 2017, more than 25 years after Lisa's murder, it was announced that an arrest had been made in her case. 48-year-old Gary E. Shara was in custody, charged with first-degree murder, aggravated rape, and kidnapping. Shara's involvement in the case had first been suggested in 1993. Police in Agawam received a phone call from a divorce lawyer in Seattle who told them he had a client who believed her soon-to-be ex-husband had something to do with Lisa's murder. Joyce McDonald Chara had lived with her husband Gary in his hometown of Longmeadow, Massachusetts, just east of Agawam. She claimed that he was unusually interested in the media coverage of Lisa's case and would hurry into the room whenever it was mentioned on the news and remain fixated on the television for the duration of the report. Police followed up on Gary Shara, but Joyce's credibility was quickly called into question. According to friends, she had a long history of mental health issues and alcohol abuse. She and Gary had a tumultuous relationship and were in the middle of a lengthy and contentious custody battle over their young son, whom Joyce had taken to Seattle without Gary's knowledge or permission, even though he was the boy's custodial parent. Because of the notoriety of Lisa's case, police had previously received numerous tips from women claiming their partners had been involved that turned out to have been called in following infidelity, abuse, or a breakup in the relationship. The circumstances surrounding Joyce and Gary's relationship raised concerns that this may have been one of those tips. Gary was contacted, but denied any involvement in the crime and investigators' requests for a DNA sample. A file on Gary Shara was created and remained in the case file. Shara did speak with investigators more than once about Lisa's case. Investigators compiled a list of men they had files on who had previously refused to submit DNA samples. Shara was on that list. In 2002, he agreed to a short interview but said during it that he wouldn't provide his DNA because he was afraid of cloning. Investigators spoke to him again in 2008. During this interview, Shara seemed very aware of the possibility of the police collecting his DNA, even though he continued to refuse to provide a sample. He would not touch anything in the room, including the table, and refused the bottle of water offered to him. Following the creation of the forensic sketches by Parabon, authorities went to a grand jury in August of 2017 and obtained court orders compelling 11 men to submit their DNA for comparison to the sample from Lisa's crime scene. These men all had a file in the investigation records and had the physical characteristics predicted by Parabon. One of these men was Gary Shara. When Massachusetts state troopers went to Chara's home to inform him that he was now legally obligated to provide them with a sample of his DNA on September 13, 2017, he was not there, and they were only able to speak with his roommate. They told the roommate that they had important paperwork to deliver to Gary and left a business card. The next day, Chara's girlfriend came in to see the state troopers. She had discovered 3 handwritten documents Shara had left for her in her apartment. One was a last will and testament, one was a brief note of apology to the Ziegert family, and the third and longest was an extensive confession to the rape and murder of Lisa Ziegert. I've never really been or even felt normal. From a very young age, I was fascinated by abduction and bondage. I could never keep it too far from my mind for long. On that fateful day, I let myself do something terrible, he wrote in the letter. I had no intention of killing her when I grabbed her, but events spun out of my control. And in the eyes of the law, it is all the same. I had never regretted anything so much. I was young and headstrong and foolish, emphasis on that last part. While he admitted to Lisa's murder and to his lengthy fascination with abduction, he said that Lisa was his only victim. I also never did anything of the like again. I hated what happened. I despised myself. I thought of turning myself in 100 of times over the years, but I truly am a coward, he wrote. Today it will end. I will take my own life or face the music as it were. Cara was still not sure which of these options he would take. He indicated that he knew that once his DNA was analyzed, he would be sent to prison for the rest of his life. As of the writing of the letter, he was unsure if he was strong enough to finally take responsibility for his actions, or if he would take what he described as the coward's way out. Authorities immediately began searching for Cara, both because he was trying to evade them and because they believed he would take his own life rather than face prosecution. Cara's black Honda Civic was ultimately found in the parking lot of Johnson Memorial Medical Center in Stafford Springs, Connecticut, with what appeared to be a suicide note on its dashboard. To whomever finds my body, I apologize for any psychological trauma incurred. Call Mass State Police. Thank you, it read. Cara had attempted to his own life by overdosing on Motrin, but had then driven himself to the emergency room. He was taken into custody on September 16th and arraigned as a fugitive from justice prior to his extradition back to Massachusetts. Search warrants for both Cara's apartment and his girlfriend's apartment had been issued and were executed on September 15th. Several items that could be a potential source of Cara's DNA, including his toothbrush, were collected and tested. His DNA was in fact a match to the DNA from the crime scene. Cara's ex-wife Joyce could not provide further information about why she had initially believed Gary was involved in Lisa's murder because she had passed away in 2014. In court documents related to her divorce from Gary, authorities found an allegation by her that Gary had told her he could only have sex with her if he were in control and had a knife to her throat. Speaking to her family members, investigators also learned that Joyce had called her the day after Lisa's abduction, concerned by the fact that her husband had come home very late the night before, full of nervous energy and covered in scratches. Cara had also given Joyce a music box featuring a blue carousel horse and told her he had purchased it from Brittany's card shop. He told her a little old lady with gray hair had sold it to him, but the store did not employ anyone matching that description. By the time Cara was arrested, there was no way to confirm if the exact music box had been sold at Brittany's, but former employees did say that it was consistent with the kind of items they sold at the time. Even without Joyce's testimony, prosecutors believed they had a very strong case against Cara thanks to the confession letter and the DNA found at the crime scene. Despite this strong evidence, including his own confession to the crime, Cara still pleaded not guilty to the charges he was facing. Prosecutors and Sarah's defense team began preparing for trial. 2 years later, however, Sarah appeared in court to make a change in plea. On September 25, 2019, he confirmed to a judge that he was the individual who had murdered Lisa Ziegert and that he was forever giving up his right to a jury trial. Guilty pleas to a charge of first-degree murder are rare in Massachusetts, as the state has a mandatory sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole for that charge. The district attorney's office would be dropping the kidnapping and aggravated rape charges as the statute of limitations on them had expired. Lisa's family was in the courtroom as Cara was formally sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. They were able to make victim impact statements in the courtroom, and following the proceedings, Dee Ziegert expressed her gratitude to the people who had cared so much for and had never given up on her Lisa, and her relief that her family would not have to go through the further stress of a jury trial. Following the judge's acceptance of Cara's guilty plea, Hampton District Attorney Anthony Gallooni made a statement saying, "It remains tragically true that Lisa will never return to her loving family, but the search for criminal justice ended today with the beginning of Gary Ashara's life sentence in prison. The Ziegert family's unbroken faith, strength, and grace over these many years encouraged and inspired me, the many investigators who worked this case, and the public to relentlessly search for the truth. To those many investigators from the Massachusetts State Police, Agawam Police Department, prosecutors from the Hampton District Attorney's Office, and those in the public who never forgot Lisa and believed that justice would someday result, thank you." On January 3, 1956, 3 boys went for a hike near Wadsworth Park, northwest of Great Falls, Montana. While walking down a dirt road, they came across a car parked between 2 trees. The car's radio, headlights, emergency brake, and ignition were all on, and it was in gear. Outside the vehicle, the boys discovered the body of a man, face down and partially under the car. His hands were tied behind his back with what was later identified as his own belt. The man had been shot in the head. He was 18-year-old Lloyd Dwayne Bogle, the car's owner. Dwayne, originally from Waco, Texas, was an airman of second class who had been stationed at nearby Malmstrom Air Force Base for the past 8.5 months. He served with the 29th Fighter Interceptor Squadron and was a graduate of Waco High School. Known for his charm and sense of humor, Dwayne was beloved by his family. Authorities ruled out robbery as a motive for the murder since Dwayne's expensive camera was still in the car, and $5 in cash was found on his body. Instead, investigators feared a more sinister motive, possibly kidnapping. When Dwayne's girlfriend's parents, Patricia Patty Kalitsky's parents, reported that Dwayne and Patty had been together the previous evening and that Patty had not returned home. No sign of Patty was found near the car, prompting authorities to extend their search. The following day, January 4th, a county road worker discovered Patty's body at the bottom of a rocky ravine along Vineyard Road, 5 miles outside Great Falls and nearly 8 miles from where Dwayne had been killed and Patty likely abducted. A trail of blood led from the gravel road above to the spot where her body was found. Patty, just 16 years old and a junior at Great Falls High School, had also been killed. She was popular in her neighborhood and in school, and according to one of her friends, she did not have a mean bone in her body. Her classmates described her as witty, fun-loving, and bubbly, and her sister said she was always smiling. Patty was seemingly good at everything she tried, including ballet and tap dancing. Patty and Dwayne had only recently started dating after meeting at Patty's cousin's wedding a month before they were killed. They bonded in part over their shared love of music and dancing. While they had not been together for very long, Patty and Dwayne were spinning with each other. The couple had already begun discussing marriage, and Dwayne had spent Christmas of 1955 as a guest in the Kalitsky family home. They spent all of their free time together, and the Kalitskys already considered Dwayne to be like part of their family. Newspapers reported shortly after the murders that Patty's parents had not contacted authorities as soon as she failed to return home on the evening of January 2nd because they assumed that she and Dwayne had eloped. However, according to Patty's sister, Darlene, while the couple was in love and extremely happy together, they were still getting to know each other, and Patty was determined to go to college, so an elopement was not immediately considered. Her parents had panicked when Patty, who was responsible and considerate, failed to return home by her 10 p.m. curfew, which she always adhered to. They began calling around to Patty's older sister's sisters to see if she had gone to one of their homes, but she was not with any of them. When they could not find Patty anywhere she conceivably would have gone, they then began considering the possibility that Patty had eloped as her oldest sister had done when she was Patty's age. Patty and Dwayne had last been seen at Pete's Drive in restaurant drinking Cokes on the night of January 2nd. According to the employees of the drive-in, they arrived there around 8:30 p.m. and left a little after 9. They were alone in Dwayne's car. The location where Dwayne and his car were found was used as a local lover's lane, leading police to believe that Dwayne and Patty had driven there on their own accord and their killer had found them there and forced them out of the vehicle. Authorities believed that Dwayne and Patty were both killed by the same person due to the circumstances of the case and the manner in which they were killed. Both Patty and Dwayne appeared to have been forced to kneel before they were shot in the head from behind. Authorities did not initially believe Patty had been sexually assaulted in any way because she was found fully clothed save for the one shoe that came off of her foot as she rolled down the embankment, and the initial inspection of her body was inconclusive. However, further testing and examination showed injuries consistent with rape, a conclusion that would be further validated by more advanced technology applied to the evidence decades later. The coroner believed Dwayne survived for several hours after he was shot. He placed the time of the shooting sometime between 10 p.m. and midnight and Dwayne's time of death sometime between 2 and 4 a.m. Authorities were dedicated to the investigation and a massive effort into identifying the killer was launched. Sheriff DJ Labor purchased a polygraph machine with his own money to aid in the investigation and arranged for an examiner from Seattle to come to Great Falls to oversee its use. 10 officers worked on the case full-time. Authorities began looking for anyone with a motive to harm either Dwayne or Patty. Patty's mother, Catherine, told police that when she had seen Dwayne the day before his body was discovered, he had seemed moody enough that she asked him what was bothering him. He told her that he was bothered about an argument he had recently had with a friend from the base and just couldn't shake his bad mood. Authorities held the man he had this argument with, who they did not publicly identify, for questioning, but eventually had to release him after they could not tie him to the murders. Police could ultimately not identify any personal motive for someone to want to kill Dwayne or Patty, which limited the avenues of inquiry in the investigation. They therefore began looking for men who had been out drinking on the night of January 2nd and trying to identify individuals who kept guns in their vehicle. 2 witnesses came forward with evidence that tied someone to the murder, and this individual was very nearly arrested based on their testimony, until the witnesses admitted after hours of questioning that they had been lying. After 2 months, Sheriff Leeper had to end the full-time inquiry into the case without identifying the killer. The case was still investigated, but the lack of progress in it was upsetting to the sheriff. "I feel bad about it, not getting the guy who killed those 2, he told the Great Falls Tribune on the 1-year anniversary of the murders. "I guess it's just one of those things, but we're not giving up. Maybe this year we'll get him. Somewhere he made a mistake. They all do. Someday we'll find out what it was, then we'll have him." Patty's father, Henry, worked as a railroad carpenter for the Great Northern Railway, and his co-workers began raising funds to offer as a reward in the case, collecting $100 within days of the murders. Donations to the reward fund would increase in the following weeks, months, but tips and leads in the case did not. The fund had reached over $6,000 by the time it was dispersed a decade after the murders, with no one to claim it because the case had long since gone cold. Dwayne and Patty's deaths had profound impacts on their families and communities. The other members of Patty's homeroom cried together over her death for weeks. Patty's family was largely too devastated even for tears. "You couldn't even cry. My dad devastated even for tears. You couldn't even cry, my dad especially. He was just numb." Patty's sister Darlene would later tell the television show Hard Copy. Henry Kalitsky could not bring himself to so much as mention his daughter's death, and nearly physically shut down if it were brought up. Darlene chose to focus on all of the happy memories she shared with her sister. "Those memories don't fade," she would say in 2010. "Nothing will bring Patty and Dwayne back. It's just so hard to understand. It really would be closure for us if they found the man." With Patty's father unable to speak about his daughter's murder, her mother, Catherine, took on the responsibility of speaking to the press and interacting with authorities. She also exchanged letters with Dwayne's mother, Albuquerque Kirk Bogle, in Texas for many years, as their families were now connected through tragedy and grief. Shortly before Catherine died in 1991, police came to believe that the murderer was a California inmate who had committed murders in Colorado. After being told this information, Patty's sister Darlene went to see her mother, who was in the hospital. Catherine was too weak to speak in anything louder than a whisper. When Darlene asked her if she wanted to know who killed Patty, she nodded and tears ran down her face as Darlene relayed the information about the man in California. Catherine passed away the following morning. Unfortunately, this individual was ultimately eliminated as a suspect, and the investigation dragged on for 2 more decades. While efforts were made in the investigation throughout the decades that followed after Dwayne and Patty were murdered, the piece of evidence that would eventually close the case was not identified until 2001. A vaginal swab taken during Patty's autopsy was found still stored in evidence 45 years after her murder. Since technology now existed to identify DNA potentially present in that swab, it was sent to the Montana State Police Crime Lab for investigation. This analysis located a sperm cell that did not belong to Dwayne Bogle. Authorities spent the following several years comparing the DNA from that cell to more than 35 suspects that had been identified over the previous decades. Unfortunately, the DNA did not match any of these suspects. There was no match to the DNA in national criminal databases either. Amongst the eliminated suspects was infamous Boston mobster James Whitey Bulger and serial killer Edward Wayne Edwards. Bulger was considered a suspect because he had lived in the Great Falls area at the time of the murders and had been arrested there for the rape of a 15-year-old girl in 1951. Edwards was a potential suspect because he was convicted of killing 2 couples decades after Dwayne and Patty's murders, and he may or may not have been in the Great Falls area in early January of 1956. He denied any involvement in Patty and Dwayne's case. In 2019, investigators began working with Bode technology to use an innovative technique to try to identify the contributor of the DNA genetic genealogy. Forensic genealogists were able to compare the DNA profile from the crime scene to other DNA profiles uploaded to voluntary genealogical databases and identify distant relatives based on the amount of DNA they shared. They were able to construct a family tree, which ultimately led them to identifying a suspect. Unfortunately, the suspect was no longer alive and his remains had been cremated, preventing authorities from collecting a direct DNA sample from him. They therefore approached the man's children, who agreed to provide their DNA for comparison. Their DNA confirmed that the sperm cell found during Patty's autopsy had come from their father. On June 8, 2021, the Cascade County Sheriff's Office announced the identity of the contributor of the DNA, Kenneth Gould. While they were confident that Gould was Patty and Dwayne's killer because he was deceased and could therefore not be tried in a court of law, they were only able to name him as the most likely suspect in the case rather than definitively name him as the perpetrator. The announcement came more than 65 years after Patty and Dwayne were killed, making it the oldest cold case closed using genetic genealogy at the time. Kenneth Gould had been born and raised in Great Falls and worked as a horse trainer. In 1952, when he was 24, he had married a 16-year-old girl and started a family, eventually having 5 children. At the time of the murders, he had lived less than a mile away from the Kalitsky home. He was known to ride horses throughout the area. His name was nowhere in any of the police's files on the case, and he had no known connection to either Patty or Dwayne. A month after Patty and Dwayne were killed, Gould had sold his family property. He moved to 2 other communities in Montana in the following years before moving to Missouri in 1967. Once he left Montana, he never returned to the state even to visit family. He died in Oregon County, Missouri in 2007 at the age of 79. Detective Sergeant John Cadner of the Cascade County Sheriff's Office had been concerned about telling Gould's children that their late father was a suspect in such a brutal crime and asking for their DNA, but found them to be cooperative and great to work with. While they were surprised that their father, who had no criminal record, was a suspect in the case, they agreed to cooperate and provide their DNA. His daughter basically said, "You never know. Some people just have secrets that they never told anybody," Detective Sergeant Cadner said, recalling his conversation with the family. Because so much time had passed between the murders and Gould's identification, many of Patty and Dwayne's loved ones were no longer alive to hear the news. Patty's one surviving sister, Darlene, was suffering from advanced dementia by the time Gould was finally identified. The closing of the case stirred up a variety of emotions for Dwayne's family. While they were glad to have answers, Gould's identification brought up many memories and opened up a lot of emotional wounds amongst his relatives. Emotional wounds amongst his relatives who were old enough to have known Dwayne personally. "It's like it just happened yesterday," Dwayne's niece, Karen Bogle McCarthy, told the New York Times. "So if I was asked, is this great modern technology a great thing? I would say, on balance, yes, for my generation, a generation once removed. But it definitely reopens old wounds that have had a chance to cross over." Karen was speaking to the media on behalf of her family because her aunt had been in tears throughout the days following the announcement. Karen is the daughter of Dwayne's younger brother, James Jim Bogle. Jim, who had turned 15 just 6 weeks before his older brother was killed, had idolized Dwayne while he was growing up. Jim did not live to see his beloved brother's killer identified, passing away in November of 2013 due to a neurodegenerative disease shortly before his 73rd birthday. Jim had been an accomplished musician who served as a professor for almost 3 decades at Texas Tech University, where he had established a classical guitar program, retiring in 2005 to spend more time with his family after receiving his diagnosis. While the resolution of the case caused old emotional wounds to be reopened, the Bogle family appreciates Gould's identification because, according to Karen McCarthy, it conclusively allows us to stop wondering. They are relieved to no longer have to contend with wild speculation and outlandish theories about the case. Particularly upsetting to the family were rumors that Dwayne and Patty had been killed because Dwayne had somehow gotten involved with the mob. In Great Falls, there had also been rumors that Dwayne had been involved with drug dealers back in Texas shortly after the murders occurred, allegations that investigators publicly discredited. Gould's identification not only allows the Bogle family to finally know who took Dwayne from them, it also puts an end to the decades of speculation and rumor they have had to contend with. In light of their success in closing Patty and Dwayne's case, the Cascade County Sheriff's Office is now considering establishing a dedicated cold case task force. They hope that such a task force can provide the closure they have now been able to provide the Kalitsky and Bogle families. Quite frankly, that's our duty, according to Sheriff Jesse Slaughter. Our duty is to make sure that we solve these cases. Houston, Texas, was the home of Sandra and Jim Melgar, who had been married for over 30 years and resided in a peaceful neighborhood on Kelsey Meadows Court. Jim Melgar, originally from Guatemala, had moved to the United States at the age of 3 when his family chose to settle in Houston, where Sandra and her family lived. The couple met in school, with Sandra recalling Jim as funny and charming, always cracking bad jokes and acting silly. After weeks of him asking her out, she finally agreed to go ice skating with him, and they said the rest was history. They married in 1980, with Jim working as a computer programmer and Sandra running a medical billing and coding business. Both were successful but led a low-key lifestyle, according to their friends. The couple had one daughter, Elizabeth, who went by Liz, and she described the three of them as incredibly close, saying her parents were best friends and perfectly suited for each other. The three of them were big travelers and enjoyed things like hiking and fishing, but their love of outdoor activities sadly became a distant memory. Sandra suffered a lot physically with various conditions. She had lupus, epilepsy, hypothyroidism, and she had had hip replacements. Liz said she also saw her mother have violent seizures on many occasions, which was terrifying for the whole family. Jim was desperate to help his wife and spent whole days researching her conditions, trying to find treatments and cures. One of Sandra's friends said there were times that she didn't feel safe driving. She was afraid her seizures might come on, so she depended on him for a lot of day-to-day activities. On December 22, 2012, Jim and Sandra were out and about. Not only was Christmas just around the corner, the couple had recently celebrated their 32nd wedding anniversary and decided that today was the day to celebrate. They went out for dinner at their favorite Mexican restaurant. At around 9:30 p.m., Jim picked up some drink mixes at CVS, and sometime after, the couple arrived home. They made their drinks and snacks and spent some time in the jacuzzi in their bathroom. They talked about what they wanted to do with their future, whether they would sell their home or not, and whether they would hopefully travel one day. Jim was just 5 months away from retirement and was keen to make lots of plans to fill up his time. They also spoke about the following day. Jim's family were coming over for a small party to celebrate their anniversary and catch up before Christmas. Sandra recalled that suddenly the couple's 4 dogs started barking, so Jim got up to go and see what was going on. After about 15 minutes, he still wasn't back, but the dogs seemed quieter, so she decided to get out and start getting ready for bed, heading for the closet next to the bathroom. December 23, 2012, 7 a.m. One of the Melgar's neighbors noticed that the couple's garage door was open, which instantly struck him as odd. It didn't close all day, and no one went in or came out that anyone could see. At about 4:30 p.m., Jim's family arrived at the house for dinner. Herm and Jim's brother knocked on the door, but was met with silence. Jim's black truck was parked in the driveway. As the garage door was still open, he could see Sandra's silver car parked inside. He went through the garage and entered the house that way, unlocking the front door for everyone else. Inside, they called out for Sandra and Jim, but it was painfully quiet. Herman said all the blinds were still closed, the house felt stuffy, and there was a strange heaviness to it. The couple's dogs then started barking, and Herman's daughter turned to her dad and said, "Something doesn't feel right." The family tentatively started making their way through the home, calling out as they went. Suddenly, Herman heard Sandra's muffled voice coming from upstairs. He ran up and through the master bedroom and the bathroom that tagged onto it. Near the jacuzzi was a small walk-in closet. In front of the closet door was a chair which was propped up under the handle. When he moved the chair and opened the door, he saw Sandra lying on the floor inside the closet, her arms and feet bound by 2 scarves. Herman tried for a minute to untie her before running to get scissors because the knots were too tight. He then discovered his brother Jim in another closet tagging on to the master bedroom about 30 feet away from where Sandra was found. He was naked, badly beaten, and had been stabbed many times. Blood covered the walls and furniture. His legs had been tied with a telephone cord and a rope was loosely wrapped around his chest. Just before 5 p.m., authorities were on scene. But just 2 minutes after they arrived, 52-year-old Jim Melgar was pronounced dead. He had more than 50 injuries in total and was covered in defensive wounds on his hands and arms, including 31 knife wounds. His skull had been bludgeoned too. An expert said that his defensive wounds showed he had attempted to fight off his attacker rather than run away. Through tears, Sandra told the paramedic that she last remembered it being about 1 a.m., and after that her mind was totally blank. She said she had no idea that 15 hours had passed, but as she had woken up with soiled underwear, she knew it must have been a significant period of time. As authorities started moving through the home, which was now a major crime scene, they saw that drawers had been pulled open, jewelry boxes had been gone through, and there was a wallet and a purse out and on the bed. Sandra and Jim's daughter, Liz, said there were prescription pills missing and a TV from one of the bedrooms. Despite the state of the home and what she said, nothing was listed as missing or stolen in the police reports. Inside the jacuzzi was a white blouse and a kitchen knife they determined to be the murder weapon. Police also found Jim's loaded gun in the closet where he had been found, and the couple's safe, which was still locked, but had blood on the handle. Sandra said that her head was pounding and her body was aching as if she had had a seizure, a feeling she said she knew all too well. She was checked over, but they found no signs of her head being hit. They couldn't find any significant marks or abrasions to her arms or hands either, something the police found a little odd given how tight the knots were and how long she would have been tied up. She was taken to the hospital for further checks but quickly discharged herself, and after this she was taken to the Harris County Sheriff's Office to answer some questions. It was a very odd scene and police suspected that something was off about Sandra's version of events. She said she had no idea what happened past getting out of the jacuzzi and couldn't remember a thing. She said she definitely didn't see or hear anything happen to Jim and had no idea that he had been killed. She told police that she had headed into her closet, started applying some lotion and then completely blacked out, putting it down to either hitting her head or being struck by someone. An unknown amount of time later, she came around and realized she was bound. She called for help and then must have passed out again after having what she thought was an epileptic seizure. She said the reason she felt this was because her body felt the same way it always did after having one. She said the only thing that had been odd about that day was as they were driving home just hours before, a car they didn't recognize looked like it was trailing them. But investigators were still dubious about her story. They couldn't understand how she hadn't seen or heard anything, especially given how violent the scene was and how loud Jim likely would have been. He was fighting off whoever the attacker or attackers were for a while, given his defensive wounds, and this could not have been quiet. They also couldn't fathom why someone would kill Jim, but leave her alive and virtually unscathed with just a few bruises and small scratches. It was such a different scene in both closets. None of the neighbors reported hearing a commotion or the dogs barking either. There was nothing out of the ordinary to them. One neighbor was even outside working in his garage until 1 a.m. and said he didn't hear or see anything suspicious near the house or on the street. No noise, no cars, no dogs, nothing. He was surprised that a home invasion had actually happened right under his nose, especially while feeling he was more of a target. To be honest, if anybody was going to get robbed, it would probably be me because the garage door was wide open. I'm there. It was just me messing with my stuff. If somebody were going to come down and try and rob somebody, they'd be like, "Look at that dude. Let's just go in there, tie him up and take all his stuff," he said. Officers said that there were no signs of a forced entry and the drawers inside looked like they had been neatly pulled out, emptied and placed around, as opposed to someone opening them in a hurry and hunting for valuables. They found it odd that the murder weapon was left at the scene in the jacuzzi, the murder weapon that had come from inside the Melgar's kitchen. They also thought that she could have very easily pulled the chair against the door using a bath mat or a pillowcase. And they noted that neither Jim nor Sandra had any ligature marks, something they would have expected to see. This indicated to them that Jim had been tied up after death as opposed to being restrained before being killed. Despite the fact that things were missing, according to Liz and Sandra, authorities and experts' overall conclusion was that the evidence was inconsistent with a home invasion and the scene had been staged by Sandra. They asked if she would take a voluntary polygraph test, which she declined. She said that she was freezing cold and shaking and was worried that this would work against her. Detectives had made their mind up about what had happened that night, and on December 24th, they called the Harris County District Attorney's Office requesting to file murder charges against Sandra Melgar. But the DA's office declined, saying there was a lack of evidence. Testing from the scene was starting to come back, and it showed there was no blood apart from Jim's present, which was unusual, but an expert said they could not exclude the possibility of someone leaving the home essentially clean. There were male and female DNA profiles discovered on some door handles, dresser drawers, the handle to the safe, and the scarves that had been tied around Sandra. These profiles did not match any members of the Melgar family, but they weren't fully tested to determine who the DNA was linked to. Detectives then received a message from Liz saying she had found a backpack with an Xbox in it in the garage. She said the only explanation for this was someone had bagged it up to steal it and then dropped it or left it on the way out. An unknown female DNA profile came back on this as well. A few days later, someone called in with a tip, saying after thinking about that night long and hard, they had recalled something. They said they had seen a man acting strangely around the neighborhood that night. It turned out that this man was Chad Sullivan, a convicted thief who was just out of prison on assault charges. Although police knocked on his door twice to talk to him and left a card asking him to get in contact, he never responded, never opened the door, and thus he was never questioned. A few weeks later, Sandra said her memory was finally starting to come back in bits and pieces, and she had a flashback to a young Hispanic woman in the closet talking to someone behind her that Sandra couldn't see. But investigators were still not convinced. They carried on building their case against Sandra over the next 18 months, believing that it just didn't add up, didn't make sense, and didn't seem plausible for this to have been a robbery gone wrong. In the summer of 2014, almost 2 years after Jim was killed, Sandra Melgar was indicted on first-degree murder charges. Her defense team argued that there was no physical evidence against her and that everyone was missing a very key part. There was simply no motive at all. They said, this idea that something must have happened and then she went crazy and subjected him to over 50 blunt force and sharp force injuries is just impossible. They maintained that someone or several people broke into the house via the back door to rob her, and Jim ended up dead in the process. They questioned why Sandra was found with none of Jim's blood on her. If the attack had been as violent as it was, surely she would have something on her. But her hands and nails were clean and her nails were unbroken. She also had no injuries aside from some bruising on her upper arms, something they said they would have expected to see a lot more of given the crime. They also pointed out Sandra's various physical ailments and said there was no way she could have physically overpowered him in the first place and gotten away unscathed. And the fact that there was an unknown male and female DNA found in the house that was not fully tested should be enough to create doubt for the jury. And if there was anything that put doubt in the jury's minds that someone else could have done this, they couldn't find Sandra being guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Finally, her defense team pointed out that the lead investigator on the case was later forced to resign after backdating a search warrant in an unrelated murder case. It was purely a badly put together circumstantial case in their eyes. But the prosecutors said her story just didn't make the slightest bit of sense and put forward two motives for murder. They said that she had wanted a divorce, but due to them both being Jehovah's Witnesses, she was worried she would be pushed out if she went ahead with this. But Sandra's family and friends said she never made any mention of wanting to separate from her husband. The second motive pointed to the $250,000 life insurance policy that Jim had, which Sandra would have benefited from. They claimed that it was entirely possible that Sandra had tied Jim up before he was stabbed, perhaps positioning it as some sort of sex game, or she stabbed and bludgeoned him before he was tied up. Hence the reason the knots were only loose as they weren't needed to actually restrain him. She then spent time staging the scene, finishing with tying her hands and feet. They said that one of her nails was slightly cloudy, which pointed to a cleanup happening. Celestina Rossi, a blood spatter analyst and crime scene reconstructionist, testified for the prosecution. She said that, in her experience, the crime scene didn't match that of a home invasion. There were no signs of a forced entry and dresser drawers weren't scattered throughout the bedroom. She also said that the candle on Jim's nightstand was still lit, and this was a sign that there was no struggle near the closet where Jim was killed, as would likely be expected in these type of situations. She agreed with the medical examiner's report that all of Jim's wounds were defensive and noted that his gun was still loaded and untouched, just inches away from his body. She said as it was his wife that was attacking him, he would be keen to disarm her rather than kill her in self-defense. And the chair blocking the door from the outside, the prosecution along with police argued it was entirely possible for her to put a pillowcase under the chair to pull it against the door and shut herself in. This was not something that needed to be done by someone else. In August 2017, a jury spent 8 hours deliberating. On the first day, they were split down the middle in their decisions. But on the second day, they had reached a verdict. Sandra Melgar was found guilty and sentenced to 27 years in prison for the murder of her husband Jim. Liz said an audible gasp went through the entire courtroom as the verdict was read out. Sandra almost passed out and sat sobbing. She said that the thought of her mother killing her father had briefly crossed her mind, but she no longer thought this was possible, and no one in court thought she would have actually been found guilty. Both Jim and Sandra's families support her claims of innocence and believe her story completely. I try to look at the evidence. I try to be unbiased about it, which is difficult because these are my parents. In the end, I still want justice for my dad. I want to know who did this, and it was not my mother. I know that she did not do this. I'm going to continue to fight until we can prove that, Liz said. The prosecution were happy with the result and the sentence given and said, "She told a story that didn't make sense. It didn't add up, and the jury didn't believe it." The jury foreman would later say, a couple of months later, Sandra's team filed an appeal requesting a retrial. This was denied. In 2018, famed defense attorney Kathleen Zellner announced she would be taking the case to help Sandra, believing in her innocence. Kathleen Zellner has helped exonerate 19 people who were wrongfully convicted and garnered major attention from the Netflix series Making a Murderer when she started working with Stephen Avery after he was convicted of the 2005 murder of Teresa Horbuck. Another appeal for Sandra was lodged, but this was denied again, with one of the judges saying, "The evidence is legally sufficient to support every essential element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt." In late 2022, the Innocence Project of Texas announced that they too would be picking up Sandra's case. She has spoken from prison and tells the same story she always has. It is a really strange, confusing, and sad case, which has been divisive right from the beginning. Many believe that Sandra is a killer who masterminded the whole operation and staged the scene to get away with murder, whereas many others believe she is just as much of a victim. The police decided that it was her from the get-go. They created the narrative, and the killer or killers are still out there. With numerous groups, podcasts, and websites campaigning for her release, and with others fighting to keep her in, it's clear to see just how polarizing this case and conviction has been. Whatever anyone's thoughts are, there are still so many unanswered questions about that night. Is the real killer behind bars, or has someone been wrongfully convicted? Sandra Malaga will be eligible for parole in 2031. If she is not granted parole, her release date is August 2044. She will be 85 years old. Jim Melgar was a kind, hardworking, and thoughtful man with a great sense of humor and a big heart. He is missed dearly by everyone, and with so many questions about what happened still lingering, family and friends say it only becomes harder to find closure when that was already so tough to get in the first place. Nancy Mitchell and her husband Joe managed the beach motor in near Lake Ontario in Hamilton, Ontario. On the evening of October 17, 1990, Joe was flipping through the channels on the motel's television when he stopped on a program called Unsolved Mysteries, a show he had never seen before. A photograph of a woman appeared on the screen, and Joe was shocked to realize he recognized her. He called Nancy over, and without any prompting, she immediately identified the woman as well. Then, a picture of a man appeared, and the Mitchells recognized him too. He was the man staying with the woman they had just seen. According to the program, the couple was wanted by the police. They had checked into the motel under the names Mr. and Mrs. Fred Smith and had been staying in room 12 since September 10th. Despite the fact that the couple rarely left their room, Nancy and Joe were not particularly fond of them. "Personally, I didn't like them. There was something about them," Nancy later told the Baltimore Evening Sun. Joe had difficulty getting them to pay for their room each week, and they were a week behind on their payments. Nancy and Joe called the authorities immediately and an emergency response team was quickly dispatched to the motel. When they entered room 12, however, no one was there and the room had apparently been abandoned. Witnesses were quickly located who reported seeing the couple getting into a taxi. After contacting local taxi services, authorities located a driver who reported taking the couple to the Red Rose Motel, roughly 6 miles away. The couple was apprehended by authorities at their room there at 3:20 a.m. on October 18th, just hours after Joe and Nancy Mitchell saw them on television during the first broadcast of the episode of Unsolved Mysteries that featured them. They did not know that they had been on the show and said that the timing of their departure from the Beach Motor Inn had been purely coincidental. It may have had something to do with the $140 they owed the motel. The couple was 46-year-old Sandra K. Beeman and 30-year-old Edgar Eugene Kearns. They were wanted by police because Edgar had recently escaped from Allegheny County Jail in Cumberland, Maryland, where he had been one of just 2 maximum security prisoners, and Kay Beeman had been a correctional officer. Kay was a former beautician who had worked at the jail since 1980 and worked the midnight to 8 a.m. shift. On August 29, 1990, at 2:27 a.m., Edgar Kearns had entered the office where Correctional Officer Michelle Padribras had been reviewing medical charts. There were 2 other guards on shift with her at the time. One of them had gone out for the shift's nightly snack run at a nearby convenience store, and the other, Kay Beeman, was out on patrol making the routine inmate verification. Edgar had a hard object inside of a sock in his hand, and Michelle feared it was a weapon. He told her she would be coming with him, but she was able to run into a nearby employee bathroom and lock the door. She soon heard a series of noises at the door controls that indicated that someone had left the jail. One inmate had not been in his cell at the time because he had been allowed to study for his upcoming GED exam at a counter near where Michelle had been stationed. He knocked on the bathroom door and let Michelle know that he had seen Edgar and his cellmate, James Barnes, leave the prison. He also said that they had taken Kay Beeman with them and that James's arm had been around her neck as though she was being taken against her will. Michelle immediately notified the sheriff's office of the escape. While it was initially assumed that Kay Beeman had been taken by the 2 escaping prisoners as a hostage, it quickly became obvious that she had actually participated in the escape. Kay called her 21-year-old daughter shortly after the escape, telling her that she was safe and that she was with one of the escaped inmates. The theory would be confirmed on September 2nd, for days after the escape, when James Barnes was apprehended in his hometown in West Virginia. He informed authorities that Kay had in fact aided in the escape. She had smuggled hacksaw blades into the facility so that the 2 prisoners could exit their cell by sawing through the bars. But when this did not work, Kay had to let them out of the cell using her keys. James also told authorities that Kay had participated in the escape because she was in a romantic relationship with Edgar Kearns. This would not be the first relationship Kay had with an inmate. By her own admission, she had dated 2 men she met while they were being held at the jail. She had also been set to marry a man she met while he was an inmate just 4 days before the escape. Kay had first met 33-year-old Thomas Bowman while he was being held in the Allegheny County Jail in 1989 on a breaking and entering church and developed a romantic relationship with him. He was transferred to the Maryland Correctional Institution at Hagerstown that November, but Kay wrote letters to him and visited him there twice a week without fail. They planned to marry on August 25, 1990. Kay obtained a copy of Thomas's birth certificate so they could be issued a marriage license and purchased their wedding bands while Thomas made arrangements for a minister and with the prison for the ceremony. However, Kane never showed up for her wedding. It took some time for Thomas to get a hold of her over the phone, but when he finally did, she told him that she no longer wanted to have anything to do with him. She would claim after her arrest that she had only agreed to marry Thomas out of sympathy. "I love this woman," Thomas would later tell the Baltimore Sun. "This had been the first woman who stuck by me. She met me in jail and stuck with me. I still love her, and that's the worst part about it." According to her friends and family, Kay had been greatly unhappy with her life. While Kay had no criminal record, at least one of her friends was surprised that the chronically unhappy Kay had seized an opportunity to run away and leave everything she had behind. Kay was divorced and lived with her 2 adult children, neither of whom she got along with, in a mobile home. She struggled to stay current on her bills and was resentful of the sheriff's office with which she worked closely. Just before the escape, Kay told a friend that it would not be long before she was free. The friend did not understand what she meant until she heard about the prison break. Authorities in Canada had Kay and Edgar deported, and they were driven from Buffalo, New York back to Maryland. According to the officers who made the drive with them, the couple did appear to genuinely have feelings for one another, and they laughed and giggled for most of the drive. Kay and Edgar appeared in district court on October 30th and were as physically affectionate as they could be, given their restraints, in front of the waiting reporters, kissing several times for the cameras. In an interview with the Cumberland Times-News, Kay claimed that she and Edgar were working to obtain a marriage license and that they were hoping to have a child together. Given the fact that neither of them had any qualms about running away, both Kay and Edgar were denied bail. Following a bail review hearing, Kay was granted bail, but it was set at half a $1 million, which she could not post. Kay was initially held at her former place of employment, but was transferred to another facility to avoid making her former co-workers uncomfortable. James Barnes was sentenced to 8 years for the escape and related charges, which he will not begin serving until after he completes a 50-year prison term in Virginia for rape and kidnapping. Edgar Kearns was sentenced to 6 years of the charges he faced in Allegheny County for writing bad checks and faced similar charges in Virginia, in addition to the charges that stemmed from the escape. He had previously been charged with the attempted murder and kidnapping of his former girlfriend and her daughter, but those charges were dropped when the girlfriend decided not to testify. Kay Beeman entered an Alford plea to the charges against her on March 27, 1991, and sentenced to 10 years, with half of that sentence to be suspended. Subsequent hearings of unsolved mysteries state in an update that after they were both released from custody, Kay and Edgar lived together until Kay's death in 2002, but no mention of Edgar is made in her obituary. Kay passed away on January 23, 2002, following a long illness at a hospital in Ocala, Florida, where she had moved a year earlier to live with her sister. 8-year-old Mariah Martinez was the oldest of 3 children. She and her siblings lived with their mother, 27-year-old Amanda Martinez, in Lubbock, Texas. On October 6, 2016, Mariah's brother, 5-year-old Jeremiah, spoke with Child Protective Services while he was at school. He told the social worker that his mother had gotten into an argument with her boyfriend, who had then punched Jeremiah in the nose. Jeremiah also reported that the boyfriend had threatened to kill Jeremiah and his entire family by driving them into a pond. CPS was further concerned when Jeremiah told them that his family had been living with his 45-year-old maternal grandfather, who was a registered sex offender with a 2002 conviction for aggravated sexual assault. On October 17th, the school contacted CPS again because both Mariah and Jeremiah had not been in school in a week. That same day, their mother, Amanda, was given a drug test and tested for methamphetamine. The Texas Department of Family and Protective Services obtained a court order removing Mariah, Jeremiah, and their 2-year-old sister, Leah Maya, from their parents' custody and placing them in the custody of the state. However, when officials from CPS went to enforce the order and collect the children at their home, they and their mother Amanda were gone. Law enforcement was notified and missing persons reports were filled out on the 3 children. Amanda Martinez was located and arrested on November 1st. She told authorities that her children were with an uncle in New Mexico, but investigators who followed up on the statement found that they were not. Amanda was released. On November 30th, the state of Texas issued a capious calling for the arrest of both Amanda and her mother, 44-year-old Deanna Martinez, each on a charge of interference with child custody, a state felony. Investigators believed that Deanna, who had her own history with CPS stemming from a 2006 investigation, helped take and hide the children in violation of their court-approved custody orders. She was arrested in Albuquerque, where she lived, and transferred to the Lubbock County Detention Center on December 30th. Amanda Martinez would remain free for a few more weeks. On January 17, 2017, police received a report that Amanda had returned to Lubbock and had dropped off her children at the home of one of her relatives in the 8900 block of University Avenue. Officers arrived on the scene and placed Amanda under arrest for the interference with child custody charge. Both Jeremiah and Leah Maya were found in the home, but Mariah was not there. Amanda refused to tell authorities where Mariah was, what had happened to her, or why she was no longer with her brother and sister. In April, Amanda pleaded no contest to the felony charge and was prohibited from having contact her children for 3 years. She further was subjected to a curfew, had to perform 120 hours of community service, could not patronize any establishment that sold alcohol, agree to DNA testing, and attend substance abuse treatment. Since Mariah's mother would not help locate her, authorities turned to the community for help. On March 23, 2018, Mariah's case was featured in a segment on the A&E show Live PD. The segment featured Angeline Hartman from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Pictures of Mariah and the details surrounding her disappearance were featured, and while Mariah went missing from Texas, viewers were advised that her family also had ties in New Mexico. It would be this connection to New Mexico that would ultimately help find Mariah. After seeing Mariah's story on the show, a viewer who recognized her called in a tip, reporting a sighting of her in Albuquerque. The New Mexico State Police began following up on the information provided for the person who called in the tip, conducting several interviews and surveillance as a part of their investigation. On Monday night, March 26th, just 3 days after her story was featured on television, Mariah was located at an apartment in Albuquerque. It appeared she had been taken care of during the time she was missing. The now 9-year-old was placed in the care of the New Mexico Children, Youth and Families Department. The apartment where Mariah was found belonged to members of her extended family. They were aware that Mariah had been reported missing but opted not to report her whereabouts to authorities. The New Mexico State Police did not charge them with any offense to interference with the custody order in place in Texas. They did perform a follow-up investigation that did not reveal any signs of abuse or neglect of Mariah while she was with these relatives. The fact that she is in good health is a relief to the people who hear about these stories. New Mexico State Police Lieutenant Elizabeth Armijo said after Mariah was located, "This is the whole point of having segments on these kids and putting faces on the news. There are success stories." Pontypool, Wales, with a population of about 30,000, was home to David and Linda Maggs, who lived together at 11 Lansdowne in Sebastopol. The couple had been together since 1988, though they first met in 1977. After her first marriage ended, Linda raised her 2 children, Carrie and Andrew, on her own. She worked tirelessly to support herself and her children, often juggling up to 3 jobs to make ends meet. David had also been married twice before, and after many years together, the couple decided to marry. In August of 2002, they tied the knot. Andrew and Carrie welcomed David into their family, and the couple appeared ready to start the next chapter of their lives together. 74-year-old Linda led an active social life. She was a member of a dance group and frequently went out with her friends to dance clubs. Linda also cherished her role as a grandmother and enjoyed shopping for clothes with her beloved granddaughter. She took great pride in her home and garden, which often served as the gathering spot for social events. Linda had a deep bond with her 2 children, and they were incredibly close. She was always on hand to help or lend advice whenever needed. Her son Andrew described her as a beautiful, kind lady with a huge heart. Her 71-year-old husband David had worked as an accountant, but would later retire. The pair enjoyed traveling together all over the world, including the United States and Australia. However, there was one thing that was a source of contention for the couple: money. Prior to the marriage, David had wanted Linda to sign a prenuptial agreement, but she didn't. She said as they were married, everything should be shared between the 2 of them. However, once they were married, they had separate bank accounts and even paid for their own food if they went out for a meal, something her daughter Carrie thought was odd. David didn't share her busy social life. On the occasions he would go out with Linda to her dance shows and clubs, he wouldn't engage or participate. Instead, he would stand outside the venue and smoke. In 2009, David had become more and more reclusive, as he had had his driver's license taken away due to having epilepsy. Over the next few years, their marriage continued to decline. They would often argue over money, and neighbors could hear them fighting in the back garden. By March of 2020, their relationship had completely broken down. When coronavirus hit and lockdown orders were issued, David rang his GP and was prescribed sleeping tablets and antidepressants. His sister was concerned for him and said he was failing to look after himself properly. She would often bring him food and check on him. His day-to-day life consisted of playing cards, watching films, and smoking. He had been in ill health for several years, having survived 2 heart attacks and spending 5 months in hospital, as well as suffering from emphysema. Lockdown was also very hard for Linda. Having previously enjoyed a busy and active social life, not being able to see anyone meant she spent most days upstairs alone. After his heart attack in 2019, he was referred to a counselor. He was given an anxiety and depression score of 12, with anything over 8 being grounds for a referral. In August, he requested that his antidepressants were increased, and after this, he said he was feeling much better. But in September 2020, another argument between the pair would do further damage to their already difficult relationship. David had called his sister one night and said they had been arguing again, and asked her to go to the house. She said when she got there, it was clear that Linda was very stressed. The argument had once again been about money. Linda had shouted, "It's over, it's done," and David had replied, "Just go," before going back into the house. 3 days later, Linda apologized to David's sister for the argument. On September 16, 2020, Linda decided to start divorce proceedings and officially end her marriage to David, citing unreasonable behavior. After consulting a lawyer, she was advised not to leave the home, and David would also not move out. So they continued living together, but the pair were living separate lives, with Linda refusing to clean up after him or cook for him. David had the downstairs turned into a bedsit with a lock on his door, and Linda had the upstairs. While she had purchased locks for her doors, she was yet to have them fitted. As they shared a bathroom and kitchen, Linda said she felt as though she was being stalked by him. He would often sit outside the bathroom while she was in the shower and wait for her to come out. An estate agent would go and look at the house and value it. He described David as chain-smoking and visibly shaking. David told the estate agent he would rather hurt his wife than lose anything. The estate agent described Linda as being very timid. When it became clear that the house could be sold as part of the divorce, in November of 2020, David was put in touch with a housing support worker who encouraged him to look into sheltered accommodation and renting as options for if the house sold. He expressed the same sentiment to the housing officer that he had to the estate agent. Linda was not going to get anything, even if it meant she came to harm. He told the support worker that he needed to go to the police, as he had thought about stabbing Linda. The support worker was so concerned that she spoke to her line manager, who advised her to call the police on the non-emergency number and also contact his doctor. The doctor phoned David that day and increased his sleeping pills and antidepressants. After the support worker had contacted them, the police went to the house to speak to the couple. When David's sister answered the door, she said she was in shock. She said the police explained that they were concerned for David's mental health, a sentiment she shared, saying he was a wreck and very depressed. David said he was surprised that she had contacted the police, but understood why she had. He said he felt the police didn't listen to him and that their visit wasn't worth it. An officer spoke to Linda, saying there were concerns for her safety. The officer said she was quite flippant and thought it was just his way of trying to get her out of the house, as the house was solely in his name. The officer said Linda declined a domestic violence risk assessment and the option of a safe house, saying that David had never laid a finger on her. The officer told her to avoid arguments with him and keep her phone close to her. No further action was taken. By the new year, the pair were no longer speaking. Financial investigators had been brought on board to look into the couple's finances. This meant that the house would likely be put on the market for sale. On February 5, 2021, Linda was on the phone to her daughter, Carrie. She told Carrie that she was worried about how David would react when he found out their finances were being examined. That same day, David's sister had called him at around 9 p.m. She said he seemed settled and was enjoying watching a film. The February 6, 2021, 9:13 a.m., a disturbing 999 call is made. As officers and other emergency services descended on the scene, body cameras captured the moment they went inside the house. As the officer enters, 2 knives can be seen on the last step of the staircase. David's coldness was apparent. He told the officers, 30 years I've been married to her and she doesn't know how to keep her mouth shut, so I topped her. As the devastating news broke, the community could not believe what had happened. Flowers were left outside the home, and Linda's children were being supported by officers as they faced this horrifying new reality. The truth about what exactly had happened that morning would soon come out. Even though the upstairs was Linda's domain, David had gone up there and taken 2 large red kitchen knives with him, leaving one outside the bedroom door, and he took the other one into her room at around 9 a.m. As Linda lay in bed under the sheets, her estranged husband walked into her room. David told her he wanted to talk about their separation and impending divorce, but she told him that that conversation needed to be left to the lawyers and she wasn't going to discuss it with him. David became enraged. In a frenzied attack, he stabbed her multiple times. Linda, who was 4'10", had suffered an appalling catalog of injuries. She had been stabbed 15 times in the neck, head, stomach, and chest. Her arms and hands had defensive wounds, showing that she had tried to fight him off with everything she had. She had also sustained 2 broken ribs. One stab wound to her chest was 15.5 centimeters. When trying to understand what had led to this, officers learned that David had become consumed with the idea that Linda had been hiding money from him and that she was going to cheat him out of money during the divorce. As was seen in the body cam footage, he told the officers that she had tried to steal 2 houses from him. Investigations were carried out into the couple's finances to see if there was any evidence of Linda hiding money from him or of her trying to dishonestly get more money in the divorce. They found none, but they did find that David had a savings account with £14,000 in there, something he had failed to declare. He admitted to having killed her, but said that he had blacked out and couldn't remember. He told the investigators during his interviews that whilst he had taken the knives upstairs with him, he had only intended to discuss the finances and the divorce. He said he had left one outside the door in case he needed it. He said, "She's only 4'10", but she can be a right madam." The police soon learned about his history of threatening to harm Linda, and soon another witness would come forward with a worrying story to tell. A lady named Pamela had been one of Linda's friends, and then she had become friends with the couple, before a falling out meant she only spoke to David. Pamela had contacted the investigators on the February 18th and explained that just a few weeks before Linda was killed, she had been on the phone with David and asked him how the divorce process was going. She said he replied, "I feel like I could stab her." She said to him that would mean he would go to prison. His response, "I don't care." He was remanded in custody. On the February 8th, he appeared at Newport Crown Court, charged with murder. He entered a plea of guilty to manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility, adamant that he had blanked out. Judge Michael Fritton would preside over the trial at Cardiff Crown Court, which began on the January 11th, 2022. Judge Fritton told the jury, "It's admitted David Maggs killed Linda Maggs, but there is a dispute about the circumstances in which he killed her. There's a dispute about his mental state on the day he killed her. And there's a dispute about his responsibility for killing her." Defense lawyer Sarah Jones argued that Maggs' mental health and depression would have clouded his judgment that day. Evidence of his past health clearly points to something very, very wrong with his functioning at the time. "I accept it does not excuse what he has done," she said. Psychiatrist Dr. Newen Gillespie told the jury, "In my opinion, the degree of his impairment due to depression is significant. This is a case where there are clear and significant mental health problems. In my opinion, this is a case of diminished responsibility." But there wasn't a clear medical consensus, as another psychiatrist, Dr. Thomas Wynn, said he didn't think David Maggs had depression. The court heard that David felt he had been stung by his 2 previous ex-wives and was adamant that Linda was not going to get any of his money. The prosecution told the jury that Linda was upset, scared, and anxious. She told a friend she didn't know what her husband was capable of. A friend told the court that Linda had explained they had argued when David had changed his will several years prior, cut her out of it completely, and decided to leave everything to his son. The witness said, "About 5 years ago they were arguing about the will. She said she had to pick up an iron to defend herself." The witness also said she had spoken to Linda the night before her death, and they had talked about the divorce, with Linda saying she thought he would lose his temper, but added that he wouldn't hurt her, and in any case, she could call the police. The prosecution said that David had given Linda an allowance of £30 a week and told her, no sex, no marriage, no nothing. Meaning financially, she would be solely reliant on her pension to get by. It was argued that David would become verbally abusive towards Linda and would insult her, calling her thick and stupid. Other key witnesses would address the courts. The estate agent and housing officer who had witnessed David's behavior and heard him make threats towards her life. This painted a very different image from the frail man who was wheelchair-bound and struggled to get in and out of the prison van. David's sister also testified about the argument the couple had had in the garden in September of 2020, saying that Linda had been the one to lose her temper and that she had never seen her brother use threats of violence until that altercation. The prosecution lawyer called Linda's death a vicious and repeated attack. The 999 call and police body cam footage were also shown to the jury, painting a vivid image of the chain of events that had transpired that day. It was also noted that he had only said he had blanked out when he had been reminded that he was under caution, and anything he said could be used in court. After a day and a half of deliberations, the jury had reached their verdict on February 1, 2022. The jury rejected his defense of diminished responsibility, and he was found guilty of the murder of his wife. On March 17, 71-year-old David Maggs was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 20 years that he must serve behind bars. His defense lawyer, Sarah Jones, said that due to his health and age, however long his sentence was, he would likely die in prison. She said he had asked her to tell the court how sorry he was and that he wished it had never happened. When sentencing him, Judge Michael Fritton called David a self-centered, self-interested, bitter and unpleasant man. You would come to resent Linda in a whole variety of ways. You resented her still having a life, a social life, female friends, loving members of family. You resented her having the courage to stick up for herself and start divorce proceedings against you. I don't think you care about anyone other than yourself, he said. During the sentencing hearing, Linda's son, Andrew, gave a victim impact statement. You claim you can't remember anything, but I don't believe you. When you do remember, I hope it torments you as it torments us. On your wedding day, I made a speech and welcomed you into the family. I wish I had never ever said those words. Throughout this whole process, you have not shown a single ounce of remorse, regret, or compassion. That does not surprise me. Mom always said you would never, ever say sorry. Andrew also added that Linda's headstone used her maiden name of Minahan and not her married name of Maggs. For Linda's heartbroken loved ones, being denied the chance to say goodbye was devastating. Having such a kind and devoted woman ripped away from them in the most horrendous of circumstances has left a void that will never be filled. Linda's memory will continue to live on through those who knew and loved her, and she will always be remembered as a devoted mother, grandmother, and friend. On November 3, 1993, 40-year-old Cara Vau left her family home in Point Place, a community in Natchitoches Parish, Louisiana, sometime between 8 and 9 p.m. She was upset when she left, driving off in her white 1978 Honda Civic. Cara only had about $10 with her and did not take the medication she needed to manage her diabetes. When she failed to return home, her family reported her missing. Authorities spent months trying to locate Cara and her vehicle, interviewing her friends, conducting searches, and entering information about her and her car into investigative databases in the hope that another law enforcement agency might locate the vehicle or make contact with Cara. According to her family, Cara had been troubled and had previously threatened to drive her car into Cane River Lake to disappear without a trace. As a result, Cane River Lake was searched several times shortly after her disappearance. In 2007, the East Baton Rouge Police Sheriff's Office offered to assist in a new search for Cara, using advanced sonar equipment. However, like all previous efforts, this search also failed to locate either Cara or her vehicle. Cara's family continued searching for her in the years that followed, never giving up hope that Cara had run off but would eventually be found. Cara's mother Mildred passed away in January of 2012 without ever knowing what happened to her daughter. Cara's sister, Lynn Vaughn, was an anchor for CNN headline news from 1984 until 1998, and then a contributing reporter for CBS 46. After nearly 3 decades of looking for answers about her sister, Lynn prayed to God, asking him to allow her sister's case to be solved before she died. She wanted someone in their family to know what became of Cara within their lifetime. It would not be long after Lynn made this plea that Cara's case would finally be solved. In February of 2021, 20-year-old Ben Abraham, a member of the fishing team at Northwestern State University, went fishing with his friend, Zach Gagnard, a fishing guide on Cane River Lake. Ben had often fished at the location near the 1300 block of Bermuda Road with his father when he was young. Ben and Zach had been using sonar equipment while they fished. They noticed on the screen what they initially thought might be a four-wheeler or a lawnmower submerged under the water. They returned to the spot later and were able to obtain a much clearer image. They feared the object may have been a vehicle. Zach sent the image from his sonar screen and the coordinates where the image was taken to one of his cousins whose father worked for the sheriff's office. A winter storm prevented the sheriff's office from following up on the lead immediately, but dive teams went into the water to investigate on March 12th. It was impossible to see through the murky water, so the divers had to perform a touch search, but they did locate what felt like a vehicle. The Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office had more specialized equipment that would make examining the vehicle possible, and their Marine unit and dive team arrived to make another dive on March 15th. They were able to visualize what appeared to be a Honda Civic with all of its windows rolled up. They were able to see inside and saw a skeleton. They broke one of the windows and retrieved 2 identification cards, a social security card and a laminated work ID, which were still in remarkably good condition despite their time underwater. The cards both belonged to Cara Vau. Authorities were able to remove the vehicle from the water, and the remains found inside of it were sent to the Louisiana State University Forensic Anthropology and Computer Enhanced Services Laboratory. The laboratory was able to confirm that the remains were those of Cara Vau. Cara's sister, Lynn, was of course heartbroken that Cara was no longer alive, but grateful to finally have answers, and relieved that Cara did not appear to have met with foul play. Cara will be buried near her mother in Natchitoches. Taisha Bell was a loving mother of 2 daughters, ages 1.5 and 5. In 2003, 22-year-old Taisha was living in Aurora, Illinois, sharing an apartment with her sister. Late in the evening one night in May of 2003, over Mother's Day weekend, Taisha's sister overheard Taisha receive a phone call and then stepped outside of their shared apartment. Taisha never came back inside. Her family spent a full day trying to get in contact with her, leaving more than 50 messages on her voicemail. Later checks of her cell phone records would show that Taisha had never received any of them, as she had last checked her voicemail the morning prior to her disappearance. Taisha was reported missing to the police. There were no indications that Taisha had planned to be outside for more than a few minutes. Her 2 daughters were left inside with relatives, her television was on, and she had left candles burning in her bedroom. Her purse, identification, and cash were also left inside of the apartment. The day before she went missing, Taisha had gone shopping to buy summer clothes for her younger daughter. Police identified a person of interest early on in their investigation, but no arrest was made. They also conducted several searches but found no evidence that led them to Taisha. After Taisha went missing, her 2 daughters went to live with Taisha's mother, Lorna Smith, who raised her granddaughters to understand that their mother would never have left them willingly. The girls wrote poems and made scrapbooks about Taisha throughout their childhood. Lorna Smith has been instrumental in keeping her daughter's case active with the Aurora police and featured in the media. She drove around with flyers featuring Taisha's picture and information in the window of her car and contacted the Chicago every year, near the anniversary of Taisha's disappearance, to get ongoing coverage of her daughter's case. She also raised $10,000 to offer as a reward for information in the case. Lorna initially feared that her daughter had been killed when she went missing, but she turned to her faith to get her through the years without answers about Taisha and give her some measure of hope. Until I get a knock at my door and police tell me they have found my daughter's remains, I will continue to think of her as alive, Lorna told reporter Denise Crosby in 2013. That day unfortunately came in 2021. On December 11, 2020, human remains, along with some personal items and pieces of clothing, were found in a shallow grave in a wooded area of Kane County, Illinois. The personal items did not provide an immediate identification of the individual. After the scene was processed, the remains were taken to the Kane County morgue to be autopsied and tested further. A forensic odontologist and a forensic anthropologist were brought in to help create profiles that could help the remains. Genetic material from the remains was also sent to the Illinois State Police Crime Lab to be analyzed, thanks to a DNA profile that was put on file shortly after Taisha went missing. The remains were identified as those of Taisha Bell in early 2021. Aurora police announced the discovery of Taisha's remains and their need for assistance from the public at a press conference on March 16, 2021. While Taisha's disappearance has been solved, the mystery of who took her life still remains. Due to the ongoing investigation into the case, certain details such as the exact location where Taisha's remains were found and the exact cause of her death have not been released to the public. Based on the results of her autopsy, her case has been reclassified as a homicide. Authorities do not yet have enough evidence to make any arrests. Our detectives continue to have working theories in Taisha's case, but we need more information before criminal charges can be authorized, according to Aurora Police Commander Jack Fischel. We implore anyone who may have information to please come forward. Ronnie Latest was a 38-year-old postman from Bruges in Belgium. He was the father of 2 children, a 6-year-old son and a 2-year-old daughter. In the summer of 1990, Ronnie abruptly disappeared. He was last seen with his car, a Ford Thomas from the 1980s, which also went missing. Ronnie's marriage to his wife Francine was about to end in divorce. While the couple was still legally married, they were separated in practice, with Ronnie spending a few days at a time away from home prior to his disappearance. When he went missing, Francine assumed he had run off with another woman as he had not always been faithful by the end of their marriage. Given how abruptly Ronnie disappeared, his son Christophe assumed that he must have moved to a different country and assumed a new name. There were limitations to the extent of the investigation into his disappearance, as the missing persons unit of the federal police would not be established until 5 years after Ronnie went missing. Furthermore, traffic cameras and automatic number plate recognition technology commonly used in Belgium now were not in place at the time, and sonar boats that could have been used to systematically search local waterways were not available. Ronnie's case would remain unsolved for more than 3 decades until February of 2021, when a hiker noticed what they feared to be the outline of a vehicle in the Dam Savard Canal in Bruges. They notified authorities of their concern. Heavy rains were being forecast for the upcoming weekend, so the water level in the canal had been lowered in order to prevent flooding, allowing the outline of the object divers would later confirm to be a car to become visible. The vehicle was removed from the water and found to be a Ford Taunus from the 1980s, like Ronnie's. The partial number plate still on the front of the car matched the one belonging to Ronnie's car. Several of Ronnie's personal belongings, including his identification documents, were found inside of the vehicle. Human remains, later confirmed to be Ronnie, were also located inside of the vehicle. The investigation into the case will continue, but the local prosecutor's office so far believes, based on current evidence, that Ronnie's death was accidental. Ronnie's children are currently dealing with conflicting emotions following the resolution of their father's case. Ronnie's son, Christophe, told the media after his father's remains were found that while he was relieved to have clarity about why his father disappeared, he now had to process the conflicting feelings of being sad his father was dead, but also feeling happy that he had finally been found. 47-year-old Peter Wilkinson and his wife, 50-year-old Tracy, lived in Starbridge, a town in the English county of the West Midlands. The couple had 2 children, a daughter, Lydia, who was studying biology at Bristol University, and a 13-year-old son, Pierce. Despite being away at university, Lydia and her mother spoke most days and shared a very special bond. Tracy Wilkinson was known for her generosity and compassion. A former British Latin American ballroom dancing champion, she volunteered with the elderly and had the ability to make anyone feel at ease in conversation. Tracy was the type of person who, if she saw a homeless individual on the street, would often go home to gather food for them, never turning a blind eye to those in need. She was a stay-at-home mother, while her husband, Peter, worked as a businessman. Lydia described her younger brother as handsome, funny, and clever, saying he was very personable and could make friends in any situation. He could make friends in an empty room, she said. Pierce and Tracy shared a love for films, especially the Carry On series, and nothing made them happier than watching movies together. The family were huge dog lovers and adopted a greyhound called Mandy from a local trust. In March 2016, Tracy went to the supermarket to do her weekly shop. As she was coming out, she noticed a 23-year-old man called Aaron Barley sleeping in a cardboard box outside. Seeing him struggling in cold moved her greatly, and in that moment she knew she wanted to help him. She decided to take him back to their house on Greyhound Lane, and he had dinner with them. Tracy was keen to get him back on his feet and would offer him support in any way she could. She drove him to the council offices, and with their help, he was able to find new accommodation in a hostel. Every day, Tracy would make sure he had breakfast and dinner, also ensuring he had a hot meal every day. This stability and support was something he hadn't experienced much of, as Aaron Barley's life had been troubled and chaotic from the get-go. He had been born in 1993 out of an incestuous relationship between an uncle and niece who shared a 19-year age gap. His mother worked in a factory, and his father was a publican. His family was both disjointed and large. By the age of 6, he had been orphaned. His father had succumbed to cancer when he was just 4, and 2 years later, his mother suffered a fatal heart attack. He would spend his childhood in care, various foster homes, and with different family members. He had suffered physical and sexual abuse too. When he was 13 years old, he was at the center of a missing persons investigation, and his image was circulated after he went missing with 2 other boys in Bronze Grove. He was later found and returned to the care system. As he aged out of the system, he began sleeping on the street. He abused various substances and struggled with an alcohol addiction too. But now it looked like his life was finally starting to turn around. He appeared grateful for the help and support he had been given, and the Wilkinsons were determined to get him back on his feet. One night, whilst having dinner with the family, Aaron said to them, "I just need somebody to give me a chance. I need somebody to give me a lucky break." Tracy had battled an alcohol addiction and volunteered at the rehab center that had helped her. She knew all too well just how debilitating addiction could be, and she wanted to do everything she could to help him. Peter decided to give him a job as a laborer in one of his businesses in Newport. For the next 5 months, it seemed to be working out well. Aaron had a stable income, a roof over his head, and a family that really cared for him. But it would soon fall apart. In September, Aaron said that he had relapsed and was taking drugs again, as his mother had recently died, something that was not true. As he was no longer sober and hadn't been turning up to work, and had also been showing aggressive behavior towards managers, Peter decided to let him go from his job. It ended amicably, and the family lost contact with him. But just a couple of months later, Peter found him sleeping in the family's driveway. He was covered in bruises, and it appeared he had been assaulted. The Wilkinsons decided to help him once more. They found him accommodation, and he earned money by doing odd jobs for them. He spent Christmas Day with the family and gave Tracy a card addressing it to "the mother I never had." When the new year rolled around, he had a new flat in Brearley Hill and was in full-time employment. He would visit the Wilkinsons a couple of times a week for dinner, and things appeared to be on the up for him. However, his job as a furniture polisher would soon end as he was fired, and he would later lose his accommodation too. The Wilkinson family let him stay in their house on Greyhound Lane for 2 weeks until he found somewhere new to live. On the March 26th, Lydia came back from university and hid in the family's Land Rover to surprise her mother for Mother's Day. When Tracy opened the boot and Lydia jumped out, they both cried, so happy to be reunited with one another. Lydia wasn't back for long, and within a few days she had gone back to Bristol. Just 4 days after surprising her mother, her world would come crashing down. Thursday, March 30th, 2017. At around 10 a.m., Lydia received a call from her boyfriend saying there had been an incident in Starbridge. When she Googled it, she saw photos of her house taped off and emergency services all over Greyhound Lane. She called the police to find out what was happening, and what they told her was horrifying. At 7 a.m. that morning, Peter had taken their Greyhound Mandy for a walk, just like he always did, and left his wife and son at home. He asked Pierce if he had wanted to go with him, but Pierce decided not to go, and told his dad he would go the following day. When he came back from the walk, Peter thought his wife and son had slept in, as there wasn't a cup of tea on the kitchen counter for him, like there always was for when he returned home. As he opened the back door, a man in a balaclava lunged at him from behind a wall in the kitchen, holding a knife over his head. Peter was stabbed 6 times, twice in the back, twice in the abdomen, and twice in the face. The man said, "Die, you bastard," as he stabbed him. Despite him trying to disguise his identity, Peter knew instantly who it was. Peter said to him, "Aaron, we tried to help you." Aaron Barley repeated, "Duh, you bastard," and stabbed him in the stomach. He then stole the Land Rover from the front driveway and drove off. Peter called 999 before staggering out into the garden, where he collapsed onto a chair. Emergency services rushed to the scene, and a paramedic and rapid response vehicle arrived within 7 minutes of the call. 2 ambulances were also dispatched alongside 2 air ambulance helicopters with critical care doctors and paramedics en route to assist too. When the paramedics arrived, Peter asked them to go and check on his wife and son. When the paramedic came out, Peter heard him say, "1 dead, 1 in cardiac arrest." Peter was taken to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Birmingham to be treated for his life-threatening injuries. As more emergency services arrived, they were confronted with a dreadful scene inside. Tracy had been stabbed at least 17 times and was found naked on her bedroom floor after being stabbed through her duvet as she lay in bed. She was pronounced dead at the scene. Her son Pierce had at least 8 stab wounds, one of which was so severe it had nearly divided his spinal cord. He was found on his stomach struggling to breathe after he had tried to crawl along the floor. He was taken to Birmingham Children's Hospital where medical staff tried tirelessly to save him. Tragically, he later succumbed to his injuries and died. Within the course of just a few minutes, Peter had lost his wife and son, and Lydia had lost her mother and little brother. After stealing the car, Barley was captured on dash cams both inside the stolen vehicle and from other road users, driving the Land Rover away from police. But before long, he crashed. After a brief chase, Aaron Barley was taken into custody. A knife wrapped in a wet shirt was found in the car. For Lydia, who was in Bristol, the nightmare that was unfolding was impossible to comprehend. She had been due to come back home the following day to choose a dress for her university ball. She had promised Pia she would be there at the school gates to meet him. As she was driven to Birmingham to be with her father, she said she began thinking that she would have to plan a triple funeral on her own. When she arrived at the hospital, she was taken to the critical care ward where her father was being treated. Doctors surrounded his bed, and he was hooked up to various machines before going into surgery to try and save his life. West Midlands Police and the West Midlands Ambulance Service gave a statement to the press. As her father was fighting for his life, Lydia was faced with the horrific task of identifying the bodies of her younger brother and mother. She said, "I went in and I just stayed with my mom and brother for a while and said that I was sorry I couldn't protect them, and I stroked their hair. I stayed there because I knew that was going to be the last time I saw them in my life. From that point on, it was a case of I lived every day for Dad." She stayed by Peter's bedside holding his hand, hoping he would regain consciousness. And eventually he did. Peter would ultimately survive and was in hospital for 11 days, 6 of which were in intensive care. He was then told the news that his beloved wife and son had died. The community of Starbridge was in total shock. Flowers were laid at the house in tribute, with many people coming to pay their respects and try and come to terms with what had happened. Lydia showed enormous bravery and strength by going back to the house to lay flowers for her little brother and mother. Pierce's school also paid tribute to him. The police were now trying to piece together exactly what had happened. And when watching the CCTV footage from the family home, the horrifying truth came to light. It showed Aaron Barty climbing over the garden fence the night before. He hid in the garden shed throughout the night after he had failed to break into the house. As morning broke, he waited for Peter to leave. CCTV then showed him crawling across the garden, being careful to not be seen. He then entered the home, which was unlocked, and pulled a balaclava over his face to conceal his identity. He took 2 knives from the kitchen, and after going upstairs he stabbed Tracy in her bed and Pierce in his bedroom in a frenzied, violent, and ferocious attack. He then lay in wait for Peter to come back. Aaron Barley's lack of remorse was shocking. He would later say to a police officer, "I've stabbed 3 people up. I ain't bothered about taking one of you with me." When it was unclear as to whether or not Peter was going to survive, he told a prison nurse who had asked him about being homeless, "What? 2 murders and possibly a 3rd. I don't think I'll need any help with that." He also told a police officer, "I chopped them up. I don't need a solicitor." He refused to have a toxicology test done to determine if he was under the influence of any substances. He refused to give any reason for his crime, and his motive remains unknown. He bragged in custody about killing the mother and son, saying he was glad they were dead. The only regret he showed was that he hadn't succeeded in murdering Peter. Less than 1 week before the murders, the Wilkinsons had canceled a phone contract they had paid for Barley as he had failed to contact them for 3 weeks. Tracy also told friends that she had seen him looking over the fence at her home and that she didn't want anything else to do with him. Aaron Barley had a long history of violence and antisocial behavior. When he was 11 years old, he was removed from a foster home in Worcester following violent attacks on other children in the home. As he grew up, he continued to show increasing violence with a former resident of the care home. He lived in saying he was deeply troubled. He would often get into fights and even stole a member of staff's car. He also wrote a hit list of people he wanted to kill. He had a string of 21 previous convictions, the first of which he got when he was just 12 years old for grievous bodily harm. Other offenses included assaulting a police officer, drugs charges, possession of a firearm, and assaulting a former partner with a piece of wood. He had hit her 50 times with it before breaking it in half and trying to stab her with it. For this offense, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison at the age of 18. He attended a school for children with social, emotional, or behavioral needs, and those who knew him described him as cocky, saying he often said disgusting and misogynistic things about people's female friends and relatives. Nobody socialized with him. He had also been reported to the police after his previous foster carer had read several posts on Facebook that had caused great concern. He had threatened his family, who he said hadn't spoken to him in years, and messages also said, "Got to try and get some help before I go on a killing spree." Those who had volunteered at the rehabilitation center stated that Bali had said he wanted to kill someone using a knife. They also reported that he said he had 2 aims in life, one being to kill a prison officer and the other to kill a police officer. However, his comments were not taken seriously with the belief they were caused by his drug abuse. In February 2017, just a month before he committed the murders, he had met with a project worker for additional support. She made the assessment that he was seeking control, being manipulative, and playing mind games, and in a text message, he referred to himself as a predator, saying, "Stay a predator, change the prey." On Wednesday, June 7, 2017, Pearson Tracy's funeral service was held at St. Mary's Church. Pearson Tracy shared a coffin, with Pierce's godfather saying in his eulogy, "Some of you may be surprised to see just the one coffin, but they are together, inseparable, as they always were in life." Lydia said her brother and mother were as close as a mother and son could be and shared a true bond of love that could never be broken. Mandy, the family's dog, and other dogs from a rescue center formed a guard of honor as the coffin was taken into the church. The Kidderminster Male Voice Choir began the service by singing "Can't Help Falling in Love" and ended with Pierce's favorite song, "Hooked on a Feeling." Once again, the courage and bravery of the Wilkinson family was incredible. On the first day of his trial at Birmingham Crown Court, he pleaded guilty to 2 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. As his former charges were read out to the court, Barley rocked from side to side in the dock before shouting, "I've done what I've done. There's no need to stand here and lie." Psychiatric tests were carried out, and it was determined that nothing could provide a defense on the grounds of diminished responsibility. Kareem Khalil, for the prosecution, said that Bali was a compulsive liar and manipulator. One of his former foster carers described him as a Jekyll and Hyde character, saying on the one hand he could be sensitive and caring, and on the other hand violent and threatening. A former care home resident said of him, "Apart from the anger, he wasn't an emotional person. We never saw him crying. He didn't like being touched. It's as though he didn't feel anything. He was the type of kid who, if he saw something upsetting happen to someone, he wouldn't get upset or cry. He would just stand and watch. It was like he was in his body but detached from it." His defense lawyer Jonas Hankins said that Bali's chaotic childhood had seen him be pushed from pillar to post and around various different foster homes. He said that Barley was suffering from borderline personality disorder, and he had perceived the family had turned their back on him, before adding there was no evidence to actually substantiate this, and that the Wilkinsons had shown extraordinary kindness towards him. The presiding judge, Mrs. Justice Carr, said that what Barley had done was a vicious and unprovoked attack on those who had demonstrated extraordinary kindness and generosity. Lydia Wilkinson addressed the court with a victim impact statement. "My parents helped you. You repaid them with destruction and heartache. You have obliterated my life, murdered half my family, very nearly all of it. I am a shell of my former self. Sometimes I wake up and don't want to be here. What did they do to deserve this?" She added that she would never forgive Barley for what he had done. He appeared to cry as she spoke and mouthed the words, "I'm sorry." The judge praised Lydia for her courage and bravery, saying she had demonstrated a maturity well beyond her years. She emphasized the impact that this had had on Lydia, saying, "She has anxiety attacks and cannot be left alone." Peter also spoke to the court. "There's no motive. There is no explanation. He decided that because his life was going bad ways, he was going to take it out on people that had cared and looked after him. I wish we had never met him. I wish my wife had never set eyes on him." 24-year-old Aaron Barley was sentenced to life in prison. With a minimum term of 30 years, the judge had decided against giving him a whole life order, mainly due to how old he was. She told him though he may never be released, and he sat emotionless and didn't react. "You clearly represent a very significant risk of serious harm to members of the public," she said. The Solicitor General Robert Bookland appealed for the sentence to be reviewed for being unduly lenient. Lord Justice Holroyd said that the original trial judge, Mrs. Justice Carr, was entitled to conclude that a whole life order was not to be handed down. He did add that the only mitigating factors were his admission and his psychiatric problems, but that also his mental health issues had not stopped him from planning and committing the crime. 3 judges ruled that due to the most exceptional grave case, his minimum term needed to be increased, and it was increased to 35 years. Aaron Barley will only become eligible for parole once he has served his minimum term, and also is able to prove that he is no longer a danger. Only time will tell if he is ever fit to be released. Lydia said, "My mom and dad did an amazing thing, and I would never discourage anyone from helping others in a similar way, but I would always encourage people to go through the charities and organizations specifically set up for that type of thing. These charities know the system and they have the correct vetting processes in place. There are a lot of people out there who are in some unfortunate situations and need help, and it is an amazing thing to be able to help them." In October, teachers from Pierce's school announced that they were going to run a marathon in his memory. They were going to raise money for the Greyhound Trust, Pierce's favorite charity, which helps to find new homes for greyhounds across the country. His teachers' efforts raised an amazing £3,550. The school was also working with Lydia to commission a commemorative sculpture, working with a local artist. Peter and Lydia moved back to the home on Greyhound Lane, with Peter saying, "It's our home. After taking so much from us, we couldn't possibly have it that he would take anything else. We love the house. It is very much a family home that we had built and renovated ourselves, and we liked being there." They had also received much support from their local priest, who was there to bless every room in the home when they moved back in. The house would later be put up for sale in February 2018. Lydia also went back to university to carry on with her studies. She said, "We are determined to not let this take away any more of our life. I'd like to be a researcher to do medical research, to continue the help and support that my mom would give to people. By researching things like cancer and Parkinson's disease, I hope to give back to people and continue her legacy." Lydia said that she does not feel hatred for Aaron Barley and that it was more important to her to channel her energy than to building something positive from what had happened. She was able to raise £13,000 for Birmingham Children's Hospital, the hospital that had tried so hard to save her little brother. The loss of Tracy and Pierce is immeasurable, and for those who knew and loved them, the pain is incalculable. Tracy was a generous and compassionate woman who refused to turn away from anyone who needed her help. She and Peter together raised two incredibly kind and thoughtful children who always considered others and wanted to support those in need. Although the void left by their deaths will never be filled, the lasting legacy Pierce and Tracy have created, be it through the children who will be looked after by Birmingham Children's Hospital or the greyhounds who will be cared for and find a new home, will live on for many years to come. 32-year-old Lauren Cole then Thompson was a single mother to 3 children, ages 3, 5, and 9, at the start of 2019. On the afternoon of January 10th, she was spending time with a group of friends in Panola County, Texas, after having gone fishing earlier in the day. Just before 2 p.m., Lauren called her mother, Tori Colvin, sounding anxious. She asked to speak to her children, but they couldn't come to the phone at that moment. Tori thought she heard an argument in the background. Lauren apologized for her previous behavior and told her mother that if she ever got out of the situation she was in, she would never use drugs again. Tori asked if Lauren was in trouble and suggested she call local authorities if she needed help. Lauren responded by telling her mother that she loved her and asked her to tell her father the same, apologizing before hanging up. The 7-minute phone call ended precisely at 2 p.m. 8 minutes later, Lauren made a 911 call. In a panic, Lauren told the dispatcher she was being chased. The call lasted over 20 minutes before abruptly cutting off. Authorities were unable to reconnect despite several attempts, and they suspected her cell phone had run out of battery. Lauren had given the dispatcher her location, and authorities quickly responded. They found Lauren's vehicle stuck in a muddy ditch along an oil and gas lease road off County Road 267 at FM 1794, just west of the Rock Creek community. When they arrived at the nearby home of the man who had been driving the vehicle with Lauren, he was there, getting his own vehicle to bring back to the scene to pull Lauren's car out of the ditch. He told them that they had been driven off the road by another car. Paint transfer on Lauren's supported this claim. He had told Lauren to stay with her car while he walked home to get his vehicle and some chains to pull her car out of the ditch. Later that evening, authorities also located one of Lauren's shoes. Between the location of the vehicle, where they found the shoe, and the pings from Lauren's cell phone during her 911 call, they were able to approximate the path Lauren took as she ran away from her car. The initial search for her lasted all night, but Lauren was not found. In the months following Lauren's disappearance, authorities searched more than 2,000 acres of land on the ground and 9,000 acres from the air with helicopters and drones over the course of multiple searches. Large sections of the search area were heavily wooded, making them difficult to search. Furthermore, there was extensive flooding in the area at the time Lauren disappeared, making certain places impossible to search until months after she went missing. All-terrain vehicles and search dogs were brought in to help with the searches, which received personnel from numerous agencies, including the Texas Department of Public Safety and the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. The Texas Rangers and the FBI have provided resources to the investigation. The 3 individuals Lauren was known to be with on the day she disappeared have been interviewed and taken polygraph examinations. One of them passed away in the months after Lauren went missing. In the first few months following Lauren's disappearance, there were some disagreements between her family and law enforcement. Lauren's parents, Tori and G.W. Colvin, have been very active in looking for their daughter and had hoped to organize further searches for her. However, so far, only members of law enforcement have participated in searches, and the Colvins were told at one point that this was in part because the area course with volunteers from outside of law enforcement. There are, of course, other concerns authorities have about volunteer searches. We had a lot of local people offering to search too. Not that we don't appreciate that, and there's times that's utilized, but when we have teams that are available to come that are used to dealing with and trained to deal with crime scenes, and we have the potential to have a crime scene. Obviously, that's who we want on the ground so we don't contaminate everything, said Panola County Sheriff Kevin Lake. The Panola County Sheriff's Office has denied requests from the media to release the recording of the 911 call Lauren made, as they believe it contains information important to their investigation. Joey Ortega, a private investigator working on the case with the Colvins and acting as their spokesperson, was allowed to listen to the tape and agrees with this decision. Lauren's parents were also allowed to listen to recording. According to Tori Colvin, while her daughter sounded anxious when she spoke to her just prior to her disappearance, she sounded coherent and not as terrified as she sounded during the 911 call. While authorities initially believed the 911 call ended abruptly because Lauren's cell phone battery died, further investigation has shown that the phone, in fact, continued to ping after the call ended. The final ping occurred 20 minutes after the 911 call ended. Tori Cole then has also stated after hearing the recording that at the end of the call, it sounded like Lauren had been startled by someone. According to Joey Ortega, the fact that the phone continued to ping along with that data showing that the call ended nowhere near any river or place where one was likely to run into a wild animal, along with her claim that she was being chased, all lends to a reasonable belief that she was in fact kidnapped and not lost, drowned, or attacked by an animal. Sheriff Lake says his office has not yet found solid evidence confirming that foul play is involved in Lauren's disappearance and will not rule that foul play is involved until such evidence is found. We can speculate, but it's not our job to speculate. We're fact finders, and so we have not collected any evidence to make us confirm that foul play is involved, he said in February of 2020. Could there be foul play involved? Absolutely, and that's why we're so concerned about preserving if we find a crime scene. He has also stated that he does not believe that Lauren willingly walked away from her life because she would not have left behind her children. Lauren's family initially offered a $5,000 reward for information in the case and doubled that reward to $10,000 in June of 2020. They also announced the creation of a tip line which would allow individuals to call in or text information about the case while remaining anonymous and avoiding direct contact with law enforcement. In the press release announcing this information, the family said that they hoped that through their independent efforts and working in concert with law enforcement, they can get a clear picture of what happened to Lauren that January afternoon. Amanda Grudge was born in the United Kingdom in 1964 and moved to the United States before she was a year old. After living in several states, Amanda's mother Sylvia left Amanda's father and took Amanda with her to Canada. Amanda was shy as a child but grew into a determined and independent adult. On the evening of August 21, 1991, 27-year-old Amanda was at the apartment she shared with her mother on Enfield Place in Mississauga, Ontario. She had several piercings in each her ears and was having trouble removing one of her earrings as she was getting ready to go out for the evening. Sylvia had to help her daughter remove it. Amanda then left the apartment for the night, taking just a purse with her. She never came home. Amanda would sometimes spend a night or two at a friend's home, so Sylvia did not immediately panic when she was not home the following morning. Once several days went by with no sign of Amanda, however, she knew something was wrong and went to the police. The police did not take the disappearance seriously and may not have investigated it at all. When the Ontario Provincial Police began investigating the case years later, no missing persons file on Amanda with the local authorities could be located. Sylvia was told that Amanda was an adult who could make decisions without informing her mother. Sylvia believes that Amanda's lifestyle may have played a role in how the authorities viewed her disappearance. Amanda had suffered from an eating disorder and eventually developed problems with drugs and alcohol. She ran with a rough crowd, and her employment history working as a hairstylist and bartender was spotty. Amanda was known to police, having previously spent a few days in jail on minor charges. More relevant to her disappearance was the fact that she had been involved with a police investigation in the summer of 1991 and had been about to appear as a witness against several of her acquaintances when she went missing. Just a few days before Amanda disappeared, her mother had received a phone call from a man with a Caribbean accent. He did not identify himself but told Sylvia that if Amanda testified in court, she would never be seen again. Sylvia believes that it is possible Amanda left home to protect both herself and her mother from retribution from the people she was due to testify against. It is of course also possible that she disappeared because she met with foul play at the hands of one or more of those people. Without assistance from the police, Sylvia looked for her daughter on her own. In the months following Amanda's disappearance, she regularly traveled to downtown Toronto looking for her or anyone who knew her. She ran ads in the Toronto Star asking for information for years. In the years since she disappeared, Amanda has not used her health insurance or credit cards, and there has been no record of her using her driver's license as a form of identification. She did not have a passport at the time of her disappearance, and there is no record of her crossing the border into the United States, which did not always require a passport. Amanda's name made it to the missing persons list maintained by the Ontario Provincial Police in 2007 following an investigation by a different regional police force into a set of unidentified human remains which were ultimately found to not belong to Amanda. This resulted in new inquiries but no new answers. In 2016, the case was sent to the OPP's Criminal Investigations Branch as a matter of routine. In 2017, they formally reopened the case following an unconfirmed sighting of Amanda in Illinois, but she remains missing. I look back on many things, and yes, she tried to protect me and probably still does to this day if she's out there. Alive, Amanda's mother, Sylvia, said in 2017, "I want people to know that Amanda was a good person, and no matter what she may have done that was wrong, she loved me and I her." In 2011, 33-year-old Anthony Tyrone Lee lived in Longview, Texas with his mother, Sharon Bowers. That June, he was about to make a trip to Houston, where he would be helping his sister move into a new home. Prior to leaving on that trip, he had plans to attend a rodeo with his mother. However, on June 25th, the day of the rodeo, his mother arrived home only to find that her son was not there. Sharon quickly realized that something was not right. The ironing board had been set up and the clothes Anthony had planned to wear to the rodeo were with it. However, one of the pant legs was still hanging off of the side of the board, as though Anthony had been in the middle of ironing the pants and was somehow interrupted. Anthony's clothing and shoes were still in the home, and as best as Sharon could determine, her son had left home wearing his house shoes, which was out of character for him. Anthony's mood had recently changed, and he had been acting in the weeks before he went missing. He had $600 in the bank, which remained in his account untouched. 3 weeks after Anthony's disappearance, Sharon began receiving disturbing phone calls. At first, the caller would play what Sharon described as some kind of death song. Then came calls from someone telling Sharon that's what he gets for snitching. The last person Anthony saw prior to his disappearance, as far as his mother knows, was a known local drug dealer who had wrecked Anthony's car a week before he went missing. Sharon feared that Anthony may have gotten himself into a situation where either he felt like he needed to go into hiding or someone else was holding him somewhere. However, since Anthony left behind his belongings and his money, and because of the phone calls, Sharon is not optimistic that he will return home. "I don't feel like my child is still living," she told the Longview News Journal. "After all the flyers and all the friends he has, it's just not like him to not call and talk to anybody." The Longview Police Department ran out of leads to follow by the first anniversary of Anthony's disappearance, but has not given up on his case. Anthony is listed in state and national missing persons databases. "There's somebody that knows what happened to my son, and all we want is to know too," Sharon Bowers said in 2012. At 11:30 p.m. on March 9, 2014, at 3385 Airport Road in Dalton, Georgia, a gas station called Cancun's Express was the scene of a shocking discovery. 2 regular customers entered the store and immediately noticed it was in complete disarray. Mark, one of the customers, peered over the counter and saw money, lottery tickets, and other items scattered across the floor. It was clear a robbery had taken place, but there was no one around, and the store was eerily silent. Mark decided to investigate further and noticed the door to the employees' area at the back was slightly ajar. He cautiously looked inside and saw a person's legs, surrounded by a lot of blood. Mark and the other customer quickly left the store and waited outside for the police. But there was still uncertainty about whether the person behind the door was alive. One brave customer decided to re-enter the store to check. It didn't take long for her to confirm that the individual was already deceased. The victim was 37-year-old Diaby Kalidas Chadhari, known to everyone as DK. Originally from India, DK had traveled to the United States alone, eager to embrace a new life. From the moment he arrived, he worked tirelessly to build a fresh start and immediately felt at home in America. After spending some time in New Jersey, he had moved to Dalton, Georgia, a place he seemed to prefer greatly. As he had come over by himself, people said he had started to create his own little family in Dalton. Becoming close to his co-workers and his customers, DK was now really starting to find his feet in a new routine. He had only been at Cancun's Express for a couple of months, and typically worked the graveyard shift, starting at around 7 p.m. But late nights and long hours didn't ever deter him. His co-workers said the man who called everyone buddy and greeted customers with a big smile made such an effort to remember the regulars and get to know the people he served. They said you couldn't have met a friendlier and kinder person, always happy to talk to anyone about anything, whether they were known to him or just someone topping up their gas, never to return again. He just wanted to make friends, work hard, and enjoy his new life in America. Everyone was in disbelief that this had happened to him. When police arrived at the store, it was evident the attack had been a very frenzied and vicious one, with the motive appearing to be a robbery. DK had tape over his mouth and eyes and had been stabbed multiple times. He was covered in defensive wounds and had tried hard to fight back. The medical examiner later determined he had survived the whole ordeal, only to bleed out about 10 minutes after the attack had finished. On the floor, under a trolley, near to DK's body, they found their first piece of evidence, a mobile phone which was swiftly bagged up. With 7 cameras covering the whole area, even if a few weren't working or were bad quality, detectives were confident they would be able to get something from them. They were elated, however, when they realized all of the cameras were working perfectly, and the images were pretty clear too. In the moments before the attack, DK was serving customers as usual and walking around the store checking the aisles. It was now around 10:30 p.m., about 4.5 hours into his shift. Nothing seemed to be off, and as the store seemed quiet, DK headed over to the back room. Without warning, in a split second the perpetrator appeared chasing him from behind, pinning him into the back room. They were wearing a white hoodie pulled over their face, sunglasses, latex gloves, and a big black bag. DK tried to slam the door, but the killer was too quick. Once inside, they started stamping on him, brandishing a gun. DK managed to hit the gun away, and it slid across the tiles. But the perpetrator pulled out a knife and started stabbing him repeatedly before putting duct tape over his eyes and mouth. They then squatted down next to him before pressing their hands over his face, suffocating him as he bled out. While all this was going on, there were now customers walking around the store, completely unaware as to what was unfolding in the back. The perpetrator then exited the back room and paced around the aisles. One customer by the name of Charles was now at the counter looking to buy a drink. But he was met with, unbeknownst to him, the killer at the cash register, who shook their head and indicated Charles needed to leave. He walked outside quickly and afraid, and after the store was empty, the suspect proceeded to ransack the cash register area, taking a huge roll of lottery tickets and around $200 in cash. They took it all into the back where they had left their bag, shoving it all in there. They then calmly walked out of the store and off into the night. Police were shocked at just how cold-blooded, vicious, and remorseless this crime was, with some saying they had never even heard of anything like this in their careers, let alone seen it with their own eyes. Even though the footage of the murder happening did not show the killer's face, it was still a strong set of videos. It was clear, confirmed the timings, and showed the person's height, build, and clothing very well. Charles, who had interacted with the suspect at the counter, came forward. He said it was a really unsettling moment, and he didn't know what was going on. But he knew he needed to leave the premises. Whereas the police initially thought they were looking for a male suspect, Charles's story made them realize they were not. Realizing there was no one there to serve him, he went to the counter to pick up his card and leave. He then saw the person in the white hoodie lurking behind the register. He said she looked at him and said, "We're not open for business." He told officers it sounded like she was putting on a fake voice. Looking back at the footage to just before the murder, the camera at the entrance to Cancun's Express showed the woman entering the store, but she was wearing all black. She headed into the bathroom where she changed into the white hoodie she would shortly be seen in. Detectives released the footage, feeling confident they could get a lead off of the back of it. And very quickly they did. It had now been just over 24 hours since DK had been murdered, and the police received an anonymous tip. The caller said they needed to look for a person by the name of Sky Raven Marie Mims, a 21-year-old model, aspiring rapper, and dancer. Sky appeared to have no criminal history and wasn't known to the authorities at all. So this was a total shock and left the police wondering if they were seeking the right person. But there was another gas station across the road from Cancun's, and this also showed her on these cameras too. In the footage, her hood was now down and they had a pretty clear picture of her face. She had even used her card in this station. No sooner had this tip come in that the forensics on the phone had also come back, and it belonged to Sky Mims. A statewide manhunt was now underway to find her, and the media were running with all the details. There was no indication as to where she was. Her last known address was in Detroit, and it appeared she was bouncing from state to state. Following an extensive 2-day search, Sky Mims was finally located. She had been hiding out in a friend's house about 30 minutes away from Dalton. When police knocked on the door, she had tried to escape. She was naked and screaming at the police to just shoot and kill her. She said, "You saw what I did. You caught me red-handed." She was placed in handcuffs and taken out of the house wrapped in a bedsheet. On the way into the station in the back of the police car, she managed to wriggle out of the handcuffs, something which clearly unnerved the officer driving. In her first interview with the police, she was both aggressive and totally vacant before asking for a lawyer and walking up to the camera in the room and shouting and swearing into it. But officers were gathering so much from the house she had been hiding in that her refusal to talk didn't really matter at this point. Inside her bag were latex gloves, a roll of the same red duct tape that was found around DK's face, some of the lottery tickets, a gun, and a knife, with what they presumed was DK's blood still on it. There was absolutely nothing to suggest that Sky knew DK at all. It was a completely random attack, and police argued that the second she walked into the store, she had already decided she was going to kill whoever got in her way. Her DNA was taken and quickly processed, confirming everything they already knew. The expert said she matched at all 15 locations for both gloves. The frequency for that is 1 in 5 quintillion, and the blood on the knife found in her bag matched DK. Sky Mims was charged, and a grand jury soon indicted her on several counts, including felony murder, 2 counts of aggravated assault, burglary, armed robbery, possession of a knife during the commission of a felony, and theft by bringing stolen property into the state, which was a stolen car. As the various procedures and hearings began, everyone that knew DK was still reeling from his death, and the small community was left shaken in the aftermath. A collection jar was set up at the entrance of the store so people could send something to his family back in India and try and help in any way they could. DK's funeral was big, with a lot of people standing along the sides, including detectives who had been working on the case. Sky entered a plea of not guilty to all of the charges, and whilst awaiting trial, she faced a further felony charge of breaking a sprinkler head in her cell, which caused the cell to flood. Her charges were mounting up, and she now had 11 against her. But the most serious of all, felony murder, meant she could potentially face the death penalty if she was found guilty. Before her trial began, she was assessed by a psychologist who diagnosed her with bipolar disorder. But her attorney said she felt that her client had something more severe and undiagnosed. Her trial finally started just over a year after DK's murder. During the proceedings, Sky either sat and laughed or just stared into space, completely void of any remorse, but seemingly enjoying the attention when she saw people looking at her. She had asked to testify on her own behalf, but her attorney had said no. Many testified, including friends of Sky, who said that in recent months she had become totally obsessed with winning the lottery. She was focused particularly on winning one that could give her $500 a week for life, and these are the exact same tickets she had stolen from the store. Friends said she thought if she won, she would be able to pursue her dream of performing without worrying about funds. After 5 days, the juries entered their deliberations. It took less than an hour for them to return a verdict of guilty on all counts. On the grounds of mental health issues and a previously clean criminal history, Sky's attorney was pushing for the chance of parole to give her a second chance. But the judge said she was read her rights and was more than happy she understood them. Sky's father Mario gave a statement as well, describing their family history of mental health issues, including bipolar disorder and paranoid schizophrenia. Mario also said Skye would tell people she was being chased by aliens or that people were trying to kill her. Mario had tried to check her into a hospital, but she had left quickly before stealing a car and fleeing. He said, "She kind of slipped out of our hands. We couldn't grab her, touch her, nothing." Despite both he and her attorney's protests, Skye Mims was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge took the potential death penalty off the table after her bipolar disorder diagnosis. And when Skye's attorney expressed her disappointment at the sentence given, the judge pointed out he had already been lenient enough in taking the death penalty out of the equation. He called her crime methodical, vicious, and senseless, and was particularly disgusted when she had started laughing as the evidence was presented. He said life without parole was more than justified considering the circumstances. The defendant has shown zero remorse. She has shown zero acceptance of what she did. We don't think she should ever be free again, he said. It was a good result for the prosecution, and they said, we are pleased, obviously. We're happy for the community and happy for the family. The evidence in this case was overwhelming, so the verdict is not unexpected. We're just glad to get the case tried and get closure for friends and family that lost a good man. It was soon announced that Skye was seeking a new trial. As a result, in 2019, the charge of theft of a car was reversed, but the murder conviction was upheld and Skye remains in prison, still serving out her life without parole sentence. DK's body was eventually sent back to India to be with his brothers, but the loss his co-workers and friends felt back in America ran deep. He had built a nice life for himself there and made so many new friends. He had many plans and dreams. It was such a heartbreaking end for him. One of his friends said, DK's smile could brighten your day. He never met a stranger. He spoke to everyone. He would give you the shirt off his back if you needed it. He was so kind and had the biggest heart of anyone I know. Bernd Lehmann was born in Germany but moved to Australia in the 1960s, eventually becoming an Australian citizen. He lived in Ashfield, a suburb in the inner west of Sydney, and worked as a caretaker for disabled individuals. On February 12, 2008, Bernd was scheduled to fly back to Germany on a 4:55 p.m. flight out of Sydney, planning to spend 3 months there to care for his critically ill mother. However, Bernd never boarded his flight, and 2 days later, on Valentine's Day, he was found dead in the kitchen of his apartment on Alternate Street around 7 p.m. Authorities determined Bernd's time of death to be between 11:15 a.m. and the time he was supposed to board his flight on the 12th. He had died from severe head injuries, and there were signs of a violent struggle in his apartment. Police later described the brutal attack he endured as both vicious and frenzied. They believe Bernd had been struck in the head approximately 20 times with a 6-pound statue, and that his killer had subsequently made an unsuccessful attempt to decapitate him with a knife from the kitchen. Robbery was eliminated as a motive as nothing was stolen from the apartment. Police suspected, based on the extent of the injuries inflicted to Bernd and the rage that must have been behind them, that there was some sort of emotional motivation to the crime. To investigate the murder, Strike Force Nova was created, bringing together detectives from Burwood Police Area Command and the State Crime Command's Homicide Squad. A $100,000 reward was offered for information in the case, and investigators followed up on Bernd's known friends and associates looking for potential suspects, but years would drag on with no arrests. A coronial inquest into the case was held in 2012, after which the case was sent to the Unsolved Homicide Unit. In 2018, investigators revisited DNA evidence collected at the crime scene. The new review was initially conducted by the Forensic Evidence and Technical Services Technology Command, and the samples were then sent to the Genetic Ancestry Laboratory maintained by the University of Canberra and the University of Technology Sydney to undergo DNA phenotyping. The laboratory was able to confirm that the DNA came from a male but not from Bernd Lehmann. Their analysis found that the contributor of the DNA probably did not have blonde hair or blue eyes and was most likely of mixed European, Middle Eastern, and African ancestry. Unfortunately, there was no match to the DNA on file. Because it was a violent crime, they left a lot of forensic evidence behind, and that was exposed in our benefit. Detective Danny Doherty, New South Wales Police Homicide Squad Commander, would later say, DNA was found on 8 cigarette butts left in Burns' lounge and in semen on his body. According to Detective Superintendent Doherty, it's not just DNA, it's where it's found in the unit, and it's found in places where it gives us confidence that this person will be charged later on. In February of 2021, police announced that the New South Wales government was increasing the reward for information in the case to $1 million in a renewed effort to generate tips from the public. Less than a month later, on March 17, 2021, 66-year-old Najee Fakruddin was arrested outside his home in Arncliffe at 7:30 in the morning and was later formally charged with Bernd Lehman's murder. Fakruddin had initially come to the attention of the authorities, thanks to information from a member of the public. However, he was initially only known to them as an unnamed associate. Police were later able to use what they have described as innovative techniques to identify him and match his DNA to the DNA found at the crime scene. Due to ongoing court proceedings, authorities have not been able to provide details on these methods and techniques. However, one of Fakruddin's 8 children is a high-ranking member of a motorcycle gang and is currently incarcerated for drug trafficking. This would give authorities access to his DNA, which means it is possible that police were then led to his father through familial DNA. Following his arrest, the elder Fakruddin was brought in for questioning and for further belief that Bernd and Fakruddin were casual acquaintances. A motive has not been firmly established. Detective Superintendent Doherty could not elaborate on what police believed the motive to be due to the ongoing court proceedings, but did reiterate that robbery had been excluded as a motive. When asked by the media if Bernd's sexuality had some role in the motive, Detective Superintendent Doherty could not exclude that possibility. Fakruddin appeared before the Sutherland local court on March 17th. He did not enter a plea and was denied bail by the court. His next court appearance is scheduled for May. For Bernd to die in such a violent way, after spending his life caring and helping others, this senseless murder has been a great source of sadness for us all, said Claudia Wolf, a family friend of Bernd's, after Fakruddin's arrest. We hope that this will be the first step for his friends here and his family in Germany to get some closure and to find out why this happened. Mildred Meeni was born on February 27, 1907 in Arkansas and was one of 6 children. Her father died of a heart attack when she was young, leaving Mildred's mother to raise the children on her own. As an adult, Mildred married, had a son, and became a nurse. According to her son, Gary, she was articulate and thrifty. She was talented at cooking and at sewing, and could make shirts for her son out of hog feed bags that he claimed were nicer than anyone's available at any store. Mildred worked for 40 years as a psychiatric nurse in Little Rock and was dedicated to her family. These two aspects of her life would eventually intersect, and she would provide care for her brother when his mental state began to decline. Unfortunately, Mildred began losing her own mental faculties when she was in her 70s, and she herself required help from her siblings. Mildred, now a widow, moved to Lake Worth, Florida to live with her younger sister, Gladys Nowlin, when she began suffering from dementia. Mildred could not leave home on her own because her condition would cause her to become disoriented and get lost. She did leave the home on her own on a few occasions and would wander around the neighborhood, requiring help to get back home. She would often be found near a laundromat close to her sister's house. On April 27, 1985, 78-year-old Mildred again somehow got out of the house on her own. Witnesses reported seeing her walking in the neighborhood sometime between 3:30 and 4 p.m., wearing an orange blouse over her pink pajamas. Upon realizing that Mildred had gotten out of the house, Mildred's sister, Gladys, went to the laundromat where Mildred had wandered off to in the past. She was not there. Gladys could not find Mildred in the neighborhood, so she reported her missing at 4:30 p.m. Just before 10 p.m. that same night, a passerby traveling on Old Indiantown Road near 125th Avenue in Jupiter, approximately 30 miles north of Lake Worth, discovered Mildred along a dirt road. Mildred was unconscious, having been severely beaten. Police would later say that they believed her head had been beaten with a blunt object. She was naked, and her clothes and blood-stained dentures were found nearby. She had been raped. Mildred was rushed to Martin Memorial Hospital in Stuart, Florida. Her son Gary rushed to Florida from his home in Arkansas to be with her. Mildred died as a result of her injuries on May 8, 1985, 11 days after she was attacked. The medical examiner ruled her death a homicide caused by a heart arrhythmia stemming from her injuries, including a skull fracture and internal bleeding. Witnesses reported seeing Mildred near the intersection of Dixie Highway and Lucerne Avenue, less than 2 miles from her home. She had gotten into a brown, two-door 1967 Oldsmobile Delta 88 with a white interior driven by a man who told the witnesses that he was her neighbor and would be driving her home. Despite having such a specific description of his vehicle and of man himself from the witnesses, police in 1985 could not identify the man. Mildred's case went cold despite police revisiting the case and issuing new appeals to the public for information over the years. In March of 2021, the DNA profile extracted from vaginal swabs taken from Mildred was entered into the combined DNA index system and a match was found. Police obtained a warrant for a new DNA sample and then visited the home of the man, whose DNA matched that from Mildred's rape kit, taking a new cheek swab to confirm the match. Testing of the DNA from that swab confirmed that it was this suspect's DNA found on the swab from the rape kit. On April 22, 2021, 61-year-old Richard Curtis Lang Sr. of Boynton Beach, Florida was arrested on charges of first-degree murder, kidnapping, false imprisonment, and sexual assault with a weapon or force. He pled not guilty to the charges the following day and is currently being held without bond at the Palm Beach County Jail. Lang has a criminal record which includes aggravated assault convictions in 1983-1993. He has faced minor drug charges as well as gun charges in 2006 and 2012. He has never served more than a short jail sentence. He was obligated to provide a sample of his DNA in 2006 after he pleaded guilty to a charge of carrying a concealed weapon and was given probation. His arrest record lists his current occupation as disabled. Lang's attorney, Scott Skier, says his client vehemently denies any involvement in the crime. We look forward to aggressively challenging the forensic evidence attributed to Mr. Lang. Nothing in Mr. Lang's past indicates a propensity for such abhorrent behavior, Mr. Skeeter said in a statement. Now 88 years old, Mildred's son, Gary Matheny, had given up hope that his mother's killer would be found and was overjoyed to learn that such a major development had finally been made in her case. It's been a long, long time, and I'm thankful to the cold case people for finding that dastardly SOB. It was a terrible death for my mother, he said following Lang's arrest. 59-year-old Virginia Hannon was a widow who lived alone on West Street in Pembroke, Massachusetts. For many years, she worked as a cook and lunch lady at Bryantville Elementary School. Her love of children and of food extended beyond her work, and she was known to bake treats to give out to the children who lived in her neighborhood. She also had a love of animals and cared for stray dogs and cats. According to her family, she was a happy person who was always fun to be around. She loved her community and was dedicated to her family. On February 13, 1984, Virginia's body was found on her bed, covered by a sheet. Police believed she had been killed the night before on February 12th. She had been stabbed once in the eye and 6 times in the abdomen, kicked so hard that a shoe imprint was left on her body and strangled with nylon stockings. Virginia's murder was the first in Pembroke in a decade, and it came as a shock to her community. Her family was heartbroken to lose such a kind woman in such a brutal fashion. Police initially theorized that Virginia had been killed during a botched break-in. Virginia had recently retired from her job at the school after inheriting $380,000 from her aunt, who had lived in California. Virginia never flaunted her wealth, still driving her old car and being thrifty with her purchases. However, she had told friends about the money, so word of it may have spread through town. And Virginia's killer may have come to her home to try to steal some of her newfound wealth. Police launched an extensive investigation and interviewed more than 50 people, but no arrests were made and the case went cold. Authorities continued to revisit it, and Virginia's family worked to keep the case alive, holding vigils for Virginia as recently as 2019 to mark the 35th anniversary of her death. Earlier that same year, in January of 2019, authorities had re-examined the evidence from the case and found that DNA found on broken glass from Virginia's door bloody paper towels left in her home, and the stocking used to strangle Virginia all came from the same man. They then tried to use genetic genealogy to identify potential suspects, but the effort was unsuccessful. An unexpected phone call would soon change the course of the investigation, and on March 18, 2021, Plymouth County District Attorney Tim Cruz announced that Virginia's case had finally been solved. He identified the person whose DNA was found at the scene and who his office believed to be Virginia's killer as Jesse Aylward. Aylward had been 22 years old at the time of Virginia's murder and had a criminal record that detailed crimes committed between the mid-1980s and mid-1990s. Authorities did not release details of this record beyond stating that it included what they described as some assaultive behavior. Aylward had come to investigators' attention on February 4, 2020, when one of his friends, whose identity is being withheld, called them. The informant told them that in early 2019, Aylward had admitted to killing a woman in Pembroke many years earlier. They had called in this information on that particular day because Aylward had died the day before. The informant was interviewed and is not facing any charges related to the case. Because Aylward had just died when investigators learned of his confession, his body was still at Brockton Hospital, where he had passed away, and they were able to obtain a DNA sample from it. His DNA was ultimately found to be a match to the DNA found on the various items from the crime scene. Between the statement from the witness and the DNA evidence, District Attorney Cruz is confident that Aylward was responsible for Virginia's death, even though Aylward is not alive to face charges in court. While Virginia's family is grateful to finally have answers in her case, they do wish that Aylward had been held responsible for her murder. His death also prevents them from trying to get him to reveal the motive for the crime. They are hoping that Aylward, being publicly identified, will encourage people who knew him to re-examine their memories and report any information they may have about Aylward or why he committed such a seemingly senseless and brutal crime. Somebody will remember, I believe. Virginia's nephew, Richard Hannon, said at the district attorney's press conference, "Somebody will be brave enough to come forward." 21-year-old Bethany Decker was full of life. Her mother, Kim, described her as a joy to be around, always positive and smiling since birth. Bethany had two younger siblings who looked up to her as the leader, confident, encouraging, and supportive. After excelling in school for years, she was accepted into George Mason University, where she aimed to earn a degree in global and economic change. One of her roommates recalled how Bethany could procrastinate on assignments until the last minute, but still managed to write an essay in an hour and earn an A star. She was incredibly intelligent, they remembered. It was during her freshman year that Bethany met Emil Decker, a cadet in the Reserve Officers Training Corps, who was set to join the Army National Guard. Emil was a romantic at heart, and Bethany's family recalled how he would remember even the smallest, most insignificant details she mentioned and make an effort to act on them. They loved him, and he easily became part of the family, as if they'd been together forever. After dating for a couple of years, Emil proposed. Not long after their engagement, Bethany discovered she was pregnant. The young couple was thrilled to start their family together. Though the baby came sooner than expected, it was a welcome surprise. They named their son Kai. However, family and friends noted that the stress of a newborn, combined with their financial struggles, quickly became overwhelming. While Emil started training with the Army National Guard units, Bethany, who was still studying at George Mason, took up a part-time job in a restaurant to get some more money. The stress only mounted further when Emil started prepping to be deployed to Afghanistan. Between both their families helping out, the pair were just about coping. But knowing Emil would soon be away for long periods of time was hard for Bethany to deal with. She said she felt like the pair were drifting apart and they were living in two completely separate worlds. She told Emil she worried they had rushed into things and should have taken more time to plan. Some sources say at this point they decided to try a separation and take a break. Emil was upset but wanted to give Bethany what she needed. As he left the country, Bethany moved into a new apartment so she could be closer to her job and pick up as many shifts as possible. One day at the restaurant, things would take a massive shift, which changed the course of everything. Bethany met 31-year-old Ronald Roldan, who was originally from Bolivia. Before long, the pair were involved in a romantic relationship. Bethany told friends she was lonely and isolated with Emil being overseas for such long periods of time. And despite her friends' reservations, Ronald soon moved into Bethany's apartment. Her best friend Sarah said she was shocked and warned her against it, but she ultimately wanted to see Bethany happy, and Bethany was going to do what she wanted to anyway. She and Emil were still separated and communication was dwindling, but he could sense something was going on. The relationship with Ronald was bad from the get-go. He was controlling, jealous, and violent, and everyone saw it in him. Kim said she was frightened, hearing horror stories about what was going on inside the apartment. She even suspected that Ronald had hurt Kai, as Kai not only seemed scared of him, but he had a black eye on one occasion. The story they were told was that a friend was watching him and he fell backwards off of a chair. But Bethany's family were not so sure. They also found out that Ronald had phoned Kai's daycare and pretended to be Emil. Fortunately, the daycare could tell something was wrong and nothing happened. But this resulted in them setting up a code to use over the phone, so they knew not to answer to Ronald if he called again. Ronald would text and call constantly asking to see proof of where she was and who she was with. He would even follow her to houses she said she was going to just to make sure she actually was, and then he would sit and wait for her outside until she left. Bethany was now in a very bad situation and decided to come clean and tell Emil everything, saying she knew she had made a mistake. Emil still wanted to make things work, saying his family was his priority. He said he could tell that something had been wrong for many months, as she was now working about 6 days a week and barely talking to him. And when she did communicate, she was distant and not present. Bethany and Emil decided to go on holiday when he was home on leave to try and patch things up. Their marriage was hanging by a thread at this point, and the situation was messy to say the least. She was telling her mother and friends that the situation with Ronald was now so bad. She needed to either get him out somehow or leave the apartment herself in secret. She and Kim started working on a plan to make this happen. As 2010 came to an end, Emil sent a sweet message to his young family. In mid-January 2011, he was granted leave and the pair decided they would still go on holiday together. As Bethany met him at the airport, it was clear there was another issue to contend with. Bethany was pregnant again and Ronald was the father. Emil said he wasn't angry and still wanted the holiday in Hawaii to go ahead. He said, "I'd been overseas and it was a completely different world. Coming back to the United States, I was just happy to be home, to be alive, to be with my family. That anything else in the whole entire world really did not matter to me at all. It was definitely a make or break trip. And by all accounts, they did have a lovely time in Hawaii. It was the most they'd seen each other, laughed together, and just talked in ages. Felt like things could start to get back on track." When Emil and Bethany got back on the January 28th, Bethany visited her grandma. They had a nice afternoon making pizza and talking about the trip, but her grandma said she could tell there were more stories than Bethany was sharing. She was so young with so much going on, and everything was clearly getting on top of her. Bethany later confided that she was drowning in stress, guilt, and sadness, and it was the lowest she had felt in her whole life. Later that night, Emil joined them for dinner where the crisis talks continued. Without warning, Bethany's phone started to go off. She grabbed her things and rushed out, saying they didn't understand what was going to happen to her if she didn't go home. Emil was due back in just a few days, and although the break had been good for them, it still wasn't clear how things would be once he left. Bethany drove back to her apartment as Emil packed up, ready to fly out on the February 2nd. The plan was she would meet him at the airport to see him off, telling him, "I will always be there no matter what." On February 2nd, Emil arrived at the airport hoping to see Bethany there, but she didn't turn up. He called her restaurant and they said she hadn't been into work for the last few days. Before he boarded, he called around Bethany's family to give them the heads up that something seemed wrong. Regardless of any issues the pair ever had, Bethany was always at the airport to see him go. Over the next few days, friends and family tried to make contact with Bethany, but she didn't answer her phone once. Bethany's mother Kim then received a few strange phone calls which remain undisclosed, and Bethany's friend Sarah got some Facebook messages that stood out immediately. She logged in and saw that Bethany was online. Having not heard from her in a while, she started up a chat in Messenger. She said she knew right away. It was not Bethany sending the messages back. The English was broken, words were misspelled, and basic things she would have been able to answer, she couldn't. Sarah called Kim and told her her suspicions. Emil also got an email from Bethany's account, and he too said he didn't believe his wife had typed it. By this point, Kim had received messages from 4 different people, all saying they thought Bethany's Facebook account had been hacked into. Bethany's grandparents live closer to Bethany than Kim, so they decided to drive over to her complex. They found Bethany's car parked outside. It was at an odd angle with a flat tire. This was even more odd because no one had seen her car there before this point. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. They knocked on the door, but the silence was deafening. They called 911 on February 19th and reported her missing. Bethany's family said it was not unusual for her to go several days without talking to anyone or replying. And before they all knew it, it was 3 weeks later. Given the fact she hadn't seen or spoken to anyone during this time, as well as being pregnant, authorities did not miss a beat and moved quickly, concerned they had already lost a lot of time. A quick search of her phone, credit and debit cards showed they had not been accessed since January 29th. She hadn't shown up to any of her classes. She hadn't checked herself into any of the nearby hospitals. She hadn't gone into work. And given the fact her passport was at home, she hadn't left the country either. When police went to her apartment, they determined there were no signs of any forced entry or a struggle, and nothing appeared to be glaringly out of place. Her belongings were all still there, indicating she hadn't packed up to go anywhere either. There was nothing inside her car that indicated foul play or pointed to where she might have gone. It was now the first week of March and detectives decided to hold a press conference. Divers were searching the waters, canine units were around the fields, and the FBI were brought in too. Police were getting leads, but they were going nowhere. None of these tips came to anything. It seemed that the last person to have seen Bethany, given the timeline they knew, was Emil. He was granted permission to fly home and help with the investigation. He voluntarily took a polygraph test and underwent hours of interrogation, answering everything twice over, and was completely supportive of everything the police needed. He said he had absolutely nothing to do with Bethany being missing, and even despite all their issues, his mind was racing and he was deeply concerned. He said he understood why he was being looked at so closely. He happened to leave the country around the same time she went missing, and had just found out she was pregnant with another man's child. But he said he let the police ask everything they needed to, no matter how painful the questions were, so they could rule him out and he could start helping. All of his movements in between the January 28th and the February 2nd were all accounted for as well. Authorities had to consider the possibility that given all of her stresses, she had just wanted a total break and had dipped off the radar. But going this long without talking to her mother and grandmother, and without seeing Kai, was definitely not the Bethany they knew. The police were still treating her disappearance as a missing persons case and not anything more sinister. They didn't identify anyone as a suspect, calling it premature and saying they wanted to encourage the public to keep looking for her without putting anything into their heads. There was, however, one more person they needed to talk to, Ronald Roldan. He was no longer living in the apartment and they had found him at his parents' house. He told them he had moved out recently as the relationship had come to an end. His story actually informed the detectives that he was the last person to see her. Whereas Emil had last seen her on the January 28th, Ronald said he saw her on the afternoon of January 29th. He said she was in the apartment and she seemed her usual self. This was partly corroborated by the manager, who said that she had called in just after 2 p.m. on January 29th to get her next shifts for the week. She also confirmed her shift for that night, but she never showed up to work it. Ronald said he hadn't reported her disappearance as now the relationship was over. He naturally just hadn't had any communication with her to even realize she was missing. ATM records showed that he left Bethany's apartment the afternoon she was last seen and made a withdrawal from his bank at 4:26 p.m. He then returned to the apartment after getting a text from his girlfriend Danielle, with whom he shared 2 children. Ronald sent 2 messages to Bethany, one at 4 o'clock and 1:02 p.m. and one at 4:31 p.m. to tell her he would be staying with his children at their apartment. But it was confirmed that after Bethany contacted work at 2 o'clock and 8 seconds p.m., her phone had no activity. Whether these messages were received is still unknown, but it appeared he had been trying to get hold of her. Danielle said she did drop the children with him at about 4:30 p.m. and Ronald told her he wasn't sure if Bethany would be coming back as the couple had had a fight and she'd taken off. When Danielle returned a few days later, Ronald told her he hadn't seen or heard from Bethany since that day. A search warrant was now issued for his apartment, but this turned up nothing. His computer, phone, and hard drives were all seized, but they drew a blank here as well. A quick background check on Ronald found he did have history with the police, but at this point there was absolutely nothing to link him to Bethany's disappearance. Given the fact that detectives now knew he was the last person to see her, he was considered a person of interest but not a suspect. Bethany's story was now national news, made even more intriguing for journalists when it got out that she had been married to a man that they had interviewed and was having a baby with another man, who was now a potential person of interest. May 2011 would be the month Bethany was due to give birth, and detectives issued another press release contacting hospitals to see if she had checked in anywhere. Again, they were met with silence. The months would soon turn into years and time was slipping by. Police were still no further forward than when they had started. But in May 2012, a new detective was assigned to the case, and the family said they were hopefully fresh eyes that could help them. On this particular year, what would have been Bethany's 23rd birthday coincided with Mother's Day, and family and friends gathered to spread awareness and share stories. Emil and Kai were also in attendance. Kim even connected with the Harrington family, who lost their daughter Morgan in 2009, a case we actually covered on the channel a while ago. They cut a big cake for Bethany, made in her favorite color, orange. In late 2012, Investigation Discovery aired an episode of their show Disappeared, dedicated to Bethany's case, which gave it more attention but still no answers. As time continued to pass, the tips and leads became few and far between, and focuses on other investigations had to take priority. Emil eventually filed for divorce from Bethany and was given sole custody of their son Kai. Everything remained pretty quiet until November 2014, when a completely separate 911 call would shine a whole new light on the case. On November 12, 2014, police in North Carolina responded to a shocking call. It was almost 2 a.m., and it appeared to be a very serious domestic incident. A woman called Vicky said she had shot her boyfriend twice in self-defense when he had attacked her. Out of nowhere, he had walked up behind her, grabbed her by her hair, and snapped her neck. Breaking it in 2 places, he then started punching and biting her. Despite being in what must have been immense pain, Vicky managed to grab her gun and shoot him twice. He then snatched the gun off her and shot her 3 times, once in the head. She still managed to crawl out of the house all the way to a neighbor's home. Her neighbor locked the doors, grabbed his gun, and called 911. Vicky's boyfriend was none other than Ronald Roldan. He was arrested and charged with attempted murder. Although much to Vicky's anger, the attempted murder charge was dropped as he entered a plea deal. He was sentenced to a minimum of 6 years. And after completing his sentence, he was scheduled to be transferred into the custody of U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, who would start the process of deporting him back to Bolivia. Vicky told authorities that Ronald had said he could make people disappear. A friend had even called Vicky and said that she had seen a Nancy Grace episode about Bethany's case, which named Ronald as a person of interest. Vicky confronted him and said his reaction terrified her. She knew something was wrong, but he now knew that she knew about Bethany, and she said the violence had escalated since that point. Vicky said if he was ever let out of prison, he would either come back to kill her or kill someone else. He was clearly a very dangerous and violent individual, and given everything Vicky had told them, he needed to be looked at once again in relation to Bethany's case. Vicky went on to tell her story on Dr. Phil. She had lost an eye because of him, her neck had been broken in 2 places, and she was facing financial ruin due to the cost of the medical bills. But she was determined to keep telling her story and help the police build their case. She contacted Kim personally to tell her everything she knew and offer her support. The pair would strike up a close friendship, meeting for the first time on an episode of True Crime Daily. Investigators also found out that before he was seeing Vicky, Ronald was dating a waitress called April. She had pressed charges against him too when he pushed her down a flight of stairs, spat on her, and threw all her belongings outside. He agreed to pay her $2,500 and the charges were eventually dropped. Detectives working on Bethany's case made the journey over to his new prison to interview him again, but he was verbally abusive, shouting and swearing at them, refusing to talk. This only spurred them on more. Through his lawyer, Ronald maintained he had nothing to do with Bethany's disappearance. He said he was hopeful that Bethany would come home and was praying for her safe return. In March 2019, investigators said there had now been positive movement in Bethany's case. They didn't specify the developments, but they did say it came after a search warrant of Bethany's Facebook account was finally issued and analyzed. The search warrant had been signed by Detective Michael Boone, a man who was actually instrumental in solving the murders of Hannah Graham and Morgan Harrington. Morgan Harrington's family had become close to Kim, offering her a support system. Over the next year and into 2020, things again went quiet and the police didn't share anything with the media, keeping all their cards close to their chests. They were on the cusp of a huge break. November 2020. The news everyone had been waiting for almost a decade finally broke. The information that had pushed this forward showed that Bethany and Ronald's individual Facebook accounts were both accessed many times from the same IP address in the days around her disappearance. Ronald Roldan was finally arraigned on abduction charges. And just 1 month later, the charge was upgraded to second-degree murder in the case of Bethany and Decker. Prosecutors said the circumstantial evidence was very strong and it was a solid case. Ronald's lawyers asked for bail, but the judge said there was no way. He pleaded not guilty and his trial was scheduled to start in August 2021, but this was pushed back to February 2022. The trial was then set back a final time when the county sheriff's office released a further 60,000 files against Ronald, and his defense team needed more time to go through everything. The new trial would be January 30th, 2023, and this date would mark just a day after the 12-year anniversary of Bethany's disappearance. Everyone now just had to sit, wait, and continue to be patient just a little bit longer. However, no trial would commence. In November 2022, 41-year-old Ronald Roldan pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. As part of his plea agreement, he was asked to say what had happened that day. Ronald claimed they had got into an argument in the apartment and he pushed her. She fell and hit her head on the windowsill and died instantly. Too scared to call 911, he put her body into a large bag and dumped her into the trash compactor at the complex. He still denied using her Facebook account and maintained his story of it being accidental, and he panicked. Given his history of abuse and violence, police and experts doubt his claims of it being unintentional and a total accident. And his denial of accessing her accounts had also long been proven to be false. In February 2023, Ronald was given 12.5 years. He was actually sentenced to 40 years, which was the maximum. However, all but 12.5 were suspended due to his plea deal. He could still serve more time if he commits another crime or violates the conditions of his release. Through all the hearings, Kim and Vicky sat together and watched as he was sentenced. Bethany's family said they were angry that he will only be in prison a few months longer than they had spent searching for her, but they said they were grateful they finally had some sort of closure. So many lives have been affected by this case, and it was a long and painful wait for answers. To this day, Bethany's remains have never been found, and police feel it is unlikely they ever will be. Kim said all she can do is keep Bethany's memory alive and encourage people to be vocal and tell loved ones you care about them, because you just never know what will happen. She continues to work with Help Save the Next Girl, a national non-profit organization founded by Morgan Harrington's parents in her honor. It's a way of educating and spreading awareness by talking about safety and violence prevention. She said, "The night before Bethany was murdered, she called me and said, 'Mom, I love you.' That was the last thing she said. So I just want to encourage each and every one of you to not take for granted tomorrow and to really make sure that you are talking to your loved ones, that you're letting people know how much you care and not wait for the tomorrow, which may never be." Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. 67-year-old Leslie Ann Jones resided in Oak Park, Illinois, with her 69-year-old husband, Thomas Johnson. The couple had first met in 1975 while working at the nonprofit organization, the Legal Assistance Foundation, now known as Legal Aid Chicago. Both Leslie and Tom were graduates of Harvard Law School and became partners at the law firm Johnson, Jones, Snelling, Gilbert, and Davis, which Tom established in 1984. Tom earned his bachelor's degree from American University, while Leslie held a bachelor's degree in economics from Yale University and an MBA from the University of Chicago. Leslie was passionate about the arts and enjoyed a variety of related hobbies, including knitting, ink painting, and screen printing. She taught an ethics class at Northwestern University and specialized in healthcare, civil rights, and real estate law at the firm. In his legal career, Tom worked on a variety of cases important to him because of his sense of justice and ethics. He had fought for and secured compensation for minors suffering from black lung disease, worked for bail reform in Cook County, and spent decades working for fair and affordable housing in the Chicago area. He was also very involved with politics, serving as chief counsel for several mayoral campaigns. Beginning in 1991, Tom served as a hearing officer for the Chicago Police Board, ultimately overseeing more than 350 administrative disciplinary cases in which Chicago police officers were accused of misconduct. Several of the cases he oversaw were high-profile and controversial. In 2019, he had overseen hearings for 4 officers who had lied during the course of the investigation into the fatal police shooting of teenager Laquan McDonald in 2014. The officers were ultimately fired from the department as a result of the hearings. Both Leslie and Tom were supporters of civil rights causes who spend much of their professional and personal lives working for the disadvantaged. They were also actively involved in various charities. Leslie worked with the Oak Park Area Arts Council and Hephzibah Children's Association, and Tom was active as a coach with local youth baseball programs, frequently providing support and guidance to children from single-parent households. Tom and Leslie took in numerous foster children over the years. In April of 2020, relatives of the couple began to worry when they could not get a hold of Tom and Leslie for a period of 4 days. The last time they had heard from either of them was around 7 p.m. on April 9th. They did not live in the area, however, so they could not go to Tom and Leslie's home to look for them. They therefore contacted the couple's 20-year-old godson who lived nearby and asked him to go over to the house to check on them. He arrived at the home around 7:30 p.m. on April 13th. When he arrived, he found the front door closed but unlocked. When he went inside, he saw Leslie's body, face down and dressed in a nightgown on the stairs. Tom's body would be found upstairs in the couple's bedroom. Their godson immediately called the police, and paramedics were sent straight to the scene. Unfortunately, a doctor from Loyola University Medical Center pronounced both Leslie and Tom dead at 7:47. The couple left behind 4 adult sons. Their autopsies would show that Leslie and Tom had both been stabbed to death. Leslie had been stabbed 34 times in her head, chest, shoulder, and arms, and Tom had been stabbed 17 times in his head, neck, and shoulders. It appeared as though the attack began upstairs in the couple's bedroom, and Leslie had attempted to escape before being caught by the killer. Leslie and Tom's dog was found wounded but alive in the home. According to authorities, paw prints from the dog and footprints from the offender were visible in blood inside the house. There were no signs of forced entry. Police asked for anyone in the neighborhood with surveillance cameras to turn their footage over. Robbery did not appear to be a motive in the crime as the house was not ransacked and nothing appeared to be missing. Tom's wallet was found on the floor of the bedroom, its contents scattered around it. Since both Leslie and Tom were so active in so many areas and with so many organizations in both their personal and professional lives, there were countless associations authorities had to investigate looking for potential motives in the crime. On October 9, 2020, 2 local activists, Raul Montes Jr. and Varen Coconade, announced that they were offering a $5,000 reward for information leading to the identification and conviction of Tom and Leslie's killer or killers. They also called for the Cook County State's Attorney to become involved in the case and for local law enforcement to work with federal agencies to further the investigation. On February 2, 2021, Oak Park Police Chief LaDawn Reynolds, released a video statement assuring the community that the investigation into Leslie and Tom's murders was a top priority to his department and was receiving support from the West Suburban Major Crimes Task Force, the Illinois State Police, the FBI, and the Cook County State's Attorney's Office. Because the couple lived in a large 3-story house, they had an extensive crime scene that needed to be meticulously examined. There was a large amount of evidence from the scene that the Illinois State Police Crime Lab was still processing. Because discussing specific details about evidence or leads could compromise the investigation, detailed information about the ongoing investigative efforts could not be released to the public. The case remains unsolved, but the investigation is ongoing. 19-year-old Lisa Greery was a graduate of Mesa High School who sang at her church and worked for Salt River Project Power and Water. She had a cheerful and energetic personality and hoped to one day use those qualities in her dream career as a wedding planner. Lisa lived in an apartment in Scottsdale, Arizona with her boyfriend, Brandon Rumbaugh. 20-year-old Brandon was a student at Arizona State University and worked as a personal trainer at a gym in Mesa, where he developed a dedicated client base. He planned to one day open a gym of his own. He could play numerous instruments, including the trumpet, trombone, and saxophone, and had performed as a Latin and swing dancer. He joined the United States Marine Corps Reserves in July of 2001, but was discharged after a year due to knee problems. Once they began dating after meeting in a nightclub, Lisa and Brandon were inseparable. According to mother, Paula, Brandon treated Lisa like a queen. In October of 2003, the couple was preparing to celebrate their 1-year anniversary. They had originally hoped to go on a trip to Disneyland but could not afford it. Instead, they decided to go on a one-night camping trip so that they could recreate their first date and go stargazing. Lisa asked her mother, Paula, if she could borrow her 2000 white Ford F-150 pickup for the trip. The truck was due for an oil change, and Paula was concerned about Lisa and Brandon using it when it was not in perfect working order. She was also concerned about the trip because Lisa had never been camping before, but ultimately decided to let the couple borrow the vehicle. Camping trip because she knew he would also be worried about her safety. On October 17, 2003, Brandon and Lisa left for their overnight trip. When Lisa picked the truck up from her mother, Paula gave her a hug and told her to be careful. She reminded Lisa to take extra blankets and told her she could call her if she needed anything. The trip was only going to be for one night because Brandon was scheduled to work on Saturday, 18th. He never arrived as scheduled, which immediately raised concerns. Brandon and Lisa's loved ones were not sure of the exact spot where they were planning to spend the night and began searching potential camping locations. On Sunday, October 19th, a group of their friends located the white pickup truck in a secluded dirt parking lot on Bumblebee Road near Bumblebee Camp, 2 miles from Interstate 17 north of Phoenix. Lisa and Brandon's bodies were in their sleeping bags in the bed of the truck. They had both been shot multiple times with bullets from a .25 caliber handgun, a relatively uncommon weapon. Based on their positions when they were found, it appeared Brandon had been killed first while he was sleeping. The shots may have woken up Lisa, but she did not have a chance to move very much before she was shot. According to authorities, drugs and alcohol were not involved in the case, and there were no signs of sexual assault. They ruled out robbery as a motive. A video camera the couple had taken with them was missing from the scene, with its carrying case left behind. Potential personal motives that could have led to Brandon and Lisa being targeted by their killer were explored early on in the investigation. Authorities followed up on reports of Brandon having an argument with a middle-aged man outside of the apartment he shared with Lisa the day before they left on their trip. Lisa's uncle Mike was suspicious of one of the young men who located Brandon and Lisa's bodies. The young man had been romantically interested in Lisa. Mike tried to go speak with this young man, but learned while he was driving to his home that he had left town. He moved to Washington and authorities there administered a polygraph, which he passed. Lisa's family felt authorities were too quick to stop investigating this young man following the polygraph, but according to Yavapai County Sheriff's Lieutenant Frank Barbaro, it was just authorities in Washington who considered the man cleared. He says he would not clear someone based solely on the results of a polygraph and will not be clearing anyone of involvement in the case until it is solved. Deborah West, a cold case volunteer with the Yavapai County Sheriff's Office, has been working on Lisa and Brandon's case, and she is starting to believe in the possibility that Brandon and Lisa did not know their killer. She bases this opinion largely on a similar crime committed in the same area a short time after Brandon and Lisa were killed. 6 months after their murders, 2 men were shot to death while they were camping just a few minutes away from where Brandon and Lisa had been murdered. The killer stole their pickup truck. He was eventually located. 19. There was a renewed effort in the case. Witnesses were re-interviewed. 19. There was a renewed effort in the case. Witnesses were re-interviewed and testing was performed to look for DNA on several pieces of evidence, including the pants Brandon had been wearing, in case the killer went through his pockets. Also in 2019, authorities released pictures from a disposable camera found near the pickup truck. It had been found amongst some rocks, as though it had been thrown away from the vehicle. It was damaged, but several photographs were developed from it. The final 2 photographs taken with the camera were of Lisa and Brandon sitting in the bed of the truck. Earlier images on the camera were blurry, but included one of a fluorescent light fixture inside of a building. Authorities do not know where it was taken or where Brandon and Lisa may have been before they parked off of Bumblebee Road for the night. A $10,000 reward is being offered for information in the case. 78-year-old John Stewart and his 74-year-old wife, Pansy, were the parents of 3 grown children, a son and 2 daughters, and lived on Foster Drive in Conroe, Texas. They had moved to the property following John's retirement from Mobil Oil. John loved to fish and maintained a garden on his property. He was also in charge of doing the grocery shopping because Pansy no longer drove. The couple attended church every Sunday and always tried to see the best in people and do their best to help them. In August of 1995, John and Pansy fell out of their normal pattern of communication with the rest of their family. John Stewart Jr. thought it was strange when his parents did not answer or return his phone calls for a few days, but was not initially alarmed because the couple regularly visited his sisters in Beaumont, Texas, and he assumed they had just made another trip there. On August 22nd, the couple's nephew, Ron Tullos, concerned that he had not heard from his aunt and uncle, went to their home to check on them. He found both of the cars they owned in the garage. When he went inside the house, kitchen cabinets had been flung open and papers were scattered everywhere. In the living room, he found the body of his uncle. He called the police, who located Pansy's body in another area of the house. Police could not immediately determine the date or cause of the couple's deaths because of the state of their remains. Their autopsies would reveal that they had been shot multiple times and had been dead for about a week. Other evidence, like the most recent newspaper found inside of the house and the sack of mail left in the mailbox, also helped place the date of the murders as August 15, 1995. The Stewarts' normal mail carrier knew that they retrieved their mail from the mailbox every day, but had been on vacation during the week of the murder, and their substitute did not know to raise the alarm when the mail piled up in the box. The home had been ransacked and several items were missing, including a Rolex watch, numerous pieces of Pansy's jewelry, several guns John had collected for display, and John's metal ring bearing the emblem of his former employer, Mobil Oil. According to the couple's son, John Stewart Jr., they were very trusting and routinely left their doors unlocked despite his objections. Therefore, they may have interrupted a burglary committed at random. However, the tape from their answering machine had also been taken, leading to speculation that they had been killed and robbed by someone who knew them. That individual may have taken the tape because his or her voice was recorded somewhere on it. John Sr. and Pansy had expected their son to one day inherit their property so that it will remain in the family. Unfulfilled because of the murder, but could not bring himself to live in the house where his parents had been killed. The house was therefore sold and hauled away to a new location. John built a new house and remained on the family property as his parents would have wanted. The Stewart family hired a private investigator, and the case was featured in the local media, but ultimately went cold. In February of 2021, Montgomery County Sheriff's Office launched their new cold case warm-up initiative in partnership with Clear Channel Outdoor. The initiative will post information about cold cases on 32 digital billboards across 5 counties in Texas. A new case will be featured quarterly. The first case highlighted by the initiative was John and Pansy's. Clear Channel Outdoor estimated that the billboards will generate more than 2 million market impressions within the first month they are displayed. Authorities say they have exhausted their leads in the case and hope that the billboards will generate new ones for them to follow up on and hopefully solve the case. "We need closure. My parents need justice," Jon Stewart Jr. said at the announcement of the new initiative. "I just would like one person to say something that would help us solve this." 19-year-old Tong Shu was born in the bustling coastal city of Dalian, located in northeastern China, home to over 6 million people. She was the only child of Cheng Shang and Yang Shui, and the three of them shared a close bond. All of them were hardworking, and Tong had shown remarkable potential from a young age. She was both creative and artistic, as well as analytical and academic, playing the piano and dancing while dreaming of becoming either a biologist or a sculptor. However, friends and family often said that Tong could have achieved anything she set her mind to. She earned a place at Dalian Yuming Senior High School, one of the city's most prestigious schools, known for producing top scorers on the college entrance exams, the Gaokao. Students who consistently excel and win special awards may be granted university admission without having to take the Gaokao. While her boyfriend at the time was accepted into a prestigious university in China, sadly, Tong did not share the same fate. She was naturally upset, having worked so hard for it, and this meant her plans were very much up in the air. She now needed to rethink where she would go and what she would study. It would also see an end to her current relationship. She decided to make a big leap and push herself more out of her comfort zone than ever by planning on moving to the United States to attend Iowa State University and study chemical engineering. Her ever-supportive parents gave their life savings the equivalent of $100,000 to support her and the big move. She needed to get a few more things ticked off, including the English foreign language exam. In July 2011 in Beijing, while studying for the exam, Tong met Xinyan Li, who was studying English as well. Li was also set to go to the United States, to the Rochester Institute of Technology in New York. The pair hit it off and shared a lot in common, especially as they were both about to make the same huge move to the same country at the same time. Tong's parents met Li shortly after and said that although he seemed respectful, shy, and quiet, they didn't think the pair were right for the long term. A few others shared the same view, but Tong assured everyone that the pair weren't exclusive or official, and things between them were quite casual. In September 2012, Tong finally joined Iowa State University, maintaining high grades from the start and throwing herself into all aspects of college life. Her friends said when she wasn't studying, she filled her time with dancing, socializing at parties, and teaching Chinese to other students. She made friends easily and was particularly close to the girls she lived with. Tong was the oldest of the three roommates, but they all called her little sister because she was the smallest of them, standing at 5'2". Her roommate and best friend Jean said Tong was so smart it drove everyone crazy. She was someone that was always saying she needed to study more, but would consistently come out with straight A's and was always top of the class. She and Li were still talking long distance, but he soon made quite a surprising decision. He decided he could no longer do the almost 1,000 miles between them and asked to transfer to Iowa State University too. But he didn't have a place to stay, and his classes wouldn't start for a while. So he temporarily moved in with Tong and her roommates. Although they said they initially didn't mind, they did admit living with him was awkward. He didn't socialize. He didn't make an effort with any of them. And he didn't help with any chores, leaving mess everywhere. He didn't like Tong being out and away from him, wanting to know where she was and who she was with all the time. Tong was still adamant that they weren't official and was now growing tired of his possessive behavior. It was now about 2 years into Tong's studies, and everything seemed to be going fairly well. To the relief of her roommates, Li was now in his own apartment and officially enrolled in his own classes. But Tong was growing more and more distant from him, telling people she wanted to break things off properly and move on. Further issues had arisen when Li gave police Tong's address as his own when he was pulled over for traffic violations. This created more issues with Tong and her roommates to the point where they didn't even like his name being mentioned and no longer wanted him to visit. On September 3, 2014, Tong spoke to one of her friends who had recently become something more. The pair had been talking for a while and romantic feelings were growing between them. She said the relationship between she and Lee was just causing issues, and she wasn't happy and hadn't been for a long time. However, she and Lee had pre-planned a motel break that weekend. She said she was going to go and work everything out when she was back, but it was looking likely that she and Lee would be parting ways. For days later, on the night of September 7th, Tong's father sent her a text message. She had told him she was trying to replace a pair of glasses that she'd lost, and he was reaching out to see if she got new ones. The response he got was short and blunt, saying she had borrowed a pair from a friend. He asked if they could talk via video, having not caught up in a while, but she said she was too busy. It was an odd series of messages, and he was a little sad that she had rushed off the phone. One of her roommates then also got a text, but this one had been sent from Lee's phone at 1:30 a.m. It read, "Hey, I'm still in Iowa City, but I lost my phone, so I'm using Lee's. He has a family emergency and may have to fly back to China today, so I'm going to catch a bus to Minnesota and visit some friends there. I'll be back in a week. Keeping Lee's phone with me, but is running out of battery." Monday, September 8th, 2014. As Monday morning came around, people were surprised to see that Tong could not come back home, especially as she had classes. Surprise became concerned, however, when several more days would pass and she was still off the grid. Her friends and roommates decided to all come together to find out who, if anyone, had actually seen or heard from her on her phone over the last week. But no one had, and none of her friends online had heard anything either. Her roommate Jean contacted a few people she knew in Minnesota via social media, and they drew a blank too, saying unless they just hadn't crossed paths in town, she didn't arrive there to see them. On September 18th, with a bad feeling in the pits of their stomachs, her roommates filed a missing persons report. Police initially wondered whether Tom had perhaps gotten homesick and gone back to her parents, saying this wasn't uncommon, especially with international students. But they quickly realized this was not the case for Tong. There was no evidence to suggest that she had left the country, and there was also nothing to show she had taken that bus to Minnesota. Detectives tracked down the other student that she had recently started talking to, but he knew nothing either. Whatever they had between them was very new, and he said he didn't even really know her well enough yet to recognize that this was out of character. Hence the reason he hadn't reported her missing. He was able to give them an alibi which checked out. Students and locals were now sharing missing persons flyers and social media posts as well. Tong's disappearance had really rattled the campus and the community. Using card transactions and going off what her roommates had said, authorities found that Tong and Lee had made the trip to Budget Inn and Suites, checking into room 218 on September 5th, just as they had planned. The hotel owner Ken confirmed this too. He actually knew the couple reasonably well, saying they had been there before and there was nothing unusual about them coming to stay that weekend. On September 6th, Ken said he saw Tong walking around the lobby by herself. The couple were also picked up on CCTV at a gas station buying some bottles of water. Nothing seemed off, and it didn't look like anyone had followed the pair in or out. However, on the morning of Sunday, September 7th, Ken said he had noticed that Tong's car was now gone. And as the room was now empty, it seemed the pair had left in the early morning hours of September 6th. But no one had actually checked them out officially. While the hotel had cameras, annoyingly there was a glitch in the system and any footage of them checking out had not been picked up. Ken said although there was nothing unusual about checking out of the hotel early, normally the couple were late to check out and had to be asked to leave. So knowing this, it did seem a little odd that he hadn't seen them go. Authorities searched Tong's apartment where they found a receipt for a car she had purchased, which gave them her number plate. They sent the make, model, and plate numbers to other police departments in the area, hoping for a hit. They obtained a search warrant for both Lee's apartment and the motel room. Lee's apartment was a total mess. Everything was everywhere and it looked as though he had packed up some of his belongings in a hurry. In the motel room, on some of the walls and the headboard, were some very small dark-colored splatter marks. But without having any evidence to suggest anything had happened, to get the authority to start swabbing and collecting samples was going to take a while. They also had to deal with the issue that other people had stayed in that room after Lee and Tong. They looked into the rest of Lee's phone history, If his phone was still with Tong, this would give them more locations to look at. Between September 5th and September 8th, several calls had been made to someone called Paul. Most had been made from Ames in Iowa, and none had been made from Minnesota. One stood out as it had actually been made all the way from China. They did have the text which indicated Lee had gone to China, but this didn't add up with Tong having his phone. The message that had been sent to Tong's friends, which said that she was still in Iowa City, had actually been sent when the phone was in Chicago. And it was confirmed that Lee had been in Chicago for his changeover flight, which turned out to be delayed. From here, not willing to wait in Chicago, he went to Los Angeles instead and flew to China from there. He clearly still had his phone, not Tong. Paul, the man who had received so many calls, agreed to do an interview with the police. He told them that Lee had reached out to him, asking for help to buy a ticket to China. Paul was confused as he knew that Lee still had classes, but Lee said it was an emergency and didn't elaborate any further. Paul asked him if he needed a return ticket, but Lee said no. Police now knew that something bad had happened to Tong, and Lee was now an official person of interest in her disappearance. September 26, 2014. A call came in to say that Tong's 1997 Toyota Camry had been located. It was parked under a tree near some apartments just outside of Iowa City. One of the apartments nearby belonged to Lee. Residents said that the car had been there for weeks and there was now a pungent smell coming from it. Officers now needed to wait for a warrant to open the car, but the smell coming from inside was one they knew all too well. When they finally were able to open the trunk, they saw a suitcase, and the smell got worse. Inside the suitcase was an already badly decomposing body. There was a dumbbell inside the case as well, and a bloody towel wrapped around the person's head. Although testing needed to be done, they knew it was Tong Shu. It would later be confirmed that she had died of asphyxiation and blunt force trauma. They could still not be sure about when exactly she had been killed, but they believed that she had most likely survived being beaten, only to suffocate after she was forced into the suitcase. Inside the car, they also found some travel documents belonging to Lee, confirming his flight out to China. And Tong's smashed phone was on the driver's seat. Now they knew that Tong was deceased. They went back to the motel, this time with a forensics team. The bloody towel that had been wrapped around her head had come from inside the motel room. Using luminol, they were also able to find traces of blood on some of the furniture. CCTV showed Lee and a TJ Maxx buying the very suitcase which Tong had been found in. He spent a lot of time in the shop comparing sizes and wheeling the cases around. He also purchased 2 dumbbells from a Walmart, one of which was found inside the suitcase. But even despite all of this, there just didn't seem to be any reason for it. They had just gone on a weekend trip away, only for this to happen one day into the trip. But soon, officers would talk to someone who would reveal something which changed a lot. One of the calls Lee had made around the days Tong had last been seen was to someone called Karen, and it had lasted over 3 hours. They tracked down Karen to ask about the nature of it all. It turned out that the conversation Tong had had in confidence with her friend on September 3rd, where she expressed a desire to leave Lee and move on, had actually been overheard by Lee. He said he had called her during her talk and, unbeknownst to her, she had somehow accidentally answered her phone. Lee had stayed on the line for 30 minutes, listening to everything. Karen said Lee was clearly upset and angry, and after this he posted to his social media simply saying, "Fuck my life." Knowing this and what they knew about how Tong was found in the car showed a real premeditation. Someone that had meticulously planned this out and thought the killing through. They believed that the dumbbell in the case was part of a failed plan to throw the case into the river at a later date. And further analysis of Lee's phone showed that between 3 and 4 a.m., he was close to the Skunk River. Police believe this is likely where he was looking to throw the suitcase in, hoping it would sink with the weight inside. When the detectives went to the river, they said it would have been obvious the water was too shallow, which is why he just left the suitcase in the car. They now had the full timeline of events. After overhearing the conversation between Tong and her friend, Lee flew into a rage and set his plan in motion. On September 5th, the couple checked into the budget inn and suites as planned. On September 6th, Lee made his purchases, and this is the same night he booked his one-way ticket to China. It was also the last day that anyone saw Tong alive. On September 7th, after killing Tong, Lee returned to his apartment to gather some things, preparing to leave the country. He drove around debating on throwing the case into the Skunk River, eventually deciding against it and just leaving it in the car instead. He then used his phone pretending to be Tong, texting her friends and Tong's father to bide himself more time. On September 8th, Lee was in Chicago. He bought a ticket to Los Angeles, and a day later he was back on the way to China and on the run. It wouldn't be until March 2015 that an arrest warrant was issued for Lee, but by this point he was nowhere to be found. China does not have an extradition treaty with the United States, and this filled the police with dread, knowing they might not be able to do anything at all. Detective Gonzalez, who had been leading the investigation, was determined to get justice for Tong and her family. He said, "The one clear message I wanted to send is, if something horrible happens to you like that, no matter what it takes, we're not going to stop. I don't care where you're from, what country you went to, where you fled to. We're just not going to stop." He, along with the district attorney in Iowa, contacted the Chinese authorities and the embassy. To their relief, they agreed to help from overseas and said they would track Lee down and sort out the arrest there. They issued a press release, and it was now national news in China. People on social media were sharing pictures of Lee's face, and the hashtag #FindLee was trending. In May 2015, Lee, who had been hiding out in Wenzhou and knowing there was no way out of it, finally surrendered and he was taken into custody. Chinese authorities now needed everything from the detectives in Iowa in order to get the case officially transferred over to them. And in June, Lee was now officially under arrest and set to be tried in China for intentional homicide. 1 year later, Lee pleaded guilty, saying he had been irrational and impulsive. His story was that Tong had attacked him and in self-defense he had killed her. He denied any level of premeditation, claiming he was always going to go back to China and it just all happened at the same time. He maintains that he was very much in love with Tong and was devastated that she didn't feel the same about him. The whole hearing lasted just 6 hours, and Tong's parents were asked not to be present in the courtroom. But this did not stop them, with Tong's mother bursting through the doors at one point in a frantic state. She said her life was meaningless now, and she was feeling nothing but bitterness. Lee's parents met with Tong's parents, where they begged for forgiveness on behalf of their son and agreed to pay 2 million yuan, the equivalent of about $300,000 in compensation. The verdicts for intentional homicide ranged anywhere from 10 years in prison to the death penalty, and Tong's parents said they were hoping for the latter when it came to it. Her father said, "A Chinese saying goes, a murderer should pay for his crime with his life." In June 2016, Lee was handed a life sentence, which could later be reduced to 13 years under Chinese law. But as always, whether this would actually happen or not remains to be seen. The news had devastated her parents so much that her father's health took a serious turn, and he was told he was unable to travel to the United States to bring his daughter's ashes home. Detectives back in Iowa said that the case set a precedent for how the United States and China can cooperate on international crime investigations. The district attorney added, "We have many more students from China than we have had in the past here in the Midwest, especially in Iowa City, and so there's a real interest in making sure that there's a sense of safety and that people feel that they can come to the United States as students and be safe." Another reason that Tong's case had become so massive so quickly. 19-year-old Tong Shu was determined and hardworking. She had made the brave move to the United States to push herself further, to challenge herself in all aspects of her life, and make her family proud. She was succeeding on so many levels and undoubtedly would have gone on to many more successes. Her friends remember her as a truly lovely person, someone that can make you laugh, entertain you, and cry along with you when you needed someone. To this day, Tom's roommate Jean carries a prayer book with her that Tom gave her. She bookmarked the page, which marked the date she last saw her. Part of it reads as follows: "Keep me focused on God, on the path before me, even when it seems stacked with insurmountable obstacles. Remind me that I do not walk alone, but with all those whose aim is to walk with you." She says she takes comfort in this and sees it as her sign that her dear friend is always with her. Nova Welsh was born in Jamaica in 1957 and moved to the United Kingdom with her family at the age of 10. Always smiling and full of laughter, She was loved by everyone in her community. At just 16, she left home to live with her boyfriend, Osmond Bell. The couple would eventually have 2 sons together. However, their relationship was fraught with arguments, some of which turned physical. By the summer of 1981, the volatile and abusive relationship was falling apart. Nova confided in her sister, Valerie, that Osmond had hit her and threatened to kill her if she tried to leave. Neighbors reported frequent arguments between the couple, with their raised voices often audible in nearby apartments. The relationship finally ended after a particularly violent incident in June. Nova's stepsister, Sonia, heard screaming from the couple's kitchen in their apartment on Laythorne Avenue, Ladywood, Birmingham. When Sonia rushed into the kitchen, she saw Osmond with a dish towel wrapped around his hands. Although Sonia wanted to call the police, Osmond ordered her not to. The police did respond to the scene, and Nova told them that she and Osmond had been arguing. She said she had tried unsuccessfully to get him to leave when the situation escalated. Nova chose not to file a report about the incident, and Osmond left the home. He moved out a short time later, going to live in Regent Road, Handsworth. While she did not discuss the details of the incident with the authorities, Nova did share them with her friends. She told several of them that Osmond had tried to strangle her and showed them the marks on her neck that the attack had left. Osmond was not happy about the end of his relationship with Nova and sent her letters threatening to kill her if she did not get back together with him, telling her that if he could not have her, then no one else could either. According to a friend who had seen one of these letters, Osmond had written Nova that if you don't have me back, then you know what I will have to do. On July 25, 1981, Nova dropped off her 2 sons, ages 26, with Osmond. That evening, she went out to a party with a man she had recently begun seeing and a group of friends. Throughout the following morning-afternoon, neighbors could hear Nova crying and arguing with someone. The last sighting of her was around 6 o'clock that evening when a neighbor reported seeing her, looking upset. Nova never returned to pick up her sons and failed to show up to her job as a cleaner on Monday morning, July 27th. Nova's mother and some other family members had just moved to Miami and were hoping that now that Nova's relationship with Osmond was over, she would decide to join them in America with her 2 sons. 3 days after they arrived in Florida, they attempted to call Nova to let her know that they had safely arrived. She did not answer the phone, and they could not reach her despite numerous further phone calls. One of Nova's closest friends was Lorna Edmonds. Lorna was also one of Nova's neighbors and sometimes helped her by watching her 2 children. Lorna had not seen Nova since July 22nd, when Nova had told her that she would not need her help to watch the boys that night because they would be going to see their father instead. Lorna became concerned about Nova when her own phone calls to her went unanswered. She was also worried because Nova's laundry remained up on the line outside. She reported Nova missing to police on August 9th. A massive effort was launched to try to locate the missing woman. Posters were put up around Birmingham. Authorities went door to door, visiting over 500 residences by the end of the month, and the case was featured in the local media. One article in the Evening Mail featured photos of and quotes from Nova's 2 young sons asking for their mother to come home. Osmond Bell was an obvious suspect in Nova's disappearance to her loved ones, given his history of violence towards her in the past. Furthermore, he had never reported Nova missing, even though she had never returned for her sons, and was by all accounts a loving mother who doted on her children. He told police he had assumed Nova had run off with her new boyfriend or left for America to see her family in Florida. On August 12th, an anonymous letter was delivered to Lorna Edmonds that appeared to divert suspicion away from Osmond. The unsigned letter appeared to be written from the perspective of a woman. In it, the writer claimed her boyfriend had seen another man grab and hit Nova through her kitchen window on Sunday, July 26th. The letter writer further stated that her boyfriend had identified the man he had seen as the man Nova had been dating. He was able to make this identification because he had been at the same party Nova and her new boyfriend had attended on July 25th and had seen them there together. At an inquest into the case in December of 1982, it was revealed that police theorized that the letter was written either by Nova's killer or at the killer's behest to throw suspicion onto Nova's new boyfriend. On August 18th, Residents of the tower block where Nova lived began complaining about a foul odor coming from a utility cupboard under the stairs in the basement. When the cupboard was opened, the body of 24-year-old Nova was found inside of it. She was wearing her night clothes and was covered with a blanket and some papers. Authorities believed that she had been killed in her apartment. Her body was then wrapped in the blanket and taken down to the cupboard 2 flights below. The investigation into Nova's murder was initially delayed by several days due to problems with the handling of her initial post-mortem examination. Her second post-mortem examination would show that she had been killed as a result of pressure to the neck. Authorities believed, based on the condition of Nova's body and witness reports, that she had most likely been killed in the early morning hours of July 27th, meaning she had been dead the entire time she had been missing and that her body had remained hidden for 3 weeks. Osmond Bell was taken into custody so that he could be questioned for 4 days, but he was ultimately released due to a lack of evidence. It would be more than 3 decades before Nova's case would be solved using technology that had not been available to investigators in 1981. In 2014, as part of a cold case inquiry, several items of evidence in the case were re-examined in hopes of finding DNA on them. DNA was found on 2 important pieces of evidence: on the seal of the envelope the anonymous letter sent to Lorna Edmonds had mailed in, on the strip of adhesive where the sender had presumably licked the envelope to seal it, and in a piece of chewing gum used to secure the lock on the door to the cupboard where Nova's body had been found. The DNA profile extracted from the gum was complete, but the profile from the envelope was incomplete, providing only 17 points of comparison instead of the normally accepted 20. Both the incomplete sample from the envelope and the complete sample from the chewing gum were a match to Osmond Bell's DNA. The then 59-year-old was arrested and charged with Noah's murder in August of 2016. At his trial in February of 2017, Osmond Bell told the court that he had been abused by police officers during his interrogation following the discovery of Noah's body, and that they had hit him over the head and kicked his chair out from under him. He said his DNA was on the envelope because he had been left alone in the interrogation room with the letter and the envelope during his questioning. He said he picked up the letter to read it because he assumed he was being watched and the police would not come back into the room until they saw him read the letter. He explained the presence of his DNA on the chewing gum found in the lock by claiming he, his brother, and his business partner had previously been in the cupboard trying to access a pipe. As a part of the washing machine repair business, they ran out of a nearby garage. They had forced the door open and he had used his gum to repair the lock to keep the door closed at this time, not at the time of Nova's murder. The jury deliberated for 6 days at the end of the 6-week-long trial before reaching a verdict in the case. They acquitted Osmond Bell on the murder charge but found him guilty of manslaughter. He was sentenced to 12 years but would only be incarcerated for sex, as he would be allowed to serve half of his sentence out on license. When sentencing Bell, Judge Patrick Thomas told him he saw no evidence that he had premeditated killing Nova and that he believed the crime had occurred following an argument, most likely the result of Bell's jealousy over Nova taking advantage of her newfound freedom by socializing. Then said the judge, having killed her, you concealed her body, doing nothing to assuage the pain and grief of your own children. Nova's mother, Lorna Welsh, released a statement through the police following the conviction. Finally, after 36 long years, Nova can rest in peace, it read. The family can now have closure knowing the person who took Nova's life has been brought to justice. I would sincerely like to thank everyone involved in bringing this case to court. 47-year-old Lindsay Burbeck was a devoted mother of 2, living in Huncote, a village on the outskirts of Accrington, Lancashire, in the United Kingdom. In her early 20s, while out one night, she met the man she would later marry, Tim Burbeck. Tim said that Lindsay was stunning and caught his eye immediately. After 3 years of dating, they tied the knot. Less than 2 years later, they welcomed their first child, a son named Stephen, and 2 years after that, their daughter, Sarah, followed. Lindsay worked as a teaching assistant at a local primary school, where her passion for helping others was evident in her work with children with additional learning needs. She loved children and would do anything for her students, even using her artistic skills to create sets and props for school plays. Lindsay was also very athletic, and long country walks were a regular part of her life. After 20 years of marriage, Lindsay and Tim began to grow apart. Realizing they had different goals and dreams, they decided to separate and divorce. However, their split was amicable, and they continued to remain on good terms, always willing to help each other when needed. Lindsay moved into a house on Burnley Road in Accrington and began a new relationship. Tim would also start seeing someone else too. August 12, 2019, Lindsay and her daughter Sarah went out for a day of shopping at the mall in Blackburn. Sarah had just finished her GCSEs and wanted to buy some new things for her college course. They did some shopping before going to an Asda supermarket. And after a while, the pair said their goodbyes, and Lindsay dropped her daughter off at around 3 p.m. In the evening, she was due to have food with Sarah and Sarah's boyfriend at 6. Lindsay said she would see them then and told Sarah she loved her. As the couple traveled over to Lindsay's, they were confused to find that she wasn't there, and the door was locked. Sarah hadn't taken her key as she assumed her mother would be there to let her in. They knocked, but there was no response. They sat and waited, and as time ticks by with still no sign of her, they became increasingly concerned. Sarah tried to get in touch with her mother with calls and text messages, but her phone appeared to be off. The messages didn't deliver, and there was no reply. She called her father and asked him to pick them up, explaining that Lindsay's car was still parked outside and her phone had been turned off. They ran through the various possibilities. Had she run into friends and become sidetracked? Had she lost track of time? But this was so unlike Lindsay, and Sarah said she would never just not turn up. Sarah sent a message to Lindsay's best friend, Sharon, asking if she knew where she was. Sharon said that she hadn't heard from her either, and her messages also didn't deliver to Lindsay's phone. She then went back to her father's house and they went back with a set of keys to let themselves inside. Nothing seemed out of place. After calling out into the house, there was no response, just silence. They knew they needed to contact the police, so just after midnight, Tim called them. He told the operator that this was not like her and she had never done anything like this before. A police officer was dispatched. When it became clear that she definitely wasn't there, a major missing persons investigation was launched. As this was so out of character, Lindsay was classified as a high-risk missing person. Tim was questioned about his movements that day, but he was quickly accounted for and had a watertight alibi. They needed to piece together her last known movements. Lindsay had been captured on CCTV heading down Burnley Road. She had taken her phone and her keys with her. As she loved to stay active, she had decided to go for a walk in a local area called the Coppice, a place that she would often go to made up of woodlands and footpaths. The authorities were concerned that maybe she had fallen and injured herself, leaving her unable to get help. Lancashire police utilized a helicopter and drone and worked alongside the Fire and Rescue Service and the Mountain Rescue Service too to try and find her. Hundreds of people from the local community came out to help. Missing persons posters were put up, and a Facebook group garnered more than 10,000 members. People from all walks of life had joined in the search, from seasoned walkers to parents with pushchairs. Everybody was desperate to find her. A dog walker would soon make a discovery. A red garment was found hanging on a fence. Lindsay's jacket had a red lining to it. As the search efforts continued, there was still no sign of Lindsay Burbeck. And as the days continued to pass, hope was quickly fading that they would find her alive. In a press conference 4 days after her disappearance, Detective Chief Inspector Alan Davies said that significant searches had been carried out and asked for anyone who had been in the Coppice at around 4:30 p.m. on the day Lindsay had last been seen to come forward. That evening, 100 responded to a call on social media to take part in a search for Lindsay, with her friends saying the support from the community had moved them to tears. One of the co-organizers said, "The community spirit is just amazing, and we will not stop until she is found." The searches were split into teams of 20 with a map of the area put up at the base. Each group would mark off what had been searched, and they would look through every inch of their assigned areas. Detective Inspector Tim McDermott said the police were overwhelmed by the support and dedication shown by members of the public. It had now been a week since Lindsay had gone missing. Teams were deployed to search the rivers and more people continued to come out and join the hunt. August 24, 2019. The police received a call. A man had been walking his dog in Accrington Cemetery when it went into a wooded area. He had called for his dog to come back to him, but the dog didn't respond. It was fixated by something on the ground it was sniffing. The dog walker said, "I walked further forward and stood on something soft and squishy. I immediately jumped back and grabbed my dog by the collar. I then smelt a horrible smell. It smelt rotten and there were flies around it. I could see plastic and what looked like a leg." 12 days after she had been reported missing, the search for Lindsay Burbeck came to an end. There in Accrington Cemetery, her body was found. Lindsay's naked body had been wrapped in plastic and put into a makeshift grave, with dirt from around the cemetery put on top of her in an attempt to conceal it. When the knock came at the door late that night, Sarah said she knew instantly it was not the good news they were hoping for. Following the discovery, Detective Superintendent Andy Cribben of Lancashire Police gave a statement. As news of the discovery began to spread, flowers were left in tribute to Lindsay, as those who had spent so much time looking for her were now faced with the heartbreaking truth. One card said that even though they didn't know Lindsay, she had touched their heart. A vigil was also held in nearby Peel Park, where a minute's silence took place and a choir sang Amazing Grace. The local church was packed out as people headed there to light candles for her. Flowers were also laid outside her school. Lindsay's ex-husband Tim said he was broken by the news and devastated watching his children lose their mother in such horrendous circumstances. Home Office pathologist Dr. Naomi Carter carried out the post-mortem. Lindsay had died from severe neck injuries. Dr. Carter said in her 25-year career, she had never seen such extensive crushing damage to an entire larynx, saying it had the same severity as one would expect to see in an industrial accident. Due to the state of decomposition, she had to be identified using dental records. And also as a result of the decomposition process, no evidence of sexual violence or assault could be found. There had also been an attempt to saw off one of her legs. The police were now in a race against time to catch her killer, and the local community was in fear that someone else would soon fall victim. The following day, August 25th, a crime scene investigation team descended on the cemetery to conduct their inquiries. They found a pair of gloves and a saw close to the grave, and tests on them came back positive for blood. Lindsay's shoes were found in a skip, wrapped in a blue plastic bag with the soles cut off. They were able to get a DNA profile and it belonged to a male. The gloves also had a male DNA profile on the inside and Lindsay's DNA was on the outside. The rest of her clothes have never been recovered. The police needed to establish exactly how her body had come to be in the cemetery. Between her body and the plastic she had been wrapped in were bits of grass and a leaf. The police had a botanist come in to examine the foliage. They were able to determine that the grass in between her body and the plastic had not come from inside the cemetery, meaning she had been murdered elsewhere. The exact location of her murder has not been established, but it's believed it most likely happened in the coppice just minutes after she left her home. One object would soon blow the case wide open. In the cemetery was a blue wheelie bin. Several people had seen the blue wheelie bin during the searches, with one person even reporting it to the police. But at that time, she was still considered a missing person and there was no evidence to suggest that she had come to any harm. So the police said there was no evidence to link it to her disappearance and it was left where it was, with nobody realizing its significance. Then, an officer reviewing the CCTV footage came across something that immediately stood out. A young male wearing a gray tracksuit was filmed pulling a blue wheelie bin along Burnley Road at 2:30 p.m. before he turned onto Whitewall Road and headed into the cemetery. It had been filmed on August 17th, 5 days after Lindsay had last been seen. The police were cautious about releasing the footage initially. They knew they needed to find this person and quickly, but if he wasn't involved, releasing the footage could put him at risk. They decided to spend the next 24 hours trying to find him through the police databases throughout the country. But they came back with nothing. As they were trying to find him, a witness came forward. A woman had been on the coppice at the same time as Lindsay. She had a very worrying story to tell. I looked to my left and saw a lone male figure on a path that runs parallel to the path that I am on. There was a lot of foliage. I didn't have a clear view of him at that point. I decided whatever route he went, I would take another route. From the first time I saw him, I was wary of him. He looked out of place in the woods. He was in front of me. He was walking very slowly. I didn't want to be in front of him. I wanted to be able to see him at all times. I slowed down so I could be behind him. As she grew even more concerned, she picked up her pace and began to look around for something heavy that she could use to defend herself if needed. She told the police in her statement, "While I can't say what his original pace was at that point, what I can say for sure is that as I turned my head to glance at him, he pulled up short, almost startled when I turned to look. I didn't look back again. I just didn't. I never saw him again." She was filmed coming out of the coppice. The path that she had taken would be the same one Lindsay would take. She couldn't do a formal identification, but her description matched the person from the CCTV footage. On August 27th, the police decided to release the CCTV footage and issued an appeal for anyone who recognized him to come forward. The footage quickly made the national news. Then, Lindsay and Tim's son, Stephen, received a phone call from one of his friends. His friend said he recognized the male and they went to the same gym. Soon, the police would get the break they had been hoping for. After seeing the appeal for information, a mother and father brought their son to Greenbank Police Station the same day the footage was released to the public. Their son was just 16 years old. Rocky Marciano Price was subsequently taken into custody. He was the same person that Stephen's friend had mentioned. A ban on reporting his name and any details about him was initially put in place to protect his identity, but this would later be lifted. When his home was searched, the same plastic that had been used to wrap Lindsay's body was found, and tracksuits from the CCTV footage were found too. His DNA was a match to the items in the cemetery containing the male DNA profile. But who exactly was this 16-year-old suspected murderer? Rocky Marciano Price lived on Wynn Hill Road with his parents and 5 siblings. He had an IQ of 65 and learning difficulties including autism and ADHD. He was a student at a school for those who were unable to remain in the mainstream school system, where his teachers described him as very quiet, pretty much nonverbal most of the time. He avoided conversation unless it was something he wanted to talk about, like the chickens on his family farm that he helped to care for. He often went to the gym and spent his free time watching films and playing video games. He was assessed in 2015, and a psychologist concluded that he had a limited understanding of his own emotions and his own emotional well-being and appeared to have little insight into the connection between events and emotions. A report completed the following year described him as having no stranger awareness and needing supervision outside. The police were able to trace his movements that day. At around 2:30 p.m. on the day of Lindsay's death, he had headed into the coppice, and Lindsay did the same at around 4 o'clock. Within a couple of hours, Price had left the coppice and walked down Burnley Road. It appeared that his tracksuit top was partially unzipped, and his tracksuit bottom's cord was untied. He also appeared to have wet knees. Price had gone back to the body twice on August 12th. At 6:55 p.m., CCTV captured him carrying a black rucksack. He then left the coppice with the rucksack before returning with the wheelie bin. A witness saw him at 8:28 p.m. pulling a bin that sounded empty. He would then return to the grave a further 2 times. Throughout his 11 interviews over 3 days, his answer to everything was no comment. But later, he had a prepared statement. It read in part as follows: "I am not involved in Lindsay Burbeck's murder. However, I was approached by a white male who speaks English, who offered me a large sum of money to move the body. I have not met this man before. I have not met him since, nor have I had any contact with him. He has not paid me any money. He told me that he would leave the money for me near where the body had been at first once everything was clear. I cannot describe the man other than to say he was white, male, spoke English. I could not see his face well as he was covering it with his hood. I am not sure of his height, build, or age." Detectives scoured the CCTV footage to try and find if there was any evidence of this white male being in the coppice, but they could find none. On the August 31st, Price was charged with murder. Her devastated family said they were emotionally exhausted and completely and utterly numb. On Monday, September 2nd, Price appeared at Blackburn Magistrates Court before the case was sent to be heard at Preston Crown Court the next day. He pleaded guilty to moving and hiding her body, but he entered a plea of not guilty to the charge of murder. On September 20th, Lindsay Burbeck's funeral was held at St. Margaret's Church with more than 200 in attendance. An obituary read, "Lindsay was the most amazing mom. She doted on her children and always gave her all to ensure that their life was fun and filled with laughter." The road was closed off as her coffin was taken into the church, and the community came out in their droves to say goodbye and to show support for her family and loved ones. Rocky Price's trial was set for the February 25, 2020, with Mrs. Justice Yip presiding. As the trial got underway, several problems caused difficulties. The trial didn't take place for 2 days in the second week, as the judge had other commitments that she had to attend to. Problems with the power and the heating forced the court to end early on Wednesday, and then they were sent home at lunchtime on Thursday when the prosecution rested their case. But just a few days later, there would be a shocking turn of events that nobody had been prepared for. The defense made an application to discharge the jury and have a retrial. This was before they had made their case. Meetings were held between the defense, the judge, and the prosecution. On March 9th, the court reconvened without the jury. The judge placed strict reporting restrictions on the matter, but the problems at hand would later come to light. That day, the court was told that 2 men, ages 22 and 23, and a 22-year-old woman had been arrested for a separate offense of the false imprisonment of a young man. This was not related to Lindsay's case, and the parties involved were not connected to Rocky Price or the wider inquiry. A video found on the phone of one of those who had been detained purported to show a man discussing aspects of the Burbeck case and saying he had been involved in the murder and the disposal of the body. David McLaughlin QC for the prosecution said that the video was neither consistent with the facts of the case, nor with the defense put forward by the defendant, but added it was clearly something that had to be fully investigated to ensure the defendant could have a fair trial. Lancashire Constabulary examined the footage over the following 5 days, and 25 officers were part of the inquiry. Following this, they were satisfied that this apparent confession was false. David McLaughlin agreed that the extensive nature of the inquiries required proper consideration by the defense, and this could not be done in a realistic timescale for the first trial to continue. He added that in his 30-year career as a lawyer, he had only ever dealt with a situation like this once and referred to the matter as almost uncharted territory. On March 10th, the jury was officially discharged and the trial against him collapsed. Price was remanded in custody and a new trial date was set for June 15th. When COVID hit and lockdown orders were issued, the trial was pushed back again, this time to the August 3rd. Finally, the new trial commenced. His story that he had been offered money by an anonymous man to move the body was dismissed by the prosecution as implausible fiction. The woman who had given the statement to the police saying that she had been followed by a male on the coppice was not able to formally identify Price in court, but the DNA could link him to Lindsay through various bits of evidence. His DNA was on her trainers and her DNA was on the outside of the gloves, and his DNA was on the inside of them. Both of them could be linked to the wheelie bin. The state of decomposition suggested that she had been stored upside down in the wheelie bin before being taken to the cemetery. He sat slouched in the dock with his hands in his pockets, with Sarah saying he showed no respect for anybody in the court. As the trial continued, the horrifying details were laid bare. The brutal nature of her death and the injuries that she had sustained shocked the court, and coverage of the trial made national news. After the defense and prosecution had rested their cases, it was now time for the jury to deliberate. The August 12, 2020, 1 year to the day since Lindsay had been murdered. After just 3 hours of deliberations, the jury had reached their verdict. DSI Cribben described the atmosphere in court. It's an atmosphere like none I've ever experienced before at any murder trial. Rocky Marciano Price was unanimously found guilty of murder. Mrs. Justice Yip said the killing had been significantly premeditated, saying, "He lay in wait on the coppice near to Lindsay's home. The only conclusion I can draw is he was looking for a woman to kill. I don't know what was on his mind at the time. The attack was swift and brutal. The murder of a stranger in broad daylight with no rational explanation is horrifying to all members of society. The random nature of the killing shows the defendant presents a very real risk to members of the public. I have no doubt he knew what he was doing and knew it was terribly wrong. The stalking of another woman also demonstrates this did not arise out of a sudden loss of control or heat of the moment. He persisted with his plan to target a lone woman. It shows he had the capacity to plan and reason. When deciding on her sentence, she decided she would take into account his lack of previous criminal convictions, what was referred to as his immaturity, and that he was likely to have challenges while in prison. Price was not in court for the sentencing and appeared via a video link. He was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 16 years. Due to his age, the minimum term was 12 years, but as there was an element of premeditation, he received 16. He showed no reaction as his sentence was handed down. Following his sentence, members of his family wore shirts saying, "Wrongly convicted. Free this boy." The back of the shirt said, "Murderer still at large." His father said, "Our son is innocent. He has not got the mental capacity to hurt anyone. We are not going to stop fighting if it takes us all our lives to find this other man." In spite of the evidence, there are those that do not believe he is responsible. A group of around 30 marched in protest against his conviction, again arguing that the guilty verdict was wrong. A petition was created on change.org arguing that he had been wrongfully convicted, and rumors were even spread that Tim was responsible. Tim said, "The police kept saying to me, just ignore them, Tim, and they'll go away. But they do chip away at you. It does hurt you. We've been through absolute hell regarding this. Then you've got to deal with these people who are pointing fingers. It's despicable. I just want people to understand there's still a family picking up the pieces and trying to rebuild." After Price was sentenced, DSI Cribben gave a statement outside court. Lindsay's devastated family said, "Our lives have been utterly destroyed by the evil, cowardly behavior of the defendant and the horrific manner in which she was murdered. It has left a huge void in our lives that will never be filled. This callous act has destroyed our lives forever. Our family needs time to reflect and grieve for Lindsay and to try and rebuild our shattered lives." Lindsay Burbeck was a woman who touched the lives of many, from the students she worked with to the friends that she made. She devoted her life to helping young people who needed extra support and would always put others before herself. The way in which the community rallied together to try and find her was inspiring. But for those left in the wake of such an appalling crime, life will never be the same. Her legacy will continue to live on through the lives of her children and loved ones who will ensure that she will never ever be forgotten. 37-year-old Erica Lloyd was a devoted mother to her 12-year-old son, living in Walnut Creek, California. The year 2020 proved challenging for Erica as she struggled with the impact of the pandemic. As a hairstylist, she was unable to work for months due to salon closures, and she faced additional stress while helping her son with distance learning. In search of some relief, Erica decided to take a solo camping trip to Joshua Tree National Park, 7 hours away from home, in June, hoping the time alone in nature would help her cope with the pressures she was facing. She left for her trip on Sunday, June 14th, and it was confirmed that she had arrived at the park. However, on June 16th, Erica suddenly stopped communicating with her family. That same day, California Highway Patrol found Erica's vehicle near the intersection of Shelton Road and Highway 62 near 29 Palms. It appeared Erica had last been driving back to the nearby national park. As it was facing south, the car had been vandalized with its radio and front and back windshields found smashed in. In addition to the vandalism, there were also indications that the disabled vehicle had been in an accident. Its airbag had deployed, and it had damage to its undercarriage. The owners of the company that towed away the car believed it had hit a large object, potentially the berm of the road, due to the fact that car's radiator in the AC condenser had been smashed backwards. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department did not believe that there were any signs of foul play at the scene where the car was found. A massive air and ground search was launched for Erica, with volunteers, park rangers, and members of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department participating in the effort. Altering vehicles and search dogs were also brought in. Erica's camping equipment was located at a campsite at the Jimbo Rocks campground. Caves and mines in the area were searched for any sign of Erica. Erica's parents made multiple trips to California from their home in Maryland to help with the search and to put up flyers. A witness did report a sighting of a woman matching Erica's description, walking along Highway 62 with another person a week after Erica went missing. But this woman has not conclusively proven to be Erica. Erica's family feared that she may have sustained a head injury when her car was in the accident and wandered off either disoriented or suffering from memory loss. Despite ongoing efforts, Erica remained missing for months. On January 31, 2021, hikers discovered what they believed to be human skeletal remains. They called in their discovery, and deputies from the Morongo Basin Sheriff Station were dispatched to the scene. They confirmed that the remains were human. Detectives from the Specialized Investigations Division removed the remains from the scene, and a forensic odontologist was able to use dental records to identify the remains as belonging to Erica Lloyd. The cause and manner of her death have not been determined. The Sheriff Department's investigation is ongoing. Erica's remains were found in a desert field 100 block of Danby Road in Wonder Valley. If Erica had stayed on roads as she walked away from where her car had been found, she would have walked 8 miles to reach the location where her remains were ultimately located. If she had instead headed out into the desert, she would have covered 6 miles before reaching that location. Erica's brother Colin posted on the Facebook page that had been dedicated to the search for Erica, announcing the discovery of her remains and thanking the numerous people and organizations who had helped look for her. Right now is the time for grieving, and I encourage everyone to pause and reflect on the beautiful soul we've lost. Our Erica, he further wrote in the post. Remember her, cherish her memory, celebrate moments past, and laugh. She would always make you laugh. Erica adored everyone. She left a bright smile on everyone's heart. She would remind you of who you truly were and how important and loved you were. She warmed your soul. Let us hold her spirit dearly and allow it to work through us to serve others. What she would want us to do. Between 1991-26, a string of violent rapes was committed across 6 counties in Northern California. Authorities believed, based on details consistent across all the attacks, that all of them were committed by the same man who came to known as the NorCal Rapist. He would break into the homes of young women, usually of Asian descent, and spend hours assaulting them. He often used either a knife or a gun, or promises that he had such a weapon to subdue them, and would then bind them with handcuffs, rope, or zip ties and put tape over their eyes. Several of his victims managed to injure him as they fought to get away. One victim briefly broke free of her restraints and stabbed him in the arm with a pair of scissors. He took her bedding with him in an effort to not leave evidence behind, but he failed to take a pillowcase which had his blood on it. Another victim grabbed the knife he had with him, cutting her hand in the process, but breaking off its tip, which she used to stab him just above his right eye. The rapist would sometimes kidnap his victims, taking them to ATMs and forcing them to withdraw cash. He would also ransack his victims' homes looking for valuables, sometimes taking their bank cards to withdraw cash from ATMs himself. He used various threats to try to prevent his victims from going to the police, leaving a note reading, "Don't call the cops," with an arrow pointing to the victim's mother's address and phone number in her address book, and telling another victim the location where she worked, and then threatening that he would show co-workers photographs he had taken of her during her assault. Authorities had DNA from all but one of the crime scenes, which confirmed that those victims had been attacked by the same man. Some of the DNA evidence came not from the sexual assault kits, but from the assailant's blood left behind when the victim fought back. However, the DNA profile was not in any criminal database. In 2018, therefore, authorities used genetic genealogy to try to use the DNA to identify their suspect. The DNA profile was uploaded into GeneMatch, a genealogy database, and familial matches were identified. By constructing family trees of the individuals who shared DNA with the rapist, authorities were eventually able to identify a suspect based on the amount of DNA he shared with the individuals identified through GeneMatch. They collected a drinking straw that suspect threw away and compared the DNA found on it to the profile found at the crime scenes. It was a match. On September 20, 2018, 58-year-old Roy Charles Waller of Benicia, California was arrested as he came into work at UC Berkeley, where he had worked since 1992, employed as safety specialist. He was married and a father. At the time of his arrest, Waller was initially only charged with 12 counts of forced sexual assault in connection to the final attack attributed to the NorCal Rapist. By the time his trial began in October of 2020, however, he was charged with a total of 46 felonies. While he went to trial for raping 9 women, DNA also linked him to a further 8 cases throughout Northern California. All 9 of the women Waller was accused of raping and attacking testified at his trial, as did numerous members of law enforcement and sexual assault forensic nurse examiners who had worked on the case. Many of them were now retired, and several of them had traveled from out of state to testify. In addition to the DNA, prosecutors also presented further evidence discovered after Waller's arrest. In a storage unit he rented, they found a ski mask, zip ties, 2 tasers, condoms, duct tape, and handcuffs. There was also a duffel bag containing more than 20 pairs of women's underwear, including 1 pair that matched a pair that had been taken from home of a victim during a NorCal Rapist attack. Waller testified on his own behalf and claimed that he had some of the items in the storage unit because he was a collector of odd things, and others because of a relationship he previously had with a particularly wild girlfriend. Waller had also posted several Craigslist ads over the years looking for young, female Asian roommates. On the stand, he claimed he had done so as favors for the daughters of various former girlfriends, although he claimed to not remember any of their names. While he said he had met those women through profiles they had posted on dating sites, he claimed that they had needed his help posting the housing ads online. When questioned as to why he had compiled a database on his computer listing the physical descriptions of various women, the vehicles they drove, their addresses, and notations about whether or not they lived in ground floor apartments, Waller said he had simply kept a list of people he hoped to introduce himself to. The prosecution maintained that Waller had a faint scar above his right eye, where one victim had stabbed her attacker, but Waller's defense maintained that there was no such scar. Waller rolled up his sleeve during his testimony to show that he had only a round scar from a pain-falling accident on his arm and no signs that he had been stabbed there with scissors by one of the victims. When asked to explain how his DNA ended up at almost all of the crime scenes, Waller said he had never been to any of them and that he was not a DNA expert. Other testimony given during the trial detailed how Waller had ties to other evidence in the case and how he had come to talk to authorities about the case more than a decade before his arrest. Following the last attack attributed to the NorCal Rapist, in which he assaulted and raped 2 female roommates for hours in their North Natomas apartment in 2006, police were able to locate security camera footage in the neighborhood, which showed a white Toyota 4Runner they believed may have been involved in the attack. They then visited numerous Toyota dealerships, and salespeople helped them narrow down the vehicle in the footage as being a higher-end model made between 1999 and 2002. Then police searched vehicle registrations in Northern California to identify owners of white 4Runners from those model years. Members of various departments in the area began the ambitious task of speaking with thousands of people who owned such vehicles. They conducted thousands of interviews, distributed thousands of questionnaires, and took voluntary DNA samples from over 100 men. On February 11, 2007, Sacramento Police Detective Jimmy Vigan and his partner went to the home of a nurse in Fairfield to speak with her about her 4Runner. Her boyfriend at the time, who lived with her part-time, was also at the home. He was Roy Charles Waller. They did not ask for a DNA cheek swab from him, however. One of the 2 in the final attack had briefly caught a glimpse of the perpetrator when her blindfold slipped and helped develop a composite sketch. Vigan and his partner did not think Waller resembled the sketch and believed him to be too old and too heavy to be the man in it. They left a questionnaire for the nurse to fill out after their conversation and left. Following his testimony about this interaction, Detective Egan told the Sacrament of Bee that he wishes he had asked for a DNA swab from Waller at that time. He hoped, however, that his meeting with Waller was not without benefit, even though it did not lead to an arrest at the time. Since the North Natomas attack was the last attributed to the NorCal Rapist, he believed this interaction with authorities may have scared Waller into ceasing his crime spree. The nurse also testified at the trial. She had traveled to the Philippines for a funeral, although it is unclear if she was out of the country at the exact time of the 2006 dual attack, freeing Waller to use her vehicle, which she had access to without her knowledge. On November 18, 2020, the jury returned their verdict after just 2.5 hours of deliberation. They found Waller guilty of all of the 46 charges against him, which included charges of kidnapping, forcible rape, oral population, sodomy, and foreign penetration. It didn't matter what I did, Waller's defense attorney, Joe Farina, said following the announcement of the verdict. It was a DNA case. We could not overcome the fact that his DNA was at nearly all the crime scenes. He also said that his client had not shared his concerns about how seriously the jury would take the DNA evidence, saying Waller never seemed to understand it was a DNA case. He thought he was going to be acquitted. He denied having anything to do with it. Waller's sentencing hearing was held on December 18, 2020. 5 of his victims addressed the court during it. One of the roommates from the double attack in 2006 told the court that she had showered without feeling afraid for the first time following her assault on the day of Waller's arrest in 2018 because she no longer had to worry about him breaking into her home again. She also pointed out that Waller had not expressed any remorse or apologized to any of his victims. She revealed that his daughter, on the other hand, had reached out to her and apologized for her father's actions. Nicole Ernest Pate, believed to be Waller's first victim, told the court he should experience the barbaric sense of time around him, knowing that this is his fate will set me free for good. Following the statements from the victims, the judge imposed 2 terms, one of 459 years and one of 438 years to life. The sentences are to run consecutively, giving Waller a total sentence of 897 years to life. The judge ruled that Waller would not be eligible for parole both because he considered him to be a serious danger to society and because he had presented blatantly false testimony at trial. Waller maintains his innocence and plans to appeal his conviction. The Cala family lived in Weatherford, Texas. The family consisted of James Craig Cala, known as Craig, his wife Karen, their 2 daughters, 18-year-old Emily and 16-year-old Lauren, and their 10-year-old son, Sean. Craig and Karen had been together for many years. They met when Craig was in his final year of an engineering degree at Kansas State University, and Karen was in her first year. Both were ambitious, bright students, and shared many common interests. Friends described them as the couple everyone admired, believing they would be successful after graduation. Soon after, they married and had their first daughter, Emily. In 1999, Craig received an offer to become the utility director of Weatherford, Texas. It was a well-paying and respected position, offering the family new opportunities. The Calas settled into a comfortable home and had 2 more children, Lauren and Sean. Neighbors saw them as a cornerstone of the community, always involved and welcoming to newcomers. Karen often baked cakes and prepared food for others. Emily attended the St. Louis College of Pharmacy, while Lauren excelled as an honor student at Columbia High School. Both teens were also in a band, playing and singing, frequently showcasing their talents around town. Neighbors often said that, as cliché as it seemed, they truly embodied the ideal all-American family, and many people admired them. However, everything was not as perfect as it appeared. One day, Karen's sister Lynn received an unexpected call. Karen wanted to confide in her about the true state of their marriage. She told Lynn that, over the years, Craig had changed. He had started giving her curfews and an allowance, which she supervised and scrutinized, demanding to see receipts for all of her purchases, even everyday things like food. He would demand sex every night at 8 p.m. exactly, and everything she did in the house had a timer on it. She said she did everything he asked to keep the peace, but things were getting worse and she felt trapped and scared. Karen told her sister she wanted to look for an outlet, something that was just hers that he couldn't control. She decided to join a local gym around the children's school hours and Craig being at work. Friends said that she was soon there so much and keen to learn, she was eventually hired as a fitness instructor. A completely different career path, but something she was excited to do. To her surprise, when Craig found out she had been going, he approved, telling her as long as she was home on time to look after the children, there would be no issues. One day at the gym, Karen bumped into Sonny Rees, another personal trainer. From the get-go, the pair were inseparable. They had a lot in common and spent all their shifts together. Before long, a romantic relationship developed, and the couple began an affair. Lynn said that she felt like her sister was so mentally beaten down at that point. When she found someone that seemed to really care about her and didn't want to control her, the relationship just fell together naturally. Karen knew she had to come clean and tell Craig everything. To her total shock, Craig did not seem to have an issue with it. Far from it, in fact. He encouraged it and started messaging Sunny, sending her flowers and asking her for a threesome. People say he saw it as an opportunity to spice up their marriage and sex life. He told Karen he didn't have any problem with it as long as he was included and she didn't leave him. But Karen and Sunny wanted no part of the throuple he was suggesting. They wanted it to just be them. Craig was embarrassed, and now he knew there was no chance of bringing Sunny into the marriage. He wanted her out completely and the affair to stop. But Karen and Sunny continued to see each other, and it seemed that Karen was now well and truly out of the marriage. After a few months, Craig decided the best way to put a stop to it was to move the family out of town. He started looking for a career change elsewhere that would allow this to happen. He got another job in Columbia, Missouri, one that saw him become the highest paid employee in the city. And in June 2008, the family all moved out there. Craig hoped that things would return to normal, and as Karen and Sunny were now almost 700 miles apart, he felt confident the affair would come to an end. But it didn't. Karen and Sunny's relationship continued long distance. They would email and call and text each other, and sneak visits halfway where they could. Safe to say Karen and Craig's marriage was now in a very bad and toxic place. For New Year's Eve, the Cullis attended a party back in Weatherford. Many neighbors were in attendance, including Sunny. At various points during the party, some guests saw Sunny and Karen together, and it was glaringly obvious that something was going on. It had gone from being a secret between Craig, Karen, and Sunny to a very public and open thing. Craig was mortified, and a huge fight broke out between him and Karen, one that carried on as soon as they left. Karen said Craig pushed her so hard she smashed her head on the street. Friends said it was awful. The atmosphere had soured and everyone was talking about Craig and Karen. A matter of days later, Karen told Craig she was filing for a divorce, started the legal proceedings, and moved into the spare room. Craig spent hours calling Karen's family and friends, one day asking them to convince her not to go ahead with the divorce, and the next telling them she was leaving him for another woman and wanted to steal all his money and take the children. Sunny started contacting Craig directly, telling him to leave Karen alone and that she was never happy with him anyway. As March 2009 rolled around, things escalated even more, and after another fight became physical, Craig was arrested. He told police that he had hugged Karen tightly and that she had resisted. Karen said he had violently grabbed her, giving her bruises. She gave a statement which read, "Over time, it has become apparent that Craig is controlling. I have learned along the way that he is capable of using force. The issues vary, but I figured out how to keep things from becoming ugly. When money was a problem, I wouldn't tell him what things, groceries, clothing, etc. cost. When it was about sex, I decided it was easier to give him what he wanted every night than to refuse. On occasions I would refuse. He has been known to be forceful and mean. I'm afraid it will escalate so far that someone is going to be seriously hurt." She pressed charges, and she and the children moved out of the house completely. People said this was when Craig became even more reclusive and erratic. He no longer wanted anything to do with Lauren and Emily, and only wanted to see his son Sean, saying he felt his daughters had failed him by taking their mother's side. This was made even worse when Lauren and Emily said they accepted Sunny and were happy to see their mother happy. Craig was enraged. He referred to his daughters as rotting corpses. Friends said that he started stalking Karen and spying on her, getting into the house to install cameras, and hacking into her emails. Police were then called to the house again when Karen found out that Craig had slashed her car tires and was ripping out cables from outside the house. Craig soon started slipping at work, choosing to show his colleagues family albums over and over, and leaving work unannounced to see what Karen was doing. Given everything that was going on, Craig's manager Bill quietly asked him to resign in September of 2009. This had affected his focus on the department in a way that is not likely to change in the near future. His boss said. Craig was paid 2 months' salary and 1 month of severance. And with any other job prospects looking unlikely, Craig moved back in with his parents. As they were now legally separated, he still owed Karen over $3,000 a month in child support. Flash forward to Thanksgiving 2009, and Karen, Emily, Lauren, and Sunny spent the holidays at Lynn's house. 10-year-old Sean, however, spent it with Craig. But Karen wanted all her children and Sunny to visit her grandmother Dorothy during the holiday period too. So the next day she went over to pick Sean up and make the trip over. 89-year-old Dorothy lived in a quiet little farmhouse in a city of less than 1,000 people, Burlingame, Kansas. Despite Karen and Craig's many arguments and fights about the affair, a contentious pending divorce, questions about where the children would live, and issues with finances, Karen said she was hopeful that a resolution would soon be found. Craig was just days away from going to court in regards to the incident several months earlier, and a hearing had been scheduled for January to start going through the divorce. As soon as the holiday period was over, everybody was optimistic that things might start to move forward more amicably. Saturday, November 29, 2009, Deputy Sheriff Nathan Perling was finishing up some paperwork in his office when a call came in about a suspicious vehicle in Burlingame. It was just after 6 p.m., and the neighbor reported that a small truck was speeding around near their house. They had watched as the man pulled up, exited the vehicle, and started walking down the road. The couple then saw him come back, carrying a large object that they could not identify. Thinking he was stealing, they grabbed a flashlight and headed outside to confront him. He placed the object in the back seat, got back inside, and drove off just as they approached him. Deputy Perling set off to see what was going on, but just a couple of minutes later another call came in over the radio. It was coming from the same area, but this time it was far more alarming. No sooner had they received this harrowing call when a third person called in. They had opened their front door to find a 10-year-old child crying and asking for help. It was Sean Kayla. He said he needed help at Dorothy White's house as there had been a shooting. Officers said they knew it was going to be a bad scene, but nothing quite prepared them for what they would ultimately find. When they entered the home, the first person they found was 89-year-old Dorothy. She was bleeding profusely on the kitchen floor and had been shot several times. She was still alive, but barely. They then found Karen Kayla in the dining area. She had been shot twice and she was already dead. 18-year-old Emily was found behind the couch in the lounge and had also been shot twice, with the second shot likely paralyzing her instantly. She too was deceased, and police determined she was likely trying to hide as the gunman was inside. Deputy Sheriff Perling then heard a faint voice calling for help from the upstairs. It was Lauren. Just like Dorothy, she was alive but only just. As Dorothy and Lauren were taken away, Lauren turned to an officer and said, "Craig." He said, "Who's that?" "My dad," she said. Dorothy identified Craig as the shooter as well. Tragically, Lauren succumbed to her injuries first and was pronounced dead shortly after getting to the hospital. Dorothy was still fighting for her life, but sadly it wasn't looking hopeful. There was one more person left to have been there, Sean. And little did the authorities realize, he had witnessed a lot. Sean said he had been cleaning some old coins that he and Karen had found. As the two of them were stood at the sink, Craig entered the house via the back door holding a rifle and shot at Karen. Sean said he ducked down and just ran as fast as he could to get out the back door. He then ran around to the front door, hoping to get back in and get to a phone. He carefully opened the door, hearing more shots ring out as he did so. He saw Craig walking around, and he closed the door and ran for help instead. Police had already put out an alert to try and locate Craig. A resident then spotted someone abandoning their vehicle in the middle of nowhere and running down a deserted road. She called in with the tip. They found the vehicle, and it matched the description of the one the neighbors had seen earlier that night, and felt confident it was Craig's. A search of the vehicle found more ammunition and some unopened anxiety medications. A backpack was also found with some soap, towels, toilet paper, cotton balls, and some canned food. But Craig was nowhere to be found. After 8 hours of searching, Craig Kayla was finally located. It was now about 7 a.m. and he was wandering on the side of the road, looking confused, lost, and disheveled. He knew it was coming and turned to the officers and said, "I'm the guy you're looking for." He told them that he was armed with a revolver as well as some pocket knives. They also found $100 in cash, some gloves, a flashlight, and a hunting bag. He was arrested without incident and taken to the station. Craig was fairly open and told the detectives a lot. He also told him about the New Year's Eve party and how the pair would sneak visits out of town. He said he was particularly upset when he realized that his daughters not only approved, but were traveling with Karen to meet Sonny as well. Craig Taylor was charged with first-degree murder and aggravated burglary. His bail was set at $10 million just after 4 p.m. on December 1st. Dorothy White sadly passed away too. In December 2010, he had his preliminary trial where he entered a plea of insanity, the only defense against capital murder. His lawyers claimed that he had had a mental breakdown due to Karen's affair. They said this, coupled with the loss of his job and having to move in with his parents, had only added fuel to the fire. They said that the unopened medication in his car, ongoing erratic behavior, and the fact he did not attempt to cover up what he had done was evidence that he was not of a sound state of mind, that his plea of insanity was fair. In 1995, the state of Kansas passed a law which revoked the traditional insanity defense. The new law stated that defendants could no longer argue that, because of mental health issues, they were incapable of deciding right from wrong. Instead, defendants suffering from mental health issues were still legally responsible for a crime, unless these mental health issues prevented them from forming an intent to commit or act with premeditation. His defense team argued that his mental health issues were so severe that it proved he had not premeditated anything. It was a total snap in that moment. At the time of the murders, his lawyer said that he was suffering from depression, hallucinations, and had obsessive-compulsive, narcissistic, and histrionic personality disorders. But the prosecution argued that it was definitely premeditated. And his behavior over the last year especially showed that this was all just building up to what he ultimately wanted to do, which was kill his wife and likely anyone else that stood in the way of that. Their expert psychiatrist stated that while Craig had clinical depression, he was still capable of planning the murders. They also pointed to the fact that Craig had not killed their son Sean, even though he was stood right there, showing this was a conscious decision. This was not someone that was out of control and had snapped in the moment. And after this, they brought in their star witness, Sean Kaler, who was now 12 years old. And one can only imagine how difficult this must have been for him. He appeared via a video link to bravely tell everybody what had happened. People in the court said that Sean was clear, concise, and unwavering, a child far more mature than his years. My dad came through the door and shot my mom. I just heard her collapse on the floor from the shot. I just caught a glimpse. I think she was holding her leg, Sean recalled. Some people in the courtroom said that the pictures of the crime scene were so bad they physically had to look away, with some even crying. The prosecution spoke about the many allegations of abuse and controlling behaviors, and said this, again, proved his intention to hurt was always there. And when he finally lost complete control when they all moved out, is when things escalated even more. Sonny Rees also testified. She described Karen and Craig's relationship as very abusive, saying she wanted to protect Karen from him. She also said that Craig was more than happy for her and Karen to start a relationship and showed no signs of being bothered by it, until he had to let Karen go. But she acknowledged that she had no physical evidence to prove this. It was all what she remembered and what she had heard from Karen. On August 25, 2011, after just 2 hours, the jury had reached a unanimous verdict. Craig Taylor was found guilty of capital murder, and his pleas of insanity were not believed. This meant he would face the death penalty or life without parole. There were many victim impact statements given. Sean gave a small statement too and said, "I do not want my dad to receive the death penalty because it would be hard on my grandparents. I do not want my whole family gone." After this, another week would pass while everyone waited to hear the results of the sentencing. Upon hearing he was sentenced to death, those in the courtroom said Craig Taylor had no reaction, no remorse, no sadness, and no regret. The prosecutor said he only ever seemed to look proud of himself, often smirking and muttering sarcastic comments. As he exited the courtroom to begin his time, he shouted to his mother and father, "Take care of Sean so he's not raised by a bunch of freaks." While on death row, Craig started writing letters to various people, including the lead prosecutor. He still showed no remorse, instead saying he felt a sense of relief for what had happened as he was able to free Sean. His team appealed to the Kansas Supreme Court, citing numerous complaints, including the belief that there had been misconduct on the jury. They also stated that his mental health and insanity plea had not been taken into consideration. One judge said, "Kansas, unlike many states, will not wholly exonerate a defendant on the ground that his illness prevented him from recognizing his criminal act as morally wrong." Another judge added that contrary to Kayla's view, Kansas takes account of mental health of both trial and sentencing. It has just not adopted the particular insanity defense Kayla would like. His appeal was denied. With this ruling, Craig Kaler had now exhausted his direct appeals, but further appeals were still possible. And in January 2023, another appeal was lodged, which might be his last chance. Lynn and Sonny started organized runs in Weatherford in honor of Karen to raise money for victims of domestic violence. And the community often comes together to remember the family and all the lives that were lost that night. According to sources, Sean went into the care of the state for a while before going to live with his grandmother and grandfather. He graduated high school and now works in Kansas. It was a case that left a community shocked and hurting. 3 generations snatched away in a matter of minutes. And for Sean, who not only lost his mother, sisters, and great-grandmother in the most awful way, but witnessed it all as well, and then essentially lost his father too. It is incomprehensibly heartbreaking. How he has come through it all despite everything is remarkable, and a testament to his strength and perseverance against so many odds. Eurydice Jane Dixon was born on November 10, 1995. She was known for her courage, determination, and intelligence, as well as her kindness and deep passion for the arts. Life, however, had not always been kind to her. When she was just 7 years old, tragedy struck. Her mother, who had struggled with a heroin addiction, passed away in a shopping center due to an overdose. Eurydice was close to her siblings, her brother Christopher and sister Polly, as well as her father, Jeremy. Described as a natural performer, she quickly began building a career in stand-up comedy, establishing herself as a distinctive and strong voice in the comedy world. Although she was typically introverted, she began to grow, coming out of her shell and channeling her intellect and ideas into her comedy, often drawing on her personal experiences. A staunch feminist, Eurydice was able to make fun of herself and her beliefs, with social issues frequently influencing her routines. She was incredibly supportive of other comedians, with one peer calling her the comic's best friend. No matter what, she always found humor, even when a joke didn't land. Performing regularly at comedy clubs, she quickly made a name for herself in Melbourne's lively comedy scene. On Tuesday, June 12, 2018, Eurydice performed a set at the Highlander Bar, a venue she frequented, testing out some of her new material. Her sets were a success, and she was described as feeling on top of the world due to the positive reception. After she finished, she left the club and walked with her boyfriend, Tony, to see him onto his tram before she began her walk home. It was a walk she often did. As she came to Prince's Park, she took her shoes off and walked barefoot from west to east. She loved the park and did this every time she walked through it. She was just a few 100 meters from her home when she sent her boyfriend Tony a message at 12:02 a.m. on the morning of Wednesday, 13th. Said, "I'm almost home safe. How about you?" She walked across 2 of the football pitches and then on to the 3rd, almost back at the house that she shared with her brother and father. At 2:40 a.m., a passerby on his way home from work would make a terrible discovery. On a field at Prince's Park's sporting precinct, a body was found. He immediately called the emergency services and began CPR. The ambulance was quickly dispatched. Despite the best efforts of the paramedics, they were unable to revive her, and Eurydice Dixon was pronounced dead at the scene. The area was cordoned off, and a murder investigation was launched. Detective Inspector Andrew Stamper asked for anyone who had been in the area between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. to come forward, as they may have seen something of significance. The police asked for anyone with dash cams or CCTV to check their footage, as anything could help them paint a clearer picture of what had happened. As the investigation continued, a post-mortem would soon reveal Eurydice's cause of death. She had died as a result of asphyxiation and compression to the neck. She had suffered blunt force injuries across her body and head, and she had also been raped. Whoever had killed her was clearly a dangerous offender, and they needed to be stopped, and quickly. The advice that was given was that people need to be aware of their own personal security. The warnings from police were met with criticism, with many arguing it placed the onus on victims. The Victorian Premier, Daniel Andrews, also criticized the police's response, arguing that she was keeping an eye on her surroundings, looking out for herself, being responsible, doing everything we expect. The Victoria Chief Commissioner, Graham Ashton, would later apologize, saying they had not intended it to come across as victim-blaming. When scouring the CCTV that showed her walking home, they soon noticed someone that stood out. A young man was on the footage, and he had been following her. Knowing that this was their strongest lead yet, they knew they needed to talk to him. So they released the still image of him to the media in the hope that someone would recognize him or he would come forward. And on Wednesday evening, that young man walked into a police station in Broadmeadows, James Todd. James Todd was 19 years old. The police wanted to know why he appeared to be following Eurydice on the footage. He told the police he had initially followed her as she was drunk. "Look at this drunk idiot. Might as well see if she does anything funny," he said. But this was not true. An autopsy revealed there were no drugs or alcohol in Eurydice's system. James said the night was a blur. He had a series of scratches on his face and said they had been most likely caused by his cat. But the police were doubtful. After repeatedly denying that he had any involvement over more than 600 questions, the police said they wanted to obtain his DNA and other forensic evidence, because if he wasn't involved, his DNA would not be at the scene. It was then that he changed his story. "Don't worry about the DNA. I did it. I will tell you everything," he said. The truth about James Todd and what exactly had happened would finally come out. As news continued to spread about what had happened, the tributes for Eurydice began to flood in on social media, with many comedians sharing their thoughts and donating to fundraising efforts to help her family. The Highlander Bar where she had performed her last set paid tribute to her. She was a remarkable, talented, kind, unique, and universally loved person, and the entire staff are shattered and heartbroken. There were thousands of vigils held across the country, with people from all walks of life coming out to voice their anger and pay tribute to her. Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull addressed a vigil in Canberra alongside the opposition leader, Bill Shorten, and said, "This young woman should have been able to walk across the park in her city as safely as she could walk across a room in her home or any public space." Bill Shorten added, "The vigil to me is a commitment to every other Australian woman that you ought to be safe, and nothing less than that is acceptable." Nearly 10,000 people went to the Melbourne Park for a vigil before the lights of the park were dimmed at 6 p.m. and the space was lit by candles. Some of those in attendance had attended the protests and vigils following the murder of Jill Marr, who was killed by a stranger as she walked home in 2012 in a case we've previously covered. Premier Daniel Andrews called Eurydice's murder a terrible, terrible tragedy, and such a waste, such a senseless, thoughtless, evil act, when he attended the vigil with his wife Catherine. A choir sang Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah as the gathering came to an end. As morning broke on Monday, shocked locals would find that Eurydice's memorial had been vandalized with lewd imagery, and people were left outraged that a memorial could be defaced in such a vile manner. Victoria Police Chief Commissioner Graham Ashton said it was terrible and shocking, and they would bring whoever was responsible to justice. As the outrage over her death continued to grow, several buildings across the country, including Melbourne's Town Hall, were lit with orange lights, the same color used by the United Nations to represent the aim of ending violence towards women and girls. The Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull also spoke about Eurydice's murder in Parliament as James Todd sat in Broadmeadows Police Station. What he had done that day, and the horrifying nature of Eurydice's last moments, were finally brought to light. On the day of Eurydice's murder, he had finished his classes in hospitality at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then got on a train to go into the city with 3 others from his college course. He later tried to purchase alcohol at Liquorland, but as he didn't have his ID on him, he was not allowed to buy anything. He went to a different store and bought vodka and cigarette rolling papers. He then went to Backman Park with his friends where they drank, before one of his friends decided to call it a day and go home. After finishing the vodka, James went and purchased cider and then some marijuana from men in the park. At 8:30 p.m., they went to the Southern Cross station and Todd purchased whiskey. They then boarded a train going towards Broadmeadows. One of them got off at Flinders Street and James Todd got off at Newmarket. He bought tobacco and then headed back into the city and got off at Flinders Street station at 10:25 p.m. He then walked towards Elizabeth Street. At 10:43 p.m., he had gone past a Woolworths where Eurydice was with Tony. James Todd carried on to McDonald's where he ate. After he walked back to the intersection of Swanston and Flinders, where Eurydice was saying goodbye to Tony as he got onto his tram. James Todd was standing outside the Yonge and Jackson Hotel, and then decided to walk back to the station. It was here that he saw Eurydice walking on her own. He let her go past him at 11 o'clock and 8 seconds p.m. He then began to follow her, being sure to hide from her and stay out of her eye line, hiding behind objects and slowing down when she did. After taking off her shoes and walking across the park, he attacked her. He had gone up behind her and grabbed her by her dress and hair before knocking her over. Eurydice had fought back with everything that she'd had and scratched his face repeatedly, but he overpowered her. After raping her, he said he strangled her for maybe 5 or 10 minutes. As her body lay in the park, he used the front-facing camera on her phone to look at the scratches on his face for 10 minutes. He then went to Royal Park Station where he fell asleep on a bench at 2:14 a.m. At 3:55 a.m., he walked back through Prince's Park, where he defecated on one of the tracks. He then walked over to where he had left her body and was told to leave the area by police on scene. At 5:50 a.m., he had got on a train to go home. And at 6:37 a.m., he was back in his bedroom and using his iPad to make various searches for Prince's Park, and read articles about a woman's body being found there in the early morning hours. He then made internet searches for content relating to rape and strangulation. At 6:34 p.m., he received a phone call from one of his friends, saying he had seen his face on the news. He was the person the police wanted to talk to. He searched the number for the local police station before ringing them to say it was him and the photograph that had been issued. His girlfriend and her mother took him to the station where his mother was there to meet him. He told his girlfriend she had nothing to worry about. After he had confessed what he had done, he told the officers she looked like she was stumbling around. She looked like she was not in a position to defend herself. James Todd was subsequently charged with the rape and murder of Ury Dixon. Using the prison telephone, he called his father. He said he was disappointed at the way Eurydice's murder had panned out, saying he felt like shit after and hoped the next time would be better. But who exactly was this young man sat in front of them? As the police looked into his background, they made several disturbing discoveries. He was the middle of 3 boys, and the home environment he lived in was described as neglectful and squalid. The kitchen floor was so rotten part of it had collapsed. The toilet was blocked, and garbage and rubbish filled every room. There were also several animals in the home. His mother suffered with depression and was later asked if this was a factor that led to the house being neglected. And he said, "No, it's always been like this." He had a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, and in his youth, James Todd exhibited repetitive behaviors and intense focus on interests, dinosaurs for example. At the age of 12, his school referred him to mental health services after they had grown increasingly concerned with his emotional well-being and his interactions with other people. As he moved into his teens, he was given treatment to help with regulating his mood, especially his anger. He spent less and less time at home and would sleep on the streets. He asked his girlfriend if he could move in and would spend his weekends at hers. Whilst in custody, Todd was diagnosed with sexual sadism disorder. Professor James Ogloff is a forensic psychologist and has more than 35 years of experience studying pedophiles, murderers, and rapists. He would later examine James Todd and spoke to The Age and the Sydney Morning Herald about sexual sadism disorder. He said that it is not entirely known how it develops in people, but that it is extremely rare. He said, "We don't know why this occurs, but we do know there are people like him whose sexual interests appear to be best satisfied by inflicting pain and ultimately ending the life of someone. It is not driven by their hatred of women. It is a sexual interest. The public wants a simple answer, but there is no quick fix." When looking at James Todd's internet search history, They revealed he had looked for snuff films, which are violent sexual encounters resulting in death. It was reported that from the age of around 11, he had been accessing increasingly violent pornography and had harbored a fantasy about raping a woman before killing her. On Thursday, June 28th, Ury Dixon's funeral was held. Her uncle, sister, and old drama teacher were amongst those who spoke at the service. "We'll Meet Again" by Johnny Cash and The Cure's Pictures of You were played. Her friend Kieran Butler described her as having the mind of a lawyer. She was someone who could attack an issue or idea from polar opposite sides. She could genuinely empathize with and understand a point of view or action that she vehemently disagreed with. The emotional service was a fitting tribute to Ury. The police would also catch up with the person who had vandalized her memorial. After he missed 5 shifts and breached the conditions of his bail by going abroad, he was sentenced to 5 months in prison. On Thursday, June 14th, James Todd appeared at Melbourne Magistrates Court. His lawyer said he should not be identified initially to allow for more time to obtain information about his autism spectrum disorder diagnosis. His lawyer also argued that identifying him could place him at risk in custody, and due to the high-profile nature of the case, it could mean it was harder to get reliable witness statements. The magistrate said that only Todd's face would be protected from being published. No application for bail was made, and he was remanded in custody. The November 8, 2018, the court heard from psychologists who discussed his sexual sadism disorder. Dr. David Thomas gave evidence for the defense and said that Todd posed a significant risk of re-offending. He said he had carried out assessment interviews with him where James Todd said the minute he went into the park, he knew there would be a sexual assault. He also said he hadn't been sure he would strangle her until he started attacking her. The court heard that with a sexual partner he had strangled her during consensual sex, but had stopped when she asked him to. Dr. Thomas said this happened very early on in the relationship. There's no evidence at all that he was at that point consuming the kind of pornography that he consumed in the months leading up to the offense. Senior Crown Prosecutor Dr. Nanette Rogers said this showed he was aware that choking could hurt someone. His defense barrister Tim Marsh said he had not planned on murdering Ury until the attack had started. James Todd's girlfriend and female friends testified and said that in spite of his upbringing, which was described as dysfunctional, he had always been kind and respectful towards women, with his girlfriend saying, "I found James to be a very normal person. He seemed to always be quite happy and really good socially." Another friend said that James was outgoing and would easily talk to people, even those he didn't know, saying he was someone they would often go to for advice and someone who apologized if they did something wrong. Dr. Thomas and Dr. Ogloff disagreed about how much James Todd regretted what he had done. Dr. Thomas said that once he was in custody, he had started to understand the damage he'd caused. But Dr. Ogloff said Todd had displayed profoundly disturbing behaviors after killing her, such as making the internet searches for content relating to rape and going back to the park. Todd had told Ogloff that he felt nothing. Ury's sister Polly also addressed the court, saying that what James Todd had done had shattered and destroyed her family. She said she was now suffering from post-traumatic stress following her sister's murder, and that she was seething in anger about what he had done. Ury's boyfriend Tony said he would never be able to look at human beings in the same way again. When deciding upon his sentence, the Victorian Supreme Court Justice Stephen Kay had taken on board what Professor Ogloff had said when he testified for the Crown, that James Todd had a limited chance of being rehabilitated even though he was young. He said there was a lack of evidence to suggest that Todd's sexual sadism disorder could be properly treated. In his sentencing remarks, which lasted 2 hours, Justice Kay said that Todd's actions were perverted and depraved, totally and categorically evil, and craven and sadistic. He also referred to Todd's upbringing as a mitigating factor, saying he had been raised in complete squalor. A video was submitted to the court showing a walkthrough of the house he had lived in, and Dr. Thomas said it was one of the most extreme environments he had ever seen in his career. James Todd would pose a major threat to the public if he were to be released, the judge said. Alongside this, he was sentenced to 2 years for sexual assault, 11 years for rape, and 7 years for attempted rape, which are to be served concurrently. Following the sentencing, Jeremy, Ury's father, spoke to the journalists outside. James Todd appealed his sentence. Following her death, new scholarships for up and coming female stand-up comedians were created in her memory, with the state government announcing it before the Melbourne International Comedy Eurydice's father Jeremy and siblings Christopher and Polly said in a statement, "We hope these grants continue. Eurydice cared about comedy." Thanks are also due to many other people who expressed their support for Eurydice in grief at her death, and concern about violence to women, a concern that Eurydice shared in her life. The director of the festival, Susan Proven, said, "The inaugural recipients of the stand-up grants are bold, funny women, strongly committed to their comedy careers and motivated by their authentic and joyful passion for comedy." The stand-up grant is inspired by the promise and ambition of Ury Dixon, a much-loved emerging comedian whose friends remember her as brilliant, brave, and beautiful, unafraid to delve into challenging material and with a big, bold laugh that filled a room. Ury Dixon was a bright light in the Melbourne comedy circuit. She will be remembered for her intelligence, her insight, and her wit, and the impression that she left is immeasurable. She will live on through the stand-up grants, and through those young female comedians whose lives are changed by it. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. Laurel, located in Yellowstone County, Montana, is described as a scenic, rural area on its outskirts, boasting beautiful hiking trails, camping spots, and lakes. At its heart, the town is vibrant, bustling with activity, and always offering something to do, from parades and small festivals to great shops, restaurants, and a strong sense of community. With a population of just over 7,000, one of its residents in 2019 was 57-year-old Lori Bray. Lori worked as a runner at a local casino and, by all accounts, led a peaceful, quiet life, often keeping to herself and enjoying time at home with her two rescue dogs, Mac and Nikki. She came from a large, close-knit family. Lori had a son, Justin, with whom she stayed in daily contact, along with 5 grandchildren, many brothers and sisters, and 8 nieces and nephews. A dedicated animal lover, especially of dogs, Lori not only cared for Mac and Nikki but also donated to rescue centers and charities, often fostering dogs until they found permanent homes. Her boss and former roommate, Kathy, described Lori as probably the sweetest, kindest, and most gentle person she knew. Kathy noted Lori's soft-spoken nature, beautiful spirit, and welcoming smile, always eager to help anyone and someone people could rely on. Her son Justin said this could sometimes be a double-edged sword and she could be too trusting of people, never seeing the bad in anyone even when they gave her a reason to question them. September 30th, 2019 was a fairly typical day. Lori had been working the closing shift at the Cedar Ridge Casino, and just before midnight, she clocked off, locked up and left, heading straight back home as she was back in early the next day. Several hours later, October 1st, 8:30 a.m., employees at the casino noticed that Lori was unusually a no-show, but she hadn't phoned in to say why. Around the same time, her boss, Kathy, was driving into work herself, down an empty and secluded road with nothing to see but fields for miles. She spotted what she thought looked like Lori's car. It was parked at an odd angle on an intersection, and it didn't look like anyone was inside. Lori didn't even live close to this area, and with no shops or other houses around, it made no sense for her or her car to be there. Kathy pulled over but kept her distance, and didn't get much closer to the car, instead deciding to call Justin. She asked him to go to his mother's house, wondering if she was just panicking unnecessarily. But little did she know, independently from her call, Justin also thought something felt odd about that morning. He hadn't received his usual morning call from his mother, which was strange. Justin headed to her house, ringing her phone as he did so, but the silence was deafening. When he got there, he noticed her car was not parked outside, making the knot in his stomach tighten further. He let himself in and was alarmed to find her 2 dogs, Mac and Nikki, unattended with no signs of being fed, which he knew his mother would never let happen. A look around her house turned up nothing. Her bed was neatly made. There was no indication that breakfast had been eaten that morning, and everything just felt eerily quiet. Whereas it was possible Lori had made the bed and washed everything up before leaving, It felt more like she hadn't actually made it home from the previous night. He called Kathy back and they both agreed to go and check out the car together. Justin confirmed right away that it was his mother's 2003 Chrysler sedan. The sunroof was open, a handle and indicator were broken, and inside the floor on the back he could see her purse and her car keys. Her iPhone was also on the floor, lighting up as it was receiving calls. Although Justin wanted to open the car and start properly looking, he knew in his gut that this was a job for the police and no one else. They called 911. When authorities started inspecting Lori's car, they found bloodstains covering more than half of the seat in the back, and there was a muddy shoe impression on the passenger's side door. They also found Lori's clothes scattered about too, including her underwear, which appeared damaged as if they had been forcefully removed. The hooks on her bra were bent and some of the clothing had blood on it as well. It was all pointing towards a violent and troubling scene having taken place. Lori Bray was now a missing person. Everyone sprung into action, many in the community knowing her well and wanting to help. Friends started posting on social media with one person typing, "She would never leave her dogs. They are her world. Someone has to know something. No lead is too small. And I ask that everyone please pray that she is found safe." People started organizing their own search parties as well, and everyone was out and looking for Lori. It was instantly a case that captured the media as well as the public, as it was just so unusual for something like this to happen in this area. The place where her car had been found was grassy, muddy, and the field seemed to go on forever. So looking for clues in a location like this was a big undertaking. Given the terrain, the searches were difficult anyway. But as the darkness started to creep in, things became impossible. Authorities told the volunteers to stop and wait until morning, which people reluctantly did. Police asked Kathy for the camera footage from inside the casino. She was not only able to give it to them, she was also able to say who most of the people were and give them their details so they could start interviewing them. On the night she had last been seen, Lori had been closing down as usual, restocking, cleaning, and the likes. Two women briefly started talking to her at the bar and Kathy said she knew them. They were regulars. Another person then popped up who worked with one of the women. Kathy said his name was Diego Hernandez. Diego ordered a drink, and Lori asked to check his ID before serving him. A few minutes later, Lori could be seen pointing out the clock to him, indicating the casino was closing and he needed to leave. There was a very brief conversation before Lori carried on with the closed-down duties. At 11:20 p.m., Lori grabbed her bag, locked the door, and headed out. The casino was now closed and her car was parked just in view of one of the doors. She briefly walked back for a second, seemingly to talk to somebody, before getting into her vehicle with someone. Police quickly established it was 22-year-old Diego in the car, and at the time he got into the passenger side, he was the only person apart from Lori still on the premises. Not a single other soul was around. Detectives needed to know why he had left with her and if he had seen or heard anything that night, perhaps another customer that may have been lingering or acting oddly. Just before midnight on October 1st, Diego Hernandez was found at his address. He confirmed it was him on the cameras, and that Lori had very kindly offered to give him a lift home after they got chatting in the casino. He said he only went to the casino on a whim because he could get free drinks there. He arrived at about 9 p.m. and stayed for a couple of hours using a few machines and chatting to people. Diego said Lori drove him to his house, he said thank you and goodbye, and then he went to meet up with a friend ready to carry on the party. He said he hadn't seen Lori since he watched her drive away, and it was simply a passing encounter and a kind gesture from a stranger. But there was something that was standing out to police that they couldn't ignore. Diego's face, hands, and torso were covered with fresh scratches. One officer asked about this, saying it looked like someone had fought him off and that it was a little concerning. But Diego said the scratches had happened 2 days before when he got into a fight with a friend called Nick after going to a local strip club. He said Nick had a ring on and it had cut his face. He was very matter-of-fact and calm, confident in what he was saying and showed no signs of being dishonest. With this, the police left. They found Nick and he admitted they had had a scuffle in his car. He said that Diego had suddenly started freaking out and was agitated. Nick said that at one point he had put Diego in a headlock before pushing him out of the vehicle, but he said there was no scratching involved, and he was shocked to see the state of his face. He had no reason to lie. He had already admitted to pushing him about and kicking him out of the vehicle, but the scratches were simply not linked to this incident. Despite what Nick had said, which did match parts of Diego's story, the fact was police had no other leads apart from him. Diego was still the last known person to have been with Lori, and by his own admission was in her car. The CCTV from Cedars Casino couldn't confirm whether the scratches were there at the time, but more footage from another bar just hours before showed that he had absolutely no marks on his face at all. Early on the October 2nd, the search party started back up and continued throughout the day. But at 7:30 p.m. detectives received the call that they had been dreading. A man had been out riding his ATV in a wooded area when he made an awful discovery. He had found the body of a woman lying naked on the ground. He didn't have to get close to tell that she was badly beaten and already dead. Police felt strongly they knew exactly who it would be, but made no announcements. However, just as word had traveled about Lori being missing, it was now traveling that an area was swarming with police and forensics, and soon it was confirmed. They had found the body of Lori Bray just under 2 miles from where her car had been dumped. She was at the bottom of a ditch, completely naked and in the fetal position. She was covered in abrasions and bruising. There was blood in her nose and in her hair, swelling around both of her eyes. She had a swollen lip and several broken ribs. Her cause of death was later confirmed as strangulation, but the examiner noted she had also suffered blunt force trauma to the face. A sexual assault kit was used, and although blood was found, no semen was. Some of the marks on her body indicated she had either been dragged down the hill or pushed down it. Not that she had been killed there. They now knew that she had probably been killed inside her own car and then transported there. Near to her body was her little necklace with a cross on it, and close to this was a fairly good imprint of a shoe. This print appeared to match the print found inside Lori's car. Lori's death and the state she had been found in was shocking. Officers said the level of violence and brutality was astonishing, commenting that whoever had done this was, put simply, a monster. Colleagues and friends were at a loss as to who would want to do this. They said Lori was loved by the regulars, had a great reputation in the community, and had never spoken about having any issues with anybody. Police did get a couple more potential leads when it came to light that she had been involved in some abusive and controlling relationships in the past, and maybe these men needed to be looked into. But Lori's exes, for various reasons, were completely ruled out. The once so tight community was now broken and scared, fearing that this might not be an isolated incident and maybe something could happen to someone else. One of the residents described Lori's death as profound and detrimental to the community as a whole. Nevertheless, everybody put their worry aside to come together for Lori's family and friends, raising money to help look after her dogs, support Justin, and donate towards the funeral costs. The police were able to find several locations where Lori's phone had pinged between midnight and 3 a.m. The casino was one where her car was found and where her body were found, and one near to Diego's house. Diego's house and that surrounding area had pinged just before the location where she was found at, by which point she would have already been killed. And this was pretty damning evidence. More interesting still, while he was in the other bar in the hours before he was at the casino, he spent the evening random women to drive him home, including the lady working behind the bar. She refused several times and said she felt very uncomfortable with his harassing behavior. On October 4th, detectives executed a search warrant at Diego's residence. They collected the clothes he was seen wearing that night, some of which looked like they had been bleached as well as freshly washed. This stood out immediately, as his room was full of dirty laundry. They also found a pair of soaking wet Nike shoes that had also just been washed. The tread of the shoes matched the print that was found inside Lori's car and near to her body. Detectives started going through Diego's phone, and it turned out that just a couple of hours after Lori had been killed, he made some interesting searches online. How long do investigations last? How long do FBI investigations last? Is there a limit to how many years they can investigate someone? He went to the station and gave the authorities a DNA sample. And then, after this, he changed his story. He said that he and Lori had spent some time talking in the car and they were getting on well. They then smoked some cigarettes and ended up having sex near his home. but he swore he hadn't seen her after that. Officers still didn't have enough to hold him, so he was allowed to go home. Everything was processed quickly, and before long they had everything they needed. Diego's DNA was a match to the DNA found on Lori's body and under her fingernails. Diego was called back in, where he would change his story for a final time. He was now claiming that he and Lori had actually been in a relationship for over a year, and they were just keeping it a secret. And that was why he had lied so much. She always wanted to keep it quiet, but at the same time, I don't know how to explain it, but every time that me and her had a relationship under profile, she always told me, she said to keep it quiet. Like nobody needs to know about this, he said. But detectives went back over a year on both of their phones, and there was no evidence to suggest they had ever even talked before. This was corroborated by the casino cameras that showed Lori asking for his ID and only talking to him to tell him they were closing. Their phones had never made contact or been in the same locations until that night. On October 8th, just a week after Lori Bray was reported missing, Diego Hernandez was placed under arrest in connection with her death. 2 days later, he was charged with deliberate homicide. This came as such a shock to everybody in the area. Diego was well known and well liked. He always seemed polite, friendly, and quite quiet. His friends said he was down to earth and genuine, and this had left them blindsided. The police's theory was this. Given all the CCTV that seemed to show Lori getting into the car with him willingly and not under duress, indicated that Lori had offered to give him a lift home, as he had originally said, likely feeling sorry for him given how late it was. Once near his house, Diego had attempted to initiate something sexual and Lori refused. A struggle then broke out and he viciously attacked, sexually assaulted, and eventually strangled her. And the reason he was leading with the claim the pair had had consensual sex was because he knew the second his DNA was taken, they would make the link, so decided to change the narrative. Diego would never say what happened, and what if any conversations took place, but he denied ever harming her. As word started to spread that an arrest had been made, a vigil for Lori was held in her favorite park to walk her dogs. Money was still being raised, and a lot of people were donating to the charities she once did so much for. Diego Hernandez pleaded not guilty, and the now 24-year-old's trial began in March of 2021. He was maintaining his innocence and still claiming the pair were in a secret relationship, something which angered her family and friends, as they said this was simply not true. In opening statements, Diego's defense attorney suggested that Lori's abandoned car may have been disturbed or contaminated before being searched by law enforcement, which meant the evidence in it had to be questioned. And she mentioned that methadone was found in her system, something she did not have a prescription for. They put forward this to suggest if she was using methadone and not telling anyone, she could easily have been hiding a relationship with Diego, a theory the prosecution found ridiculous and nonsensical. The prosecution had a strong case and asked for DNA and forensic experts to testify. They said the DNA found in Lori's car, on her clothes, and under her fingernails had a 1 in 60 octillion chance of matching someone other than Diego. An octillion is 1 followed by 27 zeros. They also confirmed that the trousers found in his home had been bleached just a few hours after Lori had died. They presented the phone data too, which also gave a clear timeline of which Diego was at the center. After several days, both sides rested their cases, and just 2 hours into their deliberations, the jury returned their verdict. Diego Hernandez was found guilty. Before he was sentenced, he asked to take the stand himself. Things then took a sharp turn that nobody was expecting. The man who had been denying anything violent had happened for well over a year sat down and said, "I did it. I killed Lori." The room was stunned. The judge said he had never seen this happen in his 4 decades in a courtroom. That day, Diego Hernandez was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 35 years to serve before he could be considered for parole. There is no indication whether or not he has made plans to appeal. Lori Bray's case deeply affected many people, those that knew her well and those that had never met her before. The community felt a collective sense of loss, and one resident said it really changed a lot about the closeness and safeness everybody had always felt. They had all lost a really special person. Kathy said of Lori, "There's nothing she wouldn't do for anybody, even if it caused a hardship on her. She was just a very tender, loving soul. No matter what anybody did, she saw the good in everybody." 17-year-old Mary Jane Reed lived in Oregon, Illinois, with her family in the Sandtown neighborhood, situated to the east of the Rock River. This modest area was often considered the wrong side of town by some. Mary Jane was the fifth of 6 children, with her father, Clifford, working as a machine repairman at the National Silica Company plant. She was 11 years older than her younger brother Warren, to whom she was very devoted. Mary Jane would take Warren to the movies, church, and on long walks, often packing picnic lunches for them to enjoy at a park by the river. At 15, she began teaching Sunday school and earned a certificate from Oregon Bible College. Mary Jane had left Oregon High School during her sophomore year to help care for her ailing mother, Ruth, whose severe rheumatoid arthritis made it difficult for her to manage basic household tasks. To support her family financially, Mary Jane took a job as a switchboard operator for the DeKalb Ogle Telephone Company, using her earnings to buy items for the home. It was through this job that she met 28-year-old Stanley Skridla, a World War II veteran. Stanley, one of 5 children, was born and raised in Rockford, Illinois, located 25 miles northeast of Oregon. After finishing school, he worked as a cabinet maker and machinist before enlisting in the Navy in October 1943. He served in the Pacific aboard the USS Ormsby as a machinist's mate, initially 3rd class and later 2nd class. He was honorably discharged in December 1945 and began working as a lineman for the Illinois Bell Telephone Company in February 1946. Stanley lived with his widowed mother on Loomis Street in Rockford. Stanley met Mary Jane by speaking to her over the phone during phone calls he made to test phone wires he was working on in the Oregon area. Mary Jane and Stanley made plans to have their first date on June 25, 1948. That day, Mary Jane worked the 6 to 10 p.m. shift at the phone company. Stanley called her to confirm their plans that afternoon, but she was not able to call him back until 8:30. Stanley then drove to Oregon from Rockford to meet Mary Jane when she finished work. Mary Jane and Stanley were seen at 2 or 3 bars around Oregon that night. They were last seen outside a local tavern, speaking with an unknown man and woman around 11:30 that night. Neither Mary Jane nor Stanley arrived home that night. After leaving the final tavern they visited, Mary Jane and Stanley had apparently driven to a lover's lane along Country Line Road on the southern outskirts of town. Early the following morning, a state highway worker was driving down that road on his way to set up some fishing lines. On his way, he came across a man's Oxford shoe in the middle of the gravel road. When he stopped to investigate, he found the body of Stanley Skridla in a ditch on the side of the road. He had been shot 5 times, once in the chest and 4 times in the lower abdomen. It was estimated that he was killed between 1 and 2 a.m. According to authorities, it appeared Stanley had been pulled from his car and shot. His body had then been dragged off to the side of the road. At the scene, they found a large pool of blood, a cigarette stained with red lipstick, and 5 .32 caliber shells. Stanley's car was located a short time later, parked approximately a mile away from the scene, in a parking lot across the street from one of the establishments he and Mary Jane had visited the previous night. There was no he and Mary Jane had visited the previous night. There was no blood inside of the car. No one could find Mary Jane Reed. Local and county authorities began a massive search for the missing girl and received help from local volunteers. Hundreds of people were a part of the effort, searching remote areas in and outside of Oregon. The Reed family held on to hope that Mary Jane was still alive. These hopes were bolstered when they received a phone call from a psychic who assured them that Mary Jane was not dead. She was unharmed, but being held captive by a man with a dark complexion and would return home soon. Desperate as they were for information, the family found solace in this account. The psychic's vision was proven wrong on June 29th, for days after Mary Jane disappeared, when a 28-year-old truck driver named Harold Sigler discovered her body. Harold worked for the National Silica Company, who also employed Mary Jane's father. On the morning of 29th, Harold was driving down a company lane, approximately 2 miles away from the Lover's Lane where Stanley's body had been found to reach a sandpit owned by the company, from which he was to haul sand. He stopped along the way to speak with another driver, and when he left his truck he noticed a foul smell and discovered Mary Jane's body amongst the weeds under a box elm tree. some 4 feet off of the road. Mary Jane was wearing just her bra, underwear, and her mother's wedding ring. Ruth had given her the ring as a gift once her arthritis prevented her from wearing it, and Mary Jane had been thrilled to have it. The rest of the clothing Mary Jane had been wearing the last night she was alive had been thrown on top of her body. According to her death certificate, Mary Jane had been shot once in the back of her head, near the base of her skull. She, like Stanley, had been shot with a .32 caliber bullet, believed to be the same weapon used to kill Stanley. Authorities believed that she had not been held captive when she was taken from the Lover's Lane, but had rather been killed not long after Stanley's death. Ruth Reed was so distraught over death of her daughter and fearful that the same fate would befall another member of her family, that she refused to allow her son, Warren, to attend school for months. Clifford Reed ultimately made the decision to place her in a state mental institution a year after Mary Jane died. Ruth returned home after a year, but was never the same. Investigators spoke to dozens of people to try to find leads in the case. Mary Jane had been very popular, regularly going on dates, so authorities spoke to other young men she had socialized with. They also interviewed 4 women in Rockford Stanley had previously dated. Rumors circulated that the murders were the result of a love triangle gone wrong or payback from some sort of gambling debt Stanley had accrued. The theory in the case that became perhaps the most popular and persistent was that Mary Jane and Stanley had been killed by a local chief deputy sheriff. He and Mary Jane had a brief relationship, but Mary Jane no longer wanted to be involved with the older married man. On the afternoon before Mary Jane went missing, he showed up at her home to try to convince her to continue seeing him. He grabbed her by the arm as she struggled to get away from him. He struck her several times before throwing her to the ground and finally leaving. The deputy reportedly also ran into Mary Jane at one of the bars she and Stanley visited while out on their date, meaning that he had known she was out with another man. According to a police report at the time, the deputy had reported to work the day after Stanley's body was discovered without his service weapon, claiming he had sold it to someone in a bar. This led to whispers around town that police had not solved the case because they were covering up for one of their own. The deputy passed away in the mid-1980s. As the years went on, rumors and speculation continued, but progress in the case came to a halt, and it remained unsolved for decades. Over those decades, both of Mary Jane's parents, as well as all but one of her siblings, passed away without learning who killed her. The lack of answers in the case did not diminish local interest in the story or hope in Mary Jane's brother, Warren Reed, that it would eventually be resolved. Major developments in the case would come more than 50 years after Mary Jane and Stanley were murdered, with the help of a somewhat controversial local figure. Mike Arians had worked as an insurance fraud investigator, a dinner theater producer, and a county commissioner in King County, Illinois before he purchased a restaurant in Oregon. Now known as the Roadhouse, the establishment had previously been known as the Stenhouse and had been one of the places Stanley and Mary Jane had visited the night they were killed. Stanley's Buick had been found parked across the street from it after his body was discovered. Mike purchased the restaurant the year of the 50th anniversary of Mary Jane and Stanley's murders. As such, the story was featured heavily in the local media and caught Mike's attention. However, he soon decided to run for mayor of Oregon, which diverted his focus from the case until after his election to the position in April of 1999. Perhaps because of his own modest background, Mike became increasingly concerned that Mary Jane Reed had been viewed by the authorities at the time of her murder as disposable because she came from the lower-class area of Sandtown. He began hearing more details about the case from people around town, which led to him reaching out to people connected to the case, including Mary Jane's brother, Warren. While Mike claims he simply wants justice for Mary Jane and Stanley, he does have detractors who view him as either obsessive or opportunistic rather than altruistic. Mr. Arians is full of it. He's a jerk. He's trying to make money. Melvin Messer, a former Ogle County sheriff, told the Chicago Tribune in 2012. Allegations that Mike has tried to use Mary Jane and Stanley's deaths for his own profit stem largely from his efforts to get a book written and a movie made about the case. Neither of those projects ever came to fruition. Mary Jane specifically also plays a part in Mike's restaurant business. Mike has what some have described as a shrine to her at the Roadhouse, featuring numerous framed pictures and articles, a portrait drawn in pencil, and a mannequin dressed as Mary Jane. While this could be viewed as a marketing ploy, Mike claims he has all the items on display to celebrate Mary Jane's life and make sure she is not forgotten. Mary Jane did visit what is now the Roadhouse just hours before her death, and Mike believes that visit continues to tie her to his restaurant. He has repeatedly said that he does not particularly like the term haunted, but he does believe that Mary Jane maintains a determined presence in his restaurant. He claims that employees have seen apparitions in the restaurant and points to events like the repeated spontaneous playing of the same song on the jukebox and unexplained gusts of cold air in the Roadhouse as evidence of Mary Jane's presence there. He has held seances in the restaurant, which was also featured on an episode of the Travel Channel show, The Dead Files. According to Mike, his critics are wrong to claim that he has financially benefited from his investigation into the case. Business at the restaurant went down dramatically after he became involved with the case, and within just the first few years of his efforts, he had personally spent tens of thousands of dollars doing research and hiring private investigators. He further claims that his interest in Mary Jane and Stanley's case was part of the reason he lost his bid for re-election as mayor of Oregon in 2003. There are, of course, other reasons which could explain why the people of Oregon did not vote to re-elect Mike. For example, in December of 1999, he was indicted on charges of official misconduct and disregard of election laws in relation to his legal place of residence at the time he held his different government positions. In order to be qualified to serve as mayor of Oregon, he had to have been a legal resident of the town, which is in Ogle County, for at least a year prior to his election in April of 1999. However, he had been a county commissioner in Kane County, a position which required him to be a legal resident of that county until the end of 1998. Mike subsequently filed a civil lawsuit against the Kane County State's attorney, alleging prosecutorial misconduct. Proceedings dragged on for almost 2 years. In October of 2001, Mike ultimately dropped his lawsuit and paid a fine to settle the matter, but the legal case could also be viewed as a potential reason for why Mike was not re-elected, rather than his investigation into Mary Jane and Stanley's death. Regardless of the criticisms that have been made of him, Mike did play a major part in the significant developments in the case made decades after Mary Jane and Stanley were killed. In January of 2004, Mike filed court documents requesting that Mary Jane's body be exhumed from her grave in Daysville Cemetery, a process he was willing to pay for himself. Mike hoped that DNA could be found and used to identify a suspect. Furthermore, he argued that there were several problems with the original investigation that could only be resolved by exhuming Mary Jane's remains. No formal autopsy was performed on Mary Jane's body in 1948. Neither her nor Stanley's death certificates had been signed by the coroner, and his name had simply been typewritten onto the line where his signature should have been made. Mike also claimed that his investigation had raised concerns that Mary Jane's skull had not been buried with the rest of her body. A judge signed off on the exhumation in July of 2005, and it took place the following month. On the morning of August 23, 2005, Mary Jane's remains were exhumed and x-rayed at Burchell Community Hospital before being examined by forensic pathologists at the Ogle County Morgue. The 6-hour examination was videotaped and photographed. Several of Mary Jane's fingernails were collected, as were several pubic hairs, and various swabs to check for any evidence of sexual assault. The skull, several vertebrae, and a femur were not sent back to the cemetery, but the rest of the remains, so that further forensic testing and examination could be performed on them. Mary Jane had been buried still wearing her mother's gold wedding ring, which was given to her brother Warren after the examination. Warren felt the process had been handled properly and that the pathologists who had examined the remains had been very respectful. Mary Jane's remains were reinterred in the afternoon of the day of the exhumation with a Bible signed by Warren Reed. His son, his daughter, and Mike Arians tucked inside the casket with her. While there was a skull buried in Mary Jane's casket, it proved to be one of the most confusing and controversial pieces of evidence in the case. Warren Reed had struggled to obtain the bones that had not been reinterred after the exhumation following their initial review by the Illinois State Police. He wanted other experts to examine the bones, but authorities wanted to cremate them before returning them to him. He eventually received custody of them, and Mike Arians had the skull and vertebrae examined by forensic experts. Those experts determined that the skull found in Mary Jane's casket was not Mary Jane's. This realization was made by examining the C1 and C2 vertebrae, the cervical vertebrae closest to the skull. The C1 vertebrae belonged with the skull, and the C2 vertebrae belonged with the vertebra below it, but the C1 and C2 vertebrae did not fit together as they should have, instead forming what the experts described as an impossible articulation. The experts determined the skull and C1 vertebra came from a girl around the same age Mary Jane had been at the time of her death, but the bones they had been given to examine came from two different individuals. Furthermore, the skull did show signs that the person it belonged to had been shot in the head. However, the bullet hole showed that the owner of the skull had been shot in the face to the left of her nose. Mary Jane's death certificate indicates that she had been shot in the back of her head, near the base of her skull. In late 2005, following the exhumation, the Ogle County Sheriff's Office opened a new investigation into Mary Jane and Stanley's case. Based on the results of that investigation, the Sheriff's Office announced that they had come to the conclusion that a man from Waterloo, Iowa had killed Stanley during a botched robbery while his brother, a resident of Oregon, looked on. They took Mary Jane with them, ultimately deciding to kill her to eliminate her as a witness. Both of the brothers had since passed away. The Sheriff's Office could not formally close the case or conclusively tie the brothers to the crime, however, and only classified them as persons of interest in the case. The report also specifically stated that the investigation had found no evidence supporting the popular local theory that the deputy sheriff had been involved in the murders. Ogle County Sheriff's Captain, Rich Wilkinson, did note in his report that his investigation indicated that social and political considerations may have influenced the original investigation, and that important evidence went undocumented or unshared with the proper agencies. This investigation, in my opinion, was corrupt and mishandled from the start, and nothing I am aware of can possibly change those facts, he wrote. Examining Mary Jane's remains raised more questions than it answered, but Mike Arians did eventually contact Stanley's remaining family members to secure their support for him petitioning the court to allow for the exhumation of Stanley's remains as well. The request for the exhumation was ultimately granted, and it occurred on May 28, 2015 at Calvary Catholic Cemetery in Winnebago, Illinois. Stanley's remains were X-rayed and examined. 232 caliber bullets were located and submitted to the Illinois State Crime Lab for analysis. 7 months later, the Sheriff's Office released a statement about the lab's findings. Only one of the bullets had been in good enough condition to be used for comparison, and it had been compared to a .32 caliber handgun that had been identified during the course of the investigation. The gun had not fired the bullet. The statement concluded by stating that the Sheriff's Office believed that everyone involved in Mary Jane and Stanley's murders had since passed away. While disinterring Stanley did not provide evidence that solved the case, it did ultimately have a positive result. Stanley's wooden casket had been found submerged in a foot of water inside of his burial vault and was in poor shape. When his remains were reinterred on the afternoon of 28th, they were in a new casket. A Catholic priest presided over a graveside service, and an honor guard from the local VFW chapter fired a salute. These signs of respect for Stanley and his memory were all appreciated by his nephew. Following Stanley's exhumation and the subsequent testing, Mike Arians took a step back from actively investigating the case, having spent countless hours and more than $100,000 on the case. "I've done all that I can do," he told Ted Gregory of the Chicago Tribune. "Hopefully my efforts over the past 17 years haven't been in vain, and that enough of the dots that I've created can be connected that law enforcement can color in the picture. That would be a perfect world for me." Light continued speaking with Ted Gregory for his 2017 book on the case, and maintains a website dedicated to it. While recent efforts to use modern technology to solve the decades-old mystery of who killed Mary Jane Reid and Stanley Skridla have so far not been successful in that objective, they have ensured that Mary Jane and Stanley's memories live on more than 70 years after their deaths. Just 10 minutes from Capel Laffern lies a cliff, where 30-year-old Michael Kerr lived with his family. Michael's life had not always been easy. When he was born, the delivery was very quick, and doctors described him as a severely ill baby, giving him only a 30% chance of surviving the night. Yet, against all odds, he pulled through. Doctors told his parents, Patricia and Jim, that Michael would likely never be able to walk. However, on his 3rd birthday, Michael stood up and ran across the room. Doctors also said he would never be able to ride a bike, so Patricia bought him one. Before long, Michael was riding his bike regularly, proving once again that he could defy expectations. He attended harbor school in Dover. At the age of 6, Michael was diagnosed with Fragile X syndrome, a genetic condition that causes various developmental delays. But by the time he was 9, doctors dismissed this diagnosis. His mother later expressed her belief that Michael actually had cerebral palsy. Regardless of any challenges, Michael never let anything hold him back. He grew into a joyful and humorous boy, always full of energy. Patricia described him as having a cheeky grin and a mischievous personality. He had a slight stammer when he spoke and struggled with hand-eye coordination, but none of it stopped him from pursuing his passions, one of which was music. Michael had big dreams and wanted to make it as a DJ. He loved nothing more than DJing for the clubs and pubs in the local area, playing a huge range of music that reflected his diverse tastes. After passing his driving test, Michael's love of cars and driving grew too, and he was over the moon to buy his first car, a Renault Clio, a motor he adored. He would often drive into Dover and offer folks rides home for petrol money when the pubs had taken their last orders. He was always looking to help and make sure people got home safe, especially the young female pub and club goers. This kind-hearted and giving nature made him extremely popular and well-loved amongst the locals and the wider community. But his mother Patricia said that some would take advantage of his helpfulness and good nature, such as with him giving them lifts and money, and she also said that he didn't see the bad in people. Wednesday, April 10, 2013. Satmar Lane is a quiet and secluded country lane in Capel Laffern. It's surrounded by fields and ponds and has an embankment running along each side. It was here that a disturbing discovery was made. Patricia said that she had woken that morning feeling sick and anxious, nervous that something bad was going to happen. Then came the knock at the door that every parent dreads. She opened the door to a woman who asked if she was Michael Kerr's mother. She said that she was. The officer simply replied, "I'm sorry." Michael Kerr's body had been found at the end of Satmar Lane, a few yards away from his Renault Clio that had been wedged up against the embankment. There were major wounds across his body and neck, and it was clear to the officers that they were dealing with a sadistic murder. It appeared that there had been an attempt to move his body, which was surrounded by a pool of blood, and there was also significant blood spatter in his car. His cousin Linda was away with the family in a little holiday village, and Michael was due to head down and join them. She then began receiving numerous calls and messages. It was then that she learned her beloved cousin had died. For those that knew him, they were in shock. Michael was loved by so many, and nobody could understand why anyone would want to hurt him. As news began to spread throughout the community, people could not believe that a crime this brutal and violent had happened. Police had swarmed Capel Laffern, and this quiet little part of the UK had been turned completely upside down. The murder had been a violent and incredibly frenzied one. Michael had been stabbed 10 times and had 11 slash wounds to his body. 2 of his teeth were also found underneath his body. Severe force had been used to smash them out of his mouth. He had defensive wounds, but they were few, meaning he had potentially been caught unawares or lost so much blood in such a short space of time that it had left him physically unable to do anything. Detective Chief Superintendent Paul Fotheringham said that the police had decided to take the unusual step and asked a pathologist to come to the scene to carry out assessments and take samples as the body lay in situ, a decision that is only taken in the most serious of cases. But the pathologist was unable to make it, and the weather was beginning to turn. So a tent was erected around his body before he was taken away to the mortuary. The task that lay in front of the police officers was enormous. They needed to search all around the area for any clues that could lead them to what had happened, and to whoever was responsible. A huge team of officers were searching the lane, and divers were dispatched to search the ponds nearby. His phone was missing, but his wallet was still there, and it didn't appear to have been touched, meaning it did not seem to be a robbery that had gone wrong, leaving them still hunting for a motive. Did his phone contain evidence that pointed to his killer, and was that why it was missing? Given the position of his Renault Clio, it seemed that someone had attempted to use his car to drive away from the scene of the crime but abandoned it when they couldn't drive it over the bank. There were so many questions and so few answers. Rumors soon began to swirl within the local area. The port of Dover was not far away, with people coming into the country and going out of it all the time. Had this been an opportunistic killing by someone who wasn't even in the area anymore? Had he been ambushed? Had it been planned? The police needed to speak to people, including those that knew him best, so they could work out which theories to rule in and which to rule out. During their door-to-door inquiries, someone living in a house roughly 100 meters away from where his body had been found said that they had heard what appeared to be shouting and screams on the night he was killed, but said that it sounded more like people were having fun than someone in distress. As the search of the lane continued, they finally got their first big lead. Michael's phone that had been missing was found, smashed, seemingly stamped on, before being kicked into the hedge at the side of the road. It was quickly sent off to see if any clues could be gathered from it. They also needed to find the murder weapon. Whilst nothing was found in the search of the ponds or along the sides of the road, a search of the drains on the main road that Sat Marlene led off would be a different story. 2 knives were found thrown down one of the drains. Did more than one weapon mean there was more than one killer? Several days after Michael's death, a memorial was held for him, with people turning out in droves to pay their respects. One of Michael's friends said it looked like all of Dover had turned up. Patricia was incredibly touched that so many had come together to honor her son and his memory. It was clear that he had meant so much to so many people, and it highlighted just how loved and respected he was by those in his community. As the investigation into Michael Kerr's murder continued, there would be another huge breakthrough. Someone had called the police and asked that officers be sent to Clarendon Street in Dover, as their friends had just confided in them with a shocking story. 5 people were arrested on suspicion of murder. They were all young adults in their 20s who lived together on Clarendon Street. All of them were taken to the station to be questioned and interviewed. 3 of them, men aged 20, 22, and 27, would later be released without charge. The remaining 2 were not. 22-year-old Alicia Davies and 21-year-old Charlotte Carlson were kept in custody. Alicia Davies had been an air cadet and was originally from Aylsham. She had met Charlotte Carlson in the busy nightlife of Dover. The pair had moved in together 6 months before and lived on Clarendon Street. They were described as being well known within the local area and had reputations for drinking heavily. Charlotte explained to the interviewing officers that she had known Michael for roughly a year, and that he had given her lifts home and also ferried her to the supermarket. Alicia had been introduced to him just a few weeks before his death. Michael's cousin Linda said she had seen them in his car and had also witnessed him going into a shop to purchase alcohol for them. During their interviews, they said that they had both met with him twice on the day he had been killed. They said that at around 8 in the evening, he had picked up Alicia and driven her to Satmar Lane, where they stayed for a while before he purchased alcohol and drove her back to Clarendon Street. They said that they had stayed home and drank, and Michael had then come back at around midnight. They said he had picked them both up with Elisha in the passenger seat and Charlotte sat in the back, and he had driven once again to Satmar Lane. Alicia then made a startling accusation. She said that Michael had raped and attacked her. She said in a bid to protect herself, she had put her hands down the side of the car seat, where she found a knife and proceeded to stab him in self-defense. Charlotte said she had been asleep in the back and had woken up to Alicia stabbing him, adding that she had been unable to get out of the car as it had no doors for the back seats. She said that the pair had then attempted to move Michael's body and then drive away in his Renault, but the car had stalled. So they left it on Satmar Lane and proceeded to walk home, leaving Michael lying on his own, bleeding to death. The police needed to ascertain if their stories checked out and if the argument of self-defense was a plausible one. What was unusual was that the pair had no history of violence and had never had any run-ins with the law, so for them to be responsible for such a violent crime was shocking. The officers spoke to locals to try and gather CCTV footage, and Michael's car was caught driving past in the early morning hours, and mobile phone data analysis also confirmed this timeline. Mobile phone data also showed something that caught the eye of the police. Text messages had been sent between Alyssa and Charlotte as the car had arrived in the village. The messages had been deleted. Charlotte said, "Start now." Alicia replied saying, "You're gonna have to do it first." Charlotte's last message read, "Shut up and hurry. Let's party." These messages were sent within 3 minutes of his Renault being caught on CCTV. This revelation blew huge holes in what Charlotte had said, that she had been asleep in the back and had no idea what was going on when she woke up. The knives that had been found also raised more questions with their story. When the house on Clarendon Street had been searched, there were 2 knife sets there. Both knives found in the drain were missing from said sets. The argument that the knife had been found down the side of the car seat and that she had killed him to stop him attacking her made no sense. It showed that the knives had been taken from the house they had lived in, and this coupled with the text messages showed that this had been a pre-planned and thought-out attack. The evidence against them continued to mount. A fire had been set in the back garden of the house on Clarendon Street and items of clothing had been burned, including Charlotte's favorite gray hoodie that had blood on it. When the other residents of the house came home, they said they had been putting clothes into the washing machine which matched the clothes they had been wearing before the attempt to set them on fire was made. With all of the evidence stacking up against them, 22-year-old Alicia Davis and 21-year-old Charlotte Coulson were charged with the murder of Michael Kerr. Charlotte entered a plea of not guilty. Alicia didn't appear in court due to illness but would also plead not guilty, and they were remanded in custody to await trial where they would be tried together. Due to the severity and seriousness of the case, it was sent to the Old Bailey Courthouse in London for trial in December 2013. Judge Paul Worsley would preside. Before the judge and jury came into the courtroom, the pair would sit and laugh, seemingly unbothered by the seriousness of the situation. But when in the presence of both judge and jury, they would then sit with their heads down and not look up. They continued their story of self-defense. His cousin Linda said the accusation they had made showed how evil they were. This was a crime they had planned and had then attempted to besmirch Michael's name to cover it up. The prosecution needed to knock holes in their defense, and Alicia's version of events needed to be shown to be false. The police and prosecution had Michael's beloved Renault Clio driven to the Old Bailey, where it was parked in the rear yard. The judge and jury were then invited to look at it. The car itself was very small, showing that her allegation of him undressing himself and taking her clothes off too before attacking her in such a tiny space made no sense. Prosecutor Sarah Woodhouse said there was never any rape, but they put their heads together and concocted a vicious story about Michael Kerr in order to exonerate themselves. Text messages from Charlotte's phone showed that she had messaged Michael's phone after he had been murdered, asking why they hadn't heard from him and why he had failed to pick them up when he said he would. Something Detective Chief Superintendent Paul Fotheringham said was a clear and deliberate attempt to both cover their tracks and misguide the police, allowing them to say that they hadn't seen him. Alicia had also messaged him saying, "I feel so sick. I love you." Charlotte's last message to him was sent to his phone at 5:47 a.m., and she told him she was unable to fall asleep. But Charlotte continued to maintain that she hadn't been involved. The 2 knives that were found would bring her defense into serious doubt. The injuries were all across his body, suggesting it had not been the work of one person. The judge agreed that Charlotte had been involved, and that she had been the one to cause the injuries to his neck, by grabbing his hair and chin from behind and cutting his throat several times. The knife wound that Alicia admitted to making showed that she had actually repositioned the knife after stabbing him to ensure that the stab wound would pierce his heart. Michael would not have stood a chance against them. Alicia's defense lawyer, Paul Bogan, said that she was currently being treated into psychiatric care, and that she had suffered abuse at the hands of her father as a child. He did say, however, that she had committed a sustained, unrelenting, and particularly violent attack. Michael's heartbroken parents, Jim and Patricia, sat and quietly wiped away tears as the horrible details of what had happened to their son were laid bare. More would also come out about why they had met with him. He'd been texting them frequently on the April 9th and had been in regular contact with them in the hours before he died. Alicia would say she had actually had sex with Michael for money, and that Charlotte had been the one to organize it, as they needed 20 pounds for alcohol. Charlotte had sent Michael a message saying that Alicia would have sex with him if he paid her. The possible motive for why they had killed him began to emerge. Knowing that she had slept with him for money, with Michael being more vulnerable, it could have led him to believe he had a girlfriend and was in a relationship with Alicia. Detective Chief Superintendent Paul Fotheringham said that rather than explain to him that that was not what it was, they decided to kill him. After killing him, CCTV was shown to the court proving that they had appeared to go about their night as normal by later visiting a McDonald's and going to buy alcohol. As they returned home, they were heard laughing and joking with each other by neighbors. After hearing all of the evidence, the trial concluded after 3 weeks. And before long, the jury had returned its verdict. 22-year-old Alicia Davis and 21-year-old Charlotte Colson were unanimously found guilty of the murder of Michael Kerr. The pair both burst into tears as the verdict was read out. Charlotte Colson was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 20 years. Alicia Davis received a sentence of life in prison with a minimum term of 25 years. Michael's devastated mother Patricia said that the pair should have received longer sentences. She said, "So many people have said an eye for an eye. I don't want that. No, I don't want them to die. Because in my head, every night when those lights are out, they see and they hear and they are haunted by what they did to my boy, and it torments them." Judge Worsley told the pair, "You both sat upon him. He was an easy victim. He inflicted no injuries on either of you and had defense wounds from trying to protect himself from the repeated slashing and stabbing. Rather than remorse or shock, you have felt some perverse pleasure in watching him die and were heard laughing as you traveled home along the road. Neither of you have shown any remorse. Your only desire is to save your own skins." He added he totally rejected the claim of rape and said that they had lied continuously to the police. His family said in a statement, "Michael was the innocent victim of a ruthless and brutal, unprovoked attack which has resulted in him being taken from his family and friends. The pain we have experienced and are still suffering from cannot be expressed in words. Today's verdict, whilst not bringing him back, has provided us with some comfort, knowing that those responsible for his death will serve a number of years in prison. However, no sentence can ever come close to the pain that Michael has endured. Michael Kerr was a loving, kind and gentle man who was always looking to help people in need, people he didn't even know. He had gone through so much but always looked on the bright side of life and brought joy to those around him. His death left a void that will never be filled for so many people, but they will forever carry with them the memories he created and the love that he gave." Catherine Jaro grew up in a loving home in the North York area of Toronto as the only child of Denora and Fernando Jaro, who had immigrated to Canada from Portugal. She was a happy, intelligent, and active child, excelling in school as a straight-A student. She won spelling bees, participated in track and field, and performed in talent shows. However, things began to change for Catherine when she was 16 and ran away from home with a boyfriend. The couple moved to Barrie, Ontario, just over an hour away from Catherine's family home. A little over a year later, Catherine gave birth to their daughter, Dawn. In the summer of 1993, when Dawn was 1, Catherine and her boyfriend separated. After the split, Catherine and Dawn settled into a basement apartment on Dunlop Street West in Barrie. Despite her parents' offer for her to move back home, Catherine declined, saying she preferred to stay in Barrie to remain close to her friends. Those friends may not have been worth staying in town for. According to Catherine's cousin, Rex Marrow, she had fallen in with the wrong crowd following her separation from her boyfriend. While Catherine would always help others who were going through a difficult time, she could not help herself. Catherine was very active in Barrie's bar scene and was out drinking on Sunday, October 9, 1994, staying out until the early morning hours of October 10th, which was Thanksgiving in Canada that year. She went out to bars in downtown Barrie before inviting several of the people she had met at the bars back to her apartment. Just before 8 o'clock on Monday night, October 10th, 20-year-old Catherine's body was discovered on the floor of her apartment surrounded by blood by some of her friends. Her autopsy would find that she had died of multiple stab wounds and had sustained several scratches to her face. Dawn was thankfully not at the apartment at the time of the murder, as she was spending the holiday weekend with her grandparents. She remained in their care after her mother's death. The Barrie Police Service originally led the investigation into Catherine's murder, receiving support from Provincial Police's Forensic Identification Bureau. Physical evidence was collected and sent to the Centre for Forensic Sciences in Toronto and to a private lab. Numerous interviews were conducted. Catherine had ties to the local drug trade, and the theory in case was that robbery had been the motive for the murder. Catherine's telephone had been ripped from the wall and was missing from her apartment, leading authorities to speculate that her killer may have taken it because their contact information was stored in the phone's memory. The phone was eventually discovered in a creek near Catherine's apartment building. While the memory was somehow still intact, it did not reveal any important information. Police identified 6 suspects they believed participated in or had knowledge of the crime, but could not prove that any one of them was Catherine's killer. In October of 1999, the case was turned over to the Ontario Provincial Police so that they could use an unspecified investigative technique in the case that the Barrie Police Service did not have access to. This technique was never able to identify Catherine's killer, and the case was transferred back to the Barrie Police Service in February of 2012. While decades passed without an arrest in the case, this was not because of a lack of effort from the police in Barrie. Experts in various scientific and law enforcement fields in both Canada and the United States were consulted on the evidence in the case. More 350 witnesses were interviewed as a part of the investigation. In 2014, Barrie Police Detective Rob Gravel stated that he believed he knew the identity of the killer. He claimed that the man was local and that he was keeping tabs on him. He hoped that was close to finally being able to make an arrest in the case. 2 men were under police surveillance in connection with the case at the time. Police optimism in the case was largely due to continuing improvements in DNA technology. DNA had been found at the crime scene, but the various sources of it had become mixed. Technology was advancing to the point where they hoped the different profiles could be isolated and separately identified. Police held a press conference in October of 2014 following the 20th anniversary of Catherine's murder, discussing their ongoing investigation. Catherine's daughter, Dawn Nelson, was present at the press conference, but Catherine's parents, Donora and Fernando, were absent as they had both passed away. Their daughter's death was devastating to them, and they both became extremely depressed following it. Later in their lives, they both developed cancer. Janora died in May of 2012 and Fernando died in January of 2014. They're both in a better place right now, reunited with my mother, but it was a tough way to get there. Catherine's then 22-year-old daughter, Dawn, said at the press conference, "Now I stand alone, holding on to the hope that there will be justice in my mother's case. I hope to one day have closure to what has caused me so much pain. It will be more than another 6 years before that day finally came." On January 13, 2021, 58-year-old Robert Bruce McQueen was arrested in the south end of Barrie and charged with Catherine's murder. The name Robert Bruce McQueen was not necessarily well known in Barrie, but his alias, Bruce Ellis, was. He had begun using his stepfather's last name of Ellis rather than his birth name of McQueen following his mother's remarriage when he was young. According to individuals who grew up with McQueen and spoke to the press following his arrest, the person they knew as Bruce Ellis had a reputation as someone you did not want to mess around with. He was a tough guy, prone to violence, who never finished high school because he was in and out of jail so frequently. As an adult, he worked various odd jobs, mainly in construction. Due to the ongoing legal case against McQueen, any specific details about the evidence against him have not yet been released to the public. According to police, McQueen's arrest was made following a tip about him they received in 2019. It has not been revealed if DNA or any other physical evidence ties him to the murder. Police say that Catherine and McQueen knew each other, but have not provided further details on what their relationship was. It is unclear if McQueen was one of the original 6 suspects identified in the case or one of the 2 men under surveillance in 2014. Barrie Police Communications Coordinator, Peter Leon, has only specified that McQueen was known to investigators. Due to the pandemic, McQueen's first 2 court appearances on January 14, 2021 have been held via video conference. At his second appearance, he said he did not yet have a lawyer to represent him, but believed he would have one secured by the end of that day. His next court appearance is scheduled for January 28th. The first-degree murder charge against McQueen has not yet been proven in a court of law. Following McQueen's arrest for her mother's murder, Dawn Nelson released a statement through the Barrie Police Service. "I want to thank those who never gave up hope in looking for my mother's murderer," she said in it. "I wish my grandparents, Donora and Fernando Gennaro, were alive to see this day. Grief is the most familiar feeling to me. Closure on my mother's case will help to finally bring me some peace. On July 5, 1966, around 2 p.m., a young couple entered Roper's Motel in Pecos, Texas, some 200 miles east of El Paso. The girl was believed to be between 17 and 20 years old with an olive complexion and dark hair. She was approximately 5 feet 4 inches tall and 120 pounds. She was dressed in a flower-patterned shirt and dark-colored shorts. The man with her was slightly older, approximately 25 years old with blonde hair and an average build. He was estimated to be around 5 feet 7 inches tall. The couple registered at the motel as Mr. and Mrs. Russell Batoun. 3 hours after they checked into their room, while the man was taking a nap in the room, the young woman went out to go swimming in the motel's pool. No one else was swimming at the time. The 16-year-old granddaughter of the motel's owner then heard screaming coming from the pool area. When she reached it, she saw the young woman unconscious in the pool. She pulled her from the water and began attempting to resuscitate her. An ambulance was called and the young woman was taken to the hospital, but she was declared dead when she arrived. Her death certificate would list her cause of death as drowning. After the man who had been traveling with the young woman was informed of what happened, he left the motel. He convinced motel staff to let him take the registration card for the room with him, claiming he had no other form of identification to use when he reached the hospital. However, he never went to the hospital to inquire about the young woman he had been traveling with and had told motel staff was his wife. He was last seen driving a late model sedan, but left town and was never seen again after he left the motel. He took all of his and the young woman's belongings with him. Authorities had no means of identifying the man who had not used his real name to register at the motel. Russell Batoun was a real person, but he was a Marine stationed in North Carolina, and no connection between him and the unidentified couple using his name could be made. Without any of her belongings, authorities had no clues to follow to try to identify the young woman. Unable to determine her identity or locate her family, the citizens of Pecos collected money to pay for a funeral and proper burial for her. She was buried in Fairview Cemetery, her grave marker simply reading "Unknown Girl Drowned July 5, 1966. Local citizens and law enforcement officials working on her case have continued to bring flowers. The Pecos Police Department's commitment to identifying their Jane Doe did not diminish over the years, and eventually they began searching for new resources in their effort. On August 27, 2019, Jane Doe's remains were exhumed so that new forensic techniques could be utilized in her identification. Authorities worked with the University of North Texas, such as for human identification, to record her information in NamUs and perform initial DNA testing. In 2019, police also partnered with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, who released a new artistic rendering of what the young woman looked like when she was alive. They hoped that someone would recognize the young woman in the image after it was disseminated to the public through the media. The image was created using Polaroids of the young woman's body that had been found in the archives of the funeral home that had handled her funeral. In August of 2020, the young woman's remains were taken to Othram, a private DNA lab in the Woodlands, Texas. They extracted DNA from one of the bones and developed a DNA profile. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children then began coordinating an effort to try to identify the young woman using genetic genealogy. Innovative Forensic, a genetic genealogy firm based in Virginia, donated their service to the investigation. After uploading the DNA profile to Family Tree DNA and GEDmatch, they were eventually able to find potential distant relatives of Jane Doe. Authorities then visited someone they believed to be a close relative of Jane Doe based on this information, who provided them with a DNA sample. Comparing their DNA to that of the unidentified young woman who had drowned in Texas more than 5 decades earlier, they were finally able to identify her. On January 19, 2021, Pecos Police Department Police Chief Lisa Tarango held a press conference and announced that the young woman had been identified as Jolene Hem. Authorities had visited one of her sisters in Kansas the week before to inform her of the identification. Jolene was one of 15 children and grew up outside of Salina, Kansas. "We had wonderful parents and lived on a little farm just east of town. Not extremely rich people, but we were rich with our family," according to her brother Paul. She was 17 years old and working at a drive-in diner when she abruptly disappeared in early July 1966 without even collecting her most recent paycheck. According to the Hem family, a young man had been paying extra attention to Jolene just prior to her disappearance, but they did not know his identity or have any evidence that she had left town with him. Jolene's family worked extensively with law enforcement trying to find her, but never located her. 5 of Jolene's siblings, as well as both of her parents, died without knowing what became of her. Her mother never gave up hope that Jolene was still alive and spent every Mother's Day waiting for Jolene to call her. Jolene's remains are going to be sent to Kansas so that she can be laid to rest next to her parents. While the mystery of the identity of the Pecos Jane Doe has finally been solved, the investigation into her death is still open and active. While she may have drowned accidentally, circumstances like the reported screams and the suspicious behavior of the man traveling with her have led to police continuing to investigate the manner of her death. Police have been unable to locate Jolene's autopsy file, which could contain important information about any injuries she may have sustained. They particularly hope to be able to identify and speak with the man who is traveling with Jolene so they can learn more about the circumstances that brought her to Texas and surrounding her death. Fort Worth, Texas, a bustling city in the northeast of the state, is rich in history and offers plenty of things to see and do. With nearly 1 million residents, one of them was 28-year-old Elizabeth Poole Ariado, who was born on August 16, 1987, in Fort Worth. She came from a large, loving family. Elizabeth was incredibly close to her 2 sisters, Johanna and Alejandra. Despite her parents' separation, she maintained a strong bond with her mother, Juanita, and her stepfather, Fidel, who considered her as his own. Fidel later shared that they had mutual respect for each other, and their relationship was as close as any father and daughter could be. Family meant everything to Elizabeth. She always put others' needs ahead of her own and was ready to help anyone in need. While attending Diamond Hill Jarvis High School, Elizabeth met Rodolfo Arellano, also known as Rudy, and they began a relationship. They later married and had 4 children together, 3 sons and a daughter, whom Elizabeth was fully devoted to. She was determined to raise them to be respectful and kind, values she consistently demonstrated. A deeply committed Christian, Elizabeth attended church regularly. Her kind and giving personality was reflected in her job as a medical assistant, a profession she took great pride in and had done for several years. Her life was busy, with 4 beautiful children and a great career. It seemed to be going well for her. However, her marriage to Rudy would later start to fall apart due to his controlling behavior. By April of 2016, and after 13 years together, Elizabeth had decided to file for divorce. She had moved out of the family home and gone back to her parents' house, taking her children with her. She was ready to begin a new chapter and take on any challenges that were coming her way. This was not an easy decision for her to make, but she knew it was the right one. April 15, 2016. In spite of everything going on with her marriage, Elizabeth appeared to be happy and doing well during the day. That evening, she had gone out with some of her girlfriends from work to a local place for happy hour, giving her the chance to unwind and have some fun. After enjoying the night out, she headed back to her parents' house in the early morning hours of April 16th. After she pulled up outside, she contacted one of her colleagues she had been out with and told them that she was back home safe. As morning broke on April 16th, Elizabeth's mother, Juanita, would make a worrying discovery. Elizabeth was not in the house. Despite looking everywhere for her, she was nowhere to be found. As Juanita went outside, she found Elizabeth's car seemingly abandoned. It contained several personal items that one would expect someone to take with them if they were to go anywhere, including her purse and phone, which was still on the passenger seat. The key was still in the ignition. This was completely out of character for Elizabeth. There was no way she would disappear and not tell anyone where she was going or what her intentions were. She also would never leave her children. She had seemingly pulled up outside the house and then vanished. Her mother knew something was seriously wrong, so reported her daughter as missing. As police arrived on scene, a missing persons investigation was launched. They needed to establish the timeline of events leading up to her going missing. So they spoke to those who knew her one of which was her estranged husband, Rudy. The officers headed over to his house to talk to him. He said that he had last heard from her at 2:39 on the morning she was last seen, after she had come back from her night out. According to him, she said that she had arrived home and would be bringing the children to his place as soon as possible. He said that she explained she was going to spend the night in a hotel once she had dropped the children off at his house. When she failed to turn up, he told the officers that he assumed she had decided against bringing them and instead chose to remain where she was. The police needed to know what his movements had been that day in order to rule him out. He said he had spent the day with one of his friends and that he had got home at around midnight, saying he had stayed in his house until 7:30 a.m. As the search for the missing mother continued, a phone call to 911 from just a few hours before at 3:30 a.m. would blow the case wide open. The call had come in from someone doing some nighttime fishing on Lake Worth. The drop from the Interstate 820 bridge into the water was 40 feet. One witness said they heard what appeared to be screams on the way down. After the call had come in, officers had been immediately dispatched, and working with the fire department and divers, they entered into the water to see if they could find anything. And tragically, they did. The body of a woman was found and pulled from the water. She was still wearing her maroon scrubs from work. It was Elizabeth Ariano. When her body had been retrieved from the water, they found that a 119-pound rock had been tied around her neck. The Tarrant County Medical Examiner ruled her death as a homicide, the result of drowning, and the concrete rock weighing her down. The weight had been tied around her neck to ensure that her body did not come up to the surface. The police said, "We believe this was an attempt to conceal the body." Horrifyingly, she had been alive when she had gone into the water. Elizabeth Ariano had been murdered. Her life had been ended in a way so brutal it shocked even the most tenured of officers. The police were now in a race against time to find whoever was responsible. They were clearly capable of unimaginable cruelty, and they needed to be stopped. They had many theories they had to consider. Had she been followed home by someone from the bar? Had an opportunist abducted and killed her after seeing her arrive home? Had this been someone lying in wait? One of the first things the police needed to do was establish who was where at the time of her murder and rule out as many people as possible. Rudy was adamant that he was at home at the time and that he had nothing to do with it. As news began to spread about what had happened, people in the community were in disbelief, stunned that something so brutal could happen. A neighbor told CBS 11, "How can somebody do something like that? I don't understand how people can be so evil and so mean to another human being." A GoFundMe was set up to help cover the costs of her funeral, and before long, it had raised more than $11,000. Rudy posted this to his Facebook page and various flyers to benefits in memory of Elizabeth. Before long, her family and friends gathered for her funeral. Johanna had purchased a turtleneck for Elizabeth to wear, disguising the rope marks around her neck. Devastated, she stood next to Rudy by her sister's coffin. Although Rudy appeared to be a heartbroken widower, his behavior did not come across that way to investigators. When they had spoken to him, he didn't seem worried. He didn't seem concerned. Even though their marriage appeared to be over, she was still someone he had spent his life with, and she was the mother of his children. So his apparent lack of concern was strange. As the police continued to investigate Elizabeth's murder, they began to examine the CCTV footage from around the area, and this would give them their first solid lead. At 3:02 a.m. on the morning she went missing, a white pickup truck was seen driving away from where her parents had lived. Rudy owned a white pickup truck. An affidavit would later say, this direction of travel would be the most direct path from the last place Elizabeth's vehicle was seen on camera, and where she was found. In spite of his insistence that he had been at home that night, mobile phone data and mapping would also blow huge holes in his alibi. When looking into his phone records, it showed that his phone had pinged close to the house Elizabeth's parents had lived in on the morning she had disappeared. As the investigations continued, police discovered that when Elizabeth had gone out with her friends on the evening of 15th, Rudy had made several attempts to contact her. He had sent her a message asking her when she would be clocking off from work, and records showed that he had been in the vicinity of her workplace when he had tried to get hold of her. He had also tried to call her, but she hadn't answered. Phone analysis showed he had moved from her place of work to her parents' home, knowing that's where she was staying. The picture that was being painted was a disturbing one, but detectives needed to continue to build their case against him and find more evidence that contradicted what he had told them and linked him to what had happened to Elizabeth. In order to do this, a search warrant was issued for his house. According to an affidavit, the police showed the rope that had been used to attach the concrete to Elizabeth's body to her oldest son. It was rope that he recognized. He recalled that he had been playing with the same rope in the back garden, and he had noticed when it had disappeared. They also showed him a picture of the concrete. He recognized this too. It looked just like some concrete that had been in the garden after his father had replaced a fence for one of his friends. The fence posts had been encased in concrete. The same concrete was also found in his truck. With the evidence piling up, investigators believe that she had arrived home from her night out, and he had ambushed her before she was able to get inside and proceeded to kidnap her. He had then taken her to the Interstate at 20 bridge that ran over Lake Worth and threw her off it with the rock tied to her neck. 10 days after his wife's body was pulled from the water, Rudy Ariano was arrested on suspicion of her murder. He was then charged and held at Mansfield City Jail on a $500,000 bond. A witness also spoke to the local media who observed his behavior the day after his wife's death, as her devastated family tried to come to terms with what had happened to her and come to terms with who was responsible. They spoke to the media about Elizabeth and how much she meant to them. Rudy Ariano continued to deny any involvement, but he was soon forced to make a decision. If he entered a plea of not guilty, and if he were convicted by a jury at trial, then he would face the death penalty. With this in mind, he took a plea deal her family had agreed to. And on Wednesday, January 30th, 2019, Rudy Ariano entered a plea of guilty to the kidnapping and murder of his wife Elizabeth, thus taking the death penalty off the table. Ariano's coldness was shocking. Just 2 hours after he had brutally murdered the mother of his children, he had posted a meme to Facebook that said, "How long can one go without drinking before they die?" And he commented, "I'm already worried." He had pretended to be the devastated husband crying by his wife's coffin. He had lied to the people that had loved and cared for him, people that he had known for years. He offered no explanation. He offered no apology. Rudy Ariano was subsequently sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. His defense lawyer said that the plea deal was the correct resolution. Elizabeth's family said they took comfort in knowing he would never, ever be released. Johanna, Elizabeth's sister, gave an emotional victim impact statement. She also recalled standing next to him at Elizabeth's funeral. She said, "You knew what you did, yet you stood in front of her body crying with me. You told me the day of her burial that you wished it was you in there, and how you just wanted to lay there with her. That when you married her, you knew it would be until death do you part, but didn't know that it would happen so soon. You're a coward." Elizabeth's stepfather, Fidel, also spoke about her children. Outside the courtroom, Elizabeth's family spoke to the media. Elizabeth Poole Ariano was a devoted mother and much-loved daughter, sister, aunt, friend, and colleague. She had an enormous impact on those she knew and those she helped to care for. Her sister Johanna said that her family will continue to keep her memory alive and talk about her with her children. For those who knew and loved her, they will never forget what a kind, thoughtful, and amazing woman she was. Jordan Naterer graduated from Memorial University of Newfoundland with a degree in engineering and went on to earn his master's degree at the University of British Columbia. After completing his studies, he stayed in British Columbia, living in an apartment on Seymour Street in Vancouver, and worked as an engineer. His sister, Julia, described him as the best person you will ever meet, with the spirit of an old man and the heart of a child. On October 9, 2020, Julia FaceTimed her brother while she was at home in St. John's, Newfoundland. During the call, Jordan proudly showed her all the equipment he had purchased for his first overnight hike, which he planned to start the next day. He had prepared for the cold weather he would encounter overnight in Banning Provincial Park, including a winter-rated sleeping bag, a sleeping mat, and a down-filled coat. The next morning, Saturday, October 10th, Jordan left his apartment shortly after 7 a.m. and drove about 125 miles east to Manning Provincial Park. Credit card records would later reveal that he bought a coffee at the park's resort. At 10:18, he purchased a park permit at the front desk of the resort, logging his emergency contact information as well as the color of his tent, orange, with the park when he informed them that he would be staying there overnight. The following Monday, October 12th, was Thanksgiving in Canada, and Jordan had plans to have dinner with some of his friends back in Vancouver. He never arrived and did not call or text his friends to let him know he was not coming, which was highly out of character for him. Jordan's black Honda Civic was located near the Frosty Mountain trailhead at the Lightning Lake Day use area, indicating that he had never returned from his hike, and the search for him in the park began. Search and rescue teams from several agencies were all involved with the search. They focused the search area based on a statement from another hiker who came forward reporting that he had seen Jordan around 4 p.m. on October 10th, 30 to 45 minutes away from the Frosty Mountain trailhead. The Frosty Mountain Trail was the trail it is believed Jordan was planning on hiking. Despite the extensive effort, Jordan was not found, and the search was suspended on October 17th, with authorities claiming they had exhausted all avenues of investigation and needed new clues to follow in order to continue with the search effort. Cases such as Mr. Naterer's are very rare. It's always our goal to locate missing persons as soon as possible, and their files are never closed. Our investigators will continue to investigate any additional information that becomes available, but at this time, we have followed up on all leads. Vancouver Police Department Constable Tanya Vicentin wrote in an email to CBC News after the search was called off. Jordan's family was upset by this decision and continued looking for him on their own. Jordan's parents, Josie and Greg, had flown to British Columbia from Newfoundland to aid in the search effort. Once the official search was called off, they had to figure out how to keep the effort going on their own. They set up a GoFundMe to raise funds for a private search, which costs $1,000 a day to perform. A large early donation to the effort came from Jordan's employer, and members of the community also began donating to the effort. Helicopters were hired, as was a drone company, which flew over areas of interest in the park taking footage. The images the drones captured were then meticulously inspected by a network of volunteers looking for any signs of Jordan or his belongings. The Naterer family did believe the official search should also continue. The day after it was called off, a bag with a hat and sunglasses believed to belong to Jordan was discovered by another hiker, and the Naterers argued that these items constituted new clues that needed to be followed up on by the authorities. The official search had covered an area to the lower right side of the trail, but based on the location where the items were found, the search should have been more towards the left of the trail. Pieces of synthetic down filler, consistent with the type found in Jordan's apartment, which he used in craft projects, was also found in the park outside of the area that had been officially searched. This led to speculation that Jordan perhaps was injured and throwing away small items in hopes that they will be taken down the trail and lead people to him. When Jordan's family was finally able to access his cell phone records, they further supported the notion that the official search had been in the wrong area. Jordan's cell phone pinged at 12:30 on the afternoon of October 10th, roughly 2.5 miles southeast of the Manning Resort on the Windy Joe mountainside of the trail loop. Jordan's family believes that he may have hiked the trail in reverse in order to get to two trails near the bottom of Windy Joe Mountain that would get him to the campground where he will be spending the night earlier. It had started snowing around 3 p.m. on October 10th. And if Jordan had learned of the forecast before he started his hike, it would make sense for him to want to reach the campground and stop moving for the day earlier than planned. The terrain off of those trails is very steep and rugged. If Jordan became disoriented and went off trail, he could have been injured trying to traverse the terrain. Jordan's family believed that in this scenario, Jordan would have tried to maneuver himself to be near a source of water if possible, but then would have stayed there, relying on his equipment to keep him warm until someone came and found him. The official search did briefly resume, but was called off again due to poor weather. The private ground search continued until November 7th, when the weather deteriorated to the point where it was no longer possible to continue. Greg and Josie Naterer made the difficult decision to leave British Columbia without finding Jordan, stating that it was important for them to be with their two daughters. Their efforts to find Jordan have continued even though they are no longer in the area, with new aerial searches and review of their footage continuing even after they returned home. Greg and Josie have expressed their immense gratitude to the numerous individuals who have donated their time and money to the search effort and to everyone who has supported them through this difficult time for their family. We're just overwhelmed by how many people out there care about our well-being, Greg told the Telegram, a daily newspaper in St. John's. For that, we are profoundly grateful. On July 23, 2018, at 9 p.m., a 000 call came in from a 19-year-old at a house in Sunbury, Melbourne, Victoria. Senior Constable Luke Kalkian, who was on shift at the Sunbury police station at the time, instantly recognized the voice on the other end of the phone. The caller said, "I think I killed someone. I didn't want to, but I did it. He came. He didn't seem scared. I strangled him. He's on my bed. Feels so good. I don't want to be a killer. Have you actually done that?" he asked. "You never believe me. Why don't you believe me?" they bluntly and calmly replied. Authorities were dispatched immediately, and when they got to the home, it turned out that Constable Kalkian had been right about the voice. He had recognized it. The caller answered the door, and it was someone the station knew all too well, Jamie Lee Dollar Guy. As they entered the home, they found 25-year-old Morlan Rothode in the bedroom. A cord attached to a sex toy was wrapped around his neck, and he was lying motionless. "See, I wasn't lying, you never believed me. Why won't you ever believe me? He's dead, isn't he?" Jamie shouted at the officers. Morland was put into an ambulance and rushed off to hospital, and Jamie was taken down to the station for questioning. Given what she had revealed already, she was charged with attempted murder, intentionally causing serious injury, and recklessly causing serious injury. What had happened and how it came to be was a frightening story. In the early evening of July 23, 2018, 19-year-old Jamie Lee Dollar Guy logged on to the popular dating app used by millions worldwide, Plenty of Fish. Her bio read borderline personality disorder and suicidal tendencies into extreme fetishes, vampire fantasies, bondage, biting people, and being gang raped against her will. She wasn't on it long. Before around 7 p.m., she got a message from a 25-year-old student, Morlan Rothode. They exchanged a total of 6 messages, sexual in nature, and about everything in Jamie's profile. He told her, "We'll do whatever you want." They made a plan to meet up at her house, with Jamie saying she would put on a costume and her favorite perfume. Morlan told her he would be there just after 8 p.m., and he would text when he was outside. With this, he closed the app and started getting ready. 4 years before this, Morlan Rothode had made the big move from Gujarat in Western India to Australia on a student visa to get his master's in accounting. He had really started a whole new life and had settled him well at Charles Sturt University, also working part-time as a delivery driver. He was an only child and was very close to his parents, talking to them every day. They had even sold their bungalow to finance his move to Australia when they realized it was his dream. As soon as they had the money, Morlan was on his way, and the family took some photos at the airport before he left. Friends described him as happy-go-lucky, easygoing, but hard-working and very humble. His hard work had almost paid off, and was proud to say he was just 4 months away from finishing his course. His professors believed in him so much, they had actually offered him a job when he finished so he could stay in Australia permanently. Jamie was now at the station and talking a lot. She started by telling the detectives she had been having a bad day, and the second Morlan agreed to meet her, she knew she was going to kill him. A matter of minutes after she ended her conversation with him on Plenty of Fish, she started making some Google searches. "I'm going to kill someone tonight for fun. How to kill someone. I want to commit murder. I'm going to kill someone tonight. Help." She then clicked on a link called 10 Steps for Committing a Murder and Get Away with It. At 8 o'clock and 7 seconds p.m., Morlan arrived at the house. She told detectives she immediately took note of his shape and size and felt he was weak enough that strangulation would be easy. She told him she wanted to role play, and he was keen to learn. "I told him that I wouldn't let him out of the house, and he said he didn't care. I said that I'm going to choke play, and he said he's happy to learn anything. So I said that I have psychopathic tendencies in my head, and I'm not really that safe. And he said he's not scared," she said. Morlan said as long as she didn't hurt him, he was up for anything. Jamie told him he could just tap, and she would stop. He seemed to be thinking it's all a game, she told the officers. She got behind him and started choking him. Jamie said she had two personalities. One's mean, one's nice. They're both me. One is caring and the other is destructive. I was hoping he would run away, call the police, she said. Just a few seconds later, he started to panic and tapped her. But instead of stopping as she'd promised, she only squeezed harder, wrapping her legs around his body to get a tighter grip. She whispered in his ear, "It'll be okay. It'll all be over." At this point, after attempting to wriggle out of her grip for several seconds, Moreland was now lying on his stomach and Jamie was sat on his back. He suddenly went limp, and Jamie said she then tied the cord from the sex toy around his neck. "What was your intention?" the officer asked. "Murder," she replied. Just before calling the police, Jamie made some more searches online, looking for ways to be admitted into hospital. She told them she had had an urge to kill, comparing it to the feeling of someone who wants to smoke a cigarette. As she was talking more and more, the story was getting more disturbing as it went on. And the police then got a call. Moreland hadn't pulled through and had succumbed to his injuries just a few hours after getting to the hospital. After this, Jamie Guy's charges would swiftly be upgraded to murder. What she had done, although shocking, was not actually surprising to those that knew her. Some carers who had worked with her even described her as a shape-shifting demon girl. Jamie had lived in state care since she was 10 years old, with frequent visits from social workers and her criminal record starting when she was young. She often spent long periods in juvenile detention. In the years before she turned 18, Jamie had carers living with her 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in a house owned by the Department of Health and Human Services. They said they were terrified of her and her unpredictability. But when she turned 18, however, they all stepped away, and she was living alone and unsupervised. As soon as they left, neighbors said the police were there for a lot of various reasons, including noise disturbances, fighting, and welfare checks. She would often bring them cakes and cards after their visits to thank them, and they had grown to know her fairly well. She was a massive social media user and would upload numerous times a day. Sometimes the pictures were simply her playing around with filters and sharing her artwork. And sometimes they were lengthy paragraphs about her childhood trauma, sexual abuse, and the issues she had with her body. She said she hated skinny, pretty girls and wanted to torture them. She would self-harm and put batteries into her body, resulting in her having more than 100 operations to remove foreign bodies. One of her friends said she claimed to have a demon inside her, and sometimes believed that she was a wolf. One moment she appeared happy and was smiling. The next she was going ballistic, snarling and growling like a wolf and biting people. "It is one of the scariest things I have ever seen. It's like she was possessed," someone said. She posted to Facebook just a few weeks before the murder of Moreland and said, "If only they believed me when I said I'm not sane. I live in fear, afraid of what's behind the corner. My heart is black. I no longer feel the emotions of happiness unless I see someone else suffer." And on the afternoon she did kill him, she texted one of her carers and said, "I feel really sick with bad temptations. I want to call the police, but they won't believe me. I want to cry." Upon being charged with murder, everybody knew that it would be a complicated case. As a result, she was assessed by some of the best clinical minds in Australia, and they said she was one of the most psychologically damaged they'd ever assessed. There is no doubt that Jamie Guy was a profoundly troubled person, and everybody said she was a ticking time bomb. Despite all of her confessions and admissions, in her first court appearance, she entered a plea of not guilty. As prosecutors dived further into the case, Moreland's friends in Australia banded together to raise money to send him back to India to be with his family. It took him 12 days to get home, where he was cremated. A year would then pass as more interviews, assessments, and the like were carried out, establishing whether or not Jamie was fit to stand trial. It was deemed that she was, and the now 20-year-old's murder trial would begin at the end of 2019. Moreland's parents said although they wanted to be there for their son, they simply couldn't afford to fly over, so they had to wait by the phone every day for any update. The loss had left them unable to eat or sleep, and not being able to get to Australia had only added to their pain. In terms of Jamie's mental health and past issues, it was set to be a complex trial. There was no denying that she had killed Moreland. She had already confessed to that. But it was now an argument of whether her mental health issues affected her in that moment, and whether or not the murderous intent could be proven. As a result, her lawyers were pushing for a conviction of manslaughter. Her defense team called in a psychologist, Dr. Carroll, and he told the jury that he did not believe that Jamie suffered from psychosis in any way. He said that she knew what she had done was wrong, and that she was aware of what she was doing. He said she was in a state of turmoil, but had a residual awareness that choking Moreland would actually kill him. Jamie's lawyer, Sharon Lacey, focused heavily on her childhood. She spoke about her past abuse, living in care, and suicidal thoughts and tendencies. They said that her borderline personality disorder had played a role, and Jamie was suffering from stunted psychological development brought on by the trauma of her childhood. Jamie sat quietly in the courtroom the whole time, not looking up and not paying attention, sometimes smiling, but mainly focusing her attention on the children's coloring books she was drawing in and making origami. Sharon said her client was so damaged that no jury could be sure of her having murderous intent, and therefore they could not find her guilty of murder. There's no evidence to suggest she intended to hurt him, she said. But the prosecution said that while it was clear there was some significant trauma in her life, as well as severe mental health issues, she admitted to the police that she knew before he even arrived at the house that she was going to kill him. As soon as she got that first text, she had in mind to harm this man, they said. And when Morley got to the house, Jamie admitted to sizing him up, assessing how easy it would be to kill him. And her own description of how it all played out showed that Jamie was someone who wanted to do this. Someone who was very much present in the moment and understood exactly what the implications were. It was absolutely premeditated, they said. After an 18-day trial, when numerous witnesses, including Jamie's carers and clinical experts, and the tape of her lengthy police interview was shown, it was now up to the jury to make the final call. Jamie Guy was acquitted of murder and instead found guilty of the lesser charge of manslaughter. Safe to say this decision left a lot of people shocked and bewildered. Some sources say that if everything about her dark past and violent tendencies had been told to the jury, maybe the outcome would have been different. But it is hard to tell. The carers that spent even a short period with her argued she should never be released and is far too dangerous. The judge said to Jamie, "You took the life of a young person who had done nothing to harm or provoke you. He was totally trusting and unsuspecting. And although manslaughter carries a maximum of 20 years in Victoria, Jamie Lee Guy was sentenced to 9 years in prison, with a minimum term of 5 years 6 months. But she had already served just over 2 years, so she could actually be out in just over 3 years. In the court's paperwork, it said that an attribute of her personality was a limited capacity for empathy and capacity to feel remorse. Remorse may serve as an indicator of the likelihood of a person reoffending. A person who is truly and deeply remorseful for their actions is less likely to repeat them. In your case, due to your empathy deficits, I am not convinced that the amount of remorse you feel is likely to significantly inhibit future conduct. Nevertheless, I accept that you do feel remorse to the extent that you are able to. It follows that you must be given the benefit of remorse in mitigation of your sentence." Moreland's parents were horrified. The people were aware she was so high risk, and even the social workers were scared of being on their own with her, and yet she was still allowed to live alone, with people coming and going as they pleased. And to top it all off, she could be back out in just a few years. It is hard to know what will happen after these few years in prisoner up for Jamie Guy, and how this situation will be approached and handled. This was an unsettling, disturbing, and very upsetting case to look into in many ways, and we're interested to hear your thoughts about it. One thing we know for sure is that Moreland Rothode lost his life in a terrifying way with someone he had put trust into, and his last few moments realizing what was actually happening to him is unthinkable. His father said, "We are now lonely in our old age. We miss him, but we've accepted the truth. Our son won't come back, but he will remain in our memory and our hearts forever." On February 24, 1986, the Los Angeles Police Department discovered the lifeless body of 29-year-old Sherry Rasmussen, brutally injured and tragically lying on the floor. Inside the home, the scene was disordered. Furniture had been overturned, stereo equipment was ripped from the walls, and a broken porcelain vase hinted at the violence Sherry had endured. To detectives, the evidence pointed to a single conclusion: a robbery gone wrong. However, the autopsy reports revealed a different story. Something unusual caught the investigators' attention: a bite mark on Sherry's left arm. What really happened to Sherry? Was it just a robbery, or was there a more sinister, vengeful motive behind her death? In May 1984, Sherry met John Rutin. The two quickly hit it off and began dating. A year later, they decided to marry, and John moved into Sherry's apartment. On February 24, 1986, John left their condo on Balboa Boulevard to begin his new job. Meanwhile, Sherry was scheduled to give a motivational speech at work that day. Around 9:45 a.m., a neighbor noticed something strange. John's garage door was open, but there was no car inside. John had ensured that all doors were closed before leaving, making this unusual. About 15 minutes later, John called home, but no one answered. He assumed Sherry had gone to work and dismissed the concern. But as the day went on, his calls continued to go unanswered. John started to wonder. However, after checking in with Sherry's secretary and learning she hadn't shown up for work, John's worry meter spiked. Meanwhile, Sherry's sister, Teresa Lane, also reached out, calling her office around 10 a.m. A twist in the tale emerged when a maid cleaning a nearby unit reported hearing what sounded like a heated argument, followed by a loud thud around 12:30 p.m. When John arrived home from work at 6 p.m., he sensed something wasn't right. The garage door, usually closed, was wide open, and Sherry's BMW, the one he had given her as an engagement present, was nowhere to be seen. Considering Sherry's earlier plans, it seemed odd that she would have left without telling him. As John walked closer to the garage, he spotted scattered pieces of broken glass and quickly realized where it came from. Above the garage was a small balcony, and its glass door had been smashed. John stepped into the house through the garage. There lay Sherry, sprawled on the floor with her body horribly injured. Her eyes were swollen, and she had cuts and bruises all over her body, even on her head and neck. By the time John found her, she had been lying there for a while, and her body was stiff and cold. John desperately searched for a pulse and tried to revive her, but sadly, there was no response. Being panicked, he dialed 911, and soon enough, the police and paramedics rushed to the scene. As the detectives combed through the crime scene, they were met with utter chaos in every room. Furniture was tossed around, and it was clear there had been a violent struggle. A broken porcelain vase hinted at the severity of the attack on Sherry. Adding to the eerie scene, they discovered a handprint of blood near the alarm system the couple had recently installed. It seemed Sherry had desperately tried to trigger the alarm to let someone know she needed help. But tragically, she couldn't quite reach it in time. Inside the house, it was clear that the struggle had been intense, especially in the lounge room. The detectives found tall stereo speakers, one of which had been ripped from the wall and left on the floor near Sherry's body. As they continued their investigation, they collected more evidence from both the scene and from Sherry's body. They dusted for fingerprints around the house and also used an assault kit to gather swabs from the bite marks they found on Sherry's arms. The detectives also discovered abrasions on Sherry's wrists, which suggested that she had been tied up with a rope or cord, which they found near the front door. It was clear she had fought so hard that her fingernails broke off in the struggle. Adding to the horror, they also uncovered evidence that she had been shot 3 times in the chest. This shocking revelation led them to conclude that despite all her other injuries, the gunshots were ultimately what caused her death. One bullet had gone through Sherry's body, leaving an exit wound on her back, while the other 2 were found inside her. It was clear they were shot from a .38 caliber handgun fired at very close range. Adding to the mystery, detectives found a colorful quilted blanket on a chair in the living room. It had 2 holes and powder burns, which was suggesting that it was used to muffle the sound of the gunshots. With all this evidence, the police swiftly concluded that this was no ordinary crime. It was a botched robbery, gone terribly wrong. According to the police, it seemed like at least 2 criminals broke into Sherry's apartment, but they didn't expect her to be there. So a fierce struggle broke out between them and Sherry, who fought bravely until the end. Several clues pointed toward a robbery gone wrong. First, Sherry's car was missing from the garage, indicating the robber's intent to steal. Secondly, stereo equipment and a player were found near the staircase, which suggested the thieves' plan to take them before the confrontation. However, things took a deadly turn during the scuffle, leading to Sherry's tragic murder. But this robbery theory had its flaws. First, the police didn't find any signs of forced entry. This meant the criminals either had a key to Sherry's apartment or she let them in herself. Secondly, all valuable items including a jewelry box were left untouched, which raised doubts about the motive behind the break-in. Despite interviewing all of Sherry's neighbors, detectives came up empty-handed. While some residents heard sounds of a struggle, none of them reported hearing gunshots or seeing anyone enter Sherry's apartment. Experts also collected blood samples and fingerprints from the house, hoping to find clues to solve the case. However, DNA analysis wasn't possible at the time in 1980s. To gather more evidence, the lead investigator had an idea. He took a piece of cotton and dabbed it on the bite mark found on Sherry's body. He hoped that if the attacker's saliva was left behind, it could be a vital clue in catching the killer. After their thorough search of the apartment, detectives stumbled upon an intriguing detail. The criminals had taken only one item, which was Sherry and John's marriage certificate. This raised eyebrows and suspicions, especially towards John, who was closest to Sherry and could have had easy access to the apartment. However, John was quickly ruled out as a suspect in his wife's murder because he had a solid alibi and no apparent motive. In fact, he was the one who informed the police about the missing certificate, further clearing his name. At the time, detectives couldn't make sense of why the criminals took only Sherry and John's marriage certificate. Still stuck on their robbery theory, they focused on finding the perpetrators. After a week and a half of searching, they made a breakthrough. Sherry's car was found in a parking lot, for kilometers from her apartment. In these incidents, two criminals would break into apartments through the garage, brandishing guns and stealing stereo equipment. The lead detective suspected that the same culprits might be behind Sherry's murder. They tried to track them down using witness accounts, grading rough sketches of the suspects. They also learned that both men were Latino. However, despite their efforts, the suspects were never found. This lack of progress frustrated Sherry's parents, who felt like investigators weren't doing enough to uncover the truth behind their daughter's tragic death. Nels Rasmussen, Sherry's father, wasn't convinced by the police's burglary theory. He regularly visited the police station, urging the detectives to consider other possibilities. He found it hard to believe that Sherry, who was tall, strong, and in good shape, could have been overpowered in a botched burglary. Nels was determined to get to the bottom of what truly happened to his daughter, pushing for a more thorough investigation into the case. Nels urged the police to look into John's ex-girlfriend, whom he didn't know by name because Sherry never mentioned it. However, Sherry did confide in her father about the unsettling feelings she got from the ex-girlfriend's unexpected visits. But who was this mysterious woman and what was her connection to John? Well, her name was Stephanie Lazarus, and she wasn't just any ordinary ex-girlfriend. She was an LAPD officer. Right from the start, Stephanie developed strong feelings for John, but he remained oblivious to her romantic intentions. He saw her just as a good friend and was unaware of her deeper feelings towards him. To John, their relationship was nothing more than friendship, occasionally mixed with physical intimacy, and he assumed this was clear to everyone. Because of this, he never felt the need to discuss feelings with Stephanie or ask about hers. On the other hand, Stephanie was painfully aware of John's lack of romantic interest in her. So when Stephanie learned of John's engagement to Sherry on June 4, 1985, it was a crushing blow. That night, Stephanie dialed John's number and her voice was trembling as she pleaded, "I really need to see you. Please come over." Being concerned, John agreed and hurried to Stephanie's house. When he arrived, he found her still in tears, which worried him deeply. Despite knowing Stephanie for 7 years, he had never seen her so upset before. He tried to soothe her, but before he could say anything, Stephanie suddenly poured her heart out, confessing her love for him. "I love you," she declared. "I've loved you all this time. I just couldn't bear to see you marry someone else." John was taken aback by Stephanie's confession, but he was confident that their relationship had always been clear-cut. He gently explained to her that he didn't share the same feelings and that he was deeply in love with Sherry. However, despite his refusal, Stephanie persisted and pleaded with John one last time to sleep with her. Feeling sorry for Stephanie, John reluctantly agreed, but made it clear that it would be the final time they were together and that they could not see each other anymore after that. At this point, Sherry had no idea about the complicated relationship between John and Stephanie. Little did she know, Stephanie had more surprising schemes up her sleeve that would soon disrupt their lives. In August 1985, Stephanie made an unexpected visit to the Glendale Adventist Medical Center, where Sherry worked. Stephanie headed to Sherry's office for a private conversation. They closed the door, and their discussion lasted for a few minutes. When Stephanie eventually left, Sherry emerged from her office looking visibly distressed, tears in her eyes. It was evident to everyone that something had deeply upset Sherry. That evening, Sherry reached out to her father Nels and confided in him about the unsettling encounter with Stephanie. While she didn't disclose Stephanie's name, she shared the disturbing message she received. If John couldn't be with Stephanie, then he couldn't be with anyone else either. But Stephanie's intrusive behavior didn't end there. During her second visit, she showed up at Sherry's apartment and asked John to wax her skis. Despite Sherry's objections, John complied with Stephanie's request. Sherry found her behavior odd, especially considering she was dressed in a flattering workout attire. After Stephanie left, Sherry confronted John and questioned him whether their relationship was truly over. John reassured her that he and Stephanie were just friends. However, a few days later, Stephanie returned to retrieve her skis, this time dressed in her police uniform and armed. Sherry grew increasingly unnerved by Stephanie's persistent visits and pleaded with John to put an end to them. However, John dismissed her concerns while insisting there was nothing more to their relationship and advised her to ignore Stephanie's action. But Sherry couldn't shake off her nagging suspicions about Stephanie's mysterious appearances and how she managed to bypass the security measures at their residential complex. On one occasion, while dining with John in a restaurant, Sherry caught sight of a hooded figure staring at them. The moment she glanced back, the mysterious person swiftly disappeared. Sherry couldn't discern his identity because his face was concealed. Being desperate for answers, Sherry's father shared these unsettling incidents with the detectives in the hope that they would take his concerns seriously. However, their indifference only deepened the family's frustration and anxiety. Detectives were certain that the murder was the work of the two men who had recently burgled an apartment near Sherry's residence. However, 3 months after the tragic incident, a curious turn of events unfolded. Several crucial documents pertaining to Sherry's case mysteriously vanished from the police station. These included the detectives' detailed records documenting the ongoing investigation's progress. Yet, inexplicably, they couldn't be located. This disappearance raised serious doubts. Was it a genuine mishap? Or had someone intentionally removed these documents from the case files? The victim's family suspected foul play, especially considering the involvement of an LAPD officer in the case. However, there were no significant leads, and the case remained unsolved for years. 7 years later, when the lead investigator mayor retired, Sherry's father saw it as an opportunity and decided to meet his successor, hoping for a more committed approach to the case. Sherry's father requested the detective to conduct a DNA analysis and even offered to cover the expenses. However, the detective dismissed the idea, deeming it pointless because they didn't have a suspect to compare the DNA profile with. The detective asked him to move on, maintaining their belief that Sherry's case was simply a botched robbery. Meanwhile, John moved on with his life and started a new family. However, a peculiar turn of events occurred when he reconnected with Stephanie, and they made plans to travel to Hawaii together. But just before their trip, something unexpected unfolded. John contacted the police himself, inquiring about any new evidence that would link Stephanie to Sherry's murder. It turned out that John suspected Stephanie's involvement in Sherry's murder and was determined to seek justice for her. However, he kept this suspicion to himself for years and hesitated to speak about it, even though he continued his intimate relationship with Stephanie. 3 years later, she married a fellow officer and they adopted a daughter together, relocating to Simi Valley. Despite her impeccable reputation, Stephanie continued to meet John regularly and maintain their relationship. As time passed, it seemed like Sherry's murder would remain unsolved forever. However, in 2001, a glimmer of hope emerged when a separate cold case unit was established in Los Angeles to tackle unsolved murders. Sherry's case, along with thousands of others, was assigned to the detectives in this unit. Among the evidence was the piece of cotton that may have contained the perpetrator's saliva left behind after a bite during the attack. 2 years later, in 2003, detectives resumed their investigation into Sherry's case and sent all available evidence to the laboratory for DNA testing. However, it wasn't until December 2003 that a lab technician named Jennifer Francis began working on it. Due to a backlog of cases, they had to wait nearly 2 years for the results. Finally, in January 2005, Jennifer tested the blood samples from the apartment, as well as the fingernail clippings, and discovered that all the DNA belonged to Sherry herself. Now all that remained was to analyze the remaining sample from the bite mark on Sherry's body. However, there was a problem. The vial containing the sample couldn't be found for an entire day. After an exhaustive search, it was eventually discovered near the wall of a large refrigerator. It appeared as though someone had tried to remove all evidence linking to the killer, but by some stroke of luck, this crucial piece had been overlooked. After studying the sample, Francis detected that the DNA was from an unfamiliar woman. She quickly checked it against the FBI database, but to her surprise, there were no matches. Realizing the DNA belonged to a woman, she delved deeper and found a report about a third-party female who supposedly harassed the victim before her death, both at work and at home. Francis, curious about the possible connection, asked the detective overseeing her if this woman had been investigated. His response startled her. "Oh, you mean the LAPD detective?" He went on to explain that the woman in question was a former girlfriend of the victim's husband and was currently serving as an LAPD detective. However, he quickly dismissed any involvement by stating firmly, "She's not a part of this." They didn't entertain other possibilities, and after hitting a dead end in their search for new leads, the case once again went cold. Sherry's case had its share of challenges, with progress often stalled by dead ends. However, in February 2009, a fresh opportunity emerged when Jim Nuttall and Pete Barbera took on the investigation in Van Nuys. They carefully reviewed the materials left by previous investigators. With the DNA evidence indicating a female suspect, they dismissed the burglary theory and realized they needed to retrace their steps from the beginning. Nuttall and Barba considered it as a murder rather than a simple burglary. They believed the burglary was staged to divert attention from the real motive. Several aspects of the crime scene didn't add up for a typical break-in, especially one that happened during the day. Sherry's jewelry box, an obvious target for thieves, was left untouched on her dresser. So they decided to make a list of all the women who could potentially be linked to Sherry's murder. After some investigation, they gathered 5 names, including one of Sherry's colleagues from work, 3 other young women, and Stephanie. Nuttall was surprised when John informed him over the phone that Stephanie was a police officer. At the time, Stephanie had been promoted to a higher rank of detective and was working on art theft cases as part of the commercial crimes division. With the assistance of other investigators, they swiftly ruled out the 3 women from the list as they lacked motives and had solid alibis. Next, they turned their attention to the nurse who worked with Sherry. The case file indicated that there were tense relations between them, so the police discreetly obtained a sample of her DNA from the trash she discarded. Experts analyzed the profile extracted from the sample, but found that it didn't match the saliva found at the bite mark. Consequently, the detectives were left with only one remaining suspect, Stephanie Lazarus. However, during this process, the detectives and their colleagues made a pact to keep this information under wraps until they could gather concrete evidence against Stephanie or rule out her involvement. By keeping it quiet, they aimed to prevent her from preparing a strong defense if she was indeed the killer. It was intriguingly convenient that Stephanie worked in the same building and on the same floor as them. So to maintain secrecy, they adopted numerous precautions, even avoiding mentioning her name in the notes. Instead, Stephanie was simply referred to as number 5. As they delved deeper into Stephanie's life during the mid-1980s, they stumbled upon their first intriguing discovery. During the time of the murder, Stephanie owned a Smith & Wesson Model 4938 caliber revolver, the same type of gun used to shoot Sherry. Additionally, investigators discovered that Sherry had frequently complained about Stephanie's odd and sometimes aggressive behavior. The plot thickened when they learned that Stephanie had broken into Sherry's gated community and even into her apartment on multiple occasions. In a final blow, the detectives uncovered that just 2 weeks after the murder, Stephanie made a peculiar report at the police station. She claimed that her car, parked near the pier, had been broken into, and among the stolen items was a .38 caliber revolver. This revelation raised eyebrows among investigators, especially considering the circumstances surrounding Sherry's murder. It seemed highly suspicious that Stephanie would conveniently report the theft of a weapon similar to the one used in the crime. With Stephanie emerging as the prime suspect, the detectives wasted no time in informing their superiors. They devised a plan to discreetly collect a DNA sample for her, opting for a voluntary discard to avoid tipping her off about the investigation. For a whole week, undercover officers shadowed Stephanie's every move and waited for the perfect moment. Then, on May 28, 2009, their chance finally arrived. Stephanie and her stepdaughter popped into a cafe for a quick snack. As soon as they exited, the officers swiftly swooped in and grabbed the glass Stephanie had sipped from. Without hesitation, they sent it straight to the lab for analysis, hoping it would finally crack the case wide open. The following day, the lab delivered the results, and it was a bombshell. The DNA from Stephanie's glass was a perfect match to the DNA found at the bite mark from Sherry's body. It confirmed what the detectives had suspected all along. Stephanie was indeed Sherry's killer. The revelation sent a chilling possibility that Stephanie may have been behind the disappearance of crucial documents from the initial investigation and erased any trace of her involvement. However, the undeniable DNA results left no room for doubt. With little time for contemplation, the investigators swiftly shifted their focus to developing a plan for Stephanie's arrest. The detectives even thought over the idea of apprehending Stephanie at her residence, but the thought of confronting her while she was with her husband and stepdaughter seemed fraught with risk. Instead, they brainstormed on how to compel someone of Stephanie's rank to surrender their weapon. Eventually, they hit upon a brilliant solution. The basement of the police department housed holding cells meant for temporary detention of criminals, where anyone entering had to surrender their weapon. This ingenious plan provided the perfect opportunity to safely arrest Stephanie without complications of her family being involved. Now, to lure Stephanie to the basement holding cells, the detectives devised a clever plan. On June 5, 2009, 2 detectives approached her with hidden microphones. They told her they had arrested a suspect who might have intel on stolen paintings. Since Stephanie was experienced in dealing with art thefts, they sought her expertise. Stephanie willingly agreed to assist and accompanied the detectives to the basement where the suspect was purportedly held. As she surrendered her weapon, the first part of the plan fell into place. However, upon reaching the interrogation room, Stephanie was in for a surprise. Instead of finding a suspect, the detectives meticulously and cautiously began revealing their cards one by one. The detectives began by gently prodding Stephanie's memory, allowing her to share more about her past experiences. As Stephanie confessed her connection with John, the conversation naturally shifted towards Sherry. They asked Stephanie to recall her memories of Sherry and questioned her about the peculiarities of their interaction, such as the unexpected visits and incidents that could link her to the murder. Throughout the interview, Stephanie became increasingly tense and defensive whenever questioned about Sherry and attempted to deny any recollection of their past interactions. Despite her efforts to deflect and evade, Stephanie inadvertently revealed enough information about their history. Now it was time for the detectives to reveal the truth to her. After the interrogation, Stephanie was allowed to leave. But as she reached the end of the corridor, several policemen were waiting for her with handcuffs. It was a dramatic moment, marking 23 years since the murder as Stephanie was finally arrested. Even during the official questioning, she invoked her right to remain silent and adamantly denied any involvement, maintaining her innocence. With no confession forthcoming, The detectives had no option but to prepare the necessary documents for her transfer to court. Stephanie spent the next few years in a women's prison until her first court hearing that commenced in 2012. During the trial, the defense raised doubts about the DNA test results and highlighted the lack of prior suspicions against Stephanie. However, these arguments failed to convince the court. The prosecution presented their theory, alleging that on the day of the murder, Stephanie waited for John to leave for work before entering Sherry's apartment. Once inside, she confronted Sherry, which resulted in the struggle that moved downstairs. Ultimately, Stephanie incapacitated Sherry by breaking a vase over her head before fatally shooting her. Then, she staged a fake burglary scene to cover her tracks and left the scene after taking their marriage certificate. In her house, they stumbled upon a journal from the mid-1980s filled with entries detailing her love for John and her distress over his relationship with Sherry. However, there was no mention of her gun being stolen. Additionally, her computer history revealed multiple searches for John's name during the late 1990s. These findings added weight to the prosecution's case, painting a clearer picture of Stephanie's obsession with John and her potential motives for the crime. On March 8, 2012, Stephanie's fate was sealed as the jury declared her guilty of murder. The courtroom fell silent as the judge handed down a sentence of 27 years to life in prison, with an additional 2 years for using a service weapon. Stephanie was finally behind bars and John had moved on with his life. It's tragic to think that she took Sherry's life and ruined 3 lives in the process. But for what? In the end, Stephanie's attempts to make John love her were futile, and now she finds herself unhappy as well. If it weren't for dedicated detectives who took up the case, Sherry's story might have remained buried in dusty archives. But thanks to their expertise and the power of DNA evidence, justice was finally served. Sherry's parents finally found solace knowing that the person who took their daughter away from them was behind bars. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. In northern British Columbia, Canada, during the hot summer of July 2019, a young couple embraced the natural beauty of the region. Northern British Columbia, which stretches up to the Yukon-Alaska border, is surrounded by forests, valleys, volcanic rock formations, and mountains. A place full of endless opportunities for adventure. From hiking and fishing to skiing and wild water swimming, it offered everything for the adventurous spirit. One couple, the free-spirited and adventurous 24-year-old China Dees and 23-year-old Lucas Fowler, were enjoying a much-anticipated mini vacation together. Lucas hailed from a large family in Sydney, Australia, and was the son of a New South Wales chief inspector. His passion for travel started early, and as he grew older, he dreamed of exploring as much of the world as possible. Hiking, camping, surfing, swimming, Lucas wanted to experience it all. This desire for adventure led him to embark on a 2-year backpacking journey around the globe, which took him to places like Croatia. It was there, in 2017, that he met China Dees, a young woman from North Carolina. China had studied in Europe and worked on a grape farm, saving up money to continue her travels. By that point, she had already visited 13 countries. It was clear they were a perfect match, and their connection was instant. Their families both loved each other and recognized that this was a relationship that would go the distance. They were full of happiness and joy just being together, Lucas's father, Stephen, said. The day she stole Lucas's heart, she became a part of the family. We were so happy he had met a life partner. China and Lucas spent as much time as they could together, despite the huge distance between them, and would talk for hours on the phone, reminiscing about their past trips and excitedly planning their future ones. In the 2 years they were together, they spent time in Central and South America, Japan, and Southeast Asia. The couple spent Christmas together in America with China's family before Lucas left to work on a ranch in British Columbia. Now that he had a visa, it meant that the 10,000 miles between the pair wasn't quite so big and scary anymore and much more feasible to work around. China soon joined him for a short holiday out there, and it was here that the pair made a plan to road trip through Canada together over the coming summer. They wanted to see as much as possible on the journey, and their final stop would be Alaska. Lucas spent time doing up his 1986 blue Chevrolet minivan in preparation, and he and China couldn't wait for the break, doing what they loved most together. On the evening of July 13th, with the trip now several days underway, the couple pulled into a gas station in Fort Nelson, British Columbia. CCTV showed them embracing, content and without a care in the world, before filling up their van and cleaning some of the windows. They paid and drove off. China, who had been texting her mother, Sheila, quite regularly, sent a message saying, "We won't have Wi-Fi for a while, so don't worry, Mom, and I love you." The following day, however, about 200 miles away, they hit a bump in the road. Their van broke down along the Alaska Highway, known as Highway 97, near a popular tourist area, Liard River Hot Springs. A fellow tourist named Charles noticed the broken-down van and stopped to help. But Lucas was happy and chatty and assured him it was all under control. He said they would carry on trying to fix it, but if they had no luck, they would call a tow truck in the morning where they could get some phone service. Charles told them he was going to be camping about 3 miles away and would come back in the morning to check on them. He left them sitting on the side of the road, eating some food, and happily embracing the situation that would likely stress most people out. At about 11:30 that night, with the couple still stranded and working on the vehicle, a road maintenance worker drove past. She saw a man with a beard talking to China and Lucas and described him as seeming frustrated, and the conversation appeared heated. She didn't stop, but she said something about seeing that encounter gave her a bad feeling. "If you just get a bad feeling, and that's what I had, you just don't stop," she later said. She recalled that both of the right doors of the couple's van were open, and it looked as if the man with the beard had come from a gray car nearby. But she couldn't be sure. July 15th, 6:20 a.m. A trucker going down Highway 97 spotted something in the distance that instantly caught his eye. As he pulled closer, he realized what it was he was looking at. It was the bodies of China and Lucas. They were face down in a ditch about 10 feet from their van and about 15 feet from each other. They were both cold to the touch and had been dead for some time. He called someone over to help and started frantically trying to redirect traffic and stop people from driving through. The police were now receiving multiple calls about this, and when they got to the scene at 7:20 a.m., they found the same trucker still doing his best to control the situation, but clearly distraught and very traumatized at what he had driven into. China and Lucas had been shot to death, and the medical examiner confirmed both entry and exit wounds. The van's back doors were open and the window was smashed. Nearby was 5 spent shell cases and China's phone. Lucas' phone was not found. Just after 9 a.m., Charles, the other tourist that had talked with them the day before, kept to his promise and drove back to check on them. When he was met with police blocks in the road, he simply couldn't believe this had happened. As word started to travel, the witness from the previous day gave the description of the man with the beard she saw talking to the couple. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police released a composite based on this and asked for anyone with dashcam footage to please come forward. Back in Australia, the news had also hit hard, and police over there offered their support to the Canadian authorities. Not only had they lost Lucas, but his father Stephen was a serving police officer, and they wanted to help him as much as they could. Another driver would then ask to talk to the police and told them that he had pulled over at the side of the road in the same area to take a quick nap. He said within 5 minutes of being parked, a small van drove past him and stopped about 50 yards ahead. A man got out of the passenger side holding a rifle. He then started quickly moving towards him holding the gun in a way the witness described as a hunting stance. The truck then started moving slowly towards him, too. The driver put his foot down and sped off, fearing for his life. He couldn't see their faces and didn't want to stop to look. 5 days later, on July 19th, another disturbing scene would unfold 300 miles away. Near Dease Lake in British Columbia, a burnt-out camper van was found. The number plate was still intact enough to run through the database, and it came back as belonging to 19-year-old Cam McLeod, who had been out on a road trip with his best friend, 18-year-old Briar Schmigalski. Cam and Briar were both from Vancouver, Ireland, and were colleagues at a Walmart. They had both recently quit, deciding to go to Yukon for work. They had left their homes on July 12th, a trip their family had described as a spur-of-the-moment one, but they were supportive nonetheless. The last anyone had seen of them before the van was found was when they had stopped for coffee at a place called Jade City, somewhere that was happy to offer a free coffee to drivers passing through. The owner of the store remembered them coming in, but said there was nothing unusual about their stop and they didn't seem to be in any distress or trouble. And now they were both missing, and their truck was burned and destroyed. To add more to the already unnerving story, about a mile away from the teens' burning van, the body of a man who had also been shot was found. He had no ID on him, so police released a sketch and description. He was believed to be in his 50s or 60s and had a big gray beard. Although this was a nearly 8-hour drive from where Lucas and China were found, was it possible that all these cases were connected? As authorities continued to look for the missing teens, the families of China and Lucas both flew in, faced with the unthinkable task of bringing their bodies home. Alan Spiegelski, Breyer's father, said the last he had heard from his son was a text message saying that contact would likely be scarce due to a lack of phone service. When he saw his son's and Cam's faces on a paper, only then did he realize they were both missing. Cam had last made contact with his family on July 17th, saying he and Breyer had made it to Yukon, which was their intended final stop. So what had made them carry on so far past it? Or had they actually even made it there in the first place? There were so many questions. In the space of just a few days, 3 people had been killed and 2 were now missing under deeply concerning circumstances. As the sketch of the 3rd victim started circulating, a woman named Helen called in. She was the wife of 64-year-old Leonard Dyke, and she thought the sketch looked just like him. Leonard had gone camping a few days before, something he did a lot, and up until the evening of July 18th, he had been texting Helen and his children constantly, but she hadn't heard from him since then. Although DNA testing needed to be carried out, they now felt strongly that this was the man. Leonard was described as a caring husband, attentive father, and a cherished lecturer teaching botany at the University of British Columbia. His students loved him and found him fascinating, saying his passion for teaching and how much he loved what he spoke about inspired them to want to learn more. He had a dry and witty sense of humor that kept everyone entertained. And as well as his job, he enjoyed drawing, writing short plays and poems, playing guitar, and of course the great outdoors. Despite the fact he was often presenting to huge groups at a time, his family said he could be surprisingly quiet and very private. Hence the reason he loved his solo camping trip so much. He had just celebrated his 64th birthday, and on July 16th he had packed up a small camping stove, some food and a tent, and had driven off in his Toyota RAV4. Excited to explore more and learn as he went, he told his wife he wanted to find and photograph some grizzlies and teach himself about the wildlife. On July 21st, some CCTV from Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan came in, and this would change everything. Cameras had picked up none other than a gray 2011 Toyota RAV4, and inside of the car was Cam McLeod and Breyer Schmigalski, the 2 missing teenagers. More footage showed Cam and Breyer buying some black tape, which they put over parts of the car, seemingly in an attempt to disguise it in some way. Although, of course, this didn't work. It was quite clearly Leonard's car. A few days later, with it now safe to do so, a proper search of the burnt-out camper van was carried out. Officers found rounds of ammunition that matched what was found at both crime scenes. Just after this, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police issued a bombshell statement that the public had not been expecting. The 2 teens that everyone was out looking for, praying to find them safe and well, were actually the suspected killers of China, Lucas, and Leonard. Cam had a possession and acquisition license, and before they had left Vancouver, Ireland, they had purchased an SKS semi-automatic rifle and 20 rounds of ammunition. It turned out that just before the press release announcing that the pair were now wanted, Cam and Breyer had actually been stopped by First Nations safety officers doing a routine alcohol check in Split Lake, Manitoba. With no alcohol found on them, they were let go and sent on their way. The safety officers had no idea the announcement that was to come, and by the skin of their teeth, the teens had narrowly evaded being caught and detained. Where they were now was anyone's guess. A day later, on July 23rd, A local man called Billy Beardy and his wife Tamara actually located the Great Toyota near Lake Cree Nation, north of a place called Gillam in Manitoba. This vehicle was also on fire, just burning away in the woods. Next to the car were some half-eaten pork chops, pots and pans, orange peels, keys, matches, and various tools. As suspected, the car's number plate was linked to Leonard Dyke, and DNA tests soon confirmed, just as his wife Helen had feared, Leonard was most definitely the third victim. 2 days later, arrest warrants were issued for the two and named as official suspects in the deaths of China and Lucas as well. The search for the pair, which had actually started almost 2,000 miles away across 3 provinces, suddenly descended on the small town of Gillam, close to where Ernest's car had been found by Billy and Tamara. Gillam has a population of less than 1,500 people and only one road going in and out. It was here that the police set up their base. The whole area was put on lockdown and officers told residents to be wary, to keep their doors locked day and night, and to only leave the house if necessary. Search parties also found out into the surrounding areas, combing through everything as meticulously as possible. Alan, Breyer's father, then heard on the news that not only was his son missing, but he was actually a suspect in a string of awful crimes. My heart just sank. I told myself there's a mistake, there's got to be a mistake, he recalled. Cam's girlfriend then contacted the police and told them that he had sent her a text message on July 13th, telling her he would not be returning home. It was a very cryptic and unexpected message. The police presence in Gillam was immense, and they felt strongly that without a vehicle and with the whole world now watching, they were probably in this area and laying low. The mayor said the town had gone from seeing maybe 2 or 3 police officers over a couple of days to 100 patrolling the streets morning, noon, and night. Billy said it was tough to see so much police presence there when the car had been found in Fox Lake Cree Nation. His small and scared community didn't even have working street lights, let alone the authorities' support. At the end of July, however, police announced that they were pulling a lot of the resources that were going into the hunt, calling it a phased withdrawal. By this point, the search had been going on for about a week. Police had searched almost 4,000 square miles, followed up on over 1,000 tips, knocked on over 500 doors, including those of the teens' parents, and had even been working with the military. There were drones, helicopters, crisis negotiators, dogs, and hundreds of people involved in the searches. Alan said he believed his son was in a lot of pain mentally and wanted to die in a confrontation with the police. They're going to go out in a blaze of glory. Trust me on this, that's what they're going to do, he said. The families of both teens were begging them to come home and turn themselves in so they could deal with whatever had happened together. Just as resources and teams started being pulled, police got 2 more tips. Some members of the Bear Clan Patrol of First Nations Neighborhood Watch Group said they had spotted whom they described as 2 tall, slender individuals digging around near a landfill before they ran away into the woods. But this was in York Landing, almost 80 miles away from where everyone was looking. The mayor of Gilliam said that if they had actually made it all the way there, he was almost impressed, as it would be pretty impossible to do without being caught. But after looking, police said they couldn't substantiate this claim. Billy Beardy was now involved with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in a big way, and was almost spearheading the searches, guiding them on where to go and leading the way. When authorities realized just how knowledgeable Billy was when it came to the area and the terrain, they knew they had to use it. The team started going back along the Nelson River by boat, and it was here that they found Cam's backpack with a box of ammunition inside along with his wallet and some clothes. They also located a toiletry bag belonging to Leonard and a sleeping bag. Billy pointed out that the water was so fast-moving and there were so many swells. These items definitely hadn't just washed up there. They had been dumped there, indicating that the pair were still on foot, but likely slowing down and struggling. They were clearly getting rid of excess weight and baggage as they were becoming more tired and hungry, fighting a tough terrain that was teeming with insects and bears and filled with swampy areas that you could sink into very quickly. All this only being exacerbated by the sweltering heat. Billy said that if you went into some parts without any help or knowledge, the land would not forgive you and it could prove fatal. Some parts were so inhospitable and treacherous even the locals wouldn't dream of venturing out. It is really hard to comprehend just how expansive, dense, and dark so much of this area is. And although police admitted it was simply not possible to get the manpower to search every single part of it, they did seem to be closing in on them given the clues they were finding. On August 2nd, as helicopters and drones slowly flew back over the Nelson River, a small and damaged boat was spotted along the shoreline. The teens' families were still praying they would turn themselves in and be found safely, with Cam's dad saying, "We try to wrap our heads around what is happening and hope that Cam will come home to us safely, so we can all get to the bottom of the story." But Alan said he was now coming to terms with the situation at hand. Billy was still in charge of operating the jet boats, and with a team of Royal Canadian Mounted Police on board, they went down the river for a final time. Whilst out in the water, Billy spotted a raven jump in a riverside ravine. This caught his attention immediately, as he knew this indicated some sort of carcass had to be around for it to be feeding on. "Any kind of bushman knows that if there's a raven there, he's eating something," he said. Billy knew in his gut that they needed to focus more of their attention in this exact area. And on August 7th, 2019, exactly where Billy stopped the boat and saw the raven, authorities found 2 bodies. Near the creek, just off from the Nelson River, among some bushes, were the bodies of 19-year-old Cam McLeod and 18-year-old Briash Migelski. Almost 2,000 miles from where it had all started on the highway, the hunt had finally come to an end. Billy then spent the next 13 hours going back and forth, bringing all the police and experts in and out by boat. Officers admitted they really would have been lost without him. The medical examiner couldn't exactly say when the pair had died, but they determined that Cam had shot Briar before shooting himself in what they believe was a pact. Next to Cam's body was one of the rifles, and the other was still loosely in his grasp. A digital camera actually belonging to Leonard was also found nearby. It had 6 videos and 3 images on it, which included one of Briar posing with one of the semi-automatic rifles and a selfie of Cam. In the first video, both teens took responsibility for all 3 murders, but gave no motive as to why they had done it. In the second video, Briar talks to the camera and explains that they have reached the Nelson River, intending to take the boat out and flee. But because the current was so strong, he said they may have to kill themselves. Cam agreed. And in the third video, they seemed to change their mind and said they planned to kill more people by taking the boat and going to Europe or Africa and carrying on their killing spree there. The other videos, however, went back to their plans to take their own lives and expressing their desire to be cremated if they were found. Police described the videos as cold, remorseless, and matter-of-fact. Briar's father, Alan, said he wanted to see the videos for himself and said he just couldn't believe that this had all happened. Police said it didn't appear that either one of them was the driving force or the ringleader. It seemed they were both equal and willing partners in everything they were doing. Despite the public and media asking questions, and Alan asking to see the tapes, detectives have never released them. They believe that Cam and Brian may have made the videos for notoriety, and releasing them would be seen as an insult to the victims. According to sources, there were some red flags. Friends said that Briar was obsessed with Hitler and the Third Reich and purchased lots of memorabilia. He also had a fascination with guns from a young age. Alan said although this had left him deeply upset and riddled with guilt, he also recognized that his son needed professional help. He described Briar's early life as troubled, and when Alan and his wife Deborah had divorced, this had affected his son a lot. He recalled that he took solace in YouTube and video games, seldom communicating or sharing his feelings, becoming slowly more and more introverted. Briar would often say to his friends when playing shooting games, "What if this was real? Can you imagine if this was real?" Getting very excited about this idea in a way his friends never were and found odd. Cam's family said they couldn't believe this was the quiet, polite, and kind young man they all knew. Helen, Leonard's wife, said, "The families should not feel guilt for the way they raised their boys. It has nothing to do with that. It's those boys' decision to take lives. And why they decided to do that, it isn't important. What's important was that they did it. And I feel they'll face the consequences of that. I think they did at the end." For nearly 3 weeks over the summer of 2019, what would be one of Canada's largest nationwide manhunts had gripped not only the locals, but the rest of the world as well. An extensive search covering thousands of miles that ended just as mysteriously as it had started. With no motive, no reason, no answers, and no closure for anyone. No one will ever know how everyone happened to come into contact with each other, and what took place when they did. Billy Beardy, who had been so vital in helping bring this case to a conclusion, would later be honored by the Keewatin Tribal Council for his contribution to the search efforts, with people calling him a pillar of the community. He was presented with a star blanket and an eagle feather. Every patch on the quilt represents a person, and it means you are surrounded by those who love, support, and will protect you. Billy's wife said she was so proud of him, but was sad that he hadn't been treated like one of the team. He had been out there day in day out with no protection, safety gear, or life jacket, and he could very easily have lost his life in trying to help. The lead investigator acknowledged this and apologized. In October 2019, Billy was elected chief of Fox Lake Cree Nation, and was also later honored by the Gillam Royal Canadian Mounted Police. One has to wonder if he hadn't spotted the Raven, recognized what it meant, and turned the boat back around, how much longer the search for the teens would have gone on for, and if they would ever have been found at all. It is a senseless case that still grips people to this day, and one that will leave everyone guessing and clutching at nothing but speculative thoughts and ideas. The Assistant Commissioner Kevin Hackett said it was one of the most dynamic and unpredictable cases in his memory, which brings today's episode to somewhat of a conclusion. Doris, Leonard's sister, said if there was anything positive to come out of her brother's death, it would be all the people coming forward to speak about how much he had impacted their lives. She took comfort in that, even though she knew the ever-private and humble Leonard would have hated every bit of the attention. China's mom, Sheila, said she would look at the CCTV of them in the gas station all the time. I watched that video over and over. I kept seeing new things and watching that embrace that they had. I could hear them saying, "Let's do this, here we go," saying it was their purpose to travel the world together, and what they had seen and done at such a young age was remarkable. The families, friends, and loved ones of China, Lucas, and Leonard described the loss as profound. They hoped that everyone will remember them for the kind, giving, and adventurous way in which they loved to live, and not for the awful ways in which their lives so cruelly came to an end. Eric Lee Franks was born in North Carolina in September of 1972 and spent much of his childhood in East Tennessee, where his father was a pastor. He was an active and popular child who had many friends throughout his years in school. When he was 19, Eric met a woman named Kendra Firmingham who worked with his mother at a mall in Nashville, Tennessee. They began dating, and Eric fell deeply in love with her. He was therefore heartbroken when Kendra later left him to move to Michigan to get back together with an old boyfriend. She cut off all communication with Eric, and he would tell friends for years that he blamed himself for the relationship ending and considered Kendra to be the one that got away. Eric did eventually move on, marrying a woman named Gail while he was living in Tupelo, Mississippi. Gail had a young son when Eric met her, and Eric loved the little boy like he was his own son. Eric was happy to have a family of his own and the stability it provided him. Unfortunately, this happy period of his life would not last long, and several areas of his life would soon begin to fall apart. In 2006, Eric's father passed away, and Eric was devastated by the loss. Then in 2008, following the economic recession, Eric lost his job as a maintenance worker at a shopping mall and could not find new employment anywhere in Tupelo. He decided to move his family to Ohio, where his mother and sister were living, both to be able to spend more time with them and to find new opportunities for work. Eric was able to work in Ohio, but not consistently. The financial stress this caused created more tension in his marriage, which was already strained by this point. Unhappy with his romantic relationship, Eric began focusing on finding comfort in old friendships. He began using Facebook to locate and reconnect with friends he had lost contact with. In addition to old friends, Eric also tried to locate his former girlfriend, Kendra, whom he had not seen in over 15 years. He initially could not find her on Facebook, later learning that she used an alias for her Facebook profile, but did find John, the old boyfriend she had moved to Michigan to be with. Eric sent him a message, asking him if he knew how to get in contact with Kendra. When John wrote back, he informed Eric that he and Kendra were married and had 2 daughters. He said he would let his wife know that Eric wanted to catch up with her and let her decide if she wanted to speak with him. Kendra ultimately did choose to begin speaking with Eric. Then one day, Eric saw a post about Kendra's 2 daughters on Facebook that included their dates of birth. He noticed that Kendra's older daughter, Emily, had been born less than 9 months after he and Kendra had broken up. When he asked Kendra about Emily's parentage, she confirmed that Emily was his daughter. While the news that he had a teenage daughter was of course a huge surprise, Eric's mother has stated that he was never so happy as he was when he found out about Emily. Eric was adopted, and while his parents loved him just as much as their daughter, who was their biological child, and never treated him any differently, Eric had never known what it was like to have a biological relative in his life. Furthermore, he and his wife had separated within weeks of him learning about Emily, meaning he no longer had his stepson in his life. He felt lonely following his separation and was excited to create a relationship with his newly discovered daughter. On October 25, 2010, 38-year-old Eric made the drive from Ohio to Saginaw, Michigan in a bronze 2001 Chevrolet Malibu owned by his mother that she had given him permission to use. He initially planned to just be making an extended visit to Michigan and rented a room in Miller's Motel in Bridgeport Township. To support himself, he would use a temp agency to find work every day and perform odd jobs for the owner of the motel. Kendra did allow Eric to meet Emily and spend time with her once a week, but Emily was not immediately told that Eric was her father. Eric was just happy to be able to see her. Things gradually became even better for Eric in Michigan, and he wanted to make his visit there more permanent. Eventually, Emily was told who he really was. Furthermore, Eric told his loved ones that he and Kendra were rekindling their relationship and that she would be leaving her husband so that she, Eric, and Emily could all move into a home together as a family. On March 10, 2011, Eric spoke with his mother Joanne on the phone. He told her that he was moving into a house across town where cell phone reception was poor, so it would be more difficult for him to keep in touch with her. He also told her to look forward to July when he had to return to Ohio for an important dentist appointment that he had already paid for because he was going to bring Emily with him so that she could meet her. This would be the last time Joanne would speak with her son. Over the following few months, Joanne could not reach Eric by phone. She was not immediately concerned because he had warned her he was moving somewhere with poor cell reception, and she would receive emails from his account in response to the voicemails she would leave him. However, she became concerned when Eric failed to make his planned trip to Ohio in July and missed his dentist appointment. By this point, she was also more concerned by the fact that her son was communicating exclusively through email with her, and it had been months since she had actually heard his voice. Joanne's sister Deborah then helped her track down Kendra online to ask her about Eric's whereabouts. Kendra claimed to have not seen Eric since the middle of April. They had gotten into an argument, and Eric had spent several days waiting outside of her home, calling and texting her in an effort to get her to come out and speak with him. When she refused to have a conversation with him, he told her that he was leaving to go to California to find another one of his former girlfriends. Eric moving to California did make some degree of sense. Ever since he was a child, Eric had dreamed of working in film production, either as a director or a screenwriter. As an adult, he had tried to live in California and break into the industry 4 separate times. However, he could not afford the high cost of living there and would have to leave the state. However, if Eric had left the area with poor cell reception, he would have been able to call his family. And his mother had been receiving emails from his account, but none of them mentioned this major move. By November, even the suspicious emails stopped coming, and Joanne reported Eric missing to her local police department, who coordinated with authorities in Michigan. 6 days later, Joanne received an email from Eric's, but it made her even more convinced that the messages were not actually from her son. It included a new phone number, but the number was from a prepaid cell that was never set up. Later investigative efforts would show that the email had been sent using the public Wi-Fi at a Burger King in Michigan. When authorities in Michigan spoke with Kendra, she told them that she had never had any plans to leave her husband to move in with Eric as he had told his friends and family. She also said that she had not seen Eric since March, when she helped him pack up his things from his motel room before he left for California. This contradicted her earlier story to Eric's aunt, in which she claimed she last saw Eric at her home in April. The owner of the motel where Eric had been staying further contradicted Kendra's accounts of the time around Eric's disappearance. He had last seen Eric on March 14th when he paid him in advance for the next week of his stay. A week later, He had seen Kendra emptying Eric's belongings out of his room and putting them into her own car. When he confronted Kendra, she told him that Eric had taken off and that she was just getting his things out of the motel room for him. On April 5th, almost a month after Eric last spoke with his mother, and while numerous incoming calls to him were going unanswered, his phone had begun making outgoing calls again. It had been used to call several salvage yards as well as a dental office where Kendra was a patient. Kendra told authorities that she had never used Eric's cell phone call her dentist. The records on the phone show that the phone never left the Saginaw area in the months after Eric's family last heard from him, contradicting Kendra's claims that he had taken off for California. 3 months after speaking with authorities about Eric's disappearance, Kendra and John moved to Florida with Emily and the daughter they shared. However, while they were physically removed from the investigation, they would continue to be tied to it. Eric's family remained dedicated to searching for him and kept focus on his case through social media, missing person flyers, media appearances, and conferences. Their efforts did result in new clues. In 2012, they were able to reach a man who had stayed next door to Eric at the motel. After hearing details about the disappearance from Eric's family, he went to the police to report an incident in which Kendra's husband John, who had told authorities he had never met Eric in person, drove up to the motel and screamed violent threats at Eric. The case was eventually transferred to the Michigan State Police, who searched the property surrounding the home Kendra and John had lived in with cadaver dogs in May of 2013. They did not locate anything during the search. Kendra died of breast cancer in 2016. Following her death, John provided authorities with the names of 2 men she had known back in Michigan to investigate. In 2018, a criminal justice student in California had seen Eric's story featured in an episode of the investigation Discovery series Disappeared that had been released the year before and began following the case. She worked at an automotive repair shop and had the idea to track the car Eric had been driving through Carfax. The vehicle also went missing around the time of Eric's disappearance and had never been found. Investigators and Eric's family had assumed that the car had most likely been scrapped, driven into a body of water, or somehow otherwise been hidden or destroyed. Authorities had run previous checks on the car's vehicle identification number, but without success. When the student initially looked up the vehicle using its vehicle identification number, she also initially found no new information. However, in September of 2020, Carfax sent her an email service notification that the car had received an oil change on August 31st in Clare, Michigan. She notified Eric's mother, Joanne, of the activity on the car's report. The vehicle was located and confirmed to be the correct vehicle and then taken to the Michigan State Police Crime Lab for examination. It had recently been sold at an estate sale after being found in the garage of a man named Gerald Rutledge. Gerald had died in April of 2020 at the age of 84. He worked as an hourly worker at General Motors, but presumably because he had no children and lived frugally in his modest West Side Saginaw home, he left behind an estate worth $2,700,000 per his will. Following his death, the money was to be split between the Saginaw chapter of the American Red Cross, the Saginaw Police Department, and the Saginaw Fire Department. Gerald suffered from dementia later in life, which left him legally he required a caretaker, and at one time, his caretaker had been Kendra Firmingham. In the weeks before Eric disappeared, concerns were raised about Gerald's finances. He had paid the home healthcare service Kendra owned a full year in advance for his care, which was not standard practice. Gerald's assets were frozen for a time following this discovery. Based on the condition of the exterior of the car, it appears as though it had been stored inside of the garage for some time. Gerald's neighbors do not believe that he was aware that the car was in his garage and furthermore claim that he would have been upset had he known it was there. After Eric's brother-in-law, Chad Boss, went to Michigan to inspect the car, he told Liv that there had been stains on the passenger side seat and floorboard that could have been from blood. The man who had purchased the car at the estate sale was in the business of purchasing expensive vehicles to help low-income clients and had previous experience with vehicles which were known to have contained a deceased person. He told Chad Boss that the car had the characteristic smell such cars had when he purchased it, and he also believed that the stains had been from blood. Part of the concrete floor in the garage where the car had been stored looked as though it had been disturbed, so a portion of the floor was cut up and cadaver dogs were brought into the scene, but Eric's remains were not found. The inside of the home was also searched. The new owner of Gerald's home discovered a brochure on his property that indicated that a high-powered incinerator had previously been installed in his basement but removed from the property for the estate sale, and notified the state police of that information. While the discovery of the car appears to strengthen the connection between Kendra Framingham and Eric's disappearance, there are still many unanswered questions in the case. Most importantly, where Eric is. His family believes that he was murdered at the time of his disappearance, but they still hope to be able to one day locate his remains and give him a proper burial. I have prayed for answers for years, but didn't know if they were going to get answered, Chad Boss told ABC 12 News following the discovery of the car. I was getting used to the idea that we might never know. This certainly gives us a hope that we might get to know what happened for real, what happened to Eric, instead of our theories on what happened to Eric. 25-year-old Benny Lynn, known as Benny Lynn, was originally from the Philippines. She was incredibly popular, down-to-earth, and dearly loved, with her sister Shella saying that she couldn't think of anyone who didn't like her. Benny Lynn was determined to pursue her education, and with the support of her family, including her father, Benedicto, and her sister, who worked to support her, she managed to graduate. She was described as intelligent, kind, beautiful, and dependable. Benny Lynn had a deep love for her family, and her brother recalled how she would always protect him from bullies. In 2015, she met a British man named Lexington Burke on a dating website. Their romance flourished, and after visiting the Philippines, the couple married in a grand ceremony in Samar on July 28, 2018. A month later, on August 19th, they welcomed their first child, a baby girl named Jellica. The family planned to relocate to the United Kingdom on Jellica's first birthday. It was Benny Lynn's first time leaving the Philippines, and she was hopeful for a bright future in the UK. She worked hard and sent money back to support her family in the Philippines. Sadly, by the end of 2020, her marriage had begun to deteriorate, leading Benny Lynn to move into emergency accommodation, a first-floor flat in Kingswood, 3 miles outside of Bristol. There, she formed friendships, including with the Moms in Bath group, who helped her with food and other essentials. Friends and members of the group frequently visited her, eager to offer their support and show her as much love as possible. Even though their marriage had broken down, the couple had agreed to custody arrangements for Jellica. Towards the end of February 2021, Lexington had made several attempts to contact Benny Lynn, but he got no response. She wasn't replying to his text messages or answering his calls. He had posted a note through her letterbox, but this too had gone unanswered. The social work department had also contacted him to see if he had heard from her, as they had been unable to reach her and she had missed an appointment. This was totally out of character, and as he reached a point of extreme concern, he contacted the police, and Benny Lynn, Jellica, and another child who was 7 years old were reported missing on the March 1st. It's important to note here that information on this case refers to the 7-year-old girl, but other news sources would later state that this was Benny Lynn's eldest daughter. No name or information has been given, as she cannot be legally identified, and all steps must be taken to protect her identity. She will be referred to throughout this episode as Jane Doe. Avon and Somerset police launched an investigation and quickly uncovered a lead. A car had been traced driving into Gloucestershire around the time they had last been seen, before being driven back up north and over the border into Scotland. The driver was seen on CCTV filling up his car in a petrol station. The investigators reached out to the Scottish police for their assistance in finding the vehicle. The car was registered to a man called Andrew Innes, who had traveled down from Dundee to pick them up. Despite the time zone difference between the Philippines and the United Kingdom, Shella and Benny Lynn always found time to talk to each other and were in regular contact. Before the three of them had gone missing on Thursday, February 18th, Benny Lynn had been talking to her sister on a video call. Benny Lynn was in Andrew's car and they were all driving up to Scotland. Shella asked if she could see him, and Benny Lynn flipped the camera around and showed the man driving the car. There were no overnight bags. It was clear that this was not meant to be a long trip. A couple of days after she had arrived in Scotland, Sheller had become concerned, as Benny Lynn was no longer replying to her messages. On Saturday, February 20th, she sent Andrew 2 messages, knowing that Benny Lynn was with him. "Hi. Hello, sir. What happened to my sister?" The following day, she received a reply. "It's a little bit long story, but don't worry. She's perfectly fine." Scheller messaged back, "What happened to my sister, sir? Please tell me." Andrew responded, "I met her on a dating website and we chatted for a long time. Then I went down to visit her." "Where is she now?" Scheller asked. "She's in Glasgow. She didn't tell me her whole story before. I only found out last weekend. I thought she was divorced already, but it seems she wasn't 100% honest with me about that." He said he had dropped them at a cafe in Glasgow with another man she had met online, someone that he didn't know. He said that Benny Lynn had wanted to hide away at his property as Lexington wanted custody of Jellica and wanted Benny Lynn thrown out of the country. He told Shelley that Benny Lynn was safe and that he had advised her to discard her phone if she wanted to get away from the authorities. Skila begged to speak with Benny Lynn. He replied, "I expect she will get in touch with you once she gets settled down." Several more messages went back and forth. Skila said, "Sir, can you tell me my sister is alive?" Andrew replied, "Scotland is a very peaceful country. We don't have much crime at all. Please try not to worry. I'm sure your sister is perfectly safe." For days later, Scheller had reached out to him again. He told her that the other gentleman from the cafe had messaged him to say they were settling into their new routine very well, adding, "She's happy to have found someone nice and desperately relieved that her baby won't be taken away from her." Andrew said he wished to draw a line under this and said that he would wipe his technology, not just to protect myself but also to protect her so the police can't find her if they search my house. Scheller had asked him to send a video of Benny Lynn to prove that she was safe, and he sent her one. She said, "I hope we can chat again, sir." He messaged back, "Maybe one day we can, once the dust has all settled." The video he had sent of her to Scheller was an old one. At 3:20 p.m. on March 5th, police officers were dispatched to 21 Troon Avenue. This was the address the car had been registered to, home to 50-year-old Andrew Innes. The car was parked outside and there was also a skip containing various items, including mattresses and debris. After knocking on the door, Andrew Innes opened it but only slightly and they spoke to him on the doorstep. He refused to allow the officers into his house, saying that he was self-isolating and his daughter had just come out of the bath and needed to put some clothes on. The officers saw Jane Doe, who was fully clothed, inside the house through a crack in the door. They had a bad feeling and knew something was wrong. They insisted he let them inside. Upon entering the house, they described this as being in a state of disarray. It was seemingly under renovation. Kitchen utensils were on the stairs and the cooker and units in the kitchen had all been removed. In the living room was Jane Doe, who was watching cartoons. One of the officers spoke to her. She confirmed that Andrew was not her father and they were of no relation to each other. When questioned, Andrew Innes said he had driven Benny Lynn and Angelica to Glasgow and left them at a cafe with a man he didn't know. He said he hadn't seen them since. They didn't believe the story he was telling and they knew they needed to dig deeper for the truth. What came out of his mouth next would leave the officers stunned. "Killed her. She's under the floor. We got into a fight and I killed her. But where was Jellica? Under the floor with her mom. I couldn't look after a child. The child was screaming," he said. Upon this shocking confession, Andrew Innes was arrested and taken into custody. Jane Doe was also taken away to safety. The following day, on March 6th, he was charged with the murder of Benny Lynn and Jellica, and the police now needed to find their bodies. When news of the appalling crime began to break and spread, the local residents left flowers and toys in tribute to Benny Lynn and Jellica outside of Tryon Avenue. As the hunt for the bodies continued, the police began to piece together the chain of events. Benny Lynn had been using a dating website called Filipino Cupid as she was seeking companionship. It was here that she met 50-year-old Andrew Innes. The messages had initially just been general chit-chat and had then moved into video calls. He started to steer the conversation in a different direction. He asked her to send a photograph of herself that was sexual in nature, but she refused. He offered her a job as a community relations manager and money to work for him. He would also give her somewhere to stay, to which she replied, "If you want to employ me, I can do this in Bristol." On February 12th, the pair had agreed to meet up. After they had arranged the meeting, Andrew Innes had made several internet searches for the murder rates in Scotland, as well as what is chloroform used for and underfloor storage. In spite of the strict travel restrictions that were in place due to COVID-19, he had traveled down from Dundee to England to meet her in Kingswood, a distance of more than 400 miles. She had taken pity on him sleeping in his car as he couldn't get into a hotel, and he wasn't allowed to stay in her accommodation. She had wanted to see Scotland and the beauty it had to offer, so she agreed to go with him and stay at his for the weekend. Various photographs were taken of Benny Lynn and Angelica in Dundee as they saw the sights and explored the city, as well as photographs of Andrew Innes. On February 23rd, he was seen purchasing gravel and DIY tools. And the next day, a skip turned up at the house. The task in front of the officers was massive. They called upon the assistance of forensics teams alongside anthropologists, archaeologists, and geologists to ascertain if what he was saying had actually been true. It would take 2 weeks for the police to excavate the house, but they would come to discover that Andrew Innes had not been lying. Buried roughly 3 feet down, the bodies of Angelica and Benny Lynn were found on the March 19th. Back in the Philippines, Sheila received a call. It was from Benny Lynn's estranged husband, Lexington. She could not believe what she was hearing, and she was tasked with giving the news to her parents, who were living in a different part of the country. Completely traumatized by the death of her sister and niece, she was left unable to sleep and kept trying to contact Benny Lynn on Messenger. Benny Lynn's devastated brother posted to social media, "We miss you so much since you left the Philippines, sis. I remember we used to play and you made me dance. You always made us happy. We will never forget you." As the police continued to look into Andrew Innes, they discovered that this software developer had no previous criminal convictions. He had been born in Germany on a military base in 1970. He had moved to Dundee from Derby at the age of 24 and had worked with DMA Design on various video games after attending the University of Aberdeen. He would later marry a woman from Japan and moved out there with her. The couple shared 3 children and also lived in California for a while before going back to Scotland once more. In 2019, their marriage had fallen apart and he had been deported from Japan back to the UK, away from his wife and children. Andrew Innes was on 34 dating websites, and there were more disturbing discoveries. He was very experienced with technology and designed and built what was referred to as a scraper tool that could be bolted onto various websites. This meant he could only have women with young children included in the searches he was making on these sites. He harvested the data and put it into a spreadsheet where women were graded based on age, weight, height, and whether or not they were mothers to young children. The profiles he had given the highest scores to were women with young children who were in their mid to late 20s. Now that the bodies of Benny and Angelica were found, it was time for a post-mortem to be carried out. This would reveal the horrifying truth. Benny Lynn suffered major head injuries and internal bleeding. She had also been stabbed in the chest. It is believed she was murdered on February 23rd, the same day he was seen on CCTV buying DIY tools and gravel. Detective Constable Paul Hardy asked Innes how long she had been buried under the floor. Innes replied, "Last Friday she came up. We were going to spend the weekend together. I saw she had been chatting to about 50 men on the phone. It was either Monday or Tuesday. Took me a while to get through the concrete." He was adamant it hadn't been planned though. He said, "There was a fight and she came at me and I fought back, and now she's dead. There was no premeditation. She came at me with a sushi knife." But CCTV would blow the story apart as he was shown in A.B. and Q hardware store on King's Cross Road in Dundee, where he purchased the hammer that he would use to bludgeon her to death. He said that he had killed her in self-defense, fearing for his life. But his story would later change, saying he had suffered an auditory hallucination. It is believed that this is how Benny Lynn's death had actually occurred. As she stood in the kitchen making food, he attacked her, bludgeoning her repeatedly in the head with the hammer. He then went to his office to get a long-bladed knife that Innes had described as a samurai sword before heading back into the kitchen and stabbing her with it. He had also bludgeoned her with the handle of the blade and again with the hammer. All of this had happened in front of 7-year-old Jane Doe. He proceeded to wrap up her dead body in a rubble sack, tarpaulin, and a blanket before putting her under the kitchen floor. Following the murder of Benny Lynn over the next 2 to 3 days, he had kept Angelica alive and sexually abused her. He would then murder her by applying pressure to her neck and mouth. He wrapped up her naked body in rubble sacks and put her with her mother under the kitchen floor. He said that she had wanted her mother, and it seemed logical to me to put her with her mom. His DNA was also found on her body, and DNA belonging to both Jellica and Ines was found on a condom in a bin at the house. Following the murders, he had told Jane Doe that Benny Lynn and Jellica were in hospital and that was why they weren't there. Officers who interviewed him said he was wallowing in self-pity and showed no remorse for his dreadful crimes. The investigator spoke to Jane Doe. She explained that Andrew Innes had what she called a heavy hammer and that he had put it in Benny Lynn's head. She said, "I tried to call the police. I couldn't speak." She said they had been playing a game of hide and seek when Jellica was murdered by Innes. She said, "I don't know where. I just know looking in the bathroom and he shut the door on me. Andrew shut the door at me, so it must be in the bathroom. I should have saved them, but I couldn't because I didn't know what was happening." During her time at the house, she was subjected to an appalling series of rape and sexual assaults. She said that after the assaults, where she would be handcuffed and gagged, he would give her money, on one occasion giving her £2 and 10 pence. She described being held captive by him. Andrew put a rope on the door and attached it to the other door, and I couldn't open it. Andrew would open it when he came back. I told him, "I want to go with you because that was my chance to get out." Andrew denied the allegations of sexual abuse against Jane Doe when he had been arrested. And during an interview on March 5th, he said, "I never touched the girl." But DNA would later be his undoing. DNA evidence was found on clothing and handcuffs. Jane Doe had also tested positive for chlamydia. Andrew Innes had chlamydia. Andrew Innes' trial began at the High Court in Edinburgh on the January 31st, 2023, with Judge Lord Beckett presiding. Andrew admitted that he had killed Angelica and Benny Lynn, but denied murder and argued a defense of diminished responsibility. He had also denied charges of attempting to defeat the ends of justice and rape. On the third day of his trial, he changed his story again. He now said that he had become what he called apocalyptically angry after thinking that Benny Lynn resembled both his former partner and estranged wife. He said that from the neck down she looked like his estranged wife, and from the head up like the former partner. He said his former partner had left him in the most horrible way, dumping him through a text message, and that he thought of all the nasty things my wife had done to me and I got angry. The way she treated me, I was furious. I started to think some crazy things. I remember the blade going in once. She was lying on the floor and I was just hitting her until she stopped moving. In his testimony, he said that the killings had not been planned, saying if this was premeditated in any way it would have been cleaner, adding that the hammer he had purchased was not a useful weapon. He said it's ridiculous that I had returned with a hammer when I went out for petrol. Innes told the court that he was able to remember the initial strike and struggle that ensued in the kitchen before it moved out into the living room. He said it was an anger I have never experienced before in my entire life. When asked in his cross-examination what he had done with the bodies, he replied, "I dug them a respectable grave and gave them a Christian burial and then replaced the floor. That's all I did." His original plan had been to bury them at sea, but instead decided to conceal their bodies under his kitchen floor as he was already in the process of refurbishing the room. It was obvious that he had a deeply controlling nature when he admitted he had been seriously angry when his former wife had got a new haircut that he didn't approve of. He also said he had attempted to castrate himself with an electrical cord. There were moments when Innes would break down in the witness box and cry while speaking. A huge part of the trial focused on his state of mind. Psychiatrist Dr. Gordon Cowan, who specializes in forensic psychiatry, had met with Innes 8 times following his arrest and gave evidence on the 4th day of the trial. He explained that Innes' story had undergone multiple variations and changes, saying it had initially been self-defense, then he had been suffering with auditory hallucinations, and finally a combination of both. Dr. Cowan said, "It's clear he held resentment towards his ex-partners, and this lady in front of him in some way reminded him of these ladies, and he became angry, uncontrollably angry at her." He explained to the jury he said he acted in self-defense from an attack. Then he spoke of an internal monologue with a voice of a kind of identity that was advising him to hurt the woman, and he was saying she's done nothing wrong. It's really difficult to know for sure the symptoms, if any, Mr. Innes has at this time. Innes had been diagnosed with Crohn's disease, a condition that would lead to him being hospitalized in February of 2021 at Nine Wells Hospital on the outskirts of Dundee. He was prescribed steroids to help ease the symptoms. Defense lawyer Brian McConaughey asked Dr. Cowan if Innes could have been experiencing psychosis induced by steroid use, as Innes had said he was insane as a result of the steroids. He had been prescribed to take 40 milligrams a day, but the court heard he had taken an increased dose in the days before the murders. The fact that he had purchased the hammer from B&Q did not add up to this theory of psychosis. Dr. Cowan said that if someone was going through psychosis to the extent that they were going to commit murder, they would not be going about their day as usual with people not noticing. There's logic in his thought process, so I don't necessarily think it's indicative of somebody who is psychotic, he said. He emphasized that while it is a rare side effect of the medication, within the previous 12 months, no patient from NHS Tayside had experienced an episode of psychosis resulting from steroids, and the majority of his colleagues had never seen it over the course of their entire careers. Dr. Cowan met Innes in September 2021 in prison, and Innes had spoken to members of his family and become aware of steroid-induced psychosis. This was the first time he had become aware of this phenomenon and thought it perhaps fit with what happened to him, Dr. Cowan explained. Several of the professionals did consider that he had a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, but the judge later said that this neither predisposed him to violence nor that it gave any reduction on his culpability. One of the most heartbreaking moments of the trial came when the pre-recorded interview with Jane Doe was played. "Andrew killed Jellica when we were playing hide and seek," she said. She added that she didn't know what was happening. She also described the horrific sexual violence that she had been subjected to. The nature of the evidence was so distressing, members of the jury were offered counseling to cope with what they had seen and listened to. On the charges relating to Jane Doe, Innes accused her of lying, saying that some parts of her story didn't add up. He argued he would not have used a sock to cover her mouth, as she had said, as there were hundreds of other items more suitable. "If I wanted to gag that child, I would have used an actual gag," he said. Innes told the jury that had the police officers arrived at his home just 24 hours later, they could have found her murdered body alongside Benny Lynn and Jellica. After 5 days, the prosecution and defense rested their cases. Following the evidence that had been presented, Judge Lord Beckett gave instructions to the jury to find him guilty on both counts of murder. After just 2.5 hours of discussions, they returned their verdict. Andrew Innes was found guilty. Alongside his convictions of murder, he was also convicted of rape and sexual abuse. Andrew Innes was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 36 years that he must serve before he can even be considered for parole. Benny Lynn's family had traveled from the Philippines to the United Kingdom for the trial. They said in a statement that what had happened was the worst cruelty we could ever imagine, adding that they would be forever haunted by the appalling crimes. Benedicto, Benny Lynn's father, had had his life completely destroyed by the loss of his daughter and granddaughter. The grief was so devastating he had been left unable to work. For Lexington, what had happened to Benny Lynn and Jellica was devastating. He described his rage and pain at the cruelty that had been shown towards Angelica by Innes, and the appalling abuse and death she had suffered. It was later confirmed that Andrew Innes intended to appeal his conviction and sentence. His appeal was lodged at the High Court of Criminal Appeal in Edinburgh. The hearing will take place at a later date. No application for him to be released on bail pending his appeal was made, and he remains in prison. Jim Gamble, CEO of the Unique Safeguarding Group, who had also formerly led the Child Exploitation and Online Protection Organization, would say that it would be unusual for an offender like Innes if he did not have any previous victims. "I doubt they are his only victims. Some people won't realize how close they came to engaging with this awful person. We see that all the time. We see predators who target single mothers, not just to manipulate and coercively control them, but to gain access to young children. I think anyone that knows him, that knows of him, needs to reflect on what they know about him. I'm sure the police are doing exactly that." Police Scotland said they had contacted law enforcement in countries he was known to have gone to and had also collaborated with Interpol, but no other crimes had been uncovered. Benny Lynn's father said he cries every day and is struggling to come to terms with what happened. "For me, I still haven't accepted that they're gone," he said. Her family also began campaigning for a charity called Kanlungan, which offers support and help to people from the Philippines who live in the United Kingdom, including those affected by domestic abuse and violence. Benedicto said, "I've now decided to dedicate my life to defend the rights of women and children. All Benny Lynn wanted was to love and be loved." She made the enormously brave decision to move away from her home to a country she didn't know, hoping for a bright future. To this day, Shella still calls her sister's phone just to hear her voice on the voicemail. She said that she will never forget either Benelyn or Jellica, because they will be with her wherever she goes, adding, "I will always be with them." Jody Lumis was free-spirited, passionate, and outspoken, embodying the hippie ethos that many young adults embraced in the early 1970s. A talented artist, she had painted a mural of running horses on the walls of her bedroom. Jody was also a compassionate animal lover, rescuing and caring for injured creatures. She had a deep love for horseback riding and was devoted to her horse, Sadi, whom she cared for lovingly. In 1972, at 20 years old, Jody lived with her parents, John and Rosemary, her 12-year-old sister Jana, and her fiancé, Jim Roberts, in a house on Winsap Road, located between Mill Creek and Bothell, Washington. On the afternoon of August 23rd, she left home to go to the stable where her horse was boarded, 6 miles away. One of her parents would normally drive her to the stable, but today she decided to ride her white 10-speed bike there. Before Jody left home, her mother reminded her to take a dime with her so that she could call home from a payphone if she would be late returning. While Jody was an adult, Rosemary was obviously still concerned with her daughter's safety and preferred for her to return home before dark. Jody took the dime with her but never called home and did not arrive home as expected either. Rosemary began to worry, and that worry had turned to panic by 11 p.m. when there was a knock on her door. It was a detective who was there to notify the family that Jody had been sexually assaulted and murdered. Rosemary at the news, and John Lumis was too shocked to catch his wife before she fell to the floor. Jody had never arrived at her intended destination. After leaving home, she went to ask her friend and neighbor, Linda Hook, if she wanted to go riding with her. But Linda could not go because she was in the process of packing for an upcoming move to California. The last known person to see Jody before she was attacked was a 14-year-old girl selling apples at a fruit stand at the end of her family's driveway near Bothell Everett Highway in 164th Street Southeast, approximately halfway between Jody's home and the stable. The girl remembers seeing Jody because she was riding her bike while wearing boots and had stopped for an unusually long amount of time before passing through the intersection at Bothell Everett Highway and onto what was at the time called Penny Creek Road and is today known as Mill Creek Road. Jody would later be found on a dirt road off of Penny Creek Road. Around 5:30 p.m., 18-year-old Kathy Gogol and 33-year-old Walter Morris were driving through that wooded area trying to find somewhere to go target shooting when they came across a fallen tree that blocked their way. When Walter got out of the car, he discovered a young woman lying near the tree. She was mostly nude and had a serious head injury, which would later be determined to be from a gunshot wound. She was unable to talk but was still breathing. Walter was driving a small 2-seater Saab Sonnet and did not think he and Kathy could fit the woman in the car with them. So he initially suggested that Kathy stay with the woman while he went for help. However, Kathy, concerned both that whoever had harmed the young woman was still in the area and that the young woman's injuries were too severe to wait for him to leave and come back, insisted that they take the young woman to the hospital right then. They were somehow able to fit the young woman in the car with them. They did not take the time to try to redress the young woman given the serious nature of her injuries and their desire to get her to the hospital quickly. So Kathy did her best to cover up the young woman in the car so that other drivers on the road could not see her in her state of undress through the car window. Kathy and Walter were able to get the young woman, later identified as Jody Lumis, to the hospital by 5:45. Despite their efforts to get her help as quickly as possible, Jody was pronounced dead upon her arrival at the hospital. Jody had been killed by a .22 caliber gunshot to the right side of her head just above her right ear. A subsequent medical review of her autopsy file theorized, based on the bullet's path, that Jody had been on the ground, trying to get her clothes back on after being raped when her killer had stood over her and shot her. Jody's bicycle was found in a ravine 180 feet away from where she was found, but the horse bridle she had taken with her that day was never located. Police performed interviews and followed up on leads for years after the murder, but ultimately the case went cold. In 2008, there was a new push to close the decades-old case. Jody was featured on the 10 of Hearts card in a deck of cold case playing cards. A set of cards, each featuring a photo and information about an unsolved case from Snohomish County, was created, and 5,000 decks of the cards were printed using funds from a donation from the Stillaguamish tribe. The decks were distributed to inmates in local county jails, as well as in the state prison complex, in hopes that inmates would recognize crimes they had heard other inmates discuss or take credit for and report what they had heard. Investigators also revisited the physical evidence in the case. Unfortunately, several important items, including the swabs taken at Jody's autopsy and the socks she had been wearing, had been lost over the years, potentially when the evidence was moved from the original room where it was stored into a newer facility. However, some of the evidence they still had would provide them with the lead that would ultimately close the case: the pair of St. Moritz ankle-high waffle stomper boots that Jody had been wearing when she was killed. The boots actually belonged to Jody's sister Jana, and she had borrowed them without asking, as Jana herself had gone horseback riding with a friend on the morning of August 23, 1972. Jody was not even 5 feet tall and had a very slight build, so she could still fit into the size 5.5 boots her 12-year-old sister had just gotten for the new school year. The Snohomish County Sheriff's Office had what physical evidence they still had, including the boots, sent to the Washington State Patrol Crime Lab to be re-examined. During the examination, a scientist noticed a tiny stain on the left boot. It turned out to be a semen stain, and DNA was extracted from the sperm it contained. Further testing was performed on the DNA in 2010 and 2011. The profile was compared to DNA samples provided by potential suspects and men living in the area surrounding the site where Jody was found. It was also run through criminal databases, but no match was found. In May of 2018, another Snohomish County cold case was solved when William Talbot II was arrested and charged with the 1987 murder of 18-year-old Tanya Van Kylenborg. The following month, he was also charged with the murder of her boyfriend, 20-year-old Jake Hook, who had disappeared with Tanya. Talbot was convicted of both murders in June of 2019. He had been identified using genetic genealogy, making Tanya and Jay's case the first in which the technique was used in successfully leading to a suspect being convicted in court. After identifying Talbot and arresting him, Snohomish County authorities began using the same technique in Jody's case, hoping that genetic genealogy would help identify her killer as well. In July of 2018, they sent the DNA profile to Parabon Nanolabs and began working with an Oregon-based genealogist to try to find relatives of the killer in public genealogy databases. After the DNA profile from the crime scene was uploaded into one such database, the genealogist identified individuals she believed to be third cousins of Jody's killer based on the amount of DNA they had in common. Through her research of their family history, she narrowed down her search until she determined that police were most likely looking for the son of a couple who lived in Edmonds, Washington. Unfortunately, that couple had 7 children, and 6 of them were sons. When authorities began investigating those sons, one of them did stand out as a likely suspect based on non-genetic factors. He had been living just 5 miles from where Jody was attacked and had been accused of various sexual crimes at least 5 times since the 1960s, but had never been convicted on charges stemming from them and received no punishment for them more serious than a citation for lewd conduct he had received in 1968. Authorities began investigating this man and surveilling him in hopes of surreptitiously collecting a sample of his DNA. On August 28, 2018, they observed him standing outside of the Tulalip Resort Casino, drinking a cup of coffee. When he threw the cup in the trash, they collected it and had it sent to the lab. The DNA extracted from that cup was a match to the DNA from the semen stain on the boot Jody had been wearing on the day she was killed. On April 10, 2019, 77-year-old Terrence Miller was arrested and charged with first-degree premeditated murder. Had married for the first time when he was 18 and his bride was just 14. Their 2-year marriage resulted in 2 daughters. Miller quickly remarried and had another daughter after their divorce. After his second marriage ended in divorce in 1967, he had married for a third time and had 2 more daughters. His third wife filed for divorce in 1974. He married his fourth wife in 1976, and this marriage finally lasted more than a handful of years. They were still married when Miller was arrested, selling ceramics out of the garage of their home in Edmonds. Miller had previously worked as a heavy machine operator. Authorities could find no connection between Miller and Jody Lumis. Miller's bail was set at $1 million on June 14, 2019. He was able to post it and was released. He worked with a bail company, which he paid $100,000, which he would never receive back, to secure his release. According to Snohomish County Sheriff's Office Detective Jim Scharf, this was the only time he could remember a defendant charged with first-degree murder being released in his 42-year career. Miller did have to wear an electronic monitoring device and was only allowed to leave his house for specific reasons like grocery shopping and doctor's appointments. Jody's loved ones were still horrified that the community would be put at risk by his release, and that he was allowed to be comfortable at home with his wife while awaiting trial when he had already had 47 years of freedom following the crime. Miller's trial had originally been set for June of 2019, but his attorneys had applied for and been granted a series of continuances so that they would have more time to prepare their case. In September of 2020, they requested that the court move the trial, which was now due to start the following month, until January of 2021, arguing that they had not had sufficient time to prepare for the trial. While Miller had been arrested a year and a half earlier, they claimed that the events of the previous several months had prevented them from properly preparing. As public defenders, they had dozens of clients and had spent much of the previous months working on emergency bail hearings for clients of theirs who needed to be released from custody because they were considered high risk for serious illness should they be exposed to COVID-19. They therefore now only had a month to interview 3 expert witnesses and 15 civilians they had not interviewed between Miller's arrest in April 2019 and the start of the pandemic, which they argued was an impossible task. Jody's sister Jana, now Jana Smith, addressed the court at the hearing, describing the long wait her family had endured both for an arrest to be made and for the trial to finally begin. Given the fact that Jody's case has the longest amount of time between the commission of the crime and a trial in Snohomish County history, Snohomish County Superior Court Judge David Kurtz was not inclined to further delay the trial. He told Miller's attorneys to buckle down and get ready. They in turn vowed to have any potential conviction overturned on appeal because they would not be able to hire and interview their own expert witness due to the time constraint. Miller's attorneys filed one more last-minute motion to have the DNA evidence in the case thrown out in October of 2020, but the motion was denied and the trial began on October 26th. The passage of time did negatively impact the trial. In addition to the evidence that had been lost over the years, several key individuals in the case had passed away. Both of Jody's parents died without knowing who killed their daughter. Her father, John, in 2005, and her mother, Rosemary, in January of 2019, less than 3 months before Miller was arrested. Walter Morris, one of the people who discovered Jody and rushed her to the hospital, died a few months prior to the trial. He had given a deposition following Miller's arrest, and a video of it was played in the courtroom. His death was a problem for the prosecution because one of the alternative theories Miller's defense team put forth at trial was that Morris had been the killer, as he had been known to own a .22 caliber rifle in 1972, and he had given different reasons for why he had been in the woods that day to authorities in the various statements he had given them. His death meant that he could not be questioned about the discrepancies or explain them in court. Given the fact that he was in a secret relationship with the 18-year-old girl who was 15 years his junior who was with him at the time, there are of course obvious reasons why he may not have been forthcoming with his reasons for wanting to be alone with her in a remote wooded area. That girl, Kathy Gogol, was 66-year-old Kathy Lennox at the time of the trial and suffering from metastatic breast cancer. Despite her failing health, she managed to appear in court and was able to testify at the trial. At trial, Miller's attorneys questioned the validity of the DNA evidence, claiming that the work done on the boots was sloppy, careless, and unprofessional. They questioned why the FBI had not previously noticed the semen stain when they were asked to examine the boots in the 1970s, and criticized the sheriff's department for losing parts of the evidence log concerning them. Miller's defense attorneys also argued that there was no definitive proof that the sexual contact Jody had on the day of her death was non-consensual despite the findings of the medical examiner who performed her autopsy. They also suggested that Jody may not have been murdered at all. Instead, she may have been struck by a stray bullet, as the area where she was found was very remote at the time and popular with hunters and target shooters. The prosecution argued that none of the questions raised by the defense or the alternative scenarios they did to create reasonable doubt explained how Miller's semen ended up on the boot when there was no connection between Miller and Jody, or Miller and Jody's 12-year-old sister who had just recently gotten the boots. While the DNA was their strongest piece of evidence, the prosecution also played a phone call between Miller and his wife recorded while he was still in custody for the jury. "When it's all over and done with, the trial and all that, I'm going to be in prison. This is not a winnable case. That's the thing," Miller told his wife. "I don't like to hear that," she replied. "I know, Mama, but that's the way it is," he told her. "This is not a winnable case. This is a DNA case, and they have an extremely strong case. You're not going to beat it." Miller's attorney, "Extremely strong case. You're not going to beat it." Miller's attorneys argued that this was not Miller expressing his guilt in the case, just his fear at being wrongly convicted. The jury began their deliberations on Friday, November 6th. After a few hours, Judge Kurtz sent them home for the weekend. Deliberations resumed again first thing the following Monday morning, November 9th. Just before 10 a.m. that same morning, Miller's wife called 911, reporting that her husband had shot himself in the head. While he had been ordered to surrender any firearms he owned as one of the conditions of his release on bail, he had apparently failed to turn over one of them. He did not survive the injury. 3 hours later, the jury reached a verdict in the case. They had not been informed of Miller's death. Miller's attorneys argued against even allowing the jury to read their verdict, claiming that there was no benefit to the public in the court hearing the verdict they had reached. Prosecutors argued that Jody's family still deserved answers. Judge Kurtz agreed with the prosecution, and the verdict was read. The jury had found Miller guilty of first-degree murder. December 17, 2020 would have been the date of Miller's sentencing hearing had he not killed himself. Instead, a hearing was held to determine whether or not his conviction should stand given the fact that he had died before he could appear in court to hear the verdict. Miller's attorneys argued that the verdict should not stand but had to concede that the case law they cited in their argument did not exactly line up with the circumstances of the case at hand, a situation which Judge Kurtz described as extraordinary and somewhat unprecedented. Prosecutors argued that the verdict should stand because Miller had not died in an accident or of an illness. Rather, he had taken his own life as a means of avoiding appearing in court. Judge Kurtz ultimately ruled that throwing out the verdict was not the right thing to do. "Labels and symbols are important, and how those cases ended does matter," he told the court. Instead of sentencing Miller, as he normally would after a conviction, he instead signed a document affirming that Miller's guilt had been proven beyond a reasonable doubt in court. After the hearing, Janet Smith thanked the investigators, prosecutors, and scientists who worked so hard on her sister's case, and said that she hopes that the conviction in Jody's case will give hope to other families who are still waiting for answers in cold cases. "Truth never dies," Janice said. "They thought it was going to die. They thought it was so old that we wouldn't be able to follow through with the truth, and this helps." Back in 2014, we find ourselves in Indianapolis, the largest city in Indiana, always busy and bustling with nearly 900,000 residents. Among them were 24-year-old Nathan Benjamin Trapisano and his wife, Jennifer. Nathan came from a large, close-knit family, being the fourth of 5 children. His brother often mentioned how, even though Nathan was younger, he looked up to him greatly. Nathan was a natural achiever, excelling in academics, music, and athletics. He held a black belt in karate and was skilled at both the piano and violin. Known for his wit and cleverness, he always remained humble and gracious. Nathan attended Ball State University, where he pursued a degree in Latin, Greek, and classical studies. It was at Ball State that he met Jennifer, who was training to become a nurse. The two quickly became inseparable, sharing many common interests, including strong moral values and a deep Catholic faith. Jennifer said she loved his quirkiness and how smart he was, always making her laugh and challenging her to push herself in every aspect of her life. The couple eventually moved to Indianapolis when Nathan got a job as a computer programmer at Ivy Tech Community College. Jennifer was still doing her training when they both found out they were going to be parents. They were over the moon when they discovered they were having a little girl, and they knew her name right away, Cecilia Marie. Flash forward a few months. It was now coming to the end of March 2014, and Nathan and Jennifer were busy planning. They had a lot of exciting and special days coming up. Cecilia was due in just a few weeks. Their first wedding anniversary was on May 11th, and a week after this was Nathan's 25th birthday. Safe to say there was a lot going on for the young couple, but nothing was more exciting for Nathan than becoming a father. He couldn't wait to meet his daughter. On the April 1st, 2014, Nathan was up early as normal. Having always been really active, he made sure he got a long walk or a run-in every day. He normally worked out in the evenings, but he had recently decided to change up his routine so he could be at home with Jennifer more after he finished work and before bed. Just before 5 a.m., Nathan was getting ready for an hour-long morning walk around the block before the sun rose. Nothing out of the ordinary, just the routes he always took, past the shops he normally walked by, on the roads he knew very well. He grabbed his old MP3 player, his headphones and his rosary beads, and quietly left Jennifer asleep. At 5:50 a.m., a resident just a short walk away heard a loud popping sound. She looked out of her window to see Nathan collapsing to the ground and shouting for help. She called 911 and ran outside. She said as she got to Nathan, she could see he was only wearing his joggers. He had no shoes and no shirt on. They were just scattered around on the ground. She could see a small bullet wound in his stomach, but noticed there wasn't much blood at this point. Nathan was clearly in shock, but was still conscious and seemed to be fairly alert. However, 5 minutes later, as the ambulance and police arrived on the streets, Nathan's condition started to rapidly deteriorate. He was no longer able to talk, couldn't tell the officers anything, and was gasping for air. They managed to stabilize him, and he was rushed to hospital and straight into emergency surgery. Just after 7 a.m., Jennifer woke up, confused that her husband still wasn't home yet and getting ready for work. His phone was still on the kitchen table, but this wasn't unusual as he made sure not to take anything valuable out with him. She grabbed her coat and started walking the route he normally took, trying to calm herself down, but deep down knowing something was really wrong. Despite the best efforts of the doctors and surgeons, at 7:40 a.m., 24-year-old Nathan Trapisano died. Jennifer, who was still out walking, turned a corner and saw the yellow tape everywhere and police flooding the street. She hurried over, telling them her husband had left for a walk and not come home, and this was right in the middle of his route. But all they could tell her was that there had been an incident. At this point, they didn't know who the victim was as he had no ID on him, so they couldn't give Jennifer any more details. Anxiously, she showed them a picture of Nathan on her phone, asking if this was what he looked like. Officers knew it was the same person and quietly escorted her to one of the police cars to sit her down and tell her the devastating news. Jennifer, just 5 weeks away from her due date, would then learn that the love of her life was gone. One detective said he had his whole life in front of him, never been in trouble before, never been a problem, was minding his own business, doing what anybody in our community should be able to do, and that is to take a morning walk. Near to where he was found were some shell casings which matched a .40 caliber gun. Something officers said was an unusual size and not one they saw a lot. The owner of the tire shop, Jesse, knew Nathan well and saw him walk past every day, giving him a little wave as he did. After being broken into just a couple of months before, fortunately for the police, he had installed security cameras which backed onto the parking lot where Nathan was found. The footage was very grainy and blurry, but it had captured everything. Nathan could be seen walking down the road, being followed by someone who later broke into a run to keep up with him. Later on in the clip, police noticed a second person turn up who appeared to be working with the shooter. The second half of the CCTV, for obvious reasons, has only ever been partially released. At one point it looked as if Nathan was raising his hands as if to show he was complying and would do whatever they wanted him to. But the pair backed him into the parking lot and Nathan was shot. After Nathan was down, they ran away down the main road. The only witness they had was the woman who had called 911, but by the time she got out there, they were long gone. Things were made even harder when the police started interviewing the residents of the area. They all said that sadly this was not an uncommon thing to happen. Over the years their area had gotten so much worse in terms of gun violence with multiple shootings happening. Someone said there had been a disturbing amount of shootings and murders in the last few months alone. One theory the police had was that it was some kind of gang initiation. But another potential motive, and one they believed was more likely, was that it was a failed attempt at a robbery. Nathan's family said this made it even more senseless, as he made it a point to never go out walking with any money, cards, or his phone. The footage was sent to experts and was able to be enhanced just enough for them to work out the clothing the shooter had on. But apart from that, there was nothing. A week after Nathan had been killed, police finally made a break in the case. As they started looking into any of the shootings in the area around the same time, it came to light that just 18 hours after Nathan had died, a 16-year-old called Simeon Raheem Adams, who went by the nickname Red, was taken to hospital in a critical condition with a gunshot wound to the neck. He had shot 3 bullets at a man named Eric who had fired back at him in self-defense. Simeon was also a suspect in the burglary of a gun shop a week earlier at about 2 a.m. in which 30 firearms were stolen. And at 3 a.m. on April 1st, just 2 hours before Nathan was shot, he and 2 other men had attempted to steal a car from outside of a strip club, stopped only from doing so when the bouncer caught them. The strip club was less than a mile away from where Nathan had been walking, showing both the shooter and whoever was on lookout in the same clothing. When detectives heard about this, they knew they had to interview Simeon. He was not only confirmed as being in the same location of Nathan's shooting at the same time, he was now also facing arrest for the attempted murder of someone else, and some guns that had been stolen from the shop matched the casings found near Nathan's body. But being in the condition he was in hospital meant they had to reach out to the people in his inner circle first. The more detectives talked to people, the more they kept hearing the nickname Red floating about, linking him to numerous incidents and crimes around the area, and people he knew were picking him out of every picture lineup they showed. Martez McGraw was Simeon's cousin, and he agreed to talk. When he was shown the CCTV footage from outside of the tire shop, he immediately confirmed it was his cousin. He even admitted to being there himself for part of the morning and confirmed all of Simeon's steps and movements. The other man on the tape was identified and interviewed. After this, police ruled everyone apart from Simeon out when it came to Nathan's murder. This was the person they wanted, Martez told police. Simeon ran up to Nathan and ordered him to stop. Simeon then made him walk between the tire shop and the strip club. He made him strip by telling him to take off his shirt. He put his hands in the air and Simeon shot him. Another man also told police he was woken up early on April 1st by Simeon banging on his door. He said he was out of breath, telling him the police were looking for him because he had got into what he referred to as a tussle with someone and shot them. Although doctors were initially skeptical that Simeon would survive, he did and was finally well enough for the police to talk to him. They presented him with everything they knew, and the 16-year-old was subsequently placed under arrest. He would soon be charged as an adult with murder, attempted robbery, and carrying a handgun without a license. Upon hearing that a 16-year-old had been arrested, Jennifer posted to Facebook and said, "I don't know this man's circumstances, but it hurts to hear such a young man could turn to such violence." She asked people to pray for Simeon, and Nathan's family and friends all agreed that Nathan would have forgiven him. Nathan Trapizzano was finally laid to rest with 100 in attendance. The investigating officers all showed up too, saying what had happened to him had really struck a nerve with them and that this was a case they would remember for the rest of their lives. And a couple of weeks later, Jennifer gave birth to the couple's daughter, Cecilia Marie. A welcome burst of happiness in such a dark period of time for everyone. Their family said she looked so much like Nathan and was a wonderful, happy, and smiley little girl. As the court proceedings got underway, someone else would gain some attention. Court documents showed that the 16-year-old was free to walk the streets for a month while awaiting a hearing on 13 probation violations. The probation officer had visited his home, but on 9 occasions Simeon was nowhere to be found. After the 3rd violation, the officer could have asked for an arrest warrant, but for reasons unknown, he didn't. The judge said of this, "I expressed my extreme concern to probation about the handling of this case. When I saw there had been 9 house arrest violations, I was very concerned and upset. The probation officer in question would soon resign. Even though he was now 18 and despite being charged as an adult, because he was 16 at the time of the murder, prosecutors knew it would have been nearly impossible to get a life in prison sentence for Simeon. However, he was facing 45 to 65 years if found guilty by a jury. In 2015, just over a year after Nathan had died, Simeon Adams pleaded guilty to murder. Simeon's legal team and friends and family commented on his troubled childhood and adolescence, losing his mother to drowning when he was just 13 months old, his dad being in and out of prison for years. He had run-ins with the police that had started at the age of just 10 years old. His uncle who had helped raise him said, "He used to get into trouble, but I didn't think he was capable of this. I used to try to tell him not to hang with the wrong people and to stay on the right path. He listened to me. I would try to keep him in line, and if I told him to do something, he would do it. I would speak to his friends and tell them that if they didn't get themselves together, they would end up dead or in jail. I can't believe he would get involved in something like this." He was frequently shown coming in and out of court laughing, and when it came time for his sentencing, little had changed. The judge addressed him directly, asking him if he appreciated the impact of his actions on the Trapisano family. He bluntly said, "No, ma'am," and nothing else after this. As part of the plea deal, his potential sentence was reduced, and he was handed down 55 years in prison. Under Indiana law, Simeon could be eligible for parole after 27 years, based on credit for good behavior and time already served. If this happens, he will be 45 years old. He was later given a further 12 years in prison in connection with the shooting of Eric, which put him in hospital in the first place. This 12 years is to be served consecutively. The loss of Nathan had a big impact. Everybody rallied behind Jennifer, and a GoFundMe was set up to support her, Cecilia, and his family. It reached over $170,000 in donations. Jennifer showed immense strength and motivation to carry on as she would have. And just a year after she lost Nathan, she finished grad school with honors and is now a physician's assistant. The Nathan Trapisano Memorial Foundation was also set up, and their mission is to offer support and financial relief to children who have lost a parent. They do what they call the Nate Walk, a 5-kilometer walk, just as he loved to do, which doubles as a fundraising event. These walks are held once a year in Indianapolis and Pennsylvania, and people can also participate virtually. Ivy Tech Community College, where Nathan worked, said it would grant a full 2-year scholarship to Cecilia if she ever wanted it. Jennifer said time almost stands still and passes quicker than she can keep up with it. Whenever she doubts herself or has a difficult day with Cecilia, she asks Nathan for advice. She said, "I have a voicemail from him on March 31st, 2014. I have listened to it over and over and over again. His voice sounds so familiar still, like it was yesterday. I miss him. I miss everything about him. In so many ways, it feels like he has only been gone for 10 seconds. And yet, it feels like a 100 years. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.